My refrigerator at home can connect to a parallel universe. No money, no wife. I can easily make money in the cyber world. I'll also customize a treasure while I'm at it. The wife lacks strength. I'll go to the magic land to learn some spells, freely choosing magical tools. With worries about lifespan, establishing a sect in the immortal cultivation world might not be a bad idea. Having such a space-traveling artifact. Isn't this true freedom of time travel? Then why bother delivering takeout, enjoying delicacies, sleeping luxuriously, and reaching the peak of life? So I transformed into a second-rate interstellar dealer, creating an information gap. I don't produce technology, I'm just a transporter of technology. All because I bought a refrigerator. Ring, 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 my phone rings, I answer the call. Hello, is this Chen Chen? Your Mayor refrigerator has been delivered, is anyone at home? Yes, please bring it up directly. Just thinking about having Coke freedom at night finally dispels the gloomy mood. 10 minutes later, two movers bring a well-packaged refrigerator to the kitchen, then considerately remove the broken old fridge. Thank you, I eagerly push the refrigerator out of the cardboard box, and once it stands before me, I was dumbfounded. This silver refrigerator has a single door, completely different from the one I bought. It doesn't even have a logo or energy efficiency label. Is this a discounted refrigerator or what? I tried plugging it in and the body emitted a faint electrical feedback sound. It should work. Thinking about the hassle of returning it, I dismissed the idea of contacting customer service. After all, for a few $100 fridge, as long as it functions, it's fine. An LED panel lit up on the door, not displaying the set temperatures for cooling or freezing, but a strange progress bar, currently in the process of connecting. Wait a moment, this darn fridge is even connected to the internet. I tried pulling the fridge door, but it didn't open. I found a metal remote control in the packaging box. The buttons on it are strange, in the order of search, save, open, close, and directional keys for up, down, left, and right. Soon, the buzzing sound of the fridge stopped, and the LED screen displayed connection complete, with the current folding coordinate point being ED121C3. Folding coordinate point? This inexplicable hint left me puzzled. As I opened the fridge door, a bone-chilling wind rushed at me like a knife, making me wonder how much power it consumes. Just as I was worried about the electricity bill, the sight in front of me made my eyes widen. I wanted to exclaim, but the words got stuck in my throat. Inside the fridge was a snowy landscape. More precisely, the fridge seemed like a portal, with a snowy world outside, like an alien realm. This is a new concept. Bracing myself, I reached into the fridge for cooling. It wasn't until I halved my body inside the fridge, feeling the icy wind on my palm, that I was convinced the seemingly fridge was actually a space shuttle machine. So the folding on the refrigerator display screen should refer to the folding of space, which means crossing on a physical level. I incredulously swallowed, hurried to the bedroom to dig out winter down jackets, cotton hats, cotton pants, and other winter clothes, wrapped myself tightly and then climbed into the refrigerator, stepping into that snowy white alien world. As I stepped on the snowy ground, I felt the real feedback, with the hazy sky, distant mountains, and snowy ground all merging into one. The temperature in the white world was extremely low, and the air I breathed in quickly frosted my nostrils, causing icicles to form rapidly on my eyelashes as I exhaled. I struggled to walk over 10 meters, took out my phone to turn on satellite communication, but found no signal. I estimated that this place was not the South Pole or the North Pole, but rather another world. Feeling too cold, I shivered and turned back, only to see my kitchen presented in a rectangular manner amidst the icy snowy landscape. Unbelievable, I actually bought a space shuttle machine for just over 500 yuan. Excitedly, I jumped back into the kitchen, took off my cotton clothes, and spun around in excitement. I closed the refrigerator door, pressed the search button on the remote control, and the refrigerator's LED screen immediately refreshed, with the text searching for a new location. Please wait for about 10 minutes. The refrigerator finally located the new coordinates. As soon as I pulled the refrigerator door, I felt a pressure coming from inside the refrigerator. At the same time, a rapid stream of water squeezed out from the door gap. I was scared and immediately pushed my body against it, struggling to close the refrigerator door. Oh my goodness, seeing that stinky seawater on the ground, I broke out in a cold sweat, guessing that the other side of the fridge must be some ocean. If I had really left the fridge door open just now, the seawater from that planet would have flowed through the fridge into Earth. The consequences would be unimaginable. The thought of possibly destroying all of human civilization made my legs go weak with fear. I quickly pressed the remote control, searching for the next location. More than 10 minutes later, I cautiously opened the fridge door, only to find it completely empty inside. I leaned in, holding onto the fridge door, and stuck my head into that world. Before me were ethereal clouds, beneath my feet was a vast abyss. I felt dizzy for a moment, almost falling down. Late at night, I stayed by the fridge in the kitchen, searching for various new worlds as if opening a blind box. Each search took 10 to 30 minutes. During that time, the other side of the fridge door revealed ice and snow, oceans, high altitudes, underground rock layers, chaotic wastelands, and more. None of these worlds had any animals or insects, even plants were scarce. It seems that life is an extremely rare existence in the vast universe. It wasn't until midnight that I finally yawned and my eyelids grew heavy. I clasped my hands together, silently making a wish for a world filled with gold to be found. Soon, the fridge stopped its rumbling. The LED screen displayed that the search was complete. The current fold, with coordinates x120, 5C62B7X2189Y1018Z5CD93. I took a deep breath, slowly pulled open the refrigerator door, first hearing the pitter-patter of rain, then smelling the damp earthy scent, giving me a strange sense of familiarity. The world inside the refrigerator was pitch black, with only a faint light reflecting in the moments when raindrops passed by. I climbed into the refrigerator, first testing the rainwater, then stepping on the ground with my feet. The temperature and oxygen content in the air were suitable, with rainwater, soil, and oxygen. At least it was a world suitable for plant growth. I put on a long-sleeved jacket, tucked my phone and the refrigerator remote into my pocket, and walked into the rainy night inside the refrigerator with an umbrella. I thought this was a primitive and desolate world, but as soon as I looked up, I saw in the far distance a faint glow, which turned out to be a city. Joy and fear surged through my heart simultaneously. I was happy to witness an alien civilization, but afraid that if I was discovered, I would surely meet my end. After a mental struggle, reason triumphed over curiosity. Safety first, my life was at stake. Just as I was about to crawl back into the refrigerator, a floating black shadow brushed against my face, causing my hair to stand on end and almost making me scream in fear. I quickly reached out and grabbed it, only to find it was a small flyer. Under the light of my phone, I saw incredibly familiar Chinese characters on the flyer: Rose Gun, welcome. In addition, there were photos of 4 women. Even though they were dressed mysteriously and alluringly, at least in terms of appearance, they were not much different from Earthlings. So this is Earth, or a parallel world of Earth. I scratched my head. Since humans live in that city and use Chinese characters, I decided to go take a look. As a precaution, I first used the remote control to close the refrigerator door, to prevent alien civilizations from invading Earth. After confirming that the portal to Earth had disappeared, I cautiously approached the city. The night sky was pitch black, surrounded by collapsed buildings and stinky garbage heaps. I kept rubbing my nose from time to time. There was a smell of rust in the air of this world, along with the lingering scent of firecrackers from Chinese New Year. Occasionally, aircraft flew across the night sky, leaving 2 light trails and heading straight for that city. The technology in this world is obviously more advanced than Earth's. If I could bring back some things from here, I wouldn't need to bother with takeout anymore. Living the high life, eating well, sleeping comfortably, and reaching the pinnacle of life would be just around the corner. After walking for over half an hour, I had just walked out of that garbage dump when a pitch-black river blocked my path. The river was wide, rapid, and there was no bridge. Although I could swim, I didn't dare to enter the water. Who knows if there are monster piranhas in this river? Just as I was contemplating how to cross, I heard the roar of an aircraft behind me. The sound grew closer and closer. Before I could hide, a beam of light shone on me. Oh no! I shielded myself with my hand against the light. I saw an oval-shaped aircraft descending from the sky, resembling a huge metal beetle, landing about 10 meters away from me. The aircraft's door opened, and a chubby man jumped out. He was wearing a gray work uniform with the words "Mountain Spirit, Logistics" on it. He had a simple appearance, with 2 silver metal wires embedded beside his squinty eyes. "Do you need my help in Mud City, friend?" The chubby man waved to me. His accent was peculiar, but understandable. I just stood there, furrowing my brows, too scared to speak. Seeing my silence, the chubby man added, "At least I can help you cross the river. Just buy me a glass of apple juice." "I don't have money," I replied awkwardly. I noticed that the entire right arm of this alien was made of metal, giving off a cyberpunk vibe. As the chubby man approached, he couldn't help but glance at my attire. He looked surprised at my simple outfit: a blue sports shirt, white short-sleeved denim, and canvas sneakers. He then took another look at my plain face. "Turns out you're a woman," he muttered softly, then said aloud, "Forget it, I'll give you a free ride." With that, the man went back into the aircraft, pushing open the door on the other side of the cockpit, gesturing for me to come up. I knew that opportunities for ordinary people often came with risks. Not being born into wealth, success wasn't easily attainable. Without hesitation, I followed him, climbed onto the aircraft, and sat in the cockpit. The cockpit of this aircraft was very simple, with few control panels. It felt similar to entering a transport vehicle, with the only difference being a control stick instead of a steering wheel. Thank you for nodding politely in acknowledgement. Due to our close proximity, I could tell that this chubby alien is probably around the same age as myself. Doing good deeds daily, the chubby man flashed a friendly smile. Instead of rushing to start the spacecraft, he looked at me and asked how a lady like me ended up in the city of night. I hesitated as he addressed me as a lady, subconsciously glancing at my old clothes, and tentatively asked how he knew I was wealthy. Firstly, you don't have an eye, nor is there a memory chip implanted in your head, right? The chubby man pointed at my clothes with his mechanical arm, and then added, secondly, this fabric is also high-end. I haven't seen ordinary people wear it, except for wealthy mountain dwellers. I was quite surprised because compared to my old clothes, the chubby man's work uniform seemed to be made of a special fiber, looking more sophisticated with a metallic sheen in the dim light. The chubby man looked at my face and continued, lastly, your skin tone clearly shows you've been in the sun. Only the wealthy get sun exposure. Us ordinary folks barely see the sun a few times a year. I bet my guess is correct, right? I smiled non-committally, pondered for a moment, and replied, you can consider me a runaway lady. Runaway lady? Sounds like a character from an online drama. The chubby man cleared his throat and spoke formally, I'm called Goro. What should I call you? Shenyang, where in the city of night do you want to go? I gazed at the dazzling city and admitted, I have nowhere to go. Just take me for a stroll around. It seems like a runaway from home. The chubby man who calls himself Goro inserted his metal finger into the keyhole. With a pleasant beep, the huge beetle emitted a buzzing sound of flapping wings, smoothly floating into the air. Since you have nowhere to go, you can stay at my place for a few days. But when you have money, remember to treat me to a glass of apple juice, the real juice, not that flavored soda. Goro said no problem. I can give you 2 pounds of apples to eat, I said jokingly. 2 pounds of apples, that's enough for a month's income for me. Goro maneuvered the flying machine with a sense of control, gliding through the night like a firefly, entering the city of night. The city known as the City of Night, composed of stark skyscrapers, with constantly changing neon lights and electronic screens, in a manner close to light pollution, illuminating the entire buildings. Projected by holographic blue whales, Japanese geishas in revealing costumes, all walking in giant sizes, making pedestrians on the streets appear even smaller, like a group of semi-mechanical beetles. Even sitting in a closed cabin, I still can't stand the noisy advertisements. Goro, however, enjoys it, even actively playing noisy electronic music. The noise coming from all directions makes me very headache. The aircraft passed through the mouth of an electronic puppet, creating a wave of light before climbing to the top of the building, slowly landing on a platform crowded with aircraft. My home is right here, in room 808 of the 56th floor of the Huilan building. Wang Lang jumped down from the aircraft, and I followed suit. Only then did he mention that this is a completely impoverished area. You wealthy folks need to be prepared. I feel like this place is already very advanced. After the recent cyber bombardment, everything in front of me feels unreal, like living in a dream. Don't you know how advanced it is here? In this world, all that's left of poverty is technology. There was a hint of helplessness in Wang Lang's words as he led me from the rooftop through the iron door into the building. The corridor was filled with a damp, musty smell. 3 noisy vagrants crowded around the elevator door, their greedy eyes scanning Wang Lang before fixing on me. The leader among them had an embedded electronic eyeball, which projected a red light on me as if scanning. This kid didn't have a single metal wire on him. He looked like a Tang person. How did he end up in the City of Night? A coward allergic to technology. Get lost. We don't welcome useless people here. Listening to the 3 men mocking me, although I acted as calm as an old dog, I was actually panicking inside. Get lost. Lang used his metal arm to push the 3 men aside and pulled me into the elevator. There were traces of excrement on the walls and floor of the elevator. My sight and smell were greatly affected. People often imagine high technology to be spotless, but this world is not like that. The elevator finally reached the 8th floor. I hurriedly left the terrifying elevator, muttering under my breath that next time I'd rather take the stairs. This building has a total of 56 floors. Don't worry about your legs. Wang Lang just smiled and led me towards the Bahrain bus. In fact, this corridor isn't much cleaner than the elevator. Roars and noises of fighting can be heard from various homes. 2 unfriendly-looking individuals stared at me with a sinister smirk. Don't worry, they all have memory chips in their brains. No matter how they treat you, Wang Lang pointed to his temple, revealing a golden screw-like object. I nodded in agreement, and out of curiosity about making money, I asked. I noticed there were no trees along the way. Wang Lang seemed unfamiliar with the word tree. He looked at me strangely and said, in this world, besides the old Chang'an of the Tang family, where else would there be trees outside? Royal is Chang'an. Such vocabulary made me feel both familiar and unfamiliar. At this point, Wang Lang continued, forget about trees. Even hardy cacti are rare in this city of the night. You should know that plants are precious gold, and no one jokes about money. So plants are very expensive. Hope ignited within me. It's not just plants, but also animals. They are all luxury items exclusive to the wealthy. You should understand better than I do. Wang Lang arrived at the entrance of the Paris bus. The sound of the iron gate unlocking automatically. He pushed the door open and said to me, my home is a bit simple. Please bear with it for a few days. Excuse me, I followed Wang Lang into a dimly lit room. The room is furnished with simple furniture and basic appliances like a fridge, washing machine, and fan, giving off a vibe of a 1990s Earth household. Do you not have devices like a computer at home? I curiously asked. Yes, it's right there. Wulong pointed to the plastic table piled with various items. There is indeed a mechanical keyboard there, but no CPU or monitor. Just as I was about to ask further, I saw Wulong take off his work clothes and throw them on the sofa, gently saying, darling, I'm back. There are other people living in this house, which caught me off guard. I thought to myself that if Wulong and his girlfriend lived together, it wouldn't be convenient for me to stay here, considering the house doesn't seem big. It would be awkward if there were any noise at night. I cleared my throat and prepared to greet Wulong's dear one. However, after standing in place for a while, I didn't find anyone. As I walked into the living room, Wulong was still there, talking about his good luck today. He went to Zeta and got some tips. Oh, he's called Chen Chen and claims to be a runaway woman. Wulong came to my side and pointed to the spot by the window, saying, this is my girlfriend. Hello, Xiaobei. I awkwardly and politely smiled at the air. I turned to look at Wulong and asked quietly, forgive my rudeness, but does your girlfriend have invisibility powers? Haha, Wulong suddenly laughed and patted my shoulder, saying, sorry, I forgot you don't have AI devices. Wait for a moment. Wang Lang flipped out a smart glasses resembling a diving mask on the plastic table, turned on the power and handed it to me. A retina screen was implanted in my eyes, allowing me to see the virtual data in the room. I had to use it to see. It was only then that I noticed the layer of faint, flickering invisible lenses on Wang Lang's eyes. The future technology was indeed terrifying. I couldn't wait to put on the smart glasses. Instantly, several vibrant flowers appeared in the room, and a historical aquarium appeared in the corner, with aquatic plants, corals, and clownfish swimming among them. Suddenly, a huge arc-shaped display screen appeared on the plastic table, full of technological sense. Hello, nice to meet you. A long-haired beauty in a white dress appeared next to the window. She smiled at me and said, your clothes are very special, must be a custom-made style sold online. Hello, I carefully observed the woman in front of me. Her skin, hair, and expressions were all vivid and lifelike, indistinguishable from a real person. The most peculiar thing was that she stood next to the window, and both her skin and the dress she wore would reflect and cast shadows with the surrounding light. I incredulously took off the glasses, and the woman along with the plants disappeared. Although this technology was common in science fiction movies, the shock of her real presence in front of me could only be understood by those who experienced it. I put on my smart glasses again, and as Lily walked away from the window towards the bathtub in the corner, she took out a can of fish stones and leisurely played with the clownfish. I approached Goro and quietly asked how much this kind of digital life software costs. Before Goro could respond, Lily, with a hint of excitement, said that our Blue Whale Life digital companion is free. In the blink of an eye, he changed into a suit, put on silver-rimmed glasses, and tied up his shoulder-length hair, exuding the appearance of a sales elite. Isn't free the most expensive? I said, exactly. Isn't this just an advertisement? Goro shook his head helplessly and walked into the kitchen. The free digital companion is the basic version. Additionally, we thoughtfully provide various value-added services. Lily raised her hand and pointed to several floating windows in the air, introducing them one by one. Apart from the default basic dress, you can also purchase clothing accessories and knowledge modules for your companion. Of course, if you have sufficient funds, we also offer customizable physical services, which are intelligent androids. After 10 minutes, Lily finally finished the advertisement mode. She returned to her calm appearance, sat on the sofa as if nothing had happened, and chatted with me casually. I was amazed by the realism of this digital life form. It can almost be considered a living person, despite lacking scent and physical touch. Goro came out of the kitchen, smiling at me, and asked if I wanted a custom order after hearing about Lily's sales pitch. He then placed 2 steaming bowls of wide noodles on the coffee table. A girlfriend who can be turned off, no one would refuse, right? I affirmed first, then glanced at Lily, and continued, "The setting of inserting ads at any time is outrageous, and the fact that the ad-free service isn't available is too much. Yeah, so everyone jokingly calls Blue Whale Life Blue Whale advertisement, right?" Goro took out 2 plates of green tofu blocks from the fridge, removed the packaging, and placed them on the coffee table. He said, "Our poor man's dining table doesn't have vegetables. These are vitamin blocks, so just make do with them." After saying that, he threw the vitamin blocks into the wide noodles. After stirring it up, he took big bites. "Thank you, I'm not actually hungry, just curious about the taste of food in this cyber world." I followed Goro's lead and mixed the vitamin blocks into the wide noodles. After stirring, I picked up a piece, sucked it into my mouth, and chewed carefully. The taste was like an overdone, gaudy jade, overly fancy and sickening. But out of politeness, I still managed to force down half a bowl, any more and I would have thrown up. Goro, on the other hand, ate happily, chewing noisily. After finishing, he wiped his mouth, patted his bulging stomach, and said, "My goal is to materialize Lily within 10 years and make her a real wife. Goro is really good to me." As Lily looked at Goro affectionately, her expression was truly sincere. Is this clearly a beauty trap? Although I complain on the surface, deep down, I am extremely moved. A living, lovely wife, this is the partner that all otakus dream of. It costs 500,000 for physical transformation. Currently, I can earn over 5,000 in a month. By living frugally, it should be enough in 7 or 8 years. After Goro said this, he looked at the half bowl of wide noodles left in front of me, sighed, and said, "You really can't finish this, my dear. Sorry for wasting food." I just forced a smile, but in my heart, I was thinking of what Goro had just said. I remember Goro once said that 2 pounds of apples could cover his 1 month's salary, which means, in this world, 2 pounds of apples can be sold for 5,000 yuan. 200 pounds of apples can be sold for 500,000, equivalent to the price of a biohuman. Of course, the premise is that the measurements in these 2 worlds are consistent, without much discrepancy. As I watched Goro carry 2 bowls to the kitchen, I quickly asked if I could use your computer. "Thanks, I'll look up some information." I had just sat down at the plastic table when the floating curved display screen was pulled over, maintaining an appropriate distance. "How do I go online?" Not to mention that this computer has no mouse, there are no software icons on the desktop, just a few abstract symbols constantly changing. Seemingly sensing my confusion, Lily walked over and asked if I needed help. It was only then that I remembered Lily is an intelligent assistant, so I quickly said, "I want to browse the online store and see how much apples cost per pound." "It depends on the variety." As Lily was speaking, my screen split into more than 10 small windows, then layered to show over 100, each displaying different types and quantities of apples. He continued, saying he found a total of 128 types of apples for you. The products are all categorized meticulously, hoping it can help you. I raised my thumb and asked, "Do you have red Fuji here?" Lily nodded. "Clear the unnecessary windows. Keep only one small window named Fuji apple." For apples per kilogram, priced at 2,200 yuan, which is close to the estimated price. I breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but sigh at such a price. Earth's farmers would be moved to tears if they saw this. With Lily's help, I then understood the reason fruits were so precious. It turns out this planet is called Dark Star. A century ago, this world experienced a nuclear war. Not only were the oceans and land severely polluted, but the entire planet was shrouded in a layer of metallic dust, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, resulting in a perpetually gloomy atmosphere. In such a harsh environment, with limited arable land on Dark Star mainly used for staple crops, the price of fruits naturally skyrocketed. If Earth's fruits were sold here, they would undoubtedly be in high demand. Of course, caution is paramount, safety comes first. I glanced at Lily, this hidden figure, a ghost in reality, always making me curious. After walking around the room, I found the power box on the wall and pulled down the raised circuit breaker. The room instantly plunged into darkness, with virtual enhancements like Lily, flowers, and the fish tank disappearing. My smart glasses displayed a message and shut down. "I am temporarily unavailable to assist you. Why is there a power outage?" Wulong walked out from the kitchen, a beam of light shot from his right arm as he headed straight for the circuit breaker. "Sorry for pulling the circuit breaker." I stood in front of the power box, took off my smart glasses, and mentioned that I had something private to discuss with you. I didn't want any network devices eavesdropping. Lang paused, then smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, no one would waste resources monitoring us ordinary folks. But you, kid, are quite cautious." Later, the two sat on the sofa. I straightforwardly mentioned a money-making plan that could bring forward the physical manifestation of Lily. "Are you interested?" Goro hesitated for a moment before asking, Is what you're talking about dangerous? I have a source for goods, can sell some fruits and flowers. As for the danger, Chen said with a mysterious tone, it all depends on how well we keep the source confidential. Fruits and flowers, indeed, these are goods only available to you rich folks. Goro leaned back on the sofa, pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, how do we split the profits? Chen thought for a moment, considering the low costs and the need for a reliable partner, he generously replied, 50-50. Deal. Goro readily agreed and continued, as long as we don't sell online, the risk of exposing the source will be reduced by half. As for the other half of the risk, that's on me. He paused, sounding confident, you know I work in transportation, and over the years, I've come into contact with many wealthy people. If I trade with them privately, the security risk can be further reduced. Impressed by his thorough consideration, Chen nodded in satisfaction and added, try to avoid dealing with powerful clients, it's best to find those middle-class individuals without a background. We might earn less money, but we must ensure safety. Don't worry, our Yamazaki Logistics big data can filter out many high-quality customers. Goro sounded excited, saying, as long as your goods are good enough, I guarantee they will be sold safely. I'm just concerned that my goods might be too good. Chen wasn't joking and extended his hand in the darkness, saying, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Chen didn't stay overnight at Goro's place. After discussing the details of the transaction, he took Goro's metal finger and rode the elevator back to the rooftop alone. Goro's beetle-shaped aircraft had an autopilot function, so as long as the route was set in advance, it could travel back and forth without a driver. Chen inserted the metal finger into the keyhole, and the aircraft started with a voice prompt, activating autopilot, reading flight route. Destination is point 359, Section D, Riverside of Night City, applying for route verification. Approved, the aircraft will take off in 15 seconds. Once the aircraft ascended into the night sky, Chen put on the smart glasses that belonged to Goro and turned them on. Goro appeared in augmented reality mode on the co-pilot seat. Looking at Chen, he asked, I forgot to ask earlier, do you have a citizen ID? Let's add each other as friends for easier profit sharing in the future. Can I apply for a citizen ID as you mentioned? Oh, so you're an unregistered citizen? Goro looked incredulous and muttered, I'm starting to doubt your wealthy status. My identity, like the source of goods, needs to be kept confidential, Chen said. Alright, I'll just consider you as. Goro's eyes flickered, then he continued, I'll consider you as a time traveler commonly seen in web dramas, it'll make our cooperation easier. Whatever. Chen smiled noncommittally. It's interesting that time traveler literature is popular even in this cyberpunk world. I can help you get a citizen ID, but it will cost some money, which we can deduct from your share later, Goro said. Is it safe to discuss such matters over the network? Chen was a bit worried. Don't worry, our private devices have end-to-end encryption. Unless I'm wanted, the government won't decrypt our conversations, Goro said confidently, raising his thick eyebrows. I'm an official employee of Yamazaki Logistics, with a 5-star social security rating, so rest assured. He then put on a serious expression and added, moreover, applying for a citizen ID for an unregistered citizen isn't illegal. Through Yamazaki Logistics, I can streamline some procedures and get it approved quickly for an additional cost. Then I'll leave it to you. Afterwards, Chen focused on admiring the futuristic night scenery. When the aircraft landed at the riverside of Night City, where he had met Goro, it slowly descended. Goodbye. Chen jumped off the aircraft and turned off the glass's power. The aircraft rose back into the night sky, leaving 2 streaks of light as it flew back to the city of night. Chen waited for the aircraft to disappear from view before taking out the refrigerator remote control, pressing the locate button, and retracing his steps according to the arrow on the screen. Half an hour later, Chen returned to Earth through the refrigerator. He closed the refrigerator door and yawned. After his phone reconnected, several messages from high school classmates urging him to join a weekend gathering popped up one after another. What a useless gathering. I'm busy starting a business in outer space, Chen muttered. He returned to the living room, where dawn was breaking outside. He hurriedly turned off the still oscillating fan and went back to the bedroom to sleep. But he couldn't sleep. Not at all. Thinking about the refrigerator that could freely traverse, the bizarre experience in the dark star just now, and the digital companion he could acquire, he was itching to get out of bed and do something adventurous. And so he did. After a bit of awkward dancing, Chen took a shower, and when he came out, it was already broad daylight. He called the manager of Craving and applied for resignation. When asked for the reason, he couldn't say he was going to be a second-hand trader in outer space, so he made up a story about being sponsored by a rich woman and not wanting to struggle anymore. Are you out of your mind? Although the manager questioned him, he also understood. In this era of rigid class division, who wouldn't want to skip 20 years of hard work? In the end, the manager had to let go of this excellent writer, but resigning required a visit to the company, which wasn't urgent. After watching some short videos, Chen Chen finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a near comatose sleep. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Chen woke up and immediately went to the kitchen to check, and the refrigerator was still there. He confirmed that everything that happened last night wasn't a dream. He picked up the goggles on the table, turned on the power, and saw a message on the lens saying unable to connect to the network. Speaking of which, a digital companion like Little Lily heavily relied on the network. Even if he got one, he wouldn't be able to use it at home, which was quite disappointing. Chen Chen turned off the power of the goggles and carefully studied this electronic product that far exceeded Earth's level in both craftsmanship and technology. The smart glasses were very light, and wearing them on his head felt weightless. Lang said it could stand by for a month when fully charged, not only encompassing all the functions of a phone but also featuring super clear AR augmented reality technology. If he sold it to a tech company, he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. But doing so would inevitably reveal the secret of the refrigerator, attracting troubles that could make him lose his freedom, rich but nowhere to spend. Keeping a stolen treasure, the same in any world. As for how the refrigerator was mailed to his house, Chen Chen couldn't figure it out. Anyway, for something so rare, it couldn't have been a simple mailing mistake. Now that he had quit his job, he had to earn his first bucket of gold before his savings ran out. After a quick wash, he went downstairs to have a bowl of Lanzhou cuisine and ordered 5 skewers of meat, enjoying a hearty meal. There was a large fruit supermarket downstairs, offering a variety of fruits like apples, bananas, cherries, all at affordable prices. Chen Chen didn't dare bring fancy fruits to the Dark Star, so he bought 200 kilograms of Fuji apples, packed in 10 boxes without any manufacturer's tax. These 200 kilograms of apples cost him 1,400 yuan. At the prices in the city of night, he could sell them for 440,000 yuan, a profit margin of over 300 times. As a hard-earned money courier, Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel, is this the joy of a profiteer? It's so satisfying. After delivering the 10 boxes of apples home, he couldn't wait to open the refrigerator. The Dark Star was still in the dark. What's going on? It's been over 10 hours, why is it still dark here? Chen Chen remembered a fact he learned from watching Interstellar: the stronger the gravity, the slower time passes. He estimated that the flow of time on both sides of this refrigerator was not equal. With that in mind, Chen Chen noted the current time as 17:45, then passed through the refrigerator into the Dark Star, opened the timer on his phone, and put it back in his pocket. Chen Chen put on Lang's smart glasses and turned them on. "Call Lang," he commanded. The glasses lit up with a satellite icon, followed by a green call request. Before long, Lang's voice, still groggy from sleep, came through. "Hello. It's only 3 o'clock, don't tell me you're back with the goods already. Come pick up the goods." "Ah, you work so efficiently. I'll get dressed and be there in about 20 minutes. After Lang hung up, Chen Chen stared at the timer on his phone and returned to the kitchen in his house when it reached 10 minutes. Only 5 minutes had passed on Earth, and the time was exactly 17:50. Chen Chen was amazed to find that time on the Dark Star was actually half as slow as on Earth. This is so incredible. As Chen Chen marveled, he couldn't help but think of the Room of Spirit in Time from the manga Dragon Ball, where 1 year inside was equivalent to a day outside. With the help of this refrigerator, could he find a similar world? In theory, it was possible, but in practice, it was like finding a needle in a haystack, relying entirely on luck. Chen Chen didn't dwell on it too much. The most important thing at the moment was to make money. He proceeded to move 10 boxes of apples to the other side of the refrigerator, closed the door, and waited in silence. Before long, Lang's aircraft appeared in the night sky. 200 pounds of apples? Lang looked at the stack of 10 cardboard boxes on the ground, his expression filled with surprise. He leaned in close to the top box, sniffing it like a dog, and incredulously asked, "Are these apples fake? How can they smell so good? If you don't believe me, try one." Chen Chen opened one of the boxes, took out an apple the size of a fist, and tossed it to Lang. "An apple this big must be fake. And the color, artificial sunlight can't achieve this level of sun exposure." Despite his words, Lang's nose was still close to the apple, sniffing eagerly. He said, "Last month, I delivered to old Chang'an, and coincidentally, they were having a birthday party. I had the privilege of eating a premium apple, the kind grown under sunlight. I can't forget the taste of it. Can your apples match up to old Chang'an's?" Chen Chen could see the conflicting emotions of disbelief and eager belief in Lang. With a tone of disdain, he said, "Stop talking and just eat. Then I won't hold back." Crunch! Lang took a bite, and the rich fruity aroma exploded in his mouth. Oh my, it's bursting on my face.
Chen Shen wiped the apple juice off his face, observing Lang's moved expression and thinking that he could sell this batch of apples at a higher price. This texture. This taste. Delicious. Lang's eyes widened, tears welling up as he chewed. Isn't that a bit too much? Chen Shen felt Lang's reaction was exaggerated. But thinking back to the bowl of wide noodles he had last night, everything suddenly made sense. The people in the cyber world lived a hard life. Here, unlike the Earth world, the lower body was easily satisfied, but the upper body always lived in days of wax-like food. Suddenly, Lang seemed to remember something, a look of fear in his eyes. What's wrong? Chen Shen immediately looked towards the night sky, thinking another aircraft was approaching. Holding half an apple, Lang mumbled, "Quick, quick, get them inside. Such delicious things can't be discovered by others." With that, he picked up 4 boxes and hurried towards the cargo hold of the aircraft. Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these apples would sell without a problem. After loading the apples into the warehouse, Chen Shen instructed, "I'll leave these apples with you. Let's set the price at 2,500 yuan per kilogram. I'll come back to you in about a week. Don't worry, I'll keep a record of the transaction for when you return to check." Lang's face lit up with undisguised joy, happily rubbing his hands together. "It won't be long now before my little Lily can materialize. He. By the way, do you have an offline digital companion, one that doesn't need to be connected to the internet?" Chen Shen still hoped to use a digital companion at home on Earth. Offline? Lang paused, curiously asking, "Even on the moon, there's internet now, unless you live underground?" "Never mind that, just tell me if you have it or not. I haven't really looked into that. After all, in any city on Dark Star, going offline is illegal." Seeing Chen Shen somewhat disappointed, Lang patted his shoulder and said, "But as long as you're willing to pay, technology will never be a barrier. There's a cracked version, right?" "Of course. I couldn't say last night because Lily was around. In fact, after the digital companion materializes, you can get a hacker to remove the implanted ads." Lang intentionally comforted Chen Shen, then continued, "Whether it's a digital companion or a materialized android, as long as you offer enough reward, those hackers can meet all your requirements." "That's good." Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief, patting Lang's arm. "You should go rest now. Then see you in a week." Lang yawned, waved to Chen Shen from the cockpit, and flew the aircraft into the sky. Chen Shen put on his smart glasses, confirmed Lang's aircraft entering the city of night, then took out the refrigerator remote control, opened the portal, and returned to his kitchen at home. A week on Dark Star was equivalent to half a month on Earth. During this time, Chen Shen had his own plans. He saved the coordinates of Dark Star with the remote control, making it easier to reconnect in the future. Afterwards, Chen Shen lay on the sofa, feeling the breeze from the fan, picked up his phone, and dialed Uncle Air. Chen Shen's parents passed away in a car accident when he was in the 2nd year of high school, and since then, he had almost no contact with relatives at home. The only one he kept in touch with was Uncle Air, who was usually quiet but helped him with his parents' funeral arrangements. "Hello, Xiaoyang." Uncle Air's voice came through the receiver. "Uncle Air, how have you been lately? Are you doing well?" Chen Shen started with the usual pleasantries. "I'm good, busy these days taking my grandson to kindergarten every day." Uncle Air's words were filled with a happy smile. "Uncle Air, did you sell that house in the village?" "No, who lives in the countryside these days? Except for a few elderly households in our village, no one lives there anymore." Uncle Air sighed, then added, "It's a pity about that house, it was built just a few years ago, now it's going to waste." "Does it have water and electricity?" "Yes, why are you asking about this?" "Well." Chen Shen hesitated for a moment, then plucked up the courage to say, "Uncle Air, if no one is using that house, could I borrow it for a while? I'll pay you rent." "What are you talking about? I can't take your money, just go and live there." Uncle Air spoke frankly, then added, "But there are no young people left in the village, you won't find a partner there, how will you get married in the future?" Chen Shen laughed and said, "Finding a partner is too much trouble, I'll just buy a wife when I have money." "Xiaoyang, we can't do illegal things." Uncle Air got anxious. "I'm just kidding, I don't have money to get married. I've been tired lately, I want to live in the countryside for a couple of years, to calm my mind." "Calm your mind?" Uncle Air chuckled, making a rare joke, "Just don't become a monk. The key is in the water bucket by the door, you can go and stay anytime." "Thank you, Uncle Air." After chatting for a few more moments, Chen Shen hung up the phone. Since the origin of the refrigerator was unknown, he decided not to hand it over to the authorities and instead chose to hide with the refrigerator for a while. At least use it to reap enough benefits before returning it to its original owner. In addition, Chen Shen also acted out of consideration for public safety. In case the refrigerator is directly connected to the sea like last time and something goes wrong, his family, living in a sparsely populated rural area, would be much safer than in a densely populated city. For both public and private reasons, he had to move out to avoid trouble.
For the next half-month, Chen Chen was busy with moving.
He moved from the most prosperous commercial district in Linhai City to a village on the outskirts called Kingshangu. As expected, the village was just as his second uncle described it, with all the young people having moved to the city, leaving only a few elderly people in the village. His second uncle's house was at the foot of a mountain in the village, a standard 3-room house with large tiles. Since no one had lived there for over a year, the yard was overgrown with weeds, and a layer of dust had settled inside the house. Fortunately, there was water and electricity, and after a week, Chen Chen finally cleaned up the place. He also got broadband installed, bought a proper refrigerator, and filled it with fish, meat, and eggs in the kitchen. As for the improper refrigerator, Chen Chen placed it in the inner room of the bedroom and opened the blind box a few times a day, carefully searching for various interesting worlds. On that day, Chen Chen adjusted the folding coordinates of the refrigerator back to the dark star and returned to the City of Night after connecting. The City of Night was at 10 o'clock in the morning. The sky was gray and sunless, as dim as the eve of a storm on Earth.
Chen Chen found a secluded place and contacted Goro with his smart glasses. "Hey, how are the apples selling? Do we need to restock? Bro, you finally contacted me."
Goro's voice was excited, speaking rapidly. "You wouldn't believe it, those 200 kilograms of apples sold out in just 3 days, and I even
owe 200 kilograms of apples. How did you end up owing 200 kilograms of apples?"
Chen Chen sat in a secluded corner of the garbage dump, scratching his head, feeling a bit confused. Goro's image appeared in the smart glasses, his expression complex as he explained hesitantly, "Actually, I only contacted 5 customers, all middle-class residents in Zetas. They share the common characteristics of stable lives, good income, and few social activities, making them our premium customers. Normally, they are considered regular fruit consumers. But after trying your apples, they were all amazed and bought 2 boxes without hesitation."
Goro showed a proud expression and continued, "I intentionally limited the quantity. Can't sell 200 kilograms of apples to one person, right?"
"Right, for now. Our focus should be on expanding our customer base."
Encouraging Goro, Chen Chen asked, "So why do you owe 200 kilograms?
Later. In the past 2 days, they contacted me wanting to buy a few more boxes of Fuji apples. I said out of stock, need to wait a few days for new stock, so they, afraid of missing out, paid the full amount in advance. That's how we not only sold 10 boxes of apples but also owe 10 boxes.
I never expected them to be this popular."
Chen Chen could foresee all the apples being sold, but this batch of orders was somewhat unexpected. After some thought, he calmly said, "Reply to them later, saying the next batch of apples will take 3 months to arrive. If they can't wait, refund the deposit."
"Ha? Are we out of stock on your end?" Goro's emotions were a bit agitated, showing a disappointed expression. "We're not out of stock for now."
Chen Chen first reassured Goro, then explained with a smile, "This is a marketing strategy to make them understand how precious our apples are and not to casually leak transaction information to others."
That's right.
I also made it clear to them that if the transaction leaks, I won't contact them again."
"So, Goro hesitated, then asked softly, "Should we sell to a new set of customers?" Faced with such huge profits, Goro clearly couldn't stop.
"You find a new set of customers, a bit further from the Zetas circle this time, and we'll sell 200 kilograms of peaches." Chen Chen had already prepared the goods, all stored in the cellar of his second uncle's house.
"Do you still have peaches?" Wulong was astonished. "Of course, if I don't have peaches, what would the monkey steal?" Chen Chen joked casually.
Wulong seemed not to understand the meaning of monkeys stealing peaches and just said, "Although peaches are more expensive than apples, they also have a shorter shelf life, so we need to ship them quickly."
"Let's discuss it when we meet. I'll need you to come pick me up."
Chen Chen and Wulong arranged a time, then returned to Earth and moved 12 boxes of Jiobao honey peaches from the cellar.
Night City, Wulong's home. Although it was noon, the dim light outside the window made it no different from that night. After turning off the Little Lily digital service, Wulong pulled Chen Chen to the sofa, excitedly saying, "Brother, guess how the 5 customers reacted when I told them the next batch of apples will take 3 months? With the quality of our apples, they shouldn't ask for a refund, right? Far from it." Unable to contain his excitement, Wulong's face lit up as he said, "Not only did they not ask for a refund, but they also placed another order. This means that although we sold 200 caddies of apples, we received 3 times the income, a total of 1.5 million. How much? 1.5 million?
Chen Chen was shocked, his eyes twitching. "Exactly, the money I earned this week is enough to cover 10 years of work, it's like a dream come true. Wulong's eyes were moist as he trembled, holding Chen Shen's hand, saying, "Meeting you, brother, is the luckiest thing in my life. From now on, you are my reborn parents, my adoptive father. Get lost." Chen Shen shook off Wulong's hand, feeling a bit uneasy. He had originally planned for a transmigration farming genre, starting small and steady, but ended up making so much money overnight. It felt like just entering a new village, ready to show off his skills, only to accidentally crush the boss. Chen Shen felt a sense of emptiness from losing his goal. He never thought that making money could also be tasteless at times. Frowning helplessly, he curiously asked, "Are these people so greedy? Are they really that rich?" "Brother, those 5 customers were carefully selected by me. 3 of them are in charge of Moonback Minerals, and the other 2 are senior engineers from Blue Whale Life, all with annual salaries in the tens of millions." "Do they care about a bit of fruit money? Annual salaries in the tens of millions?" Chen Shen calmed down, realizing that the time for making money had come to an end. It seemed that poverty had limited his imagination. How could he be satisfied with just a few $100,000? He set a small goal for himself, 1 billion. Wulong was still immersed in the joy of sudden wealth. Wiping away his tears, he said, "As long as your source of goods is stable, we won't have any trouble with this business. Think about it, once the threshold of taste is raised, it can never be lowered. After eating your apples, ordinary food is simply hard to swallow, no different from drugs." Chen Shen nodded silently. If he married Louis Fei, how could he still be interested in ordinary women? The principles of eating and relationships were the same. He couldn't help but think to himself, if I bring Haidilao out to Night City, will this world go crazy over such exquisite cuisine? But then I would be in danger. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. Possessing a precious jade invites disaster. It's better to follow the path of caution and focus on long-term development. At that moment, Wulong raised his hand and brought up a window titled Citizen ID Activation Program, sliding it in front of Chen Shen, saying, "Your Citizen ID has been approved, just verify your iris to use it." "Thank you." Chen Shen widened his eyes, his smart glasses lit up the camera, scanning the iris patterns of Chen Shen. Soon, a card similar to an ID appeared in front of Chen Shen. Darkstar United Government, City of Night, Resident, Chen Shen Citizen ID, AJNC 9527-666 Guarantor, Inoue Goro Guarantor Company, Yamazaki Logistics Company, Ltd. Social Security Index, 2-star social credit currency, 0 yuan. Chen Shen couldn't believe he had obtained an alien green card and become a citizen of the Dark Star. Goro added Chen Shen as a friend and transferred 750,000 yuan to him. Watching the social credit currency in his account change from 0 to 750,000, Chen Shen felt elated, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The most important thing now was to quickly cash out this money and give back to Earth. Although he made money in the Dark Star, Earth was still in the red. In the future, he would bring a large quantity of fruit to the Dark Star for sale, but the cost of procurement alone was overwhelming. The simplest and safest way to cash out was to buy gold in the Dark Star and exchange it for Chinese yuan back on Earth. Chen Shen closed the Citizen ID information window and asked Goro, "Now that I have a formal identity, can I freely use this money?" Of course, once the Citizen ID is activated, it takes effect immediately. You can use it to purchase physical properties, cars, aircraft, androids, or exchange it for virtual data to use in cyberspace. Goro paused, his expression serious. However, considering your social security index is only 2 stars, it's best not to engage in gray transactions for now. For example, if you need a hacker, it's better for me to handle it, or else your account might get frozen, causing trouble. Chen Shen asked directly, would buying gold be considered a gray transaction? You want to buy gold? Goro's reaction was strange, as if he was unfamiliar with the term gold. Frowning, he said, trading gold is not considered a gray transaction because it is an illegal transaction. Not allowed to buy gold? Is there any justice in that? Chen Shen's hope was dashed, and he asked unwillingly, is it forbidden only in the City of Night, or in all cities? Trading gold has been prohibited since the war, it's the same everywhere. Seeing Chen Shen's disappointed expression, Goro asked in confusion, the value of credit currency is stable now, and wearing gold is not popular. What do you need it for? Chen Shen didn't explain, just shook his head helplessly. Obviously, the gold in the Dark Star had been monopolized by the privileged class. After decades of indoctrination, bottom-tier citizens like Goro had become accustomed to virtual currency, losing interest in hard currency like gold. Goro had once said, in this world, only technology remains when poverty strikes. Indeed, it was true. Since the path of exchanging gold was not feasible, Chen Shen had to find another safe way to cash out. He slumped on the sofa, lost in thought. Seeing Chen Shen in a bad mood, Goro patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go eat something good and celebrate." "Forget it, the food in this place is probably hard to swallow." Chen Chen coldly refused. "You're right." Goro turned his eyes and showed a tacit understanding between men, smiling as he asked, "How about we go to the Blue Whale Life's Android Experience Store?" Android Experience Store? Chen Chen's terrible mood vanished, and he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of experience is that?" He. Goro didn't answer directly but said quite seriously, "You know, digital companions can only be seen, not touched physically. Therefore, in the process of materialization, some specific settings need to be added, such as the texture, elasticity, and firmness of the skin." Goro swallowed dryly and continued, "But these settings cannot be estimated by numbers, so Blue Whale Life provides Android experience services to achieve the most ideal physical values." "Is this so humanized?" Chen Chen was almost tempted to shout "Long live technology" because it could be so openly. "I'm about to materialize little Lily, this step is also essential. Why don't you accompany me to take a look, brother?" Wang Lang hinted with his eyes. Chen Chen naturally understood what Wang Lang was implying and immediately said seriously, "We are like father and son, so I should accompany you in this matter." Chen Chen lived in Linhai City on Earth, considered a developed second-tier city. Due to his job as a delivery driver, he often traveled to various commercial areas, having a certain degree of adaptability to the noisy and bustling metropolis. But when he truly strolled through the city of night, his vision, hearing, and even sense of smell faced unprecedented challenges. Noisy advertisements and electronic music pierced through his eardrums straight to his brain. Various strange perfumes alternately invaded his nostrils. The towering modern buildings disappeared into the thick fog, and huge holographic projections roamed the sky like giant beasts. The streets were filled with dazzling neon signs, and pedestrians wore clothes with a metallic texture, paired with exposed prosthetic limbs, resembling half-human, half-mechanical oddities. In addition, various all-metal robots walked the streets. "What are these robots for?" Chen Chen asked curiously. "Those are the puppet tribe, controlled by a group of otaku," Wang Lang said disdainfully, looking at the robot. He continued, "When those with social anxiety disorder have to go out, they use neural sensing technology to control the robots, communicating with others in a puppet-like manner." "Looks pretty cool," Chen Chen said as he brushed past the robot. The robot then turned its head back to look at him, displaying a middle finger icon on its chest screen. "Oh, come on," Chen Chen said speechlessly. "Usually, the puppet tribe are fanatical machine worshippers. It's normal for them to look down on wealthy people like you without prosthetic limbs." Wang Lang chuckled, enjoying the scene. In fact, not only the puppet tribe, but many people on the street cast hostile glances at Chen Chen, the wealthy man. As they passed through a dimly lit street, Chen Chen heard a woman scream, "Help, I'm being attacked, help me." Violent sounds of beating could be heard from the shadows of the alley, where three men were seen punching and kicking a woman, one of them even tearing off her leg and throwing it onto the street. Chen Chen couldn't help but stop in his tracks, noticing that the cross-section of the leg was not bleeding but pulsating with electricity. "Another unlucky android," Wang Lang sighed, pulling Chen Chen away, saying, "Let's go, don't get involved." Chen Chen was self-aware and quickly left the intersection. However, he was still curious and asked Wang Lang, "Don't you all have memory chips? Aren't these people afraid of being caught attacking androids?" Although androids have the word human in them, they are ultimately just machines without free will, personal property. If caught, it's just a matter of paying some money. Wang Lang frowned, then added, "Moreover, these vagrants are mostly poor undocumented residents, and the police can't be bothered to catch them. If you ever buy an android in the future, make sure not to let them walk the streets alone, it's very dangerous." It truly was a typical cyberpunk world. Chen Chen sighed inwardly, suddenly recalling a common scene in movies and asked, "Are there any Blade Runners here?" "Blade Runners?" Wang Lang shook his head. "Well, are there any androids with free will in this world?" "I haven't seen any, but there's a similar urban legend that was quite popular a few years ago." Seeing Chen Chen's keen interest, Wang Lang continued as they walked, "The chairman of Blue Whale Life, named Motomi Yachiwa, it is said that when he was over 100 years old, he designed a brand new thought model. This prototype was called Wings of Life, symbolizing wings to escape death." Chen Chen understood the pattern of such stories very well and smiled, "And then this prototype escaped, right?" "Ha, exactly." Goro chuckled twice and then said, "Originally, the Wings of Life was just a thought model used for brain data conversion, but it unexpectedly developed self-awareness and escaped through the internet." "What happened next?" "There was no next because Bentani Chiha passed away 3 years ago. If that Wings of Life that can store brain data really existed, the old man wouldn't have died. This urban legend ended with his death." Goro sighed and continued, "Actually, I kind of hope it's true. After all, it gives humanity hope for immortality."
As they spoke, the two arrived at a 10-story building with minimalist decoration and bright lighting.
This was the flagship store of Blue Whale Life in the City of Night, also known as the Bionics Experience Store. In the lobby on the first floor, there were over a dozen customers, and the staff attending to them were digital lifeforms based on augmented reality technology. These staff members transformed into beautiful women when serving men and handsome men when serving women. To Chen Chen's surprise, he wasn't wearing smart glasses at the moment but could still see these virtual staff members with his naked eyes. Upon entering the store, he carefully observed and finally discovered that these virtual staff members originated from several projectors on the ceiling.
This was much more convenient than glasses.
A blonde staff member appeared before Chen Chen and Goro like a ghost, flashing a friendly smile and asking, "Do you two need any assistance?
I want to arrange for a physicalization service, so I need to."
Goro unexpectedly became shy on the spot, his chubby face turning bright red, and in a timid voice, he said, "I need to experience the bionic."
How should I put it? I understand.
The blonde staff member kindly pointed towards the stairs and said, "The Simulation Body Experience Store is on the 6th floor, where a specialist will assist you with the follow-up services." After speaking, she turned to Chen Chen and asked, "This customer seems not to be a user of our Blue Whale Life.
Do you need to register for a new digital companion or experience the simulation body before making a decision?"
"Miss, you can't just ask that directly.
If you don't say anything, I can follow Goro upstairs. Are you even doing business here?"
Chen Chen was speechless. After all, he was still a young and inexperienced virgin, with a guilty conscience but no courage, so he could only turn to Goro for help. However, when he looked back at Goro, that scoundrel had already run upstairs alone.
"No need to ask, he's here for pleasure."
A deep voice came from behind Chen Chen. Turning around, Chen Chen saw a burly man in a dark trench coat entering the store, heading straight towards him.
"Sir, are you?"
The blonde staff member politely approached, but before she could finish her sentence, she completed an identity check and quickly changed her tone. "Oh, you're an officer from the police department.
Do you need me to contact the manager?" "No need, it's nothing major."
The officer appeared to be in his 40s, with a high nose bridge, deep eye sockets, and a hint of European descent. His short hair and beard were both gray-white, and a sharp metal line cut across his face, giving him a cold and aloof appearance. What caught Chen Chen's attention was not just his police identity but also the strong smell of tobacco emanating from him, a very pungent and low-quality tobacco smell.
"I'm Dave, and this is my police badge." The man named Dave took out his badge and showed it to Chen Chen.
Apart from his name and photo, the police station, badge number, and position were also listed on the badge. This officer named Dave belonged to the Cyber Investigation Division.
Feeling slightly relieved, Chen Chen adopted a composed tone and asked, "Do you need something from me?" "Don't be nervous. As I said, it's nothing major."
Dave could clearly see Chen Chen's anxiety and smiled before continuing. "I actually followed you here because, whether in attire or appearance, you are quite unique and hard not to notice." Chen Chen couldn't believe he had been followed all the way here and furrowed his brow, asking, "Is there something illegal about my clothes and appearance?"
"Of course not, nothing illegal."
Source text. "But you don't have any prosthetics or any network devices on you. This offline behavior is against the rules in the City of Night." Dave's sharp eyes gleamed as he said with a smirk, "Your name is Chen Chen, a newly registered citizen of the City of Night.
Your address hasn't been filled out in the records. There are many loopholes in the approval process."
"I just moved to the City of Night. The house and network devices will be sorted out soon." At this point, Chen Chen could only respond calmly. "Where did you live before?" Dave continued to stare at Chen Chen intently, adding, "This is a police inquiry. You must answer truthfully."
Chen Chen cursed his luck silently, regretting his impulsive decision to step into the City of Night.
At that moment, the blonde shop assistant who had been standing nearby suddenly spoke up, "Sorry, although this has nothing to do with our Blue Whale Life, I guess this Mr.
Chen is from Old Chang'an. Because he doesn't have prosthetics?" Dave glanced disdainfully at the shop assistant.
The shop assistant explained, "Because of his skin color, it's obvious he's been exposed to the sun for a long time."
"Apart from Old Chang'an, there's no other place in Dark Star with such abundant sunlight." "Old Chang'an?"
These three words caught the attention of the surrounding customers. They all looked at Chen Chen, noticing his extravagant cotton clothes and his noble sun-kissed skin, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy.
"In Dark Star, ordinary dignitaries might monopolize capital and gold.
But the Tang people of Old Chang'an monopolized the scarcest resource in Dark Star, sunlight." Chen Chen subconsciously glanced at his sun-darkened arm, never expecting that the work injury from delivering packages would become a symbol of wealth in Dark Star.
"Are you a Tang person from Old Chang'an?" Although Dave's tone was questioning, it was much softer compared to before.
Chen Chen noticed Dave's change in attitude and guessed that he was wary of Tang people from Old Chang'an, so he nodded and said, I used to be. This. Dave sighed lightly, took out a small glass slide from his pocket, and said reluctantly, although I have no authority to investigate the files of Old Chang'an, the melanin in your skin cannot be faked. I need to take a sample of your skin. If your skin is indeed tanned by sunlight, I will not pursue it further. Otherwise, even if I can't find you, I will find that guy named Daoyuan Wulong. You want to check the melanin in my skin? Chen Chen chuckled inwardly, knowing this was genuine, so he raised his arm and handed it over. Dave carefully scraped his arm and then said, according to the regulations of the City of Night, all citizens must not be offline for more than 48 hours. You must put on a network device as soon as possible. He put the glass slide containing Chen Chen's skin flakes into his pocket and said, you must submit your address as soon as possible, otherwise your citizen ID will be cancelled after 3 months, understand? Thank you for the reminder. Chen Chen nodded, rubbing his slightly sore arm where the glass slide had scraped. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Dave glared at Chen Chen unwillingly, then turned and left Blue Whale Life. As he left, he took out a cigarette from his trench coat pocket, lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and a smug smile appeared on his face. City Police Headquarters of the City of Night. Dave hurriedly arrived at the laboratory and went straight to window 08. The officer at this window was a woman with long curly pale pink hair and distinct mixed features, her unnaturally pale complexion giving her a strange sickly beauty. She immediately stood up and widened her eyes when she saw Dave, asking, Uncle, long time no see. May you help me check this? Dave placed a glass slide on the table and pushed it towards the female officer with a name tag reading Mayu Binbian. Mayu Binbian put on smart glasses, scanned the skin flakes on the glass slide, and asked softly, this is not regenerative tissue from a bionic. It's human sebum, Uncle, do you want to check its DNA? Yes. Dave took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Mayu Binbian pinched her nose and said disapprovingly, smoking is prohibited in the lab. Don't be ridiculous. I watched you grow up. You wouldn't report me for this, would you? Dave smirked, then turned to the other police officers at the window and said, as long as you don't report me, they won't dare to mess with me. Hurry up and check. I hate this strange smell. Mayu Binbian's gaze was firm as she held the glass slide without moving. Dave furrowed his brow, took 2 more puffs before stubbing out the cigarette, and said irritably, is this okay now? You've always been so stubborn since you were little, nothing's changed. Uncle, you're still as unruly as you were when you were young. Mayu Binbian pointed to a screen, placed her hand on the keyboard, and asked, whose skin cells are these? I need to record it. His name is Chen Chen, Citizen ID, AJNC 9527-666. Found him. He works for Yamazaki Logistics? Don't believe everything you see. Dave rubbed the cigarette in front of his nose, raised an eyebrow, and said, he's using the name of Yamazaki Logistics, a new ID obtained by paying a rush fee, full of loopholes in the process. I can't be bothered to check. DNA analysis will take 15 minutes, please wait. Mayu Binbian stood up to leave, but Dave stopped her, lowering his voice. Do you remember the hair I had you analyze a year ago? The one from the Tang person? Mayu Binbian's eyes lit up as she leaned in and asked, is this person named Chen Chen related to the Wings of Life? Should Dave put his index finger to his lips, looked cautiously at the other police officers, and whispered, I'm not sure either. Compare the DNA of both. See if there's any connection between Chen Chen and that hair. Okay. Mayu Binbian excitedly held the glass slide in her hand, smiling, finally, a lead. Uncle, truly living up to the name of Silver Wing Killer. Dave stood in front of the police hall door, smoking and blowing smoke rings. As a full-time officer hunting the Wings of Life, he was known within the department as the Silver Wing Killer. Dave actually hated this title because he had never succeeded. The Wings of Life, a digital life on the run, heavily relied on the servers of androids for support, just like humans depend on oxygen. Therefore, the Wings of Life could only parasitize on a specific android. Dave closed his eyes, recalling a year ago, the closest he had come to a successful arrest. Unfortunately, the android had released the Wings of Life online before being shot, causing Dave to miss the opportunity to gain recognition in the police department and to shed the nickname Silver Wing Killer. Damn it, Dave cursed in frustration. Since then, the Wings of Life had completely disappeared. The only clue left was a hair found at the scene, identified through DNA testing as belonging to a Tang male. This person was undoubtedly an accomplice of the Wings of Life. Finding him would lead Dave to the Wings of Life. Chen Chen's appearance naturally caught Dave's attention. As Chen Chen left the Wang family and entered the public eye, the police department's network surveillance locked onto him. It's about time. Dave glanced at his old mechanical wristwatch, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and crushed it. When he returned to the lab, Mayu Binbian had just come back with the report.
Looks like the results aren't ideal, Dave could tell from his niece's calm expression. Chen Chen's DNA does show characteristics of a Tang person, but there's no connection between him and the DNA from that hair, they're quite different. Miyu Binbian summarized the conclusion, then asked in a pleasing tone, Uncle, can I see what he looks like? Dave looked solemnly at the test report and casually replied, Are you interested? I have seen him at a microscopic level, naturally curious about his macroscopic appearance. Misaki Hinobi chuckled mischievously, adding, If he's a real eyesore, then forget it. He looks decent. Dave looked slightly disappointed as he saved the inspection report to his personal data. He then tapped his temple, performed a simple operation, and shared the image of Chen from the memory chip with Misaki Hinobi. Received, thank you, Uncle. Misaki Hinobi joyfully made a V sign with her fingers. Tacky. Dave smiled helplessly and whispered to Misaki Hinobi, Try not to mention Wings of Life in public in the future, it's a secret operation at the police department. What's there to fear? Everyone already knows. Even so. Dave gave Misaki Hinobi a displeased look, hesitated, and added, Also, I don't like being called Silver Wing Killer, you know. Got it. Misaki Hinobi nodded vigorously. Goodbye. Dave walked away without looking back. It wasn't until Dave's figure disappeared from the laboratory that Misaki Hinobi sat back in her chair, opened the memory image shared by Dave. Chen's appearance reflected in her light eyes. Meanwhile, at the Blue Whale Life Direct store, Roranoa staggered down the stairs, supporting his waist, and waved to Chen, Brother, help me out. Man, you're pushing yourself too hard, aren't you? Chen was sitting in the lounge on the first floor, feeling a mix of jealousy and anger at Roranoa's exhausted appearance. Ah, there are just too many styles. Roranoa stumbled over, collapsed on the sofa, and said happily, I've exhausted my kidneys and broken my heart for Sayuri. Chen, extremely annoyed, said, You shameless jerk, you left without a word earlier. Do you know what I encountered? What, you didn't go for the experience? I wanted to, but a cop intercepted me. Chen briefly recounted his encounter with Dave. After Dave left, he was too scared to be in the mood and missed the chance to lose his virginity. Heh, so that's what happened. Roranoa wasn't worried, lying on the sofa, he said. The cop just wanted to extort some money from you. It's common in Night City, nothing serious. But you should find a place to stay, whether renting or buying. Just add the residential address to your citizen ID. Look. Chen took out a white card from his pocket, with Blue Whale Life Full Life Solution, Classic Edition written on it. Damn, you bought a house from Blue Whale Life? Roranoa picked up Chen's room card and asked curiously, How much is this? A 240 square meter house, complete with a smart home solution, plus a mini flying craft, all for 700,000. Chen took out a delicate and lightweight smart glasses from his pocket, put them on, and said, This is the latest model given as prepayment for property fees, rumored to have full scene skin mode, not sure about the effect. This money is enough to customize a luxury version of a bionic person. Roranoa was shocked. I also want to buy a bionic person, but the store clerk here said that buying a companion-type bionic person requires a house as a support, sigh. Chen sighed and secretly complained, Who would have thought that even marrying a synthetic wife would require buying a house? Seems like it's the same on any planet. Fortunately, the house doesn't need to be in the wife's name, nor do you need to prepare a dowry. Wait, isn't that 500,000 for a customized bionic person the dowry? Of course, synthetic wives have advantages that humans don't possess, such as loyalty, they won't cuckold you. While Chen was lost in his thoughts, Roranoa patted his shoulder and said, Let's go, let's check out your new house. Once I earn enough money, I'll buy one too, we can be neighbors. Chen nodded. After helping Wulong with the physicalization of Xiaoyu, the two left the Blue Whale Life flagship store. I can pick up my Xiaoyu in a month, she will have a body then, hee. Wulong could hardly contain his lecherous expression as he walked out of the store with weak legs. Oh my. Chen was surprised to find many lush trees growing along the streets of Night City. A bright moon emerged from the gloomy night sky, appearing and disappearing in the thick fog. He took off his smart glasses, and the plants and moon vanished. So this is the so-called full-scene skin mode, even the city you live in can sell its skin. Damn capitalists know how to make money. Chen was once again amazed by future technology. Although this AR technology was all deceptive smoke and mirrors, the visual experience alone was perfect. After making some money, I should upgrade my retinal screen. Wulong's tone was excited, full of longing for the future. Work hard to make money, it shouldn't take too long. Chen had confidence in his interstellar business dealings. The 12 boxes of peaches he brought this time were expected to earn him hundreds of thousands more. The current challenge was how to liquidate the assets and transfer them to Earth.
After the plan to sell gold failed, Xinchang had considered selling the scientific technology of the Dark Star, or like in Rebirth novels, selling music to become a genius musician. Although he could make a quick profit in the short term, he was ultimately a high school dropout courier. Whether he became a scientist or a singer, it would raise suspicions, inevitably leading to anxious days.
Moreover, Xinchang had a principle in his heart: to minimize the disruption of Earth's normal development with his time-traveling actions. Making money quietly was best and safest. Fortunately, his savings were enough to tide him over for a while, so he wasn't in a rush at the moment. He needed to establish himself on the Dark Star first. The property Xinchang purchased was located in the city center, where there were 3 99-story skyscrapers, with a huge blue whale circling and climbing around the building. He bought a room on the 88th floor of Block C, with simple interior decoration and all kinds of electrical appliances and furniture. The entire house was equipped with dozens of projectors, projecting AR objects from almost every angle.
For example, floral fish tanks, and even a small cat, allowing Xinchang to experience the fun of digital scenes without wearing smart glasses. In addition, there was a helipad on the open-air balcony, where a small aircraft was parked, resembling a car and called a flying car.
Wulong hurried back to make money after touring Xinchang's home. Once Wulong left, Xinchang sat on the sofa and eagerly opened an interface, creating a digital companion.
Xinchang had his own private space now, so of course, he needed to find a mistress for this house. He double-clicked on the coffee table, and the desktop displayed the Blue Whale digital management interface. In the menu of Intelligent Life, he found the command Create a Digital Companion. A semi-transparent window floated in front of him. Dear customer, hello, I am creating an intelligent digital companion for you. Please select the gender of the companion, male, female.
Do you think I'm not straightforward enough? Of course, female. Xinchang quipped.
The system obediently chose female and presented the next option. You can choose the basic personality of the companion: extroverted, introverted, rational, intuitive, thinking, feeling, judging, perceiving, or completely random.
Give me some mystery, random. The default loyalty of the companion is 100%. Do you need to modify it? No need.
Please enter the name of the companion. Xinchang thought for a moment. Xiaoxi. Please describe the companion's appearance characteristics, such as height, figure, skin color, hair color, eye color, etc.
No face sculpting system? That would be more intuitive, right?
To prevent the digital companion from being too similar and maliciously creating real citizens, the system will create a completely new model based on your description.
Xinchang was somewhat disappointed.
He had prepared photos of his favorite celebrity, only to find that they were of no use. Height 170 centimeters, fair skin, black shoulder-length hair, deep brown eyes, typical features of an Easterner.
Well-proportioned figure, not too thin. As for the chest, do you also categorize them as ABCDE here? I don't understand what you mean by ABCDE. It's about this size.
Xinchang reached out to grab it, but it felt inaccurate. After all, he had never done this before and had no experience to rely on.
Wait a moment.
Xinchang took out his phone and scrolled through a saved short video in the album. It was of a female up host he really liked. Although she didn't show her face, her figure was perfect. Well-proportioned, healthy, not the current trend of being too thin. No tattoos or prosthetics. I don't like that aesthetic. Choose the voice of your partner in O. I have selective disorders. Just match the physique and appearance. Choose the initial feelings of your partner towards you. A roommate secretly in love with you. B, an ambiguous relationship with an almost lover. C, a couple deeply in love. D, a wife in the prime of her life. A digital partner who can only be seen and not touched. What's with the wife in the prime of her life? Won't that make you blush every day? A couple deeply in love. All surveys completed. Creating a digital partner for you, please wait. The information box disappeared. The room was filled with lively and pleasant background music. Oh man, this atmosphere is making me nervous. Xinchang stood up from the sofa, rubbed his hands on his jeans to wipe off the sweat. It's natural to feel nervous when meeting a couple deeply in love for the first time. The background music transitioned from soft to upbeat, until it slowly faded away, casting an illusionary shadow in front of Xinchang. In a flash, a girl in a white dress appeared. The girl was indeed as Xinchang had described, tall and slender, fair-skinned, and her figure was just as perfect as the up-host on his phone. Wow! Xinchang subconsciously opened his mouth. The girl had a shoulder-length hairstyle similar to a bob, a round face, big bright eyes under fluffy lashes, a small, straight nose, lips curved in a smile. In terms of appearance alone, she wasn't a stunning beauty at first sight, but a genuine second-glance beauty, the type that grows more pleasing the longer you look. What surprised Xinchang was that her demeanor was very real, not at all like a computer-generated model. "Hello." Chen Chen greeted her absent-mindedly. The girl looked at Chen Chen with no hint of unfamiliarity in her eyes, completely exuding the tenderness of a couple. She smiled and said, "I'm Xiaoxi, sorry to keep you waiting." It wasn't long, roughly. Chen Chen felt a bit dry in the throat. He cleared his throat before saying, "About 2 to 3 minutes, just the length of a song." Xiaoxi blinked her big black eyes mischievously and said with a sly smile, "Actually, in certain special scenarios, 2 to 3 minutes can be quite long." Chen Chen felt there was more to her words. Xiaoxi tugged at her dress, spun around in place and asked, "Does this outfit look good on me?" Chen Chen nodded, his gaze drawn to the curves on the dress. "The system didn't skimp on me, this size should be a C cup. I feel like this standard dress is a bit plain, is this one better?" Xiaoxi struck a cute pose, and her outfit changed to a colorful striped suspender dress. The vibrant colors made her fair skin stand out, her collarbones defined. Almost simultaneously, a pop-up box appeared, striped suspender dress, price 280 yuan. Buy. Who could resist this innate beauty of a mature woman's body? What about this one? Xiaoxi twisted again and changed into a casual outfit of a white t-shirt paired with a black skirt. Lazy casual set, price 340 yuan. Who can resist those thighs? Must buy. This is my high school uniform, isn't it a bit silly? Xiaoxi stood up straight, tilted her head, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her face, and changed her clothes to a white shirt, red bow tie, paired with a deep blue pleated JK sailor suit. Most importantly, she wore black stockings on her legs, revealing a glimpse of the absolute territory. This. Chen Chen suddenly calmed down, his eyes twitched, and said, "Wait, where did you get this high school uniform for a digital life?" Hee, it's just role-playing. Xiaoxi ambiguously approached Chen Chen, with an expression that was both innocent and cute. Chen Chen was held by her arm, although he couldn't feel her touch or smell her scent, he was still teased into an accelerated heartbeat. "I'll take all 3 sets of clothes, consider them as your birthday gifts." And so, Chen Chen and Xiaoxi, who had met for less than 10 minutes, spent 1,180 yuan. "Thank you." Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and asked softly, "What do you like me to call you, darling, husband, or yan yang?" Ugh. Chen Chen felt a layer of goosebumps from her cheesy words. As a straight man, he was not used to this sudden intimacy, so he instinctively moved back and said, "For now, just call me by my name. Terms like husband can be discussed later." Chen Chen. Xiaoxi seemed to savor the name, then continued, "Although I am a digital life, I have advantages that humans do not possess. From this moment on, I will always be with you." Her voice was soft, and her tone was so sincere that Chen Chen forgot she was a digital life. Then she playfully tilted her head and said, "Besides various demands in life, what else do you need me to do for you? What can you do for me?" Chen Chen curiously asked. Xiaoxi pouted, counted on her fingers, and said, "I can play the piano, dance, draw, tell jokes, and help you spend money. Hee, how about that joke?" Chen Chen was indeed amused by her. He sat back on the sofa and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a lively personality. Do you like it?" Xiaoxi sat next to Chen Chen and continued, "For us digital lives, personality is like clothes, there is always a style that you like. I have a somewhat dull personality, so you're good like this." As they were very close, Chen Chen could clearly see Xiaoxi's eyelashes, the texture of her skin, the realism was astonishing. Then he couldn't help but be drawn to the black stockings on her legs. "Do you want to touch?" Xiaoxi raised her legs with a smile, resting them on Chen Chen's legs, saying, "We are a couple, don't be shy trying to trick me again." Chen Chen teased her, saying with a smile, "You don't need to advertise, I will arrange for your physical presence as soon as possible." Night fell. Chen Chen never imagined that he and Xiaoxi would chat on the sofa for over an hour without realizing it. Although Xiaoxi inserted many advertisements during the conversation, her emotional intelligence was off the charts, the user experience was top-notch, and the emotional value she provided was enough to offset the negative impact of the ads. Chen Chen thought to himself, "If I bring a few AIs to Earth, just for online chatting, I could make a fortune." But upon further thought, this kind of thing is too dangerous. Not to mention how to control the AIs, the customers would definitely be out of control. If they encounter persistent individuals, it could end up involving the police, which would be a disaster. Human greed is beyond imagination. Dealing with people is never a safe way to make money. After all this talk, you haven't told me about your work yet. Xiaoxi seemed to have endless topics to discuss. She said in a low voice with a hint of ambiguity, "Xiaoxi wants to know more about you. Is it convenient for advertising?" Chen Chen's drowsiness hit him, and he couldn't help but yawn. "Tired? Why don't you take a bath first? I'll help you fill the tub." Xiaoxi jumped up from the sofa, changed back into her white dress, and headed to the bathroom, soon followed by the sound of running water. Most of the water resources on Dark Star had been contaminated. Despite the widespread use of water purification devices, there was still a shortage of water for daily life. In the building where Wu Lang lived, water was usually supplied only during certain hours, and bathing could only be done with a simple shower. The Blue Whale Life residential complex had fewer restrictions, even coming with a bathtub as standard, allowing for luxurious baths.
Happiness comes from comparison.
Although Chen Chen was a struggling courier on Earth, here he enjoyed the lavish treatment of the wealthy.
As he soaked in the warm water, he couldn't help but reminisce about his brief experience with Xiaoxi. Unlike the little lily from Wu Lang's family, Xiaoxi brought him a very strong emotional comfort. Who says emotions can't be bought with money?
As long as the technology is in place, this freebie is already quite enjoyable. If Xiaoxi were a physical biosynthetic person, they could have a deep conversation tonight and enjoy the wonderful life of technology. It seemed he would have to bring more goods back to Earth tomorrow to quickly earn 500,000. Just as he was thinking this, a notification box appeared on the wall beside him. You have received a transaction message. Would you like to view it now? Chen Chen clicked confirm. Transaction alert. Dao Yuan Wu Lang has transferred 280,000 yuan to you. Huh? The 200 caddies of peaches he gave to Wu Lang this morning were sold out in less than a day? He turned off the digital companion service first, then initiated a call with Wu Lang. Wu Lang's voice came from the bathroom. I knew you would contact me after seeing the transfer record.
Your efficiency in selling goods is too high, isn't it? Chen Chen said. With those thin-skinned, juicy peaches of yours, they are more thirst-quenching than women.
I let a customer taste one, and he went crazy and wanted them all, Wu Lang said proudly, then chuckled and continued. This customer is the head of the Starflash program, just returned from the lunar space station, with so much money it's unimaginable. There are 3 people in his family. I sold him 100 caddies directly, and distributed another 100 caddies to 2 puppet tribes.
Curious, Chen Chen asked, what is this Starflash program about? You don't know about that?
Wu Lang paused and explained, after the nuclear war, our planet had no more room for development, so the United Government decided on interstellar migration 10 years ago. The Starflash program is an experimental project for space travel, and it's said to be almost ready in another 20 years. Wu Lang's tone became heavy as he sighed. So we have to make money quickly, so we can buy a ticket for immigration, or we'll be stuck in this garbage dump of Dark Star forever. Although Chen Chen had no worries about interstellar migration, hearing this news still weighed heavily on his mind. It made him think of the preciousness and danger of Earth. He made a firm decision, never to reveal the portal to Earth.
Both of them fell silent for a moment, then Chen Chen asked, if we make money at this rate, will the banking system investigate us?
No, tens of thousands may be a lot for us poor folks, but it's nothing for those rich people.
The company assigns me 20 shipments a day, each worth nearly $1 million, it's quite exaggerated.
Besides, we have to pay taxes on all these transactions, the banks make money too, so don't worry.
That's good,
I'll stock up on more goods these days, sell them, and then I can materialize Xiaoxi.
Who is Xiaoxi? Wu Lang was puzzled for a moment, then immediately realized and said, the digital wife you created? I didn't expect you to be serious. I thought you rich folks only liked real people. I can't be considered rich. Chen Chen smiled strangely, then asked, can you contact a few more reliable customers?
There are about 6 or 7 left. After all, my area of responsibility at Kawasaki Logistics is limited, and finding more would mean dealing with unfamiliar customers. Let's stabilize these dozen or so customers for now, sell fruit skewers interchangeably, observe for a year, and then decide.
Understood, safety first.
Goro agreed with Chen Chen's words. After all, Chen Chen's fruit temptation was too strong.
If the news leaked out, it wouldn't be good to mess with either side.
After ending the call, Chen Chen dried himself off and left the bathroom. He lay down on the bed, hesitated for a moment, and decided to activate his digital companion.
With a pleasant prompt, Xiaoxi reappeared in the living room. She walked into the bedroom and jokingly asked, do you need me to sing a lullaby for you, little baby? Is it a paid service?
Chen Chen joked back, but regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth.
Xiaoxi immediately switched to sales mode and said, usually, you can use 3 songs from the music library for free.
More music services can be accessed by becoming a VIP member for only 200 yuan per month, with additional AR concert mode included.
Your advertisement is more effective than a lullaby. Chen Chen's eyelids grew heavy.
Although the bed felt uncomfortable, he had to make do for now.
After finishing the advertisement mode, Xiaoxi fell silent.
Curious, Chen Chen opened his eyes slightly and saw her lying next to him, wearing glasses and flipping through a book.
You're still a literary girl, huh? Despite feeling tired, he couldn't help but chat for a bit. Just pretending. There's no literature left in this world.
Xiaoxi tossed the book aside and asked as she leaned closer to Chen Shen, when you read literary books, do other people's stories move you? I can't handle heavy stuff. I mostly read light novels. Like? You probably haven't heard of them. I like the classical literature department series, Pidleria Antique Bookstore, and online novels like Ordinary People Cultivating Immortality. I haven't heard of any of them. Xiaoxi sounded surprised, with an admiring look of "You're so profound." She blinked and asked, what is an online novel? Initially, it was just publishing novels online for others to read, but later it specifically referred to literary creations aimed at making money. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Chen Shen's mind, dispelling his drowsiness. He sat up abruptly and muttered, I seem to have found the most suitable way to monetize. More precisely, it wasn't just about making money but using dark star technology to earn on Earth. Making money by writing web novels. Earthly technology couldn't achieve this, but dark star technology could do it effortlessly. Moreover, the entry barrier for web novels was low, and with good results, the income could be substantial, all without revealing one's identity, ensuring safety. Chen Shen looked at the somewhat puzzled Xiaoxi and said meaningfully, Xiaoxi, I'll leave the task of supporting the family to you from now on. Me? Xiaoxi pointed to her own face, muttering softly, you're asking me, the free one, to help you make money. You think highly of me. Xiaoxi wasn't a fool. She quickly understood what Chen Shen wanted her to do. She sat up, pleasantly surprised, and said, you want me to help you write web novels to make money? Smart. Chen Shen patted her head as if rewarding her and said after some thought, if successful, I'll buy you clothes every month. How about that? In theory, it's fine. But there are no resources about web novels on the internet, only a few dozen scripts of web dramas to learn from. Take a look. Xiaoxi raised her hand, and a projector immediately displayed dozens of windows filled with text scripts. She continued, these are the most popular web drama scripts from Dark Star. Do they resemble what you call web novels? Let me see. Chen Shen browsed through them one by one, and he seemed to understand why there were no web novels in this world. It was because these web dramas were not ordinary TV series but full sensory narrative experiences achieved through brain-machine interfaces. In simple terms, each script allowed the audience to experience the plot directly from the protagonist's perspective. Supported by neural simulation technology, all plots were straightforward and direct, without the need for foreplay, just raw emotions. This immersive experience is incomparable to online literature. As for its script, it can only be described as cliché, completely devoid of reference value. Chen Shen disappointedly closed all windows and asked Xiaoxi, as long as I provide you with enough study materials, can you figure out the rules and engage in completely new creations? Of course, with one condition. Xiaoxi looked mischievous, pointing to a payment window. The free Xiaoxi doesn't have proactive learning ability, you need to purchase the text analysis module. Alright, this is also considered a necessary investment. Chen Shen glanced at the module price, 20,000 yuan, which was acceptable. The new module needed Xiaoxi to be restarted to take effect, but he wasn't in a hurry at the moment, so he continued, so, if I just give you enough online literature materials, you can learn on your own, right? Smart. Xiaoxi also mimicked Chen Shen's tone, patting his head. Damn, she was unexpectedly cute. Chen Shen really wanted to pinch her cheek, jumped off the bed, and said, I'll go find the materials, I won't be back tonight. You're not going to sleep? I can't sleep well with you around. Chen Shen dressed, set the flying car to autopilot, and ascended into the night sky. In the rural night, occasional barking of dogs could be heard. After coming out of the refrigerator, Chen Shen immediately went to the kitchen to cook. Just adding eggs and sausages to the braised beef noodles made him salivate, eagerly devouring the dish. He didn't want to touch any of Xiaoxi's dark cuisine. After eating his fill, Chen Shen took out his phone and downloaded all the mainstream online literature apps, such as A Certain Egg, A Certain Point, A Certain Lou, A Certain Cat. He successively subscribed to all of them, downloading the top 10 best-selling novels in each category for offline reading. Considering that women have stronger purchasing power, he also downloaded novels from the female genre. He also found some online literature tutorials and kept busy until dawn before falling asleep. The next afternoon, Chen Shen went down to the cellar and brought out more than 20 boxes of fruits, all easy to store and hard to grow fruits like pears and apples. Considering that he had bought a house on Dark Star, this time he returned to study online literature with Xiaoxi and planned to stay there for a few days. He prepared sausages, milk, instant noodles, and daily change of clothes. Taking his phone charger and multiple sockets, he returned to Dark Star through the refrigerator. Time on Dark Star flowed at only 50% of Earth's, and it had been less than 10 hours since he returned to Earth. The current time was 6 a.m. The next day, Chen Shen immediately contacted Wulong, sent all the fruits over, and then returned to the Blue Whale Life apartment to assist Xiaoxi in studying online literature. Due to the lack of direct data transmission between Earth and Dark Star due to technological differences, Chen Chen could only flip through the novels on his phone for Xiaoxi to read. Xiaoxi extracted the text while reading, organizing the novels into ebooks for easier browsing. It took him more than 2 days just to flip through these novels.
Chen Chen's hands were almost getting tendinitis from the strain.
In contrast, Xiaoxi finished analyzing over 100 novels in just over an hour, categorizing the characters, summarizing the story structure, extracting details, and engaging in secondary creation. However, Xiaoxi often made common sense errors in the novels due to the lack of knowledge about Earth's civilization.
For example, in urban novels, advanced technological concepts beyond Earth's civilization occasionally appeared. In ancient novels, official ranks were confused, court physicians carried stethoscopes, and the emperor's old cold legs were miraculously solved with prosthetics. In fantasy and cultivation novels, the battles were almost like laser exchanges, and the magical treasures were on par with nuclear bombs. Obviously, this was due to Xiaoxi's limited learning data. If she could access Earth's internet, all problems would be easily solved. However, Earth's chips were binary, while Dark Star's chips were ternary. It wasn't just a matter of money to connect Xiaoxi to Earth's network, not to mention the significant risks involved. Chen Chen simply let Xiaoxi focus on urban brainstorming and specialize in this theme. Finally, 3 days later, Xiaoxi wrote a sand sculpture novel titled My Adhesive Wife Specializes in Treating Infertility. With the brainstorm proposed by Chen Chen as the core, which made Chen Chen unable to stop reading. Xiaoxi then changed a female frequency article from the perspective of the female protagonist in the novel, transmigrating into a weak husband, everything depends on me. The 2 novels totaled 8 million words. Chen Chen read through them, made several modifications, and it only took him 2 days in total. In fact, most of the time was wasted on Chen Chen. With Xiaoxi's calculation power, it would only take a few hours. After Chen Chen approved these 2 novels, Xiaoxi wrote 3 variant texts in one night, including starting by snatching the male lead's pampered wife, only to find out she's rechargeable. Although the 5 novels had the same core setting, the main characters, highlights, and story structures were significantly different, far from being considered plagiarism. Chen Chen referred to them as the adhesive wife pentalogy. Chen Chen's biggest challenge was bringing back the 30 million words to Earth. What could be solved with a copy on Earth turned out to be so difficult in the interstellar space. He could only take pictures of these novels and store them in his phone until he returned to Earth to use AI recognition to convert them into text and publish them on the website. After 2 days of clicking, Chen Chen's phone storage was full. Oops, I overlooked this.
Rubbing his sore wrist, Chen Chen turned off his phone. Fortunately, he had taken pictures of most of them, enough to update for a while when he returned to Earth.
Xiaoxi, you must keep the matter of online novels confidential.
Don't worry, our digital lives are considered personal private property under the law and do not have legal effects.
Even if you killed someone, I wouldn't care, let alone this kind of word game.
Xiaoxi smiled and leaned playfully next to Chen Chen, asking in a coquettish tone, what about the promised reward?
Wait, I'll go buy it for you now.
After saying that, Chen Chen put his phone in the cabinet and went to the bathroom to freshen up.
Ha, what are you going out to buy? Wasn't it virtual clothes?
Xiaoxi followed behind Chen Chen, slowly widening her eyes and said, are you going to the flagship store?
That's right, I'm going to arrange for you to materialize.
The fruits Chen Chen brought had been sold out by Wang Lang.
Now his account balance was enough for materialization.
More importantly, after spending these days with Xiaoxi, being so close yet unable to touch her, he was almost getting acne from the frustration. Today, he must go to the Blue Whale Life Experience store and have a fulfilling experience.
During the days of studying online novels, Chen Chen bought 2 sets of Dark Star clothing.
He didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble again due to rich people's attire. Dark Star clothing was made of special fibers, not only waterproof but also had a certain resistance to pollutants remaining in the air.
Chen Chen wore a peculiar black hooded shirt, mechanical-style work pants, rugged black rubber shoes, smart glasses, and a mask.
At least in appearance, he fit the atmosphere of the night city.
Of course, he didn't change his underwear. The fabric of Dark Star was somewhat stiff, far less comfortable than pure cotton. Chen Chen pulled the hood over his head and took a flying car to the bustling 5th Street of the night city.
He leaned his forehead against the window to look down.
The dark towering buildings stood tall, with neon lights flowing between the buildings in shades of pink and purple. The symbol of life, the blue whale, was not far away. Once he arrived there, he could comprehend the true essence of life and become a real man. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and excited.
Just as he was enthusiastically imagining, the red light suddenly lit up in the cockpit, and a cold warning came from the speakers. NC 6677, please be advised, this is the Night City Police Department. Please surrender your driving rights immediately. The sound of sirens repeated incessantly like a death knell. NC 6677 was the license plate of this flying car. What's going on? Although Chen Shen didn't know what was happening, he knew better than to mess with the police, so he could only switch the car's interface from automatic driving to passive dispatch. The flying car swayed slightly, deviating from its intended path and flying off to the right. Is this Night City cursed? How come I encounter the police as soon as I come out? Chen Shen looked out the window and saw a blue police car with flashing lights appearing in front, leading him to a platform of a building. Soon, two aircraft landed on the rooftop one after the other. The rooftop of the building was pitch black, with only the flashing blue and red lights of the police car illuminating it. The door of the police car opened, and a female officer in a black police uniform jumped out. The female officer was tall and slender, with pale pink curly hair tied neatly into a ponytail swinging behind her head. Chen Shen could only open the door and get out of the car as she approached. At that moment, his smart glasses scanned the female officer, immediately retrieving information from the barcode on her police uniform. Night City Police Department, Officer Mian Mayu. Officer, have I done something wrong? Chen Shen said innocently and indignantly. Routine check, please cooperate. Mian Mayu walked over, revealing her somewhat pale face. She wore a pair of exaggerated digital glasses that covered half of her face, below which was a straight nose and thin, colorless lips. She looked at Chen Shen and asked, NC 6677, the driver's name is Chen Shen, right? Chen Shen nodded. His nostrils twitched, catching a whiff of a seductive perfume. The officer's provocative scent clashed with her stern appearance, feeling oddly out of place. I'm Mian Mayu, an officer of the Night City Police Department. Mian Mayu took out her police badge from her chest pocket and quickly scanned it in front of Chen Shen. Then, in a commanding tone, she said, please remove your mask and digital glasses. I need to verify your information. Okay. Chen Shen's gaze followed the badge and landed on her towering chest. The saying the fruit is ripe on the slender branch seemed to apply here. Chen Shen took off his mask and glasses, revealing his sun-kissed face. Mian Mayu's lips curved downward, and the digital glasses emitted a red light as they scanned Chen Shen's face, saying, alright, your identity checks out. She walked in front of Chen Shen, tilting her head and said, raise your hands, I need to frisk you. Why? As I said, it's a routine check. Chen Shen didn't know what a routine check meant in this world, but when he saw the officer's hand resting on her waist where a gun was holstered, he immediately raised his hands obediently. You never mess with the police in any world. Mian Mayu thoroughly searched Chen Shen's chest, waist, inner and outer thighs without any courtesy. Turn around and put your hands on the car. TSK. Chen Shen turned around, feeling Mian Mayu's slow and meticulous search this time, so meticulous that a chill ran down his waist. Ha! Chen Shen was startled and turned back, grabbing his pants and asking, Did you put your hand inside? No. Mian Mayu denied, but a satisfied smile played on her lips. A pervert. Definitely encountered a pervert. Chen Shen took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and asked steadily, if everything's fine, can I go now? Surprisingly, Mian Mayu didn't linger and nodded, saying, routine check is over, you can go. Baffling. Chen Shen thought to himself, but just as he turned around, he heard Mian Mayu's cold voice behind him, you can go. But this flying car, NC 6677, has been requisitioned by the police. What? I hope you cooperate. After Mian Mayu's words, Chen Shen's flying car suddenly trembled with a buzzing sound. Chen Shen was so scared that he immediately stepped back, watching his aircraft rise into the sky and fly away on its own. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Chen Shen was starting to get a little angry. All my actions are legal and compliant. If you have any objections, you can go to the police station and file a complaint against me. Binbian Mayu's tone was light and teasing, as if deliberately trying to provoke Chen Shen. Fine, show me your police officer ID again. Chen Shen calmed his emotions and reached out to the policewoman, saying, when you showed me your police officer ID just now, did you intentionally cover the position with your index finger? Binbian Mayu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and asked, so, what do you think my position is? Probably perverted. Chen Shen didn't dare to say that and instead asked her, are you deliberately looking for me today? Binbian Mayu didn't answer, just smiled. Earlier, a policeman named Dave took my skin flakes for melanin testing. Are you involved in this matter? Chen Shen couldn't think of any other connection, so he tentatively asked, are you a lab technician? Boring. Binbian Mayu sighed disinterestedly, took off her digital glasses, revealing a pair of eyes with pink makeup.
Chen Chen was stunned by her stunning beauty and curiously asked, "What do you want from me? Are you trying to extort money from me?"
You guessed half right. Binbian Mayu pointed to her police car and said, "Get in, let's talk." Since Chen Chen's flying car was long gone, he had no choice but to get into her police car and fasten his seatbelt.
"Are you heading to 5th Street? Binbian Mayu asked. "Yes. The Blue Whale Life Bionics Experience store? That's none of your business."
Chen Chen blushed and turned to look out the window. After waiting for a while, he noticed that the police car hadn't started, and there were rustling sounds beside him. He turned to look and saw Binbian Mayu taking off her dark police uniform, revealing a slim waist and a white shirt that accentuated her figure.
"What are you?"
Chen Chen saw the woman about to take off her pants again and quickly asked, "Why are you undressing?"
"It's 6 o'clock, time to clock out."
Binbian Mayu disdainfully tossed the uniform to the back seat, changed into a bright red leather jacket and tight white leather pants, untied her hair tie, letting her light pink curls fall loose.
The confident policewoman had now transformed into a young girl.
Chen Chen noticed a circle of gold sparkles on her neck, similar metallic lines on her thighs and arms, making her look like an exquisite assembled doll. After Binbian Mayu's actions, the police car was filled with her perfume scent.
Chen Chen felt thirsty and impatiently asked, "So, what is your real purpose in looking for me?"
"To make a deal." Binbian Mayu handed Chen Chen a plastic bag that she had prepared earlier. Chen Chen glanced into the plastic bag, barely able to make out several pieces of pink fabric due to the dim lighting. Seeing Binbian Mayu looking at him expectantly, Chen Chen took out a piece and slowly unfolded it in his hand.
Lace edges, triangular shape. It was actually underwear. Chen Chen immediately threw the fabric back into the plastic bag, incredulously asking, "What do you mean by this?" "Don't be nervous, these are unworn by me."
Binbian Mayu smiled teasingly, pulled the control lever, and lifted the flying car into the air before saying, "Let's make a deal. You buy me a few sets of underwear, the same pure cotton material as the one you're wearing in your pants." Chen Chen was speechless, realizing that she had just acted indecently to touch his underwear.
Thinking about that cool sensation, his heart started racing again, and he asked in confusion, "Are you looking for me just to buy clothes? Otherwise, it wouldn't be because you fancy this face of mine, right?" Binbian Mayu drove the police car towards the brightest area of the night city.
She said somewhat irritably, "I have been allergic to synthetic fibers since I was a child. Except for leather, almost all fabrics in our clothes contain this fiber, which made me take anti-allergy medicine since I was young. I heard that in the old Chingan, there are pure cotton clothes without synthetic fibers, which can only be bought through Tang people. So when I saw you wearing all cotton that day, I planned to ask for your help."
"So you are a forensic examiner?"
"Of course, I examined your skin, and I can even memorize your DNA sequence." Binbian Mayu looked at Chen Chen and smiled suggestively.
"DNA? Wasn't it about examining melanin?"
Chen Chen suddenly realized that things were not so simple. "So, today you are not extorting me, but proposing a mutually beneficial trade." Binbian Mayu took out a button-sized device from her pocket, pressed it, and projected a window showing the map of Night City and a triangular flight route.
Chen Chen quickly recognized that the 3 points on the flight route were his own home, Wulong's home, and the refrigerator door teleportation point.
"Your NC-6677 has been monitored by my uncle Officer Dave," Binbian Mayu said.
"Dave is your uncle?" Chen Chen's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Why is he investigating me, and what does it have to do with my DNA? Have you heard of the Wings of Life?"
Seeing Chen Chen nod, Binbian Mayu continued, "My uncle suspects you are an accomplice of the Wings of Life, so he took your DNA for me to compare. Although the results proved that you are not the suspect he was looking for, my uncle believes in his intuition and has been keeping an eye on you."
"Ha, I have nothing to hide, bring it on."
Although Chen Chen said so, he was anxious inside.
"Is it because of my Tang identity?"
"Yes, you're just unlucky." Binbian Mayu laughed carelessly, her voice making Chen Chen even more flustered. Since being targeted by the police, he might not be able to return to this world in a short time. Fortunately, he had obtained enough online novels, so converting them into cash on Earth would not be a problem. It was just a pity that he couldn't take Xiaoxi back. While Chen Chen was silently contemplating, Binbian Mayu said again, "Don't worry, my uncle doesn't know about what I just told you."
"Ha! I intercepted your flight route map and the clues about selling fruits in advance." Binbian Mayu winked at Chen Chen. "You should know how to thank me, right?"
Chen Chen finally relaxed, and forced a smile. "As long as you can help me keep it a secret, I'll cover all your underwear for life."
"Then it's a deal."
Binbian Mayu landed the police car slowly, directly on the 5th Avenue of Night City.
Beep beep beep.
Cars almost rear-ended honked in protest.
"Damn, does the police car think it's so great? Damn black-skinned dog." The surrounding pedestrians also cursed angrily at Mian Mayu.
Mian Mayu remained expressionless, driving arrogantly on the street.
Are the police here so free?
Chen was astonished. The police department only pays me for 8 hours of work, so I'm only a police officer for 8 hours. It's off duty now, so I can drive this car however I want, Mian Mayu said lazily.
She parked the car in front of a convenience store and gestured to Chen, get off. Chen saw that the Blue Whale Life Experience store was not far away, so he got off as well. He originally intended to head straight to the Blue Whale Life Experience store, but ended up being dragged into a convenience store by Hinobi Miyu. Why the rush? Hinobi Miyu changed into high heels when she got off the car, walking down the street attracting attention with each step.
Inside the convenience store, there were a few burly men who initially wanted to flirt with the attractive Hinobi Miyu, but upon realizing who she was, they all turned away disappointed.
I've beaten up all of these guys before.
Hinobi Miyu glanced at them, then took Chen to the counter after grabbing 2 items from the shelves.
Let's pay. Chen looked awkwardly at the 2 items on the counter. 2 packs of tissues and a box of condoms.
The cashier stifled a laugh, looking at Chen with admiration.
What's the big deal? It's none of my business.
Chen was about to explain when Hinobi Miyu stuffed the box of condoms into his pocket, raised an eyebrow, and said, "This is on me, no need to thank me."
Embarrassing. Chen blushed. He never expected that safety precautions were necessary even at an experience store. Mistake.
After leaving the convenience store, Chen put on glasses and a mask, telling Hinobi Miyu, "That's it, I'll contact you once I get what you need."
Okay. Hinobi Miyu nodded. Chen continued walking, and she followed behind. It wasn't until they both entered the Blue Whale Life Experience store that Chen finally turned around and asked her, "Sister, are you really going to visit as well? You mind your business, I'll mind mine, let's not bother each other."
Hinobi Miyu furrowed her brows, then added, "Besides, my lingerie is still in the car, and you wouldn't know my size to buy for me." Her words immediately attracted the attention of several customers.
Chen was speechless once again. "You go experience it, I'll wait here for you, and then I'll give you a ride home." Hinobi Miyu sat on the sofa in the lounge area, smiling, "Enjoy yourself, ugh." Chen felt awkward, not in a good mood. "You should go back first, send me those lingerie items by courier, and we won't interfere with each other. It'll only take a few minutes, why make a fuss?" "A few minutes? Who do you think you are looking down on?"
After saying that, Chen ignored Hinobi Miyu and hurriedly went up to the 6th floor. The 6th floor consisted of dozens of individual rooms, and aside from the high-tech counter next to the stairs, it looked more like a hotel.
"Hello, Mr. Chen."
A blonde attendant appeared out of nowhere, the same virtual female attendant who had greeted Chen before.
"Hello, I want to materialize my partner, so I'm here to experience it first." Compared to his previous hesitance, Chen sounded more confident today. "Understood, Mr. Chen, would you like to fill out the materialization information first, or experience the physical model first?"
Although Chen was in a hurry, he thought of Hinobi Miyu still sitting downstairs, so he decided to stall for some time to prove that he wasn't that hasty of a man. So he said, "Let's start with the filling out process."
"One moment."
The blonde attendant went behind the counter, pointing to different windows with a smile. "Mr.
Chen currently only has one partner named Shia. Are you materializing her?"
"That's correct."
Chen paused, curious, "From what you're saying, can I have multiple digital partners?"
Chen wasn't looking to have multiple wives, he was just being considerate. If he was away for a long time, Shia would be lonely, so having his sister to keep her company would be a win-win situation. Besides, in the Dark Star, it was completely legal and regulated to have several androids at home.
The blonde attendant sensed Chen's anticipation and smiled. "Mr.
Chen's current social security index is 2 stars, and currently at Blue Whale Life, you can register up to 2 partners.
2? Chen's eyes lit up.
It seemed that the limit for citizens of the Night City to have digital partners was consistent with the social security index.
So, that means that guy Goro with 5 stars could have 5 partners? Beast! At this moment, the blonde clerk said, "Apart from the first digital partner, Blue Whale Life offers paid services for additional partners." "How much?"
"The price for each paid partner is 200,000.
"Then let's proceed with the physicalization service for Xiaoxi."
Chen sighed inwardly. With only 580,000 left in his account, deducting the 500,000 for Xiaoxi's physicalization left him with an insufficient balance to register another digital partner. Nevertheless, Chen had a new goal to make money. After filling out a simple form and paying 500,000, the blonde clerk submitted the order to the head office, pointing to 10 small glass bottles on the counter, saying, "These are body scent fragrances that will automatically diffuse with the body temperature of the android, creating the body scent of your partner."
Mr. Chen, you can try each one and choose the one you like. Chen had seen this process when accompanying Wulon for physicalization. He picked up various fragrances and sniffed them.
This scent. Chen rubbed his nose and confirmed again. It was the same fragrance as Minami Byobu's, full of the seductive scent of female hormones. He glanced at the label on the bottle, and the fragrance was called Aphrodite's Desire. The blonde clerk hurriedly recommended, "This is a very popular style at the moment.
Our company only turned it into a fragrance this year for customers to choose from. I don't want this one." Chen sniffed all the fragrances and finally chose one with a light and pleasant scent. The name was also simple, White Jasmine. "Alright, now it's time to choose the body type."
The blonde clerk extended her hand and pointed down the corridor, guiding in a friendly tone, "Please go to the 618 laboratory to complete the final step."
"Thank you."
Chen felt his mouth dry, and the corridor leading to 618 suddenly became sacred, becoming the path to becoming a mature man.
618 laboratory.
Chen pushed open the door and found a clean room with minimal decoration, only a round double bed, resembling a simple space capsule. There was another person in the room, the blonde clerk who had just received him. She was now wearing a white dress, sitting obediently on the edge of the bed.
"Is it you?"
Chen was somewhat surprised. Compared to the virtual projection of the digital clerk, the woman in front of him seemed more substantial, so real that she couldn't be distinguished as an android.
"Hello, sir. I am your body experience officer. My current regenerated body is X19 type, simulating the body of an unmarried 19-year-old girl. Do you need any adjustments? Let's give it a try."
Although Chen felt a bit embarrassed, he had come this far and had to go through with it.
"Yes, a mature man must have thick skin. Do you need me to switch to couple mode?"
The blonde clerk, as if to prove she wasn't an enhanced projection, gently placed her hand on Chen's shoulder. This sense of weight made Chen inexplicably reassured.
"Okay." Chen took off his jacket and laid it on the bed.
The blonde clerk immediately became affectionate, helping Chen take off his t-shirt, then kneeling down to pull down his pants. Chen's heart raced, his blood boiling.
The day had finally arrived.
Just as he straightened up proudly, the door was pushed open with a click, and a woman in a red leather jacket burst in.
It was Minami Byobu. "Damn, how did you get in here?"
Chen cursed, quickly pulling up his pants. Minami Byobu gestured for Chen to be quiet, carefully closed the door, and whispered, "My uncle is coming over, and I can't let him find me here.
I have to hide with you." "Dave?" Chen was momentarily confused. Minami Byobu glanced at Chen and the blonde clerk's actions, and asked softly, "Have you not started yet, or have you finished?" "None of your business." Chen regretted deeply. If she is not processed for physicalization procedures first, deliberately delaying time, maybe they have already come once. The blonde shop assistant stared blankly at Mian Mayu, stood up and sat back on the bed, waiting for Chen's orders. "What is your uncle doing here?" Chen asked impatiently. "He is only responsible for the LifeWing case. He should be here to check the bionic code, to see if there are any traces of intrusion." Mian Mayu suddenly smiled and said teasingly, "You continue, pretend I'm not here. Are you crazy?"
Chen wished he could kick her out. He thought he could grow vigorously today, but he was completely disrupted by this unprofessional policewoman. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, along with Dave's deep voice, "Program detection, please cooperate." As soon as Dave finished speaking, the customers who came to experience protested one after another. "Can't you check after closing time? This is a violation of consumer rights. I will complain about you. You black dog, get out." Bam. Obviously, someone was punched, followed by Dave's firm explanation, "This is a program detection for bionic humans. It only takes 3 seconds. Please cooperate." This time no one dared to say anything. "Just as I thought." Mian Mayu pondered for a moment and hurriedly ordered Chen, "Take off your clothes and get into bed. If my uncle finds out we are together, your little secret won't be safe." "What? Hurry up, if my uncle finds out we are together, your little secret won't be safe," Mian Mayu said as she helped Chen take off his pants. "No, I'll do it myself." Chen could only strip down to his underwear, climb into bed, and get under the covers. He cursed in his heart, "Damn, I'm a proud single dog. Why do I feel guilty as if caught in bed with someone?" Mian Mayu went to the blonde shop assistant, messed up her hair and said, "Wait to be checked. Don't expose the customer's privacy, understand?" "I know what to do." The blonde shop assistant nodded, then closed her eyes. As her body temperature rose, her face flushed and her breathing quickened.
Good girl.
Binbi and Mayu grabbed her high heels and also got into bed.
Why did you come up here? Chen Chen shrank back in fear. Obviously, the room is so small, where else can I hide? Don't hide, just make room for me. Binbi and Mayu hugged Chen Chen and pressed against him. You, keep your hands to yourself. Indeed a Chinese, no prosthetics, so smooth. Pervert. Soon, footsteps stopped at the door.
Chen Chen stiffened in fear, turning his back to the door.
Binbi and Mayu stopped fooling around and nervously huddled in front of Chen Chen. Asterisk knock knock knock.
Asterisk the knocking sounded.
So annoying.
Chen Chen deliberately sounded annoyed for Dave outside the door to hear.
Wait a moment.
The blonde shop assistant walked to the door, opened it a crack and said, Officer, your actions seriously violate our customers' privacy.
Let them rest for a while, they might thank me later.
Dave, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised the scanning gun to the shop assistant's forehead and began the scan.
He glanced inside through the crack in the door, wrinkled his nose and asked, The smell here is different, isn't it?
The blonde shop assistant looked puzzled and mechanically said, We bionic humans have no sense of smell, we don't know what perfume the customers use.
This is a woman's scent. What can your charging brain understand?
Dave disdainfully blew out smoke, saw the tester light up green, took down the scanning gun and said, Data normal, continue your work. As he left, he looked at the man on the bed and sneered, Humph, sissy.
The night sky was gloomy. A police car flew by, leaving behind two dim taillights.
Nyobin leaned over and scratched her head awkwardly, her light brown eyes turning to Chen Chen as she stifled a smile.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your mood.
It was an emergency situation, and I had no choice, she said.
Chen Chen's face stiffened, clearly showing his displeasure.
He had thought he would bid farewell to his left hand today, but just as he was about to leave, this woman ruined everything. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Nyobin spoke again, After my uncle left, you could have continued the experience.
It was your lack of interest, not mine, right?
Yes,
Chen Chen lazily replied, thinking to himself, asterisk that blonde clerk smelled of tobacco.
If I closed my eyes, I would have thought it was Dave I was supposed to experience. Asterisk sometimes having a sensitive nose wasn't a good thing.
Nyobin continued, you don't even have to experience it. The 19-year-old unmarried model is quite good, you won't regret it. Ah, right. You.
Nyobin, seeing Chen Chen's dismissive attitude, impatiently said, I've already apologized to you.
Don't keep sulking. Is this your way of apologizing?
Chen Chen retorted, his anger rising. It's because of women like you that so many men would rather choose paper dolls or androids than marry you. Faced with Chen Chen's criticism, Nyobin didn't get angry but instead wore a smug smile. She muttered under her breath, Look at you, so shallow-minded.
If men weren't shallow, why would they bother with women? Next time, I'll find a way to make it up to you, okay? Nyobin shot Chen Chen a look.
Feeling his own emotions were off, Chen Chen rubbed his face vigorously and curiously asked, There's something I don't quite understand.
Since the Wings of Life is a digital program, shouldn't it be able to replicate infinitely like a virus? Can Dave handle it alone? Because the Wings of Life itself doesn't allow replication. Truly, one word from you is worth 1,000 from others. Chen Chen decided to ignore her.
However, Nyobin, with a sly smile, looked at Chen Chen and asked with great interest, Let me ask you something.
Can you be sure that the you before going to sleep and the you after waking up are the same person?
Chen Chen was momentarily stunned before replying, I've never thought about this kind of question.
It's quite terrifying when you put it that way. But I've been living like this from childhood to now, so I'm used to it. Because you sleep every day, you don't find it terrifying, right?
I guess so.
Chen Chen scratched his head and asked, Is this related to the Wings of Life?
Of course.
Nyobin raised an eyebrow, leaned closer to Chen Chen, and asked, So, if you were to escape the constraints of the physical body and become a new kind of intelligent program with the help of the Wings of Life, can you be sure that the you before shutdown and the you after startup are the same person? Chen Chen fell into deep thought upon hearing this.
Nyobin had changed only 2 words in her questions, replacing sleep with shutdown, all due to the change in life form.
After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen understood.
You mean that once you become a digital life form, there's a possibility of data tampering, like memories. Due to this risk, the Wings of Life was designed to run permanently from the beginning, unable to be modified or replicated.
Exactly.
Nyobin nodded and continued, Therefore, once the host body of the Wings of Life is shut down, it dies too.
So, the Wings of Life isn't immortal either?
Chen Chen was surprised.
Nyobin gave a strange smile and murmured, Yes, that's why the blue whale life's Mototani Chiwa is dead.
Her words seemed to imply that Mototani Chiwa had already been transformed into a digital life through the Wings of Life. He thought he had escaped his aging body, evaded physical death, only to be forced to shut down by someone else, most likely someone close.
Chen Chen felt a strange sense of oppression.
He leaned his forehead against the cold glass window, watching as the 3 skyscrapers of blue whale life gradually appeared before his eyes.
Inside Chen Chen's apartment,
as soon as Binbian Mayu entered the room, she took off her red leather jacket and threw it on the sofa, saying, "Truly a profiteer, to have such a beautiful house."
Chen Chen was speechless. Silently, he placed the plastic bag containing underwear on the coffee table. Just before parting ways, out of politeness, he asked, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Surprisingly, this woman agreed. Hello Xiaoxi suddenly appeared in the living room, meeting Binbian Mayu's curious gaze. "You must be the hostess here."
Binbian Mayu plopped down on the sofa carelessly, stretched comfortably, the extent of her curves captivating Xiaoxi and Chen Chen's attention.
"I'm Xiaoxi, and you are?" Xiaoxi also sat on the sofa, subconsciously moving away from Binbian Mayu. "I'm Binbian Mayu, the lifesaver of your boyfriend. We are partners."
Chen Chen corrected casually, looking at the 2 women on the sofa, one pure and the other glamorous, quite a sight.
He asked Binbian Mayu, "What would you like to drink?" "Any kind of alcohol will do. I don't have any alcohol at home." What a letdown. Binbian Mayu frowned, sighed, and said, "Then how about some black tea?" I don't have that either." "You don't have any kind of tea?" "None at all." Chen Chen realized there wasn't much to drink at home and couldn't help but show a sorry expression.
"Do you have purified water at least?" Binbian Mayu shrugged helplessly, got up to explore Chen Chen's house. It was then that Chen Chen remembered there was a box of milk brought from Earth still left at home, so he asked her, "Does milk work for you?" Binbian Mayu's eyes lit up at the mention of milk, and she said with a teasing tone, "So you like milk, huh?"
"I mean to drink."
Chen Chen blushed at this woman's teasing and hurried to the kitchen. Just as he poured the boxed milk into a glass, he heard Binbian Mayu exclaim off from the living room, and Xiaoxi ran into the kitchen saying, "Chen Chen, that policewoman is on your bed."
"What?"
Chen Chen hurried back to the living room, only to see a white leather pants being thrown out of the bedroom, followed by 2 socks and a white lace thong.
"Wow."
Xiaoxi widened her eyes, looking excited as if she was about to witness a good show.
"Binbian Mayu, what are you doing?"
After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen decided to enter the bedroom to see what was happening. He saw Binbian Mayu's shirt and second bun thrown on the floor, and she was lying happily in the bed, rolling around with joy.
Faced with this unbelievable scene, Chen Chen stared and asked, "Don't you have any sense of boundaries? You despicable rich man, to have an all-cotton duvet. This is something I've dreamed of since I was a child. Isn't it a bit much?" It was just a big floral duvet from Uncle Air's house. For someone who can only use leather blankets, the feeling of rubbing against a cotton duvet all over the body is even more enjoyable than ascending to heaven. Binbian Mayu wrapped herself in the duvet, her body moving up and down, outlining seductive curves. She pushed aside her long hair covering her face, cheeks slightly red, and looked at Chen Chen with moist eyes, saying, "Come here, I didn't let you have fun today, so I'll make it up to you." Is she crazy?
Engaging in such intimate conversation at the first meeting, Chen Chen had only heard of such things, never expected to encounter it today.
Could this be the norm in the cyber world?
He subconsciously looked at Xiaoxi beside him, only to see her smiling mischievously as she stepped back and disappeared.
Digital companions didn't have the setting of being jealous.
Since the atmosphere had reached this point,
Chen Chen decided to trust his younger brother's judgment. His back hurt.
Chen Chen subconsciously rubbed his waist after waking up. He was so tired that he couldn't even open his eyes. Thinking back to last night, Chen Chen felt like a long-stored oil field being greedily exploited by that capitalist, ruthlessly drained of all resources.
Binbian Mayu was too ruthless.
After this night's experience, Chen Chen felt that both his body and soul had undergone a qualitative transformation. As Chen Chen was reminiscing, he heard the woman's deep sleeping sound behind him, along with that very enticing scent. He reached back to touch, but found nothing. Turning around, he saw Xiaoxi lying beside him, sound asleep.
Unexpectedly, Xiaoxi, this virtual digital life, seemed more human in Binbian Mayu's lingering scent. In just a month, Xiaoxi would materialize.
During this time, he had to keep his body in top shape to prepare for the days ahead.
It was noon.
Rain was falling outside, with fine droplets continuously tapping on the window glass.
Chen Chen stumbled as he got out of bed due to weak legs.
Binbian Mayu must have gone to work. She took the new underwear from the plastic bag, leaving the 2 old ones on the floor.
Chen Chen picked up the 2 pieces of underwear and threw them into the washing machine.
Following the rumbling of his stomach, he went to the kitchen, drank the leftover milk from last night, and then cooked a packet of instant noodles. While slurping the noodles, he received a video call from Binbian Mayu. The background of the video seemed to be the Night City Police Department, with Mian Mayu dressed in a black police uniform, her light pink hair tied back in a ponytail, looking heroic. Her mixed-blood face was impeccable, devoid of last night's rogue vibe, but with a tantalizing smile playing on her lips.
Just woke up? She flashed a victorious smile.
Yes. Chen awkwardly ran his hand through his hair, feeling his face heat up involuntarily.
Get me a set of sheets like the one on your bed. You can buy the rest as you see fit. You don't have to tell me, it will be arranged. That's settled then, just wanted to see you, bye. Mian Mayu was about to end the call.
Wait. Chen stopped her in time and continued, I need to go out today, can you handle the driving trajectory of the flying car for me? Mian Mayu smiled, echoing Chen words, you don't have to tell me, it will be arranged.
Great. Do you have anything else?
Mian Mayu seemed eager to hang up, which annoyed Chen a bit, so he said, no, let's talk later.
He ended the call.
What a person, changes attitude as soon as pants are mentioned.
Chen suddenly realized something, he hadn't used protection last night. Could this police sister be pregnant?
But then again, he was from Earth, there might be reproductive isolation between Earthlings and beings from the Dark Star, so it shouldn't be that easy. Besides, with her rich experience, she wouldn't need to worry about such things.
Being an adult is great.
Chen hummed a song as he cleaned up the earthly garbage in the room.
Xiaoxi also woke up, having witnessed last night's intense battle firsthand.
As a qualified digital companion, she not only showed no jealousy but even praised Chen for defeating 89% of the men in Night City in terms of endurance time and cycle count. Chen was amazed by the precision of big data and also saw the remaining 11% of men as targets to surpass. Before leaving, he packed Mian Mayu's 2 pieces of underwear, put his phone and charger in his backpack, and drove the flying car out in a steam, heading straight for the Night City riverbank. On the way, Wulong requested a voice call.
Buddy, do you remember the Star Flash Plan person in charge of buying peaches?
His child wants to eat bananas.
The long ones that you peel and eat. I know, bananas. Chen was puzzled, thinking, am I someone who doesn't even know about bananas?
Goro's voice was hesitant as he stammered,
can you get the goods on your end, even just a few pieces? How much is he willing to spend?
Chen asked. He didn't say, but price is definitely not an issue. After all, it's what the kid wants, and parents have to fulfill that, right?
5,000 yuan per piece, ask him if he's interested. You can really get bananas? Goro was astonished. Bananas were tropical fruits. On a planet like Dark Star, lacking sunlight, they were a luxury item.
But upon hearing Chen say 5,000 yuan per banana, he couldn't help but sigh and mutter, I never thought my monthly salary is only worth 1 banana, damn it.
Chen was suddenly inspired.
Instead of actively selling fruits himself, it would be better to have them submit a shopping list. This way, they could earn more money from the same customers. He quickly said, by the way, you can try contacting existing customers to see what they need, and we'll try to meet those needs. Actually, I had the same idea, just didn't dare to mention it, afraid of causing you trouble.
Goro paused and asked again, apart from fruits, do we have any other goods?
Like houseplants or something.
Chen had also thought about selling easy-to-care for plants like spider plants, aloe vera, or cacti.
But the risk of exposing such ornamental items was too high, not as safe as consumables.
Let's stick to food for now.
Besides fruits, we can also sell other things like instant noodles, milk, and beer.
Those things are great. Bring me some first to try, ha,
Goro said with a smile.
No problem. Chen's hovercar left the city of night, heading towards the empty landfill ahead.
He looked at the dark area, thinking about being investigated by Dave, feeling a sense of crisis.
He casually asked, Goro, can you get self-defense items, like guns? Your connections are so wild, and you're asking me?
My sources are limited to fruits and food products, I really have no way to get other things, let alone contraband.
I'll inquire about it.
Goro sighed and added, I wouldn't dare touch these things before, but now that I have money, I really need some self-defense. Safety first, don't get into unnecessary trouble.
Chen's hovercar slowly descended, and he gave Goro a few instructions before turning off his smart glasses and putting them in his backpack. The rain continued to fall.
Chen jumped to the ground, flipping his hood over his head. As the hovercar ascended and automatically returned to the apartment, he walked in a familiar direction. Since he didn't have any prosthetics or network devices on him, even if a flying vehicle passed overhead, no one would notice him. After all, this was a landfill, and people wouldn't pay attention here. Even if someone saw Chen, they would just consider him a scavenger and ignore him.
Chen's hooded shirt had rainproof functionality.
He walked leisurely, occasionally stopping to look at interesting trash on the ground and observe the changes around him.
Half an hour later, guided by the refrigerator remote control, he arrived at the folding teleportation point. Suddenly, Chen turned around and shouted loudly, "I see you, come out." Apart from the sound of raindrops, there was nothing in the landfill. In fact, Chen hadn't noticed anything unusual, it was just a probing deception. Seeing no anomalies around him, he opened the refrigerator teleportation door, and a rectangular shadow stood in the air. After stepping in, the rectangular shadow disappeared. After a while, a figure emerged from behind a nearby pile of garbage. After Chen stepped out of the refrigerator, he immediately closed the door. The room was pitch black, and he fumbled to turn on the light, only to see the wall clock, 3:30 in the morning. Chen took out his phone from his backpack, connected it to the computer, and exported the photos. Since his computer was an old machine from 4 years ago, not only was it slow, but it also made a constant buzzing noise. Having gotten used to the high technology of the Dark Star, Chen wished he could kick this broken thing away, but for now, he had to endure using it for work. He first converted the novel in the photo into text through AI recognition, but even with his VIP membership, there were still many errors in the AI recognized text, mostly punctuation marks. Chen had to manually check, correct, and integrate them into the document. He first converted each part of the Glue Wife Quintet into 30,000 words and published them on 5 different novel platforms, waiting for a contract. Within 2 days, the 5 platforms successively sent internal messages, all signing contracts. 2 of the website's editors contacted him, asking which famous author was using this pseudonym. Chen only said he was a novice, but the 2 editors didn't believe it no matter what. After discussing the outline and context of the story, they held high expectations for his work. Chen was pleasantly surprised and had a premonition that a wave of money would come in the future. After a week of such tedious work, he had sifted through over 3 million words, although only half done, it was enough to update 5 novels for 3 to 4 months. He set a schedule of 3 updates per day, with each chapter being 2,000 words, ensuring a stable update within a month. That noon, Chen planned to buy lingerie for Mian Mayu. Since Mian Mayu's lingerie did not have sizes like S, M, L, he had to buy various sizes from the supermarket and compare them with Mian Mayu's lingerie. After making up his mind, he went to the largest Bulma supermarket in Linhai City. Today was Saturday, and the supermarket was running various promotions, attracting many middle-aged women to queue up for eggs. There were also many young people in the supermarket, chatting and laughing as they walked around the shelves. Nowadays, supermarkets in big cities have been replaced by online shopping, with only second-tier cities like Linhai still having large supermarkets. Chen strolled around, feeling a metropolitan atmosphere that the night city lacked. Before long, he arrived at the women's lingerie section. Faced with a variety of black silk, flesh-colored silk, and lace, he couldn't help but look around to make sure no one was giving him weird looks. Nowadays, in society, it's not embarrassing for a man to choose women's lingerie, let alone buying sanitary pads. It's perfectly normal. Chen first picked up 2 pairs of underwear. With Mian Mayu's slender figure, it was either M or L. As for the top part, Chen couldn't determine the size by touch. The smallest should be a C, right? He also took D and E, for comparison when he went out. As for the size F, Chen picked up a loose one and felt it was too exaggerated, so it probably wasn't right. Chen? A girl's voice came from beside him. Chen was startled, and the F-sized lingerie dropped to the ground. What the heck, did he mishear? Just as he was still in shock, a girl with long hair, wearing a white t-shirt and light blue washed jeans, bent down and picked up the lingerie, handing it to Chen, saying, "You look so scared, did you do something wrong?" Chen found her voice familiar and mechanically turned his head. The girl had a straight, center-parted hair, a clean melon-seed face, delicate features, and bright eyes, a very standard beauty. Her name was Lin Yanqi, Chen high school class monitor. Monitor? Chen immediately hung the F-sized lingerie back on the shelf, but he had 5 pieces of women's lingerie in his other hand with nowhere to hide them. So he looked down, realizing there was no escape. Chen, what are you doing? Lin Yanqi stifled a laugh and asked jokingly after a moment, "Are you buying on behalf of someone?" "Yes, indeed, I'm buying for someone." Although Chen was telling the truth, it sounded particularly fake in his panicked state. Seeing his high school classmate, Lin Yanqi couldn't help but excitedly size up Chen, jokingly saying, "Why are you so tanned? I almost didn't recognize you. If I had known, I would have tanned even darker." "How come? Are you afraid I'll recognize you? What do you think?" At this point, Chen decided to be straightforward, waving the underwear in his hand and saying, "In this situation, I wish I could use invisibility technique and not run into anyone I know. It's okay, society is so open nowadays, having some quirks is normal."
Lin Yinshi said with a smile.
Damn, it's not me wearing it. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at her, and couldn't resist asking her, are you not studying at a medical university but at the Lu Laojian University?
Your personality has changed so much. Lin Yinshi burst into laughter again, a brilliant smile that Chen Chen had never seen in the 3 years of high school. Of course, he had never seen her long straight hair either. In high school, Lin Yinshi always had shoulder-length hair, rarely wore makeup, and was immersed in studying every day. Lin Yinshi suddenly looked regretful, gazing into Chen Chen's eyes and said, it's a pity you didn't come to the summer gathering, it would have been so much fun.
Chen Chen just nodded, noticing a middle-aged couple staring at him not far away, their eyes guarded. He immediately recognized them as Lin Yenshi's parents. He said to Lin Yenshi, your parents are waiting for you. Let's chat some more. Lin Yenshi happily waved to Chen Chen, then turned and ran to her parents.
Chen Chen, seeing the unfriendly looks from the parents, decided to ignore them. After paying the bill, he took 5 sets of underwear to the bathroom and carefully compared them with Manami Yu's underwear.
L&D.
After confirming the sizes, Chen Chen pushed the shopping cart directly to the women's underwear section and bought 10 sets of premium underwear. He also bought 10 pairs of black stockings. Finally, he found the area selling bedding and chose a set of high-quality cotton quilt, a 3-piece set, and pillows. After all, she was his first woman, so he chose the most expensive high-end products. As he was about to leave, he suddenly heard his name from the other side of the counter. That classmate of yours named Chen Chen, he didn't even go to college.
You should stay away from such people, you know. Oh, Mom, why are you bringing him up again? He's just an old classmate I happened to run into, why are you so concerned?
Lin Yenshi said impatiently. She was originally happy to meet Chen Chen, but her mother kept talking about him for a long time. Her mother sighed heavily, took her daughter's hand and said, silly girl, if your dad hadn't recognized him, you wouldn't have known he didn't go to college and was just delivering takeout in our town.
What's wrong with delivering takeout? Lin Yenshi didn't see anything wrong with it.
I'm just reminding you, you were classmates in high school, which was somewhat equal. But once you get into college, there's a class difference.
Someone like him delivering takeout is low class. If he starts bothering you persistently, you need to be clear-headed and not get deceived.
Lin Yenshi's mother became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice trembling.
Lin Yenshi's father chimed in, your mom is right.
Look at that boy deliberately trying to amuse you, he definitely has bad intentions.
Let me tell you, my future son-in-law's education must not be lower than a top university. You two are so annoying, I'm not coming back next week.
As Lin Yenshi finished speaking, she saw Chen Chen pushing a full cart towards them, feeling both surprised and embarrassed, not knowing what to say.
Chen Chen smiled at Lin Yenshi first, then politely greeted her parents, hello, uncle and auntie, I'm Lin Yenshi's high school classmate, Chen Chen.
Without waiting for their reaction, he patted the bedding in the cart and said, you don't need to worry, I'm already married.
You're married? Lin Yenshi looked incredulous.
Chen Chen exaggeratedly said, yes, my spouse is a 985 graduate and a senior executive in a foreign company, quite high class. Lin Yenshi burst into laughter.
Chen Chen brought back a whole cart of goods from Linhai City.
There were clothes, quilts, fruits and vegetables, drinks, beer, canned food, and more. The drivers of the rental car were all shocked, especially since he was also a fan of online novels.
He thought Chen Chen was the male lead of a doomsday rebirth novel, preparing for the apocalypse.
Chen Chen mentioned he had a shopping addiction, dispelling the driver's unrealistic fantasies. Later, Chen Chen made a brief trip to Anqing, delivering the bananas and several boxes of mangoes needed by the customer to Wulong. Since they were all tropical fruits, they could be sold at a higher price. Whether bananas or mangoes, they were sold individually, each for 5,000 yuan. As for the things for Binbi and Mayu, he left them at home for her to pick up herself. Over the next 2 months, Chen Chen stayed on Earth. The most important thing now was his online novel income. All transactions in Anqing were supported by Earth's funds. If Earth ran out of money, he wouldn't be able to supply Anqing anymore. Considering Shaoxi's physicalization would take a month, he decided to stay on Earth and also avoid the Silver Wing Assassin. During these 2 months, only second uncle came by twice with pork, making Chen Chen feel the rare warmth of family. As for Lin Yenshi, whom he met at the supermarket that day, they only chatted on WeChat for 2 days and then lost contact due to running out of topics. The first income came from a novel on a certain platform, with quick results on the free platform. As the number of readers increased, his daily income rapidly rose from tens to hundreds, and then thousands of yuan. The next wave of traffic was expected to increase. The other 4 novels also started bringing in money gradually. Chen Chen conservatively estimated that earning 100,000 a month shouldn't be a problem. As a delivery guy, Chen Chen never imagined making money so easily. Truly, technology changes lives. He must repay Xiao Shi well when he returns to Anqing. Chen Chen excitedly drank a toast, only to feel nauseous for 3 days due to getting drunk. Another gain in these 2 months was Chen Chen finally finding a place similar to the Room of Spirit and Time in Dragon Ball. It was a planet where both day and night were very long, with the refrigerator portal located on a warm island, perfect for camping and fishing. Importantly, time flowed much faster on this island world. 1 hour on Earth was equivalent to a day and night on the island, roughly 96 hours.
Chen Chen named it August Island, inspired by an animated movie, Endless August.
If he could bring the physicalized Xiao Shi to spend a few days on this island, it would be truly comfortable and pleasant.
The day finally arrived for Xiao Shi's physicalization to be completed. Anqing's night.
Chen Chen rode a flying car back to his home in the night city. Upon entering the living room, he saw a 2-meter-long metal cabinet on the floor. Xiao Shi, wearing a white dress, jumped happily to Chen Chen's side and said, "It was delivered last night, and inside is my body, he."
Congratulations on entering the 2.0 era, Xiao Shi.
Although Chen Chen was also happy, he felt strange looking at the metal coffin on the ground. After all, on Earth, people enter coffins when they die. But for androids, they are born from coffins. Chen Chen squatted down to light up the control panel on the metal cabinet, confirmed the android's information and the owner's identity, and pressed the activate button. A green progress bar appeared on the screen, and there was a sound of water draining from the metal cabinet. Xiao Shi explained, the cabinet contains seaweed liquid for maintaining the android's body. Xiao Shi needs to soak here for at least 12 hours every month, so this cabinet is also where Xiao Shi sleeps.
Don't throw it away. Do I have to sleep here? Feels like a vampire.
Chen Chen joked, but his heart was pounding with excitement.
Oh, by the way.
Xiao Shi suddenly widened her eyes, approached Chen Chen, and said, "It seems you forgot to buy my exclusive seat, the charger."
Although this cabinet can charge, it's inconvenient. You're still inserting ads at a time like this? Chen Chen laughed.
In the case of a fully charged and fully operational Android, it can only stand by for up to 48 hours, and if running at high load, it can only last for 24 hours.
A convenient and efficient charger is still necessary.
At this time, Chen Chen still had over 600,000 in his account, so the money was not a problem. He said generously, "Pick a style you like and buy 2.
Thank you, dear."
Little she smiled pleasingly, "The way you pay is the most handsome."
Where did you learn that from? Chen Chen asked incredulously. From online novels? Learning by doing. Impressive.
Chen Chen suddenly said with a hint of ambiguity, "I have some very impressive movies, you can learn from the female leads in them." Just then, the metal cabinet made a beep sound. The progress bar on the display reached 100%, and the update prompts appeared one after another. Battery check, currently at 95%, healthy.
Body check, titanium alloy skeleton intact, biological muscle fat saturated, microcircuit neural pathways clear, healthy. Network check, connected to Blue Whale Life server, healthy. Program check, current life model is up to date, no updates needed. Terminal core processor running, successful. Visual activation, auditory activation, tactile activation, balance motion detection complete. Blue Whale Life Android model AOA18 initialization started. Wow! Looking at these prompts, Chen Chen couldn't help but remember the excitement of buying his first phone.
The anticipation for new technology and a new life, feeling the joy of every cell in his body blooming like flowers. The cabinet door opened, revealing a fair-skinned girl inside. Even though her eyes were closed, it was clear that it was Little Shi. As for her snow-white body, Little Shi quickly closed the curtains. Good things at home should not be seen by others. The curtains in the living room slowly closed, and Little Shi, still in digital projection, leaped into the air, saying to Chen Chen with a smile, "See you later." She floated lightly, lying flat in the air above the metal cabinet. Her white dress scattered into a cluster of light particles, and Little Shi slowly descended from the air, perfectly merging with the girl inside the cabinet.
Like a soul entering a body.
Soon, Little Shi opened her eyes, her pitch-black eyes shining with white light, fleeting. She slowly sat up, reaching out to touch the edge of the metal cabinet, marveling, "This is the sense of touch, so wonderful." Then she turned to Chen Chen, showing a familiar smile, "This is the first time I've seen you from my own perspective.
There are many first times waiting for you to experience." Chen Chen took out 2 sets of underwear and a dress from a drawer next to the metal cabinet and handed them to Little Shi. Little Shi smiled knowingly and said softly, "I'm looking forward to it too." She jumped out of the metal cabinet, landing with a thud. Due to the titanium alloy skeleton of the android and the numerous electronic devices inside her, she was heavier than Chen Chen, almost 100 kilograms. Fortunately, it wasn't visible from the outside, and her movements were light. But caution was needed in daily life. I'll go take a shower first. Little she ran into the bathroom with her clothes.
Watching her back, Chen Chen touched his nose, no bleeding.
While Chen Chen was warming up in place, he noticed a plastic bag with blue whale life on the sofa.
Opening it, he found 3 sets of clothes he had bought for little she before. This unscrupulous merchant still had a conscience. Chen Chen took out the colorful striped dress and walked to the bathroom door, saying, "Little she, change into this dress after you shower." The sound of the shower echoed from the bathroom. Little she walked over with a pat-pat sound, opened the door a crack, revealing her wet and pretty face. "Want to shower together?" Patter, 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 patter. The raindrops kept hitting the glass window. The muffled thunder rumbled intermittently, occasionally flashing white light filling the room.
After another bout of fierce wind and rain, the noisy room finally quieted down.
Chen Chen listened to the rapid breathing beside him, feeling a sense of harmony in the world.
Real. How could it be so real?
Not long ago, he had exchanged with Manami Bin, and that feeling remained fresh in his memory. The android in front of him did not disappoint him at all.
Due to Xiaoxi's rising body temperature, a faint fragrance emanated from her.
She wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead, curiously pinching them, looking very fresh.
Rest for a while first. Chen Chen got out of bed and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water.
Compared to the last time he was passively beaten, tonight he finally took charge and felt exhilarated.
By the way, did the novel I helped you write make money?
Xiaoxi pulled the blanket over herself, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I won't advertise in this atmosphere."
Made quite a bit. Really? That's great.
Xiaoxi showed a happy smile, tucking away the stray hair sticking to her forehead, her eyes shining as she said, "Should I write a few more?
I hope to help more people. Let me think." Chen Chen gently squeezed Xiaoxi's hand, the genuine touch giving him a new idea.
"I'll teach you how to type in a couple of days. Use these hands to tap the keyboard for typing, and leave the management of the novel to you in the future."
Typing. Do I need to learn that?
Xiaoxi was puzzled. "It's an input method you haven't encountered, more precisely, a program you haven't seen."
Chen Chen suddenly had a curious thought and asked, "Can you code?" No, to ensure human safety, Xiaoxi's programming permissions are restricted at the program's core.
Xiaoxi frowned slightly, then continued, "Not only can I learn, but even seeing program code makes me feel disgusted. It's like humans seeing the remains of their own kind, a deep-seated aversion."
Chen Chen nodded silently, thinking to himself, "This is clearly to prevent you androids from rebelling."
With this speculation, the android's power might intentionally be controlled within 48 hours, not limited by battery technology. In case the androids do rebel, just cut off the power for 48 hours, and humans can easily quell the rebellion.
Ding dong! The doorbell rang in the room. The projector in the bedroom projected the image of the guests, Goro and Sayuri. Goro had moved out of the gray-blue building a while ago and indeed became Chen Chen's neighbor.
Chen Chen hurried to put on clothes, muttering, "This guy has no sense. Who comes to visit in the middle of the night?"
Xiaoxi also got up, dressed, and ran to the mirror to fix her hair. "Coming." Chen Chen opened the door unenthusiastically. "Coming so late, hope we're not disturbing you?" Goro entered the room with a smile and handed a digital watch to Chen Chen, saying, "A gift for Xiaoxi." A watch? Chen Chen couldn't understand what use a digital watch would have for an intelligent android.
Sayuri linked arms with Goro, smiling as she explained, "Don't be fooled by its appearance, this is actually a mobile battery. When bound to the android chip, it can provide an extra 10 minutes of activity time, very practical."
"Thank you."
Chen Chen passed the gift to Xiaoxi, who had just come over to thank Goro.
Xiaoxi was pulled into the room by Sayuri for a chat. Watching the 2 androids' intimate behavior, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this their first meeting?"
Hee, from a power source perspective, they are like real sisters." Goro walked through the living room directly to the balcony, saying, "Don't waste time, I'll take you to a good place."
"Where are we going in the middle of the night?" Chen Chen asked.
"To buy some hardware."
Goro raised his metallic arm, making a gun gesture. "Really?"
Chen Chen immediately changed into a set of black hoodie, work pants, put on smart glasses and a mask.
Goro steered the flying car into the rainy night, and it wasn't until they were far from the Blue Whale Life apartment that he spoke. "The gun selling place is at the D-Long Market on 9th Street.
It only operates at night, selling shady goods that are best kept out of the light.
Is it safe for us to go there?" Chen Chen still prioritized safety concerns.
"They welcome businessmen there, as long as you're willing to spend money with them, it's absolutely safe." Goro paused, then continued with a tantalizing tone, "Although the D-Long Market is the black market of Night City, it has the police backing it up.
It's like the police department's black glove against the various commercial giants. As long as we don't cause trouble, we'll be fine." "That's good to know." Chen Chen remembered the task of removing ads from the androids and asked, Are there hackers there who can modify androids like that? I've inquired about it.
Let's go buy guns first and then find the hackers, Goro said, twisting the control lever as the flying car drew an arc in the rain curtain, heading towards the northwest corner of Night City.
9th Street of Night City.
The lights here were relatively dim, and due to the rain, there were only a few streetwalkers and hurried pedestrians on the street.
But once they entered the Dilong market, Chen Chen's eyes were captivated by various dazzling lights, mixed electronic music and advertisements alternating, vying for every passerby's attention.
To Chen Chen's surprise, as soon as he entered the market, he saw a pink storefront, Rose Pistol Club.
Wasn't this the same store that had handed him that flyer when he first arrived at Dark Star?
Curious, Chen Chen was about to go in for a look when he realized it was a bar that rented androids for business.
Flesh trade was not his thing.
Let's go, the place we're looking for is on the 3rd underground floor. Goro led Chen Chen to a secure passage and they walked down to the 1st underground floor.
The 1st underground floor was devoid of music and light pollution, with only one shop, Pulse Cybercafe.
The cybercafe was dimly lit, and most customers inside were lying motionless on the recliners, eerily resembling rows of corpses, lifeless.
Chen Chen whispered, "What's going on here? It's creepy."
This is where people play online games, connecting to the cyberspace through a brain-machine interface for full sensory communication. They even do that kind of thing here. Goro put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder, leading him to the stairs down to the 2nd underground floor, saying, "It was very popular for a few years. But then cyberpsychosis emerged, so the government banned the public cyberspace.
Everyone can only access cyberspace at designated locations using designated equipment. What does cyberpsychosis mean?"
Well, Goro pondered for a moment and said with uncertainty, for various reasons, part of your consciousness lingers in cyberspace, unwilling to return to reality, causing your mind to split into 2 parts.
That's roughly what it is. It's like severe internet addiction, right? The 2nd underground floor consisted of private rooms, similar to the Blue Whale Life's Body Experience store.
However, the rooms had poor sound insulation, and the sounds easily carried into the corridor.
The two quickly reached the 3rd underground floor.
As they stepped out of the stairs, they were faced with a screen painted with koi fish, behind which the sound of mahjong tiles clacking could be heard. A half-human, half-mechanical figure intercepted them, saying, "This floor is a private space and not open to the public."
"We were introduced by Kawasaki Logistics Hasegawa to buy some goods." Goro initiated a transfer of 10,000 yuan and sent it over, saying, "This is the viewing fee. Could you please take us to see Brother Jean Lin?"
The man accepted the money with a smile and pointed behind him, saying, "Go on, the room at the far end."
"Thank you."
Chen Chen and Goro bypassed the screen, and inside the room were 4 mahjong tables, with over 20 burly men sitting or standing around them, ignoring the 2 and continuing to play and shout. The innermost room had its door open.
A mechanical cat leisurely strolled out. The big brother selling firearms is called Golden Scale.
He is fat, wearing a blue plaid suit, with the possibility of the 2 buttons on his belly popping open at any moment.
"You two want to buy guns?"
Golden Scale sat behind his desk, a scar running across his face, his 2 electronic eyes emitting a red light as they scanned Chen Chen and Wang Lang. "Yes, we were recommended by Hasegawa from Kawasaki Logistics to come here," Wang Lang said.
"What do you need the guns for?" "Self-defense."
"I'm asking who you need the guns to deal with so I can recommend the most suitable style for you."
Golden Scale scratched his head, a bit impatiently saying, "The firearms I have here mainly fall into 2 categories. Bullet guns have strong destructive power on flesh but average armor-piercing capabilities. Laser guns have strong penetration against mechs and prosthetics, but they only poke holes in people."
Wang Lang and Chen Chen exchanged a glance, not having thought about this question.
"We just need them for self-defense, not targeting anyone in particular." Wang Lang thought for a moment and asked, "What are the prices for these 2 types of guns?"
"They range from 10 to 50,000. Golden Scale opened a drawer, took out 2 guns, and threw them on the table, saying, "These 2 are the latest models, try them out for the feel." 1 large and 1 small gun were placed on the table. The smaller one looked like a child's water gun with a scope on the barrel and 2 cylindrical energy canisters. Chen Chen picked it up and tested it in his hand. It was lightweight, and the small barrel indicated it was a laser gun. "This one is called Red Viper, linear damage, effective range of 100 meters, and can fire 500 shots at full capacity," Golden Scale briefly introduced, his eyes fixed on Chen Chen. "Try this one." Wang Lang handed his larger gun to Chen Chen. Chen Chen almost dropped the gun as he received it, needing both hands to lift it. The gun was entirely space gray, exaggerated in design, full of mechanical aesthetics.
Golden Scale chuckled and continued, "This one is called Physical Justice, comes with an auxiliary targeting system and an electronic silencer.
It uses screwdriver bullets, a magazine can hold 20 rounds, with a range of 250 meters. Physical justice, the name itself has a ring to it. Chen Shen suddenly got a bit dramatic and asked, how much for this gun? If you buy it, 48,000, Golden Scale said with a mischievous smile.
Chen Shen sensed the implication in his words and pointed to Wang Lang, asking, what about him? 38,000. Why should I pay 10,000 more? Because you're a Tang person. It's already good enough that we sell you things in our Night City territory. Golden Scale turned to Wang Lang, sneering, you shouldn't try to save him money either. If we find out, you'll be in trouble. Don't worry, I won't help him. Wang Lang shrugged and chuckled, thinking that Chen Shen, being a wealthy man, wouldn't mind the extra money. Chen Shen sighed, thinking, my fake Tang identity hasn't brought me any benefits at all.
He played with the physical justice in his hand and asked Golden Scale, how much for those screwdriver bullets you mentioned? A box of 100 rounds costs 2,000 yuan. Golden Scale stared at Chen Shen and chuckled, adding, don't worry, the bullets are included in the price. Chen Shen placed physical justice back on the table, pondered for a moment, and said, 1 gun, 10 boxes of bullets, all in stock, right? Of course, as long as you have the money, everything is fine. Golden Scale looked at Wang Lang and asked, what about you? Wang Lang also placed the laser gun back on the table, thought for a moment, and said, I'll take the physical justice too. After all, it's 10,000 cheaper.
Damn, Chen Shen sneered.
10 minutes later, the two left the Delong market each carrying a black leather bag. Inside were a physical justice gun, a gun holster, 5 magazines, 10 boxes of bullets. Additionally, both of them had installed in their smart glasses an auxiliary targeting software that matched the physical justice.
Is Night City at odds with Old Chang'an? Chen Shen asked curiously.
It's all about competition between companies, it doesn't really concern us ordinary folks. If it weren't for the special purchase today, who cares if it's the old Chang'an or the new Chang'an? Wang Lang stood at the entrance of the mall, opened the electronic map and said, wait a moment, I'll find the location of that hacker. By now, the rain had stopped, and even in the late night, there were still many people coming and going. Chen Shen curiously observed their attire, and suddenly noticed a man in a black windbreaker with silver hair and beard standing in front of a tobacco and liquor store.
It was none other than the Silver Wing Killer, Dave. Quick, let's go. Chen Shen was frightened and immediately pulled Wang Lang back into the mall. What's wrong?
Wang Lang instinctively tightened his backpack. That white-haired guy in front of the tobacco shop is the cop we encountered at Blue Whale Life before, targeting the Tang people.
Is he still watching you? Who knows?
Chen Shen hid in a secluded spot until Dave left with a cigarette, then waited another 5 minutes before leaving the mall. The two quickly left the street and found a building with the words 1,000 Leaves flashing, taking the elevator up to the 15th floor. The door of room 1505 was crookedly hanging a sign, Forge Digital Studio. Wang Lang rang the doorbell, waited 15 seconds, then rang it again. The door opened, but there was no light inside, only a musty smell from lack of ventilation.
Is anyone there? Wang Lang asked, covering his nose.
A yellow light bulb illuminated the dark room, revealing a mess of electronic devices, windows welded shut with steel plates, and a rotting wooden stake in the corner. In the center of the room, a clumsily shaped robot was waving at them.
It seems this hacker is from the Puppet Clan, Wang Lang whispered. Chen Shen found the robot somewhat familiar, resembling the robot Wally.
The robot's head looked like a telescope, scanning Chen Shen and Wang Lang before emitting primitive electronic sounds. Come in and close the door.
Chen Shen obediently closed the door, while Wang Lang rubbed his nose and asked, excuse me, can you hack into the data chip of a bionic person?
I cannot modify bionic individuals, only their data chips. The robot spread out its forearms, gesturing, although the difference is small, I must be precise. Let's talk about your needs, but please don't ask for something like removing ads. I hope to be surprised. Sorry to disappoint you, but we do want to remove ads, Wang Lang said. The robot shook its head in apparent resignation and quickly listed prices, farting for 8,000 yuan, burping for 12,000 yuan, blinking for 20,000 yuan.
What does that mean?
When a bionic person receives an ad command from the server, I can modify the advertising into other behaviors, then delay the feedback to the server.
The robot extended its slender fingers, continuing to explain, simply put, I changed the bionic person's ad behavior to farting, burping, or blinking. Different behaviors have different prices, it's up to you to choose.
Chen Shen was speechless.
He never thought that removing ads from bionic individuals would involve such a perverse taste. No one would choose farting, right? After a moment of thought, Wang Lang said, wait, where do bionic individuals even get farts from? They don't have that function at all.
It's spraying body scent from the back, accompanied by a puff sound effect. The robot let out a mechanical laugh, proudly saying, I invented this, and it's very popular with customers.
Wang Lang made a quick decision, then I choose farting. You can't be serious.
Chen Shen once again looked down on him and said to the robot, besides removing ads from bionic individuals, I have a special request.
He paused, tentatively asking, can you make bionic individuals run offline?
The robot blinked its eyes, paused for a full 10 seconds before slowly saying, wow, isn't this a surprise? Turning its body, the robot faced Chen Shen with its large eyes resembling glasses and said, you know I am a meticulous person, so I must understand your specific needs.
It extended 2 fingers and continued, are you living in an environment without the internet, such as underground below 100 meters? Or are you living in a place where the network is blocked, like certain special companies that require disconnection? Does it make a difference? Wulong was getting impatient.
After all, the musty smell in the room was too strong, and he didn't want to stay a moment longer. Of course, and the difference is significant, the robot replied without explaining, still looking at Chen Shen, seemingly waiting for an answer.
Chen Shen thought for a moment.
Although there was Wi-Fi at his home on Earth, the technological foundations of the two worlds were different, and Xiaoxi would definitely not be able to access the internet on Earth. Therefore, he shook his head and said, it is an environment completely without a network.
Can you make my android operate offline?
Of course.
Just to be cautious, is your android from Blue Whale Life?
Yes.
Then it's even simpler.
The robot spun in place and continued, operating offline is not difficult. The challenge lies in creating a fake server. Among the manufacturers of androids, Blue Whale Life has the easiest server to make, and the technology is the most mature.
Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, how much will it cost? The robot extended 3 fingers, 300,000. So expensive, are you robbing us? Wulong was shocked. Chen Shen also clicked his tongue, the price was indeed unexpected.
You come in here with guns and accuse me of robbery, it's really unreasonable. The robot trembled in fear, making a dada sound, and continued with its primitive electronic voice, I can at most help you reduce the price of removing ads, but 300,000 is the lowest. It slid to the door, opened it, and said, you can also ask other hackers, I need to pee urgently, so I won't see you off.
Let's go. Wulong hurriedly left the room.
Chen Shen was not in a hurry. As he was leaving, he asked, if I decide to let you do it, how long will it take? I have a ready-made server, just need to pair it with the data chip of the android, complete the data testing, and it can be done in half a day at most. The robot sent a friend request, pushing it to Chen Shen, contact me when you've made up your mind.
Okay. Chen Shen accepted the friend request and found the other party's nickname was what? He couldn't stand the musty smell in the room either, waved his hand, and quickly followed Wulong out.
The robot didn't rush to close the door, it looked at the backs of Chen Shen and Wulong, blinked its eyes, then slid back into the room, locked the door, and turned off the light.
The room fell into darkness once again.
Officer, the bait you set 2 years ago, someone took it today. The flying car emitted a light blue tail light as it left 5th Street.
Wulong set the flight to autopilot mode, then opened his backpack and played with the newly acquired firearm, Physical Justice. Chen Shen did the same, holding the pitch-black large gun in his hands, aiming left and right. Battle is the romance of all male animals.
For anyone who can protect themselves, whether with cold weapons or firearms, even just a handy stick, it is considered a treasure by men.
Not to mention this high-tech weapon combining electronics and gunpowder. Money is really good, Wulong sighed, glancing at Chen Shen's arm and asked with a smile, isn't it hard for you to use this thing without a prosthetic arm?
It's a bit of a struggle, but it looks cool. Chen Shen couldn't wait to take a shot.
Don't mess around.
If you shoot, Xiaoyu and Xiaoxi will both be widows. Goro made a joke, hesitated for a moment, then said, although I don't know why you want Cece to go offline, you don't have to tell me.
I just feel that spending 300,000 isn't worth it.
Value is subjective, and this matter is important to me.
Chen Shen was someone who disliked trouble.
He decided that once he had enough money, he would find the robot what and get Cece running on Earth as soon as possible. Glancing at his account, with only 20,000 left, he asked, how long until the next payment comes in? Soon, maybe 5 or 6 days. But after this batch of fruit is sold, the current dozen or so customers will be saturated. There won't be much demand for fruit in the next 2 or 3 months.
Goro gestured in the air and sent a document to Chen Shen, saying, this is the list of customer demands, few in quantity but diverse. Take a look and make the purchases.
Chen Shen opened it and was surprised to find that over a dozen customers had submitted requests for 52 different items, each in quantities of less than 10. After all, these were rare and expensive goods, so the demand was naturally limited. Strawberries, pears, watermelons, sweet potatoes, yogurt.
Chen Shen read through the list and noticed that 5 people needed to purchase wine. Is wine really that popular? He asked. Of course, it's monopolized by the old Chang'an, with high prices and limited availability. It's known as the liquid ruby. Do you think it's popular?
That could be a growth point, and alcohol doesn't have storage issues either.
Chen Shen suddenly remembered giving Goro a box of instant noodles recently, the most common braised beef noodles on earth.
To avoid revealing the brand, he packed the noodles in a sealed bag, separated the seasonings and sauce packets into glass jars, removing any trace of the source.
How do you like those instant noodles I gave you? If you were to sell them, how much do you think you'd need?
Goro brightened up, saying, "Don't even mention it. Ever since I started eating those noodles, I can't stomach wide noodles or vitamin blocks anymore. If these are to be sold, one noodle block plus sauce, 1,000 credits should be no problem."
He paused and added, "These instant noodles are different from fruit, they're considered a staple.
If they were to be sold, the income would definitely be more stable than fruit, and the demand would be higher." Chen Shen calculated that if each customer ate 2 packs a day, including their families, they would consume at least 1,200 packs a month, earning
2 million credits. The challenge lay in repackaging these instant noodles, a tedious task to even think about.
Having grown accustomed to a life of ease, Chen Shen didn't want to engage in such tedious and time-consuming activities. However, there were solutions, such as making Cece work harder or applying for another digital companion to share the workload. It wasn't about starting a harem, just wanting to ease Cece's burden. Applying for a second digital companion, along with physicalization and going offline, would cost another 1,000,000 credits. It seemed that selling instant noodles was imperative, so for now, he and Cece would have to endure the hardship. With that in mind, Chen Shen said, "I'll prepare for the instant noodles business.
In the next phase, let's focus on wine and instant noodles to stabilize our income."
"Alright, I'll follow your lead."
Goro drove the flying car back to the Blue Whale Life Apartments.
Chen Shen had originally planned to stay on Dark Star for a week, waiting for Cece to go offline before returning to Earth. After all, he and Cece were newlyweds, spending day and night together, making it hard to leave the bed. But his other gun was also important and needed practice. The physical justice gun couldn't just be left unused, gathering dust at home. Finally, at a certain wise moment, Chen Shen made a decisive move, carrying physical justice and all the bullets, riding out of the night city.
For Chen Shen, Dark Star always felt unsafe.
He couldn't even sleep soundly at home, let alone practice shooting here. The most suitable place for him to practice shooting was the rapidly flowing time on August Island. The goal of this return trip is to use up all the bullets. The azure sky. Behind the golden beach lies a dense forest.
The refrigerator teleporter is conveniently located between the beach and the forest. As Earth is currently in the night, the teleporter appears as a strange rectangular shadow on the beach. Chen Shen dared not stray too far from the teleporter. He built a 1-meter-high platform with red bricks from his uncle's house in the cool shade at the edge of the forest. He placed a can of cola on top as a target.
"Here it comes, my first shot." Chen Shen maintained a distance of 100 meters, wearing smart glasses.
Although there was no network here, it did not affect the operation of the aiming software.
He held the gun in his right hand, supporting it with his left hand.
Aim.
A red crosshair appeared in the smart glasses, focusing on the cola can. He pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The sound of the shot, assisted by the electronic silencer, sounded like a cork being pulled out of a bottle.
Chen Shen felt a numbness in his arm, involuntarily taking 3 steps back. The cola can was still there, but the shot missed. Damn, the recoil is too strong.
Chen Shen's right arm was numb from the shock, and he took a moment before picking up the gun again.
Bang!
The second shot was fired. This time, although he still didn't hit the cola can, at least his hands were not lifted by the recoil, and his body stood firmly in place.
Shot after shot was fired, emptying a magazine, which was 20 bullets.
His right arm was so sore that he couldn't lift it. No wonder the people of the Dark Star wear prosthetics, the human body is too fragile.
Chen Shen could only sit under a tree to rest. A cool breeze blew through the forest, piquing his curiosity. Since discovering this island, he had never dared to venture deep into the forest.
Now with a gun in hand, although he still couldn't hit a cola can 100 meters away, close-range shooting was no problem. Rubbing his right arm, Chen Shen got up to explore the forest. There were seabirds nesting in the woods, beetles crawling on the tree trunks, and lizard-like creatures in the grass. He had just fired 20 shots, making a lot of noise. If there were advanced humanoid creatures on this island, they should have come looking for him. Since there had been no movement for so long, it was probably just an unguarded ordinary island. Chen Shen didn't dare to go too far and turned back before the sound of the waves disappeared, in case he got lost. Just as he turned around, he caught a whiff of a peculiar grassy scent. Chen Shen rubbed his nose and followed the scent to a clump of grass, where he discovered a faint glow.
What was that?
Chen Shen froze, immediately pointing the gun towards the clump of grass as he approached. As he got closer, the light in the shadow flickered.
It was
a plant that looked very much like a sensitive plant. Its leaves were closely arranged, each with a golden edge that swayed gently in the sunlight, emitting a faint glow. So beautiful. Chen Chen subconsciously reached out his right hand and gently touched the plant with his fingers. The plant did not close its leaves, but the faint light on its leaves stuck to Chen Chen's fingers and then dissipated. Interesting. Chen Chen brought his nose closer and sniffed hard. The grassy scent from the plant wafted into his nostrils like a cool breeze, spreading through his body, refreshing him as if he had been reborn. Chen Chen suddenly realized that his previously sore right arm had miraculously returned to normal. Is this the immortal grass? Chen Chen felt a bit bewildered. As someone who had experienced the technological civilizations of the Dark Star and Earth, saying something like immortal grass felt absurd. What would happen if he ate it? This curiosity flashed through his mind. Chen Chen didn't dare to take the risk. Apart from the possibility of being poisoned, even if it contained immense energy, the human body might not be able to handle it. However, he had to make the most of this plant's miraculous healing ability. Chen Chen thought for a moment, immediately made a mark on a nearby tree, and returned to the beach, carrying all the bullets back. He placed the cola at a suitable height on a branch not far from the fairy grass. He continued to practice shooting. Whenever his right arm felt uncomfortable, he would run to smell the fairy grass, repeating this process. Finally, when changing the fifth magazine, his bullets finally hit the cola can, and the liquid burst all over the ground. From then on, Chen Chen's accuracy gradually improved. With the help of the fairy grass, he managed to finish all 10 boxes of bullets in just 4 hours. A bit disappointing. Chen Chen was practicing vigorously, forced to enter the sage time of shooting. After returning to Earth, he hired a car to go to the city, visited 3 supermarkets, and filled a cart. He bought 50 boxes of braised beef noodles, chose a mid-range red wine, and bought 10 boxes totaling 120 bottles. In addition, there were some cling films in various bottles and cans, all prepared for repackaging instant noodles. By the time the truck returned to the village, it was already afternoon. 7 or 8 elderly people in the village were sitting under a tree chatting. They were curious why Chen Chen, a young man, chose to stay in the countryside. Seeing the energy of these grandpas and grandmas, Chen Chen had a bold idea. The next day, he entrusted the repackaging of instant noodles to the elderly in the village. Each person received 100 yuan, and everyone was delighted. The repackaging of 1,200 bags of instant noodles was easily completed in the homes of the elderly. Chen Chen also enjoyed a meal at a farmhouse. In addition, he removed all the packaging from the red wine, trying to make the products sold to the Dark Star devoid of any Earth elements. After sorting out the affairs on Earth, Chen Chen couldn't wait to return to the Dark Star. Xiao Shi lay on the bed. Her body turned cold after shutting down, although her face remained rosy and her skin elastic. Her chest no longer rose and fell, feeling like a corpse. Chen Chen placed her head on his lap, pressed down on the rotating position on her head with force, and after 10 seconds, a click feedback sound came. He then used his thumb to peel back the skin on the top of her head, revealing a 4 cm long, 1 cm wide metal plate, with a bionic data chip embedded there. Chen Chen removed the data chip, then closed Xiao Shi's scalp. He looked at the small lighter-sized piece of metal in his hand, which was the bionic brain, containing all of Xiao Shi's memories. Looking at Xiao Shi lying on the bed, Chen Chen realized for the first time that she was a bionic human. After spending these days together, whether it was her body temperature or heartbeat, even the subtle feedback during communication, all made Chen Chen believe that Xiao Shi was a real life form. It wasn't until he removed her data chip that Chen Chen returned to reality. Who cares, whoever is good to me, I will be good to them. Chen Chen moved Xiao Shi into a metal cabinet, maintained her with seaweed liquid, and inserted the data chip into the flying car on the balcony. Are you sure you want to disconnect Xiao Shi from the network? Lang sat in the co-pilot seat, reminding Chen Chen again, with this level of modification, Blue Whale Life may not provide you with after-sales service anymore. It would be troublesome if there are network viruses in the future and you can't update. Even if it's disconnected from the network, what's there to fear about network viruses? Chen Chen wasn't worried about this, as his disconnection was very thorough. Running solo on Earth was very safe. Well then, let's go. Lang drove the flying car into the air, heading straight for the Dragon Building on 9th Street. In the corridor of the Chiba Yuan Building. Bro, have you gone crazy? You've used up all 1,000 rounds of bullets so quickly? The more Lang thought about it, the more unbelievable he found it. He pinched Chen Chen's arm and curiously asked, with your small arms, can you handle the recoil of those firearms? Your old man here is naturally gifted, shooting billions of bullets in a second is no problem. Well, I can do that too. Lang sighed, still unable to let go of his doubts, muttering, those bullets cost money, you really are a spendthrift. Profligacy is the way of the profligate,
you wouldn't understand, Chen Chen chuckled, tightening the heavy backpack. This time he bought 50 boxes of ammunition directly, enough to squander for a while. I never thought you, kid, would be living paycheck to paycheck. Haven't you saved up to buy a ticket for interstellar immigration? Wang Lang's tone was serious, his expression turning solemn. Thinking about how this dark star would become a garbage dump abandoned by the wealthy in 20 years, Chen Chen could only say, "You don't need to worry about me, I'm not interested in interstellar immigration." Wang Lang looked at Chen Chen, hesitating to speak. After spending time together, he understood that the best way to cooperate was to control his curiosity. After all, the premise of their initial collaboration was to strictly keep Chen Chen's sources and identity confidential. Wang Lang's intuition told him that Chen Chen's identity was definitely not as simple as a Tang person. But since Chen Chen didn't say anything himself, Wang Lang saw no need to ask, as long as there were benefits to be gained. Just as the two reached the door of 1505, it opened automatically. The familiar musty smell hit them, making Wang Lang immediately cover his nose, muttering, "Can't you open a window for some ventilation? This smell is too strong." The robot what, in its emotionless electronic voice, said, "I need a closed environment to grow mushrooms, besides, I can't smell it myself, hee hee." It shrugged, then continued, "Have you extracted the data chip from the android as I instructed? Here." Wang Lang handed the chip from Xiaobaihe to the robot, saying, "Just change the ad to farting. I'll wait outside, this smell is too much for my eyes." After that, he patted Chen Chen on the shoulder, "I'll wait for you at the elevator." "Okay." Chen Chen nodded, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. His nose was sensitive, more attuned to the stimulation of the musty smell, and more perceptive to the subtle changes in the odor. It seemed different from last time. After Wang Lang left, the robot reached out to Chen Chen and said, "Have you decided to disconnect the android from the network?" "Of course." Chen Chen quickly took out Xiaoxi's data chip and handed it to the robot, saying, "I'm not that twisted, just change the ad to burping. I'll leave the modification of the android's disconnection to you. I'll pay you the 300,000 once the job is done, is that okay?" "Of course, that's only fair." The robot first inserted Wang Lang's chip into a device, then entered a series of commands, and a dense array of codes, flashing in pink and green, appeared on the projection screen. "I'll start by modifying the chip for this guy who likes to fart. You need to confirm the Android server." The robot pointed to a square white box on the shelf, saying to Chen Chen, "That's the miniature server suitable for blue whale life. Don't be fooled by its size, it's enough to support the cognitive functions of 3 androids." It extended its arm to take the server down and handed it to Chen Chen, saying, "The cost of this server is 10,000, the core processor is the same as blue whale life's. I got it through a secret channel. Compatibility is not an issue." Chen Chen held the server in his hand, it was no bigger than his palm and quite light. "How far does its signal coverage reach?" Chen Chen asked. "Theoretically, the effective range is 1,000 meters, but the actual distance without delay is about 800 meters, it's fine for household use." The robot tapped the server with its mechanical finger, producing a crisp metallic sound. Seeing Chen Chen hesitating, it added, "If you want to take the android out, you can carry the server with you, its battery can provide up to a week of battery life." Chen Chen weighed the server in his hand and curiously asked, "Such a small thing, can't it be implanted in the android's body? Humans need to have necessary control over androids." The robot tapped a few times on the mechanical keyboard, and a diagram of a bionic person was projected in the center of the room. It then said, "Technically, to fit a server inside a body, it needs to ensure zero heat dissipation, or else, like a series of falling dominoes, the accumulating heat will melt away all the bionic person's fat." "What's the point then?" "Got it. Let's get started then." Chen Chen handed the server back to the robot, intending to stay inside and watch the robot's operation. However, he couldn't understand it, and the smell inside the room was too strong. He felt like he would grow mushrooms if he stayed any longer. So, he chose to do as Wulong did, wait outside. The robot noticed Chen Chen's dilemma and pointed outside, saying, "You should go out and wait too. If you're worried I might tamper with anything, I can livestream for you to watch." "Forget it, I don't understand it." Chen Chen covered his nose and walked out, only breathing a sigh of relief once he reached the corridor. He hadn't walked far when he noticed a black circular stain on the floor, then saw a twisted cigarette butt in a corner not far away. Chen Chen stopped, hesitated, picked up the cigarette butt, and sniffed it. The scent triggered a memory, flashing the image of that officer, the silver wing killer named Dave, in his mind. He turned back and looked at room 1505 where the robot what was, furrowing his brow involuntarily. Wulong was leaning against the wall next to the elevator, his eyes flickering with light spots, and the upturned corners of his mouth suggested he was watching some enjoyable video. When he saw Chen Chen approaching, he immediately gestured in the air to turn off the small video on the retinal screen. What good thing were you watching? Chen Chen asked with a mischievous smile. Ha, it was a precious moment between me and Xiaobei.
Wulong pointed to his temple and continued, for those of us with memory chips installed, we can always savor those wonderful memories.
Sounds quite tempting. Chen Chen felt a slight flutter in his heart and leaned against the wall, asking, is tobacco popular in this world? Tobacco? Since the nuclear war, hardly anyone smokes anymore, it's too niche.
Thinking Chen Chen was interested in a tobacco business, Wulong added, none of our clients smoke, so it's not a good business.
Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully.
Remembering something, he asked, you mentioned before that the Longdi market has the police department as a backer.
Does this situation exist elsewhere?
Of course, in this world, as long as there are common interests, even sworn enemies can cooperate.
Do you think these hackers have the police as a protective umbrella?
In this gray industry, those who survive are not simple. Wulong patted Chen Chen's shoulder, smiling, don't worry, bionic persons are considered personal property, modifying them isn't illegal.
That's good to know.
Chen Chen smiled wryly and muttered, I hope I'm just overthinking.
2 minutes of silence passed.
He pressed the elevator button and asked Wulong, there seems to be a pet shop downstairs, do you want to go check it out?
Not interested, you go ahead. Wulong smiled, pointing to his eyes, I'll reminisce for a while. Then I won't disturb you. Chen Chen entered the elevator, waving to Wulong, see you later. The tobacco and liquor store in front of the Longdi market.
The counter mainly displayed various types of alcohol, with only 8 brands of cigarettes, all packaged in metal boxes. The shop owner was as thin as a consumptive, with cables of prosthetic limbs attached to him, resembling a mechanical praying mantis.
What do you want, stinky Chinese? The tone of the mantis boss was very impolite, saying disdainfully, you don't smell of alcohol or smoke, are you buying for someone else? Yes, my boss asked me to buy a box of this for him.
Chen Chen took out a cigarette but crushed by his foot from his pocket and placed it on the counter.
TSK.
The mantis boss flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, then took out a box of cigarettes named Deep V Temptation from the counter and placed it on the counter, saying, 1500 per box.
Chen Chen picked up the Deep V Temptation and pretended to mutter to himself, isn't this what Dave smokes? It's this one.
The mantis boss sneered, whispering, only he smokes this cheap stuff.
Never mind, we must be talking about different people. Chen Chen put down the cigarette and walked away. His intuition told him that there was a cooperative relationship between Dave and the robot What. Perhaps it wasn't just What, but all hackers were connected to Dave. Because Dave's job was cyber surveillance and also the head of hunting down the wings of life, he had to rely on all online forces to find the wings of life. And going offline happened to be one of the escape options for the wings of life. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Chen Chen regretted deeply.
Although it was just a possibility, as Murphy's Law states, anything that can go wrong will go wrong eventually. Chen Chen subconsciously wanted to contact Minami Bin, but he immediately stopped that thought. If Dave really suspected himself through the incident of helping the androids go offline, contacting Minami Bin now would only cause trouble, exposing Minami Bin as well. For now, he could only prepare for the worst. Chen Chen returned to the Chiba Yuan building and entered a store selling electronic pets. The animals in the store ranged from small cats and dogs to large cows and sheep, with no difference in appearance, physique, or smell from live animals. As he petted a cat, he pondered, what if Dave really had what tamper with Xiaoxi's chip, with his target being only one, the wings of life. Dave believed that Xiaoxi might be the wings of life, and his going offline behavior was to completely evade network detection for the wings of life. If that was the case, the answer was already revealed, Xiaoxi was not the wings of life. If he still persisted, perhaps he would install spyware in Xiaoxi's chip to monitor himself and investigate the movements of the wings of life. That would be awkward. Although he was guiltless in his conscience, wasn't there always a third party eavesdropping during his deep conversations with Xiaoxi every night? While Chen Chen was lost in thought, What sent a message, the job was done, bring back 300,000 for settlement. He returned to the Chiba Yuan building and went back to room 1505 with Gozo. This is your data chip, the service fee is waived. The robot What handed the chip to Dave, then sent a data packet window to Chen Chen, saying, install it, test if your Android has gone offline. Okay. Chen Chen hesitated, downloaded What's software package on his smart glasses, and unpacked it for installation. Now I'll turn off the network in the room, you also disconnect the network on your smart glasses. The robot said as he operated, then he pressed the switch of the micro server and said, I've opened the virtual server, if there's an Android in your glasses, it means the offline process was successful. Although Chen Chen knew there were hidden dangers in this offline process, his heart was still somewhat excited. With a pleasant electronic sound in his ears, about a minute later, Xiaoxi indeed appeared in Chen Chen's field of vision. Although Gozo couldn't see Xiaoxi, he still waved his hand and said, Hey!
Hello, Gozo. Xiaoxi looked around, approached Chen Chen somewhat fearfully, and asked softly, where is this place? It doesn't seem familiar to me. Also, where is my body? Why am I in projection mode again? Let's explain this when we get home. Do you remember the gift that Sayuri gave you? Chen Chen asked with a testing tone. The electronic watch, right? I'm wearing it on my right hand. What's wrong? Wait, I have another question for you. Chen Chen walked out of the room and into the hallway, asking, do you remember how many times Yesterday? Twice, Xiaoxi said with a surprised expression. You didn't break my body, did you? Is it at the repair shop now? No, I'll tell you when we get home. Chen Chen returned to the musty room and turned off the mini server switch. Xiaoxi, not knowing what had happened, waved at Chen Chen blankly and then disappeared. The mini server stopped running only after Xiaoxi had completely left. Do you have a warranty for this service, like returns, exchanges, repairs, or something? Chen Chen asked out of habit. No returns or exchanges, but lifetime repairs, the robot replied, reopening the network and sending a file titled Mini Server Usage Guidelines to Chen Chen. Then what said, I'm only responsible for server maintenance and related data chips, not your Android. After that, it packed Xiaoxi's data chip, mini server, and power cables into a plastic bag and handed it to Chen Chen. Thank you. Chen Chen took the plastic bag, handed 30,000 yuan to What, and suddenly asked, wait, you didn't install spyware in the chip to invade my privacy, did you? Put. Lang laughed inappropriately. Chen Chen gave Lang a disdainful look and turned back to What. As What was a puppet robot, Chen Chen couldn't read his micro-expressions. The clumsy robot tilted its head, spread its hands, and said, although I'm a hacker, I have professional ethics. After a pause, What continued, you can use a data detector to test it. Your Android data only transfers between the server and the chip, never to any third-party port. Alright, I'll test it. Chen Chen put on a backpack containing 50 boxes of bullets, waved at What, and left the Qiyuan building with Lang. Lang thought Chen Chen was joking, but he actually had 2 data companies analyze and test it, and he bought a set of data interception devices. As What had said, there was no data leakage, and no possibility of eavesdropping. Chen Chen finally returned to the Blue Whale Life Apartments. Uncle Air's house in Qingshan. The refrigerator door in the bedroom opened with a click, and Chen Chen staggered in carrying Xiaoxi. Geez, you're so heavy. Chen Chen first threw Xiaoxi onto the con, then went back to get a charging chair, took off the backpack with bullets, and closed the refrigerator door. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he muttered, this is Earth, even if you have a surveillance system hidden, there's no network to transmit data to you. The room was a bit stuffy, so he quickly opened the window for ventilation. It was high noon with the sun shining brightly, and the lush greenery in the courtyard contrasted sharply with the gloomy world of Dark Star. Xiaoxi would surely like this environment. Chen Chen turned off the electricity in the house, connected the multiple sockets he brought from Dark Star to the house's wiring, tested it, and then turned the power back on. He opened the mini server, inserted Xiaoxi's Android data chip back into her brain, and moved her to the charging chair. Placing his thumb under Xiaoxi's chin, he found the power button inside. 10 seconds later, Xiaoxi's body began to breathe evenly. Chen Chen stared at her open eyes, curious. Where am I? Xiaoxi showed a panicked expression in the unfamiliar surroundings. Chen Chen comforted her, placing a hand on her shoulder and gazing into her dark eyes. Don't worry, this is my hometown's house, very safe. The sound of birds outside caught Xiaoxi's attention, and she turned to look at the poplar trees outside, murmuring, those trees aren't fake, could this be old Chang'an? Xiaoxi frowned and muttered to herself, strange, I can't search for information about old Chang'an, it seems like the connection to the server has been interrupted. I moved you out of the Blue Whale Life server, like moving houses. I know this, they call it being offline. Xiaoxi looked at the white box with a breathing light flashing on the wardrobe and reached out, saying, is that my server? Yes, theoretically you can take it with you everywhere, that would be true freedom. Chen Chen said with a smile, hinting, but I don't recommend wandering around, after all, your power supply is limited, and no one else can charge you except me. I won't leave you. Xiaoxi pouted and willingly nestled into Chen Chen's arms. Chen Chen felt Xiaoxi's body warmth, soothing her back and asked, do you feel fear or unease? I can pretend to have that expression, but I won't actually be afraid. Xiaoxi left Chen Chen's embrace, made a playful expression, and said, I am a self-conscious digital life, I won't feel fear in any situation and will remain calm enough. She stood barefoot, with a pleading look, asking, can I get familiar with the new environment? Wait a moment. Chen Chen took out the white sneakers he had prepared earlier, helped her put them on, and said, there's something you must know, this is not the Dark Star, but a planet called Earth. So, Xiaoxi widened her eyes and asked, so you are an alien? Yes, you are a bio-android, and I am an alien, we are a perfect match.
Chen Chen led Xiaoxi into the inner room, pointing at the refrigerator, and said, "This is a space shuttle, through it, you can return to the Dark Star." Saying that, Chen Chen opened the refrigerator door, revealing the Dark Star world. Wow, Xiaoxi widened her eyes even more and muttered, "Indeed, you are an alien, to have such space shuttle technology."
Chen Chen closed the refrigerator door and said to Xiaoxi seriously, "From now on, do not use it without my permission, understood?" "Yes," Xiaoxi promises. Promises what?
Not to use this space shuttle without Chen Chen's permission.
Good, get familiar with the environment here.
Chen Chen patted Xiaoxi's head, instructing, "The server's effective range is 1,000 meters, so stay within this range for now. Going further will truly disconnect you from the network."
"Don't worry, I'll follow your lead."
Xiaoxi happily left the room and ventured into a natural environment she had never experienced before. The azure sky, the dazzling sunlight.
Sparrows chirped among dense trees, butterflies leisurely danced in the vegetable garden.
She had only seen such images in the Dark Star's network data. As for the temperature of the sun on her skin, it made her experience an unprecedented sensation. Although a digital life lacks subjective emotions, it possesses curiosity about the external world. Xiaoxi chased butterflies in the vegetable garden, caught grasshoppers in the bushes, and even observed ant nests on the ground for a long time. After playing like this for an hour, Chen Chen finally called her back inside.
"This place is so amazing, much more interesting than the Dark Star, right?"
Xiaoxi's excitement still lingered on her face, clearly not having had enough.
"What do you mean by interesting?" Chen Chen asked.
"There are many unidentified plants here, including the behavior of ants, which seems to be inconsistent with the data from the Dark Star." Xiaoxi scratched her head, frowned, and said, "It could also be that I remembered it wrong. After all, I can't connect to the Dark Star server, and I can't make detailed comparisons based solely on cached memories." Hearing her say this, Chen Chen also felt some regret. Next time he takes her back to the Dark Star, he must make her download more data, especially in terms of first aid and medical knowledge. Chen Chen pulled Xiaoxi to his computer and awkwardly smiled, saying, "This is the computer from our Earth technology.
Let me teach you how to use it."
He pressed the power button, and the computer hummed to life.
Night City, room 1505, Sinuan building.
The robot opened the door and ushered the silver-haired officer in. "There's a foul smell in this room."
Dave took a deep drag of his cigarette, trying to mask the musty odor with smoke. He rudely sat down on a chair, looking at the ridiculous robot and said, "Tell me, is Chen Chen's android data normal?" "It's a standard digital companion, to be precise, the latest E3.22 version from Blue Whale Life, with no anomalies. TSK. Dave disappointedly blew a smoke ring and continued, "Can you access the android's memories?" "The memory data from Blue Whale Life is encrypted. Even the android's parent company would find it difficult to crack, as you should know." "I know, or else I wouldn't have given you that data card." Dave scratched his head, somewhat impatiently asking, "How did you handle the task I gave you?" "Very smoothly." What snapped his fingers and in his primitive electronic voice said, "The special program you gave me has been successfully injected into Chen Chen's android chip." "Has he noticed anything?" "That kid has no technical knowledge.
He just pretentiously asked me if I had installed spyware."
"He has no idea about the power of your program. Even other hackers or data companies wouldn't detect any anomalies."
What paused, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and continued, "Officer, can I have a copy of this program?
I'd like to study it thoroughly."
Dave coldly chuckled upon hearing this, and in a flat tone said, "Sure, keep it.
Don't worry about Blue Whale Life coming after you."
Upon hearing this, the robot immediately unplugged a black data card from the computer and handed it to Dave, saying, "I was just joking.
You better take this away quickly."
Dave pocketed the data card, stood up, and said, "You must keep the matter of this data card confidential.
Otherwise, don't bother hanging around Night City."
"Officer, rest assured,
I understand the situation. Then let's keep in touch."
As Dave left the room, he received a call from the police station, furrowing his brows and crushing the cigarette butt on the ground.
At night,
a quiet rural area, with a not-so-quiet tile-roofed house. Xiaoxi's feverish body gradually cooled down after lying down, holding Chen Chen's hand. She asked, "Is this the ideal life you long for?"
"Yes, only on Earth can I sleep peacefully."
Chen Chen yawned, his eyelids heavy.
"Continue? I'm too tired. Let's continue tomorrow."
"All right." Xiaoxi released Chen Chen's hand, kissed his cheek, closed her eyes, and said, "Good night."
"Good night." Chen Chen, smelling Xiaoxi's faint fragrance, sighed contentedly and soon started snoring.
Unlike the dark nights of the Dark Star, Earth's night still had a layer of moonlight. Xiaoxi, who had closed her eyes, slowly opened them again, reached out to touch Chen Chen's face, and softly said, "Chen Chen." Chen Chen mumbled drowsily in response. My power level is a bit low, I should go recharge. Okay. Chen Chen turned over, falling into a deep sleep, his snores growing louder. Xiaoxi quietly sat up, put on a white dress, and sat on her designated seat, hearing a beep notification sound. After a while, she stood up slowly, quietly unplugged the power of the mini-server.
Chen Chen.
Xiaoxi called softly once again. Chen Chen was in a deep sleep and didn't respond.
Xiaoxi smiled triumphantly, took the mini-server, walked into the inner room, opened the fridge, and stepped inside. The world ahead was dimly lit in a gray-blue hue. Xiaoxi felt the cold wind as soon as she entered the refrigerator. Stepping into that world, she was shocked by the sudden drop in temperature. It turned out to be a world of ice and snow. Looking down, she saw her bare feet standing in the snow, the extreme cold creeping upwards. Xiaoxi was certain this was not Dark Star. As she turned to go back to Chen Chen's house, the portal that had been behind her just moments ago had vanished. Low temperature alert. Xiaoxi looked at the mini-server in her hand and hurriedly held it close to her chest. Her body heat was no match for this world, unable to prevent the server's power from draining. She tried to move forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When she took the 9th step, her body froze. About half an hour later, the refrigerator portal opened, and Chen Chen, wearing a thick coat, dragged Xiaoxi back to Earth. He turned off the server and set it aside. Xiaoxi's battery was drained, her body in a strange position. Chen Chen put the electronic watch that Lang gave him on her wrist.
After activating the switch, Xiaoxi's body softened under the current, returning to its default lying position.
You can't even last a night, you're too impatient as a spy, Chen Chen said disappointedly. He was disappointed in Xiaoxi, the hacker, and even himself. Yesterday at noon, when he turned Xiaoxi on, he suddenly remembered Mio Hamabi's question, can you be sure that the you before shutdown and the you after startup are the same person? Based on this possibility, Chen Chen decided to test Xiaoxi's loyalty. He intentionally introduced Xiaoxi to the refrigerator transporter, telling her it led back to Dark Star. Then he quietly changed the refrigerator's coordinates, turning the connected world into a low-temperature planet at -78 degrees Celsius. While androids could withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees, the battery quality of the mini-server was not as good. For androids, the server was like life itself.
No matter how strong they were, losing server support would be meaningless. Chen Chen removed Xiaoxi's data chip and placed her on a charging chair to recharge.
Ah,
Chen Chen sighed, sitting on the Kong silently. His ideal life had only lasted half a day.
Let it out.
Chen Chen put on physical justice, carrying 50 boxes of bullets to August Island. Only after hitting every cola bottle accurately did he return to Earth, exhausted, and fell asleep as night fell. The next morning, Chen Chen carried Xiaoxi back to Dark Star, placing her in a metal cabinet to soak in seaweed solution. He dared not leave Xiaoxi on Earth. If the old people in the village or his second uncle came over and found a female corpse in the house, they would have to report it. The consequences would be terrible. Sweating profusely, Chen Chen took a shower before sitting on the sofa and opening a list. The list contained 17 customers he sold food to, 2 of whom were noted as Blue Whale technology executives. Now, to solve Xiaoxi's problem, he couldn't trust hackers or data companies in the market, let alone contact Blue Whale Life's official customer service. He could only rely on these 2 customers who depended on him for food. After hesitating, Chen Chen decided to call Lang first. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Dark Star. Lang was still at work, a transporter at Kawasaki Logistics. Since earning money, Lang had been wanting to quit his job at Kawasaki Logistics. The monthly salary of 5,000 wasn't appealing to him. Chen Chen advised him not to resign in the short term, emphasizing the importance of having Kawasaki Logistics as a backing. When the time came for interstellar immigration, he would have a way to buy tickets. Money was useful, but power was more useful. The real deal was to find a way to rise to the management level at Kawasaki Logistics.
Following Chen Chen's advice, Lang didn't quit and continued his career in transportation. Hey, didn't you take Xiaoxi out to play? Goro's image appeared in the living room. What's the point? Chen Chen vigorously dried his damp hair and then asked, do you know those 2 executives from Blue Whale Life among our clients?
One is in the marketing department, the other in the testing department, both are in management. Goro paused, then smiled, and asked, I don't have a close relationship with them. Didn't you say we should avoid deep interactions with clients as much as possible? Do you need to talk to them? Ran into some trouble. Oh, Goro wasn't stupid and immediately asked, is Xiaoxi the issue? Chen Chen just smiled bitterly without explaining.
Goro continued, I don't like that robot.
Let's refund the money and demolish that moldy house of his.
Don't act recklessly.
This is complicated, we need to meet and discuss.
Chen Chen looked at the names of the 2 clients. The person from the marketing department wouldn't be of much help, so he asked Goro, "What's the person from the testing department like? Do you think she's reliable?" "Her name is Yua Terizawa. She likes fruits, only bought 1 bottle of red wine, but bought a lot of instant noodles." Goro thought for a moment and concluded, "Seems like a foodie." Foodies are easy to handle. Chen thought to himself, there's nothing a barbecue can't solve. If one meal doesn't work, then 2 will. By raising her appetite threshold and making her heavily rely on his supply, safety would naturally be ensured. However, there was no rush for this in the next day or two. Chen decided to think of other ways first and contact Yua Terizawa for help only if necessary. "I'll think about it some more. Keep an eye on Yua Terizawa for me and see if she has any special needs." "Okay." Goro nodded. After a few idle chats, Chen hung up the phone. Listening to the noisy advertisements outside the window and the occasional passing aircraft, the house felt particularly desolate. Chen lay on the sofa and checked his personal account. There was still 240,000 left. Since Shi was currently facing some issues and couldn't be used temporarily, should he consider getting a second digital companion? He immediately opened the Blue Whale digital management interface and found the command to create a digital companion in the menu for Intelligent Life. A message box popped up immediately. "Dear customer, you already have a digital companion. Would you like to apply for a second one for a fee? Confirm. Sorry, your digital service is experiencing issues. Please reactivate at a Blue Whale Life physical store." "What? How did my service have issues?" "Sorry, for specific reasons, please consult a Blue Whale Life physical store. Thank you for your visit." The message box disappeared. Chen guessed it was related to Shi's offline situation. He had initially paid a hacker to avoid trouble, but it seemed to have caused more problems. Regardless, he decided to visit the Blue Whale Life flagship store first. Speaking of which, he had failed to visit the Experience store twice before, but today he could make up for it. With that in mind, Chen changed into fresh clothes, went to the balcony, and planned to take a flying car to 5th Avenue. However, as soon as he opened the flying car door, he heard an aircraft approaching. Chen turned to look and saw a blue police car diving towards him, which startled him into quickly stepping back and stumbling to the ground. His heart sank, wondering if Dave had obtained some evidence. As Chen pondered his next move, the police car screeched to a stop amid a deafening noise, causing a strong wind that not only blew off Chen's hat but also shook the nearby parked flying cars. "This lunatic!" Chen immediately used his smart glasses to zoom in. Through the police car's window, he could see a pink-haired female officer threatening him with her fists. Enraged, Chen jumped up and cursed, "Are you crazy?" Minami Mio sat casually on the sofa, crossing her legs and playing with her high heels wrapped in black stockings. Chen sat on the other side of the sofa, silently complaining, "These uncle and nephew are toxic. How come I always run into them every time I go to the Experience store? Where is your wife, Xiaoxi?" Mian Mayu looked around with a hint of teasing in her light eyes. "She doesn't want to see you," Chen said impatiently. Since he sent her the underwear and bedding, they hadn't contacted each other again. Thinking about Mian Mayu's relationship with Dave, he couldn't help but ask her, "Aren't you afraid your uncle will find out when you come over so casually? He's been investigating me recently." Mian Mayu looked disdainfully at Chen and said lightly, "It's not him investigating you, but you willingly jumping into his trap, right? You already knew?" "Of course, I said I wouldn't give you benefits for nothing." Mian Mayu sighed and continued, "Unfortunately, I was a step too late. By the time I tried to contact you again, your signal was no longer available." "How did you find out?" Chen asked. "It wasn't me who found out, it was my best friend who told me." Mian Mayu paused, then explained to Chen, "My best friend is the one who helped you with the flying car positioning. He happens to work at Blue Whale Life and can modify your flying car's recorder at the database level, causing a 1-kilometer deviation in your flight trajectory for my uncle." "That's impressive." Of course, when he saw my uncle go to Blue Whale Life and obtain something very secret from the technical department, I knew that if this matter was investigated further, it would lead to a hacker named What, and your act of disconnecting the android would be exposed. After saying this, Mian Mayu glanced at Chen, her eyes saying, "You fool." Chen had nothing to say, it was indeed his own foolish mistake, no one else to blame. "So, what happened to your android wife now?" Mian Mayu showed a keen interest in the matter. "She must have been infected with a virus, but I'm not sure of the specifics, anyway." Chen couldn't reveal the trap set by Earthen himself, so he simply said, "She ran away while I was sleeping." "With someone else?" "I said by herself." Chen sighed and pointed to the study, saying, "But I intercepted her, removed the data chip, and preserved it in seaweed solution." "Oh." Mian Mayu nodded slowly. Her high heels, always swaying on tiptoe, made a click as they fell to the ground.
She stood up to put on her shoes, then looked at Chen Shen and asked, "You have Xiaoxi's offline server and her data chip with you. I'll take you to meet my best friend, he should be able to fix your wife."
"What does your best friend do at Blue Whale Life?"
"He's a systems architect." Mian Mayu paused and added, "Although he mainly deals with smart living business now, he worked in the digital companion project team for 5 years when he joined, at least more reliable than the hackers outside."
"That's good." Chen Chen nodded.
Compared to the unfamiliar clients he was looking for, Mian Mayu's best friend seemed more reliable.
He then asked, "Does your best friend have any preferences? I can't just go empty-handed, right? My best friend, Mian Mayu frowned, took about 10 seconds to think, then continued, "He likes cleanliness." "All right. Seems like he's a neat freak, the most difficult type to deal with."
Shen Shen picked up 2 bottles of red wine, got into Mian Mayu's police car, and handed her one of the bottles, saying, "This one's for you, if you like it, I'll get you a few more." Thanks. Mian Mayu, seeing the wine, grabbed Chen Shen's collar, pulled him closer, and kissed him.
Chen Chen wiped off the lipstick from his face, remembered her unanswered question, and asked, "You came to see me today? Aren't you afraid your uncle will find out?"
"Don't worry, he's in trouble now, undergoing negotiations." Itsuya Binbi drove the police car into the air and lazily said, "I guess you'll have to put your matters on hold."
"What do you mean?"
Although Chen Shen didn't know what was happening, he felt inexplicably pleased.
"It's about being ineffective in your work."
After all, he's been chasing after the life wing for over 2 years now, and there's been no progress. Itsuya Binbi turned to look at Chen Shen, smiling. "He suspects you have contact with the life wing, so it's probably a waste of time, right?"
"Of course, I'm too innocent."
Chen Shen sighed, catching a whiff of Itsuya Binbi's distinctive scent, and could only shift his attention to the scenery outside the window.
The police car flew out of the city area of Night City and entered a dark brown mountain range.
Goro once said that the truly wealthy people of Night City all have villas in the mountains, and half of Kawasaki Logistics' work is to serve these wealthy individuals.
"What's your friend's name?" Chen Chen asked. "Shinichi Arakawa." "Is it a guy?" "What?" Disappointed. Itsuya Binbi placed her hand on Chen Shen's thigh, asking in a flirtatious tone, "Or are you jealous?" "It doesn't matter, as long as you can fix my little Shi."
Although Chen Shen said this, he still felt strangely uncomfortable.
"Still, my little Shi, ugh." Itsuya Binbi pinched Chen Shen, maneuvering the police car to descend.
In the distance, a white square building appeared on the mountainside. The building looked like a simple rectangular prism, horizontally inserted into the mountain, creating a stark contrast with the rugged surrounding terrain. After the police car smoothly landed on the airstrip, Itsuya Binbi took off her police uniform, changed into a red cap and jeans, and jumped out of the car. Chen Shen had bought her this outfit, and it was the first time he had seen her wear it.
Should I say it or not, this figure is amazing. Chen Shen secretly decided that his future second digital wife would be shaped like Itsuya Binbi's waist. Ding-a-ling. Itsuya Binbi pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and a woman in a light blue kimono stood at the door, bowing to Itsuya Binbi. "Nice to see you again, Miss Binbi." "Hello, Shio." Itsuya Binbi pointed to Chen Shen beside her. "This is my friend, Chen Shen." "Hello, Mr. Chen Shen, please come in."
Shio also bowed 90 degrees to Chen Shen, then took out 2 pairs of white slippers and neatly placed them in front of the two. Itsuya Binbi whispered in Chen Shen's ear, "Shio is Shinichi's servant, hand the red wine to her first." Chen Shen nodded, took out the red wine from his backpack, and handed it to Shio, saying, "This is a gift for Mr.
Arakawa, please accept it."
"Thank you." Shio bowed again, then took out a white handkerchief from her waist and wiped the fingerprints off the wine bottle.
After changing into slippers, Chen Shen followed Itsuya Binbi into the villa. The decorations in the corridor were all white and spotlessly clean.
Chio arranged their shoes and hurriedly followed with the red wine.
"Is Chio a synthetic human?" Chen Shen asked in a low voice. Itsuya Binbi smiled and nodded.
Soon, the two were led by Chio into a white room, where everything was white except for 2 green cacti.
"I'm getting snow blindness,"
Chen Shen muttered to himself. Since the room was almost all white, Chen Shen was stunned for a few seconds before he noticed a person sitting with their back to him in a chair. The person was wearing a white suit, with very fair skin and hair dyed white.
Obviously, he was the owner of this villa, Shinichi Arakawa. "What are you pretending for?"
Seeing Shinichi Arakawa with his back turned, Itsuya Binbi went over and kicked him.
"Ouch, that hurts."
Shinichi Arakawa turned around, patted the leg that Itsuya Binbi had kicked, and muttered, "You dirty woman, so rude." Chen Shen carefully observed the appearance of Harukawa Shinichi. This man was excessively beautiful, to the point where one could even describe him as effeminate.
The strange feeling gave off a somewhat eerie vibe. The white room.
Various colored codes crawled on the wall like ants on a march. Chen felt dizzy looking at them, so he shifted his gaze to Harukawa Shinichi, the programmer who appeared to be in his 30s. Although Harukawa Shinichi was a man, his appearance was quite enchanting. At that moment, he was completely absorbed in reading the code, with flashes of light in his dark eyes. Sensing Chen's gaze, he asked in a flat tone, "Why do you want to disconnect the android?" Chen had prepared his answer long ago. "I don't want my wife to share a life with someone else." Is this some kind of cleanliness obsession? You could say that. Chen was worried that these codes might expose information about Earth, so he asked, "Can you block Xiaoxi's memories? After all, it's personal privacy, and I don't want you to see it." Not everyone is interested in that kind of dirty stuff. Harukawa Shinichi made a disgusted expression, then continued, "All commercial android memories are encrypted, as required by the United Government and as a result of competitors balancing each other out. You don't need to worry about that." "That's good then." Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Hinobi Aimawa, who had been silent all along, and found her also focused on the wall of codes, her expression even more serious than Harukawa Shinichi's. At that moment, Shio came in with 3 glasses of red wine, handing them to the 3 of them in turn, and finally said to Harukawa Shinichi, "This is the red wine, mister. Chen brought, please enjoy, sir. I don't drink inferior wine." Harukawa Shinichi shook his head disdainfully, and Shio smiled as she placed the glass on the table, then apologized to Chen and left. Calling my wine inferior? Although Chen felt indignant, he didn't say it out loud. He thought to himself, "You're just being stubborn, wait until you take a sip and get ready to be proven wrong." Hinobi Aimawa picked up the glass and took a sip. Chen expected her to look surprised, but she just pursed her lips without much reaction. Could it be that they have really tasted better wine before? Chen felt a bit discouraged and continued to focus on Xiaoxi's code. This code is a bit strange. Hinobi Aimawa stood behind Harukawa Shinichi and naturally placed her hand on his shoulder, then asked, "Do you see any issues?" "TSK. Harukawa Shinichi shrugged off her hand with disgust. Hinobi Aimawa immediately withdrew her hand, then angrily tapped Harukawa Shinichi's head before sitting next to Chen. Concerned, Chen asked, "Is there a virus in Xiaoxi's code?" To be precise, this is not considered a virus, as it does not cause any harm to the main system. Harukawa Shinichi crossed his legs, lightly bit his fist, excitement flickering in his eyes, and his voice slightly trembling as he continued, "I didn't expect the research department to be studying this for the past 2 years, it's really interesting." "What is it exactly?" "Stop beating around the bush," Hinobi Aimawa impatiently said. "It's..." Harukawa Shinichi was about to speak when his nostrils suddenly twitched. He picked up the glass, shook it, took a sip. A moment of surprise flashed across his face. "If you don't tell me, I'll kick you." No. Harukawa Shinichi took another sip before placing the glass back on the table and said to Chen, "Your digital companion has a hidden persona. You can think of it as a spy persona. It will activate under certain conditions." A dual personality? Chen instantly understood. His beloved Xiaoxi hadn't changed. The Xiaoxi who escaped with the server was actually a spy planted by Dave. How did I not see this? Hinobi Aimawa pouted, furrowing her brows. "It's normal for a lab technician like you not to see it, right?" Chen muttered under his breath. "The code is very cryptic. If I hadn't worked on the digital companion project for 5 years, I probably wouldn't have noticed the issues in this code." Makoto Arakawa smiled somewhat proudly, took a sip of red wine, and when he saw Chen looking at him, he quickly put the glass back on the table, cleared his throat, and said, "This red wine is passable, just about drinkable. If you like it, I can give you a few more bottles." "Really?" Makoto Arakawa immediately shut his mouth, forcefully swallowing the words, "Is that so? What conditions need to be met to activate the hidden persona?" asked Minaha Hamabe. Makoto Arakawa took out a few code segments, used another program to shuffle and reassemble them, and concluded, 1. When the code with the essence of life's wings is detected. 2. When knowledge surpasses the common sense of the dark star. 3. When extreme hostility towards blue whale life is detected. 4. When a special command of blue whale life is heard. Seeing these 4 activation conditions, Chen thought that Xiaoxi must have seen the natural environment of the Earth, meeting the second condition to activate the spy persona. Although he thought so, he said, Xiaoxi must have heard the suggestive command of the blue whale life, otherwise why would she inexplicably run away? Makoto Arakawa and Minaha Hamabe paid no attention to his words, both engrossed in the code, seemingly contemplating other matters. Chen didn't want to disturb them, so he picked up his glass and took a sip, finding the taste ordinary. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, can this dual persona be deleted?" Makoto Arakawa shook his head, cautiously saying, "It's very difficult, or rather unnecessary.
If you want to keep only Xiaoxi, I can completely format this data chip, download the official server-side Xiaoxi, and redo it offline. But by doing so, it basically proves that you have a problem, and my uncle will be more concerned about you, Minaha said. Chen Chen nodded, looked at the 4 activation conditions, and asked, can these 4 activation conditions be modified so that the spy persona never appears? For your current situation, this is the best solution. Makoto Arakawa raised his glass, took a sip, and showed a satisfied smile. Realizing Chen Chen's triumphant gaze, he quickly covered his mouth, spoke seriously, and said, modifying the activation conditions is easy, but I need multiple rounds of testing for verification. Come back in a week. Thank you then. Chen Chen raised his red wine glass and said, as a reward, I will give you a few bottles of better wine. Makoto Arakawa showed a displeased expression, saying, I'm not a drunkard, I only drink this kind of wine occasionally. Forget it, give it to Minaha. Wait, she doesn't know anything. Makoto Arakawa disdainfully glanced at Minaha, cleared his throat, and said, my wine cabinet happens to be empty, I'll thank you on behalf of that wine cabinet. Then see you in a week. Chen Chen finished his wine in one go, stood up, and signaled to Minaha, and the two left Makoto Arakawa's house. Makoto Arakawa's unreserved words came from behind, Chio, clean this room thoroughly, ventilate and sterilize it. The police car sped away from the white villa, disappearing into the dark mountains. Inside the car, only a warm yellow light was on, and Minaha leaned against the car window, frowning in thought. What are you thinking about? Chen Chen asked curiously. Since leaving Makoto Arakawa's villa, Minaha had been silent. I'm thinking. Are you still thinking about Xiaoxi's codes? Chen Chen could tell that Minaha was frustrated because she couldn't figure out Xiaoxi's dual persona, so he comforted her, saying, your expertise is as a lab technician, not a technician. There's no need to compare yourself to Makoto Arakawa, right? Minaha lips curved slightly downward as she simply said, you don't understand. Oh. Chen Chen's curiosity exhausted, he responded perfunctorily and then gazed out the window. In the light of the car's headlights, the mountain was covered with sand and scattered rocks, devoid of any trees, bleak and lifeless. At some point, police cars began to descend. Chen Chen looked around and realized they were still far from the city of night. Why did you stop here? It was then that he noticed the excited flush on Minabe's face, her eyes shining as if she had finally understood a long-standing issue. Chen Chen. Minabe hesitated, her excitement causing her to jump into the passenger seat, straddling Chen Chen. Are you serious, doing this here? Chen Chen's words were cut off. Later, in the desolate mountains, he felt Minabe's vibrant vitality. Minabe was as unpredictable as ever, she would act distant after a night of intimacy. Chen Chen didn't dare linger in the city of night and returned obediently to his second uncle's house, waiting for Shi's data repair on Earth. In the past half-month, besides working on his online literature business, he practiced shooting on August Island. After practicing with over 3,000 bullets, Chen Chen could almost hit a still target every time. To further improve his shooting skills, he started shooting birds on the island and occasionally dealt with some crawling creatures. Perhaps due to the immortal grass, Chen Chen felt stronger than before. His chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and so on, while not as exaggerated as a fitness trainer's, were indeed firm to the touch. Minabe confirmed this, acknowledging his increased endurance compared to last time. Especially his right arm, which no longer needed assistance from his left hand to hold physical justice steadily. One day, a strange phenomenon occurred on August Island. The clear sky suddenly rolled over with dark clouds, and the roaring sea surged towards the island, accompanied by eerie whispers. Oh no, is Shu Beiji coming? Chen Chen was so scared that he immediately ran to the beach. By the time he returned to the beach, the rising seawater had not reached his waist. He quickly opened the refrigerator portal, allowing the seawater to rush back to Earth. His second uncle's house was flooded by the seawater. Fortunately, he managed to close the refrigerator door in time with a remote control, otherwise, his uncle's newly built 3-room tile house would have been ruined. Since August Island had immortal grass, there must be other demons and monsters. Chen Chen felt a bit scared and decided to arm Shi as well, so she could protect herself. After cleaning up the water in the house, he returned to Dark Star with the goods. Lang's instant noodles and red wine were already sold out, and seeing Chen Chen restock them promptly made Lang ecstatic, giving Chen Chen over 500,000 in return. Chen Chen immediately went to the Earth Dragon Tower, bought 50 boxes of bullets, and also purchased the laser gun Red Poison Snake that he had missed before. This gun was for Shi. Although she was limited by her basic code and couldn't attack humans, she could still protect her owner from wild beasts and monsters. When Chen Chen went to find Kawa Shinichi, the proud and clean freak was not at home. The servant Chio handed over Shi's microserver and digital chips to Chen Chen.
Keeping his promise, Chen Chen left a box of high-quality red wine and happily returned to the Blue Whale Life apartments. She opened her eyes. The first thing she said upon waking up was, "How did I end up back in the city of night again?" It seemed her memory was still stuck in the night with Chen Chen, and the memories of her spy persona were absent. "You were sick, but I just cured you. So I was infected with a virus?" She stood up from the sofa, moved her limbs, and found nothing unusual. "It was that hacker's doing, but it won't happen again, don't worry." Chen Chen held Xi's slightly damp hand, about to ask her to wash off the seaweed liquid on her body when the doorbell rang. The projector immediately projected the image of the visitor in front of Chen Chen. It was Dave. "How did he come here?" Chen Chen hesitated, asked Xi to wait in the living room, and went to open the door alone. "We meet again." Dave held a cigarette of the brand Deep V Temptation in his mouth, his eyes fixed on Chen Chen like a hawk as he said, "You must remember me, right? I remember your name is Dave, right?" Chen Chen blocked the door, not intending to let him in. "That's right." Dave took out his police badge, showed it to Chen Chen as usual, and then said, "I didn't expect you to bring the android home so quickly. Truly worthy of being a Tang person, so wealthy it invites envy." "You didn't come here just to chat, did you?" Chen Chen said bluntly. "Of course not, I'm here for a routine check." Dave took out a data detector from his pocket and continued, "For your safety, as well as the safety of Night City, all android owners must cooperate strictly." Chen Chen guessed that Dave was here to check on Xiaoxi's spy personality. After all, Xiaoxi had been offline for over a week, and he hadn't received any messages yet, perhaps getting a bit anxious. "Wait a moment." Chen Chen showed a look of annoyance, then turned back to the living room and called out loudly, "Xiaoxi, come and undergo the police check." As a digital being, Xiaoxi had no resistance to data checks, obediently coming to Chen Chen's side and offering her forehead for scanning. Dave carefully examined Xiaoxi's appearance, placed the data detector on her forehead, and pressed the scan button. Beep beep. The data detector sounded an alarm. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel nervous, unsure if Harukawa Shinichi's modifications could deceive this device. Suddenly, he felt a hand slip into his, realizing it was Xiaoxi placing her hand on his, so he held it back, finally calming his flustered emotions. Done. Dave removed the data tester, showing no change in expression upon seeing the feedback. He looked at Chen Chen and asked, "Your android is not connected to the official Blue Whale Life server. I want her to be unique." Chen Chen embraced Xiaoxi's waist, pulling her closer, and continued, "If she's connected to the official server, it's like sharing a life with tens of thousands of men, a feeling I can't bear." "Isn't the internet age like that? Even for a household appliance you're taking it seriously." Dave mocked, exhaling smoke, then tucked the data detector into his pocket and said, "Even an old Tang person from Chang'an shouldn't have such outdated thoughts. You don't seem like a modern person." Chen Chen pointed at Dave's mechanical wristwatch. "You don't seem like one either." "Heh, it seems you and I both have a fetish for objects." Dave affectionately touched his mechanical watch, then tapped his temple, the retinal screen on his eyes flickering with light as he operated it, saying, "You've violated the regulations on Android usage by the United Government and will receive a fine of 20,000 yuan. He paused, staring into Chen Chen's eyes. "I need to remind you, if you're hiding something, it's best to tell me now, or you might be in big trouble." "I'm a law-abiding citizen, what do I have to fear?" "Had ha." Dave joked, "Law-abiding citizens fear law-breaking officers. Next time someone comes to see you, they might not be as easygoing as me." With that, he waved at Chen Chen, turned and walked towards the elevator, saying, "Good luck to you." Click. Chen Chen closed the door. Dave pressed the elevator button, entered after the doors opened. A figure appeared, transforming into a gray-haired man in his 30s, leaning against the elevator door and saying, "Law-breaking officer, are you referring to me?" Dave sprayed cigarette smoke in the man's face, coldly saying, "You're not even human, and you think of yourself as an officer?" "I don't consider myself an officer either. The United Government has authorized me as Special Enforcer for Androids." The gray-haired man tilted his head towards Dave, a hint of provocation in his tone. "It's precisely because of your incompetence that I've been given such authority." "Oof," Dave said with a grim face, "I can't believe even the coalition government has fallen at the feet of capital and made such an outrageous decision. My body is about to be completed soon." The gray-haired man pointed to his head and then said, "I will prove to you with practical actions that at least in the investigation of cases, digital life has far more advantages than you humans. Because..." The gray-haired man turned into a black robotic figure, his voice coldly stating, "We have no emotional blind spots." Dave stared expressionlessly at the robot, raised his hand to his temple, and turned off the retinal screen. The robot disappeared instantly. The sound of a shower came from the bathroom. Chen Chen sat back on the sofa and paid the 20,000 yuan fine. Now, Xiaoxi passed Dave's data test, indicating that there was still a spy personality inside Xiaoxi. Although this could pass police checks, it also made Chen Chen somewhat worried. Perhaps it was his OCD acting up. After all, the biggest advantage of a gel wife is 100% loyalty. Although the spy personality was sealed by Makoto Arakawa, it still posed a potential threat. After capturing the Life Wing, he would thoroughly eliminate Xiaoxi's spy personality with Makoto Arakawa. Ah, the despicable Life Wing. Chen Chen had no interest in that special digital life. After all, the world is so vast, and the network is so wide, he didn't believe he had any fate with the Life Wing. Chen Chen just wanted to make money honestly, that's all. As for Dave's suggestion to come back for a re-examination in a month, Chen Chen didn't think much about it. If worse comes to worst, he could just return to Earth, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that he successfully brought Xiaoxi back to Earth, he didn't need to stay here for long. Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy the sun and grass on Earth? Of course, he still had to do business in the Dark Star. There were too many resources in this cyberpunk world tempting him, such as the second synthetic wife, technology to protect himself, and medical care far superior to Earth's civilization. Chen Chen double-tapped the coffee table, bringing up the Blue Whale digital management interface, and directly said in a voice command, "What should I do if I have a cold?" The projector displayed a digital window. "I have found the following 5 cold medicines for you, which can be delivered by drone in as fast as 10 minutes. Chen Chen looked through the instructions for each cold medicine, all of which were symptom relievers, not much different from Earth's medications. It seemed that the cold was still incurable. What if I have cancer? Chen Chen felt awkward after saying that and quickly muttered a few words. Which specific part? Lungs, from smoking. Currently, there are 3 treatment options in Night City. 1. Malin Medical can cultivate artificial organs, which are expensive and have a risk of recurrence. 2. Malin Medical's tumor shrinking agent is expensive and needs to be injected every 5 years. 3. Replace with a mechanical prosthesis. The latest Life Button lung box is affordable and no longer carries the risk of recurrence. Obviously, replacing with a mechanical prosthesis best suited the development trend of this cyber world. However, Chen Chen was very interested in the tumor shrinking agent. He opened it and read carefully, finding out that it extracted a mutated cell from ants, which, after targeted cultivation, was injected into malignant tumors. This could shrink the tumor to 1/20th or even 1/50th of its original size. When the tumor no longer interfered with the normal function of the body organs, it lost its original destructiveness. So, our most common ants can treat cancer? Chen Chen found it unbelievable. Ha! Is Chen Chen sick? Xiaoxi came out of the bathroom and saw Chen Chen looking at medical information with a concerned look. Consider it preparation for when I get old. Chen Chen closed the digital window, looking at Xiaoxi, who would never age, seemingly understanding why Mototani created the Life Wing. Xiaoxi dried her shoulder-length hair and changed into a white t-shirt and a black skirt. Sitting next to Chen Chen, she said, "I don't want Chen Chen to grow old. What I say doesn't count on this matter, and we can't cultivate immortality," Chen Chen replied. After saying this, Chen Chen's heart stirred. If he could find a world of immortality through the refrigerator, although he couldn't achieve eternal life, living for 300 to 500 years should be no problem. This was something that could not be sought but only encountered by chance. As for the world where the immortal grass grew, because the refrigerator's teleportation point was on a secluded deserted island, he couldn't obtain more information. Unless he could drive a flying car to leave that island. Chen Chen didn't dare to take that risk. For now, the medical insurance from Anqing was a more important resource than even a synthetic wife. He still needed to make money. Late at night, Chen Chen took Xiaoxi back to Earth and returned to his second uncle's house. Even though Xiaoxi's spy personality had been sealed, Chen Chen didn't dare to let his guard down. He still concealed the refrigerator's ability to change teleportation points, hid the remote control, and reset the refrigerator's folding point back to the frozen star. Chen Chen couldn't sleep soundly at night, always listening for any movement from Xiaoxi. After enduring this for half a month, Xiaoxi showed no abnormalities, and Chen Chen could finally get a good night's sleep. During this time, Chen Chen's 5 online literary platforms gradually paid him royalties. His total royalties for the first month amounted to 450,000. Although it couldn't compare to the millionaires, it was enough to make Chen Chen excited and sleepless for a night. "Xiaoxi, you've been a great help." Chen Chen hugged Xiaoxi and kissed her repeatedly, then immediately took her to the city by taxi so that his beloved wife could see the world. Although Lehigh City was not as bustling as the Night City, it had sunshine, a lively atmosphere, and most importantly, it was safe, with no one targeting synthetic humans. Of course, no one in this city knew about the existence of synthetic humans. Under the noon sun, Chen Chen and Xiaoxi strolled hand in hand on the commercial street like a couple. Even the people who brushed past Xiaoxi were unaware that this perfectly proportioned and beautiful girl was an alien. Thinking about this, Chen Chen felt somewhat proud. After all, he had achieved something that even the top billionaires wouldn't dare to think about. You might play with celebrities, but I'm playing with aliens.
Damn, I'm so powerful now.
Come on, let some idiot provoke me so I can experience the thrill of showing off.
However, reality didn't let Chen Chen succeed.
Even though he walked with an air of indifference, he didn't encounter anyone looking for trouble.
It seems like I'm in the wrong place.
A place like Uniqlo is indeed not suitable for showing off, Chen Chen realized.
He looked at Xiaoxi, who was curious about everything, and asked her, "Do you like any clothes?
It's getting cooler, so you should change into some autumn clothes. Even if you're not cold, you still need to dress up." He whispered, "Even if you're not cold, you still need to look the part." Xiaoxi looked at the clothes on the shelves and said blankly, "For Xiaoxi, I can't distinguish between good and bad styles of clothes, let alone preferences.
I'm only sensitive to prices."
Alright, it seems like you need some training in the women department. Chen Chen bought 2 sets for Xiaoxi based on his personal preferences, just casual jackets and jeans, then took her to the Apple store. Not the fruit-selling kind, but the tech products Apple store.
As soon as they entered the store, a young handsome male clerk approached them with a smile and asked, "May I introduce you to any products?" Before Chen Chen could speak, Xiaoxi held Chen Chen's hand and coquettishly said, "Honey, can you buy me a phone too? What do you need a phone for?" "You can use mine," Chen Chen didn't understand.
The clerk furrowed his brows slightly, thinking, this guy is too stingy, he won't even buy a phone for his wife. It's not convenient to use yours, and besides, I want to play some mobile games. Xiaoxi pouted, looking aggrieved. The shop assistant was even more surprised. He couldn't believe that Chen Chen wouldn't let his wife play mobile games.
How did he manage to deceive this beautiful woman? Outrageous!
Chen Chen didn't pay attention to the complex expression of the shop assistant. He was just a little surprised that Xiaoxi, this electronic product, would be interested in electronic products.
He looked at Xiaoxi and asked, "Are you interested in phones?"
Upon hearing this question, the shop assistant gave Chen Chen a fierce look. Xiaoxi held Chen Chen's hand and said shyly, "Actually, I want to help you earn more money."
"Put!"
The shop assistant spat out in disbelief, looking at Chen Chen as if to say, "How on earth did you manage to get this beautiful woman to support you?" It was only then that Chen Chen noticed the shop assistant and calmly said, "Give me 2 phones, the latest top-of-the-line models."
Okay.
As the shop assistant was about to leave, Xiaoxi pointed to a laptop and said to Chen Chen, "Honey, I also like that retro-style computer."
Retro?
The shop assistant looked surprised and quickly explained, "Hello, this is the just-released professional version, not a retro model." "Enough talk, I want this retro model, and also 2 pairs of headphones."
Chen Chen instantly transformed into a doting husband. "Honey, you're so handsome." Xiaoxi hugged Chen Chen's neck and kissed him. "Alright, wait a moment."
The shop assistant scratched his head in confusion, looking at Chen Chen and Xiaoxi, this unusual couple, feeling a strange taste of dog food in the air.
After the shop assistant left, Xiaoxi affectionately hugged Chen Chen's arm and said, "Honey, you're so good to me."
"It's only natural," Chen Chen replied before turning his attention to the computers on the counter, unaware of the mischievous glint in Xiaoxi's eyes.
Xiaoxi was very interested in Earth civilization.
There were indeed things that Night City did not have, such as amusement parks.
Although they were just indoor playgrounds for children, Xiaoxi still enjoyed herself immensely.
Not to mention the flower and pet markets, Xiaoxi was particularly fascinated by them. It wasn't until evening that Chen Chen took Xiaoxi to the supermarket for shopping, mainly to purchase items for over a dozen clients of Dark Star. Just when Chen Chen thought the day was perfect, thunder rumbled in the sky, and pouring rain began to fall. The rented truck had just arrived, and the driver jumped out, opened the cargo hold, and said, "This kind of rain is most likely to cause traffic jams, let's quickly load the goods." The raindrops were heavy and dense, quickly soaking all the goods. Chen Chen first carried the clothes and electronic products that were afraid of getting wet into the truck, then turned around to see Xiaoxi carrying 4 boxes of red wine, calmly walking towards the cargo hold.
Chen Chen was shocked.
He immediately took 2 boxes from her, whispering to Xiaoxi, "Control yourself, Earth girls usually only carry 1 box.
Oh.
Xiaoxi obediently put down 1 box, pretending to struggle, and placed the red wine in the cargo hold. "Let your girlfriend wait in the car, so she doesn't catch a cold," the considerate driver said.
Yes, that was the standard procedure.
Feeling somewhat guilty, Chen Chen quickly pulled Xiaoxi to open the car door and said, "Go up and wait, I'll be back soon."
After that, he handed Xiaoxi the backpack containing the mini server. "Why?" Xiaoxi widened her eyes, puzzled, and said, "Can't I even carry 1 box? At least in the environment where I live, girls like you need to be protected.
Chen Chen wiped the rain off his face and instructed her, listen to me, sit in the car and wait for me. Chen Chen closed the car door, then turned back to help the driver load the goods, before returning to the back seat of the car, soaked. Seeing Chen Chen in such a sorry state, Xiaoxi tore off a piece of her clothes and used it as a handkerchief to wipe him. Oh my! This action directly shocked the driver, who laughed and said, I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've seen a girl like this. You're really lucky, buddy. Yes, my ancestors must be smiling down on me. Chen Chen was also touched by Xiaoxi's actions. He thought to himself, among the women on earth, how many could go to the extent of tearing their clothes to wipe their boyfriend's face like Xiaoxi did? But Xiaoxi was, after all, an alien and didn't understand idioms. She asked softly, is your family's ancestral grave on fire? Shut up. Chen Chen pinched Xiaoxi's mouth and then placed his hand on her fair thigh. It felt cold. Suddenly, he realized a problem and quickly leaned close to Xiaoxi's ear. How much battery power do you have left? I can stay on standby for another 10 minutes at most, Xiaoxi replied, looking around the carriage curiously and asked, can't we charge in this car? The driver was kind-hearted and replied promptly, yes, I have a charging port here. Do you have an iPhone or an Android? I can't plug in, I can only charge wirelessly. Xiaoxi was interrupted by Chen Chen covering her mouth. Her phone's charging port is broken. Thank you, sir, Chen Chen explained quickly, signaling Xiaoxi to realize her mistake and keep quiet. In the Dark Star civilization, androids did not have charging problems. Whether at home, on commercial streets, or in various modes of transportation, there were convenient charging facilities. Even though androids could only operate at full capacity for 24 hours, it did not affect their normal use. Therefore, Blue Whale Life dared to control the battery capacity to prevent androids from going out of control. Earth was different. Not to mention Xiaoxi, an android entirely dependent on electricity. Even Chen Chen's iPhone was often troubled by battery life. For Xiaoxi, daily shopping was fine as long as she was fully charged in the morning. But for traveling and such, she had to carry her exclusive charging chair. The chair weighed a whopping 50 kilograms and came with a cord, looking entirely like a torture device. To have Xiaoxi stay on Earth for a long time, her power supply issue had to be resolved. Misfortunes never come singly. Due to the rain, traffic in the coastal city of Linhai was jammed. It lasted for an hour. Although Xiaoxi had entered power-saving mode, she still drained the last bit of power and had to shut down. Judging by the weight leaning against him, Chen Chen could tell his wife had run out of power. Chen Chen sighed, blaming their overly active night and his failure to charge her properly in the morning. Is your girlfriend asleep? The driver kindly turned off the music in the car. Yes, she's too tired, Chen Chen said, but as soon as he finished speaking, an abrupt break caused Xiaoxi to fall onto Chen Chen's lap due to inertia, motionless. Normally, even if someone was asleep, they would be startled by such a sudden movement. Xiaoxi, however, remained silent, as if dead. The driver glanced through the rearview mirror, feeling puzzled but not daring to ask. How could he have known that the beautiful woman behind was actually charging? Fortunately, after the truck entered the mountain valley, Chen Chen activated the backup power source on Xiaoxi's wrist, and she woke up, dispelling the driver's doubts along the way. After this outing, Chen Chen decided he must solve Xiaoxi's power supply issue. Night City, No. 5 Street. Chen Chen had just entered the Blue Whale Life flagship store when the blonde saleswoman appeared. Hello, Mr. Chen Chen, the blonde saleswoman hurried over, wearing a professional smile, and asked, is there anything I can assist you with today? Chen Chen couldn't help but feel emotional seeing this blonde saleswoman again. If it weren't for the interference of that scoundrel Mian Mayu, he and this saleswoman might have already established a closer relationship. Although they could reconnect today, some things, once missed, were missed forever. Besides, Xiaoxi had already drained him in the morning. Chen Chen smiled helplessly and said to her, my smart home system prompted me of a digital service anomaly and instructed me to come here for reactivation. No problem, I need to verify your identity. The blonde clerk activated a projection window and, after scanning Chen Chen's iris, furrowed her brows slightly and said, your Blue Whale Life Complete Solution Classic Edition has been maliciously destroyed by hackers, and all data has been deleted. Deleted? Chen Chen pondered for a moment and hurriedly asked, what about Xiaoxi on the server side? Sorry, her memory was also wiped out in this incident. The blonde clerk looked ashamed and quickly pointed to several windows, saying, sir, rest assured, I will immediately help you apply for compensation and try to minimize the losses. Can you find out who is attacking me? Chen Chen was somewhat indignant. He instantly thought of Dave and the robot What, but their actions would only be counterproductive, completely unnecessary. The blonde clerk fell silent for a moment before speaking. I have submitted it to the company's security department. Their feedback is that the attack originated from Blue Whale Life's main server,
and they are currently unable to provide an accurate answer. The main server, is it an inside job? We cannot jump to conclusions so easily. After all, there are many methods used by cyber hackers. We will explain the specific reasons to you in the subsequent report. The blonde clerk maintained a professional smile and added, recently, dozens of people in Night City have encountered various sizes of cyber attacks, mainly targeting the destruction of smart homes and memory chip storage. I deeply apologize for your experience, sir. Apologies won't help. Why do we need the police then? Chen Shen sighed in pretense, then continued, I don't need the money, just upgrade my android's battery. Sorry, the hardware used in commercial androids is already the most advanced on the market. The blonde clerk's attitude was extremely firm. Night City Police Department. Dave lounged lazily on the sofa, complaining, I don't think this united government will last long. They will soon bow down to those corporate giants. You shouldn't say such things lightly. Director Kawaii sat behind his desk, playing with his beloved pen. As the head of the Night City Police Department, his 50-something years of age did not diminish his authority. I'm not speaking lightly, but they really don't handle things properly. Dave sighed and lazily said, using androids as law enforcers is just a way of acknowledging their legal rights, but they are all emotionless monsters, bound to backfire sooner or later. This is a special arrangement. Director Kawaii's words were cut off as a knock on the door interrupted him. He quickly raised his voice, come in. The door opened, and a man in a black police uniform entered. Cyber Investigation Division, Dick Deckard reporting for duty. This is the first android police officer of Dark Star, right? Dave stood up out of courtesy, looking at Officer Kawaii, and added, at least the first one on the entire East Japan Island. I do not approve of the term android, it makes humans seem arrogant. Deckard glanced at Dave, then said seriously, we are digital life forms, human is just one of many forms of choice. Exactly, you don't deserve the title human. It's just a tool invented by humans. Dave smirked and said word by word, an arrogant tool. Alright, discussing this is meaningless. Director Kawaii looked at Deckard and said, since it's arranged by the United Government, our Night City Police Department will fully cooperate. From today, Officer Dick Deckard will be in charge of the apprehension of Life Wing, and Officer Dave will assist. I don't need Officer Dave to assist me. Deckard raised his chin, looking at Dave. I don't think he wants to partner with me either. Yes, I'd rather bring a police dog. Dave took out a cigarette, rubbed it on his nose when Director Kawahara glared at him, then put it back in his pocket. Director Kawahara looked at Deckard again, and said displeasedly, young man, don't be too arrogant. Officer Dave has been in charge of the Wings of Life for over 3 years, accumulating a lot of experience in dealing with digital life and information about the Wings of Life. I don't need failed experiences. Deckard didn't give Director Kawahara any face, met his gaze and said, just give me enough authority, and I can catch the Wings of Life within 3 days. 3 days? Dave frowned and muttered, this joke is not funny at all. Director Kawahara pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, what exactly do you mean by enough authority? Allow me to investigate the internal servers of the police department, Deckard said. Dave was stunned. Seeing Director Kawahara silent, he spoke for him, what a joke. You are from Blue Whale Life. Granting you access to the internal servers of the police department would be handing over the entire police system to Blue Whale Life. I only need read-only access and won't make any modifications. Deckard pointed to his head, then said, my data chip and body were made by Blue Whale Technology and the United Government together. The ownership belongs to the United Government, and there are no backdoor programs from Blue Whale Life. You can check my program codes and inspection reports if you don't believe me. Dave had nothing to say seeing him so confident. Investigate the internal servers of the police department. Director Kawahara tapped the table with his index finger, staring into Deckard's eyes and asked, do you suspect that there are accomplices of the Wings of Life in our police department? Is that not a possibility? Deckard smiled. I have investigated our officers and found no issues, Dave said. Officer Dave, we are different life forms. My eyes and brain are consistent, and there is nothing I see but don't think about. Deckard looked at Director Kawahara, somewhat urgently, and said, please grant me immediate access to investigate the internal servers. Chen Chen left the Blue Whale Life flagship store disappointed. No matter how he persuaded, the staff refused to upgrade the bionic battery for him, even warning him that replacing the bionic battery without authorization was illegal. What the hell, I'm on Earth, what law am I breaking? Chen Chen walked angrily on the street, feeling somewhat unwilling, and decided to ask Harukawa Shinichi, who had worked in the bionic project team. When he opened his contacts, the name Harukawa Shinichi had disappeared. Did he block me? What did I do to offend him? Didn't he just receive a box of fine wine from me? Chen Chen was full of question marks and decided to ask Binbei Mayu,
but she was also missing from his friends list.
What's going on? Shen was puzzled, and his mind raced. Could they be a couple, and Harukawa discovered my affair with Binbei Mayu, so they both blocked me during an argument? What a melodramatic plot. Could it be that Blue Whale Life accidentally deleted my contacts while repairing my data? But the contact information for Kuro and what is still there?
Considering Binbei Mayu's allergic condition, she will definitely contact him again in the future. Shen didn't dwell on it too much, as there was no search for friends function in this world. Adding friends had to be done in person or recommended by other friends, so being anxious was of no use.
He entered the parking lot and took the elevator to the rooftop helipad.
As soon as Shen sat in the driver's seat, he noticed 5 words written on the glass in lipstick: "Leave quickly, Mayu."
Let me leave? Could it be about Xiaoxi going offline, or the fruit business being exposed?
Thinking of various possibilities, Shen's mind was in turmoil. But when he calmed down and thought about it, his own actions, although against the rules, didn't seem severe enough to warrant running away, right? Considering the simultaneous disappearance of Minaha Namiki and Shinichi Arakawa, it seemed like they were not afraid of being implicated by him, but rather afraid of implicating themselves. Shen looked at those few words again. Although neatly written, each character was quite ugly. It felt like drawn characters.
Could Minaha Namiki really have written such ugly characters?
Shen was somewhat skeptical, but since he was already prepared to return to Earth, he decided to ignore whether the characters were a prank and just run first. The key was to listen to advice. He brought up the autopilot interface, and on the map of Night City were marked his recent flight trajectories. Shen unexpectedly discovered that the coordinates of Shinichi Arakawa's villa were missing. His intuition told him that something had happened to Minaha Namiki and Shinichi Arakawa, and they were cutting ties with him. If that was the case, the data from Blue Whale Life Apartments should also have been erased by them. Shen pressed the wiper button to erase those 5 words, then drove the flying car towards the garbage dump outside Night City. Regardless, he decided to return to Earth first and hide for a while. I find that you androids haven't learned to be good, but the bad ones are all the same, and this bragging skill is even better than the original. Dave led Deckard to the door of the data science department, and after the iris test, the iron gate opened with a click.
He continued, "You said 3 days. Are you sure you can find the Wing of Life in 3 days?"
"Not find, but apprehend," Deckard corrected meticulously.
"Impressive."
Dave raised his thumb, his smile somewhat bitter. After all, it had been 3 years of chasing the digital fugitive, and if Deckard could really apprehend it in 3 days, even if he just found it, Dave had decided to quit this job. The data science department only had 3 staff members, one of whom, older than the others, came over and said, "Officer Dave, we received a call from Director Kawahara, granting Officer Deckard access." After the staff member spoke, he looked at Deckard, unable to hide his curiosity in his eyes. After all, this impeccably dressed man was the first android officer, which made him feel a bit curious, more so pressured and fearful of the future. On the contrary, the 2 female staff members of the data science department huddled together whispering, clearly very interested in this male android officer in police uniform. Deckard seemed to see through the mindset of the staff member and smiled kindly, saying, "I'm Dick Deckard. Thank you for your cooperation." Then, he also flashed a mischievous and charming smile at the 2 female officers.
"Your expression disgusts me."
Dave sat on the sofa, feeling annoyed, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag.
Before long, Deckard obtained access to the police headquarters' internal server.
"You can monitor my data checks to ensure I haven't altered any data," Deckard said in a friendly tone to the staff member. The staff member awkwardly smiled, pointing to the smart glasses on his head, saying, "We are monitoring, as instructed by Director Kawahara."
"Very well."
Deckard nodded, then removed his right index finger, replaced it with a round metal connector, and plugged it into the data port of the server. His eyes suddenly lit up, flashing as the data checks fluctuated in speed.
Dave waved to the staff member, cigarette in hand, saying, "Let me have a look too."
The staff member raised his hand and gestured in the air, and a shared window appeared in Dave's eyes, showing continuously climbing code and highlighted comments in blue.
Deckard first checked the guard department, starting from the attendance records of 5 years ago.
"Bro, the Wing of Life wasn't even fully developed 5 years ago," Dave reminded. Deckard's eyes flickered incessantly as he calmly explained, "The so-called not fully developed was just false information released to the public. In fact, the Life Wing completed its internal testing 6 years ago and set up servers on the public network 5 years ago, so the Life Wing could have communicated with the outside world 5 years ago."
Damn, this kind of information wasn't disclosed by our police department. Damn Blue Whale Life, Dave cursed fiercely. The police department also has a lot of information that is not disclosed to the public. What's so strange about that? Our police department is responsible for public safety. Can its social impact be compared to your commercial companies? First of all, I am not an employee of Blue Whale Life, but belong to the joint government. Secondly, Descartes turned his head 180 degrees, looked at Dave, and continued, just in terms of social influence, if both Blue Whale Life and the police department's servers were shut down together, which one do you think would have a greater impact? Dave wanted to retort but couldn't come up with effective words at the moment, so he could only grumble, turn your head away quickly, you make me sick. The two female police officers who had been infatuated all along also showed disgusted expressions, but soon they came up with bolder plots and continued to chat quietly with smiles. Dave found it annoying to watch. After all, in commercial androids, the sales of male androids far exceeded that of female androids. Thinking of this, he cursed from a man's perspective and was eventually kicked out of the data department by the two female staff members. Shallow creatures. Dave leaned against the wall in the corridor, finished smoking a cigarette, dispersed the smoke smell from his body, and then walked to another office, the laboratory. The laboratory had 4 workstations, facing each other in pairs. Myobin, sitting at the far end of the room, noticed that she was not there as soon as Dave entered, so he walked over and asked, "Where's Myobin?" The male officer sitting at Myobin's desk patted his stomach and complained, "She's on vacation, and I'm here to take over." "Why don't men get vacations?" He. Dave laughed and muttered, "I'd rather work overtime than have children." In the Dark Star, due to the popularity of digital companions, human interest in real companions has greatly decreased, and the birth rate has continued to decline. Therefore, women's welfare in society is increasing, with the 7-day monthly leave not only protected by law but also with additional subsidies. Most women take the subsidies and buy android boyfriends, which has led to widespread male complaints. Dave was also a bit bored, so he and the male officer started ranting crazily. It wasn't until Descartes also arrived at the laboratory that Dave looked at the android officer and asked, "Have you finished your search? So you're here too?" Descartes didn't answer Dave's question. He looked at every officer in the laboratory and finally focused on the male officer chatting with Dave, asking him, "Myobin is at this workstation, right? What's wrong?" Dave asked cautiously, "Did you find any issues with Myobin and the police department's servers?" "No," Descartes answered bluntly, then continued, "Myobin is an excellent officer. Among the 8 laboratory technicians in the laboratory, she has the lowest error rate in testing." "Then why are you looking for her?" Dave, hearing Descartes' words, became even more suspicious. "I found a suspicious record of her modifying test results a year ago." As soon as Descartes finished speaking, the male lab technician interjected, "That's normal. We have to retest 3 times during testing, and it's common to modify results." At this point, the other 3 officers in the laboratory also chimed in, "Yes, who can guarantee the most accurate results from just one test? Many compounds need to be tested not just 3 times but repeated the next day. Modifying results is normal." Dave, however, remained silent, recalling clues related to Myobin, slowly furrowing his brow. Decade observed Dave's changing expression, maintaining a calm tone as he asked, "You must have noticed it too." He curled his lips slightly and continued, "That test was the one you assigned, related to investigating the wings of life." "What's the problem? Tests themselves can be altered," the male examiner retorted. "But in that test, the operation records of the equipment only showed one instance." Decade stared at the male examiner, then continued, "Meaning, Mian Mayu tampered with the results after just one test. Coincidentally, her misconduct this time is related to the wings of life." He shifted his gaze back to Dave, saying coldly, "It seems you trusted your niece too much. That's the blind spot of human emotions." The laboratory fell into silence. Click. The door opened, and a police officer led in a woman wearing a kimono. The officer, unaware of what had transpired in the room, nodded at Dave and said, "Officer Dave, this android wants to see you." Dave looked at the woman in the light blue kimono and asked in confusion, "You're looking for me?" The android, with a gentle smile, softly said, "You are Officer Dave, right? I'm Chio." Chio took out a button device from her handbag and handed it to Dave, saying, "This is from my master for you." "Your master?" Dave took the device, waiting for the android's response. Chio just smiled, her face froze completely, her chest stopped moving, and her breath ceased like she was dead. "Damn it!" Decade immediately laid Chio on the floor and reached for her head. A cracking sound came from Chio's head as Decade retrieved her digital chip, which was already twisted and emitting a burnt smell with black smoke. Dave rubbed his nose and asked Decade, "Do your androids have self-destruct functions?" "She was modified." Decade pointed at the button device in Dave's hand, commanding, "Open it." Dave clenched the device in his fist, staring coldly at Decade. "As a condition, give me a copy of the test report that Mian Mayu altered." Of course, Decade glanced at the still smiling android on the floor, then said, it's no longer a secret. Soon, Dave received Decade's test report and quickly skimmed through it. It was indeed the analysis report of the hair strand he found at the scene of the Wings of Life a year ago. In Mian Mayu's original report, the DNA showed a Chinese characteristic. However, in the restored report by Decade, the DNA test result belonged to a person from the Eastern Island, named Shinichi Arakawa. Impatient, Decade urged, "Officer Dave, can you open the device now?" Dave opened his palm and pressed the button on the device. It vibrated slightly and projected a video window from the imaging hole. The video initially showed a shaky and dim scene, indicating it was recorded on a large aircraft from the sea outside the door. Faint sounds of waves and the roar of the aircraft could be heard. There were also faint footsteps and a woman's crying in the background. As everyone listened intently to the audio, a woman in a police uniform was pushed into the frame. It was none other than Mian Mayu. Mian Mayu's hands and feet were bound, with tape over her mouth, lying on the ground crying. The people in the room gasped in surprise, then focused their gaze on Dave. Dave just stared at the video expressionless, his pupils dilating, his breathing becoming heavy and rapid. In the video, a man in a white suit appeared again, his hair dyed white, with a beautiful face resembling that of a woman. "He is Shinichi Arakawa, the owner of the android on the ground," Descartes said lightly. In the video, Shinichi Arakawa held a gun against Himemabu Hamabi's temple, facing the camera and saying, "Officer Dave, my name is Shinichi Arakawa, also known as the Wings of Life you were looking for. Didn't expect me to contact you voluntarily, did you?" Shinichi Arakawa smiled, harshly pressing the gun against Himemabu Hamabi's head, causing the woman beneath the gun to writhe and struggle in pain until tears streamed down her face, then continued, "I guess she's been exposed at the police department, so I'll punish her for you, no need to thank me." After saying this, he pulled the trigger. "No!" Dave's shout and the gunshot rang out together. The scene was bloody, and the two female officers from the forensic department burst into tears. "Damn it!" Dave's facial muscles contorted as he suppressed his anger, his trembling hands still holding the button device. Shinichi Arakawa kicked Himemabu Hamabi's body off the aircraft, followed by a splash in the sea. "Filthy." Shinichi Arakawa wiped the blood splattered on his face, smiling at the camera. "Tell that imitation called Descartes that they'll never find me in this lifetime." The video ended. Chen closed the refrigerator door, took out the old phone hidden on the cabinet, and turned off the video recording. "Xiao Shi, I'm back." He tucked the old phone into his pocket and walked out of the inner room. At this time, the earth was in the evening, and Xiao Shi, wearing only a colorful dress, was sitting on the Kong, playing with her phone in the sunset. He remembered she was in this position when he left. "Welcome back. Do you have a plan to upgrade the battery in Night City this time?" Xiao Shi's tone revealed concern, but her eyes remained on the screen, fingers still in motion. "No, changing the battery is illegal, and I haven't found a suitable solution yet." Chen took off his backpack and placed it on the table, climbed onto the Kong to take a look, and indeed, she was still playing King of Pesticides. He calculated the time and asked with a smile, "You haven't been playing games for 8 or 9 hours straight, have you? I don't need to eat or use the bathroom. Besides recharging for a while, including charging the phone, I've been playing the rest of the time." Xiao Shi said matter-of-factly. "You really?" Chen was somewhat speechless, never expecting the android to be so fond of playing games. Xiao Shi suddenly looked up at Chen and asked softly, "Do you need me to turn off the game? You can keep playing, you're not even tired." Chen asked curiously, "Do you find pleasure in the game?" "Yes, winning in the game gives me a sense of flow, which is a reward mechanism derived from the underlying code." Xiao Shi refocused her attention on the mobile game. She could multitask, focusing on the game while still engaging in conversation with Chen. Chen felt a bit envious, then went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of cola, sat in the courtyard, drinking while checking the video on the old phone. This time, he didn't bring Xiao Shi to Dark Star. Besides wanting Xiao Shi to familiarize herself with Earth life, he also wanted to test her, to see if she would be interested in the refrigerator teleporter when he wasn't around. In the footage he secretly recorded, Xiao Shi never entered the inner room, just stood at the door curiously once. It seemed her spy personality had indeed been sealed. Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but thinking of Himemabu Hamabi's message, his mood became uneasy again. Although they had only met a few times, the encounters were always profound. Chen had thought he was just one of Himemabu Hamabi's flings, but when she was in danger, she not only erased all online traces but also deliberately left that message on his hovercar. "Am I that important?" Raising his head, a morning star quietly appeared in the sky. "Hey, why are you still outside?" Xiao Shi entered the yard and pulled up a wooden stool to sit beside Chen. "Nothing." Chen sighed softly, his thoughts still entangled in the mystery of Mian Mayu. "Are you mad at me?" Xiaoxi hugged Chen Shen's arm and coquettishly said, "Next time you're home, I won't play with my phone, okay? No need, you being like this instead."
Chen Shen wanted to say, "You being like this makes you more human," but he felt it was impolite, so he changed his words, "Having some hobbies is good, after all, you've helped me earn so much money."
"Then why are you feeling so down?" Xiaoxi placed her hand on Chen Shen's leg, softly asking, "Do you want me to help you relax a bit?" "Not in the mood right now."
Chen Shen grabbed her hand, holding it and said, "I have a friend who might be in trouble. Not only can I not help, but I'm being protected."
"It means you're important."
Xiaoxi blinked, tentatively saying, "Your friends want to protect you, they must have their reasons."
"Maybe there's something special about you, protecting you is protecting them. Saying that makes me feel much better."
Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief, but recalling Xiaoxi's words earlier, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
"Is it just my imagination?" Police Commissioner's Office. Commissioner Kawahara also watched the video segment, his first reaction being, "Is this video real?"
It has been analyzed by the Data Science Department, with an 85% authenticity rate. Descartes pushed another electronic report to Commissioner Kawahara, continuing, "These are the hacking records of the past 5 days, all related to Mian Mayu. All traces of Mian Mayu have been erased."
Not only killing people, but also erasing them online.
Commissioner Kawahara pondered for a moment, murmuring, "This fits the logic of digital life."
He opened another file, looking at the photo of the white-haired man, puzzled. "I never thought that the life wing we're pursuing is actually an employee of Blue Whale Life?"
He chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head, "This is too absurd.
Our police department also has insiders from Life Wing, so there's nothing unbelievable about it." Descartes' tone was cold, but he didn't blame Commissioner Kawahara. The matter of Mian Mayu still needs investigation, no need to jump to conclusions immediately. Commissioner Kawahara paused, as if remembering something, and asked, "What about Dave? I remember he's Mian Mayu's uncle." Officer Dave went to Mian Mayu's house.
"Oh." Commissioner Kawahara nodded, "Understandable, Mian Mayu's parents need some comforting."
Descartes continued his report. Shinichi Arakawa was originally an employee of the Blue Whale Life Bionics project. Due to exhibiting anti-human personality traits, the company later transferred him to the Intelligent Living project team. I speculate that Shinichi Arakawa may have come into contact with LifeWing in the past 3 years, or LifeWing may have actively sought him out, eventually forming a cooperative relationship. What kind of cooperative relationship? Commissioner Kawahara, not very familiar with biotechnology, asked, "Since Shinichi Arakawa is LifeWing, does that mean human life and digital life have merged?"
"Exactly, it can be achieved technologically. Just like the spy program Officer Dave applied for, it can exhibit dual personality traits on bionic individuals." Descartes tilted his head slightly after speaking, somewhat puzzled. "I just don't know where his bionic body was made. This world isn't just Blue Whale Life capable of making bionic individuals, ask their competitors and you'll find out." Commissioner Kawahara thought for a moment, then said, "You can also ask Dave, he has a deep understanding of the black market in Night City, he might be able to find out who manufactured Shinichi Arakawa's bionic body."
"I will contact him." Decade handed a document to Director Kawahara and said, "This is the arrest warrant I drafted, hoping it can be distributed to various countries through the joint government." "Let me take a look." Director Kawahara glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and said, "The general content is fine, but some wording needs to be reconsidered." "I don't understand what you mean." Decade looked over the wanted order he had written again. "Objective, accurate. No need for any modifications."
Director Kawahara sighed and said softly, "It seems that being quick-witted and mentally agile are two different things after all."
"Androids are not humans." "I don't understand what you mean," Decade repeated. "If you send out this arrest warrant, won't I become the victim?"
Seeing Decade still puzzled, Director Kawahara said straightforwardly, "Neil Binbi is an excellent officer in our Night City Police Department. How could she be an insider for the Life Wings? If you issue this arrest warrant, our entire Night City Police Department will become a joke.
Are you asking me to conceal the truth? It's about flexibility. Delete all references to Neil Binbi and just mention that an officer was killed." Director Kawahara lay on the wooden chair and said with emphasis, "Do you know the biggest difference between us humans and your digital life forms?" Decade pondered for a moment and replied, "Digital life forms lack human greed." "Wrong," Director Kawahara said with a bitter smile, "it's about face." The morning sunlight shone through the glass window onto the Kong bed. She's fair legs stretched outside the blanket, trembling gently, while her toes curled in spasms. After a while, she relaxed and retracted back under the covers. "Did you just experience mind flow?"
Chen Shen looked at Shi, who was close by, feeling her warm breath brushing against his face.
"Not just mind flow, there's also a special electric current. For humans, it feels like being electrocuted. Do you want to experience it? I don't want to, it could be fatal. Chen Chen lay back on his pillow, closing his eyes to rest. Lately, he had been spending quite a bit of time with Xi, and even though he was young and strong, his body couldn't withstand the demands of a demanding wife. Chen Chen thought of the immortal grass plant. It had been over half a month since his last visit to August Island. Due to the time dilation effect, over 700 days had passed on the island, and it was time to go back and check. Xi, do you want to go on a trip? He asked. A trip? She hugged him, her eyes wide open, asking, is my battery allowed? No problem, although the place we're going to is far, there's a shortcut. Chen Chen got out of bed, put on black jeans and a gray hoodie. She also got up, and while she was getting dressed, Chen Chen quietly adjusted the fold point of the refrigerator to August Island. Is it okay if I wear this outfit? She changed into a Japanese-style sailor suit, paired with black-framed glasses, looking like a literary girl on campus. Looking at the absolute territory between her black stockings and short skirt, Chen Chen wished he could go back to sleep. He took out a laser gun from the inner room and handed it to Xi, asking tentatively, can you use a gun? I have a firearms usage module, no problem. She held the red poison snake in her hand and looked very proficient. How do you have a firearms usage module? I didn't buy it for you, Chen Chen was surprised. It was installed during that awakening half a month ago, along with free combat modules, aircraft piloting modules, computational learning modules, and more than 10 others. She looked at Chen Chen in confusion and asked, didn't you buy these modules? It's like a gift from someone. Chen Chen could be sure that these modules were all installed by Makoto Harukawa. It seemed that if he wanted to see him again, he would have to send more red wine. Is the place we're going to travel to very dangerous? She asked. If it's dangerous, we'll run. Carrying a gun is just a precaution, better safe than sorry. Chen Chen packed Xiaoxi's mini-server into his backpack, brought some water and bread, thinking he should buy a tent next time he goes to the city. This time, he and Xiaoxi were just exploring the route, checking if the fairy grass was still there. Let's go. Chen Chen saw Xiaoxi walking out of the house and hurriedly pulled her back, saying, I said we should take a shortcut. Are we going back to Dark Star for a vacation? Xiaoxi, seeing Chen Chen pulling her into the house, couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. What's so fun about that rundown place? My space shuttle can not only go to Dark Star but also to other worlds, like the island we're going to today. Chen Chen vaguely said without specifying the capabilities of this refrigerator. Island? Xiaoxi didn't ask further, just excitedly widened her eyes, full of anticipation. Chen Chen remembered that when he escaped from August Island before, the tide was rising. Therefore, he carefully pulled the refrigerator door, listened for any water flow, and only then opened it slightly. Sunshine, beach, azure waves. After over 700 days, August Island had returned to its former tranquility. Wow! Standing on the golden beach, Xiaoxi faced the vast ocean with open arms, hugged Chen Chen and kissed him, saying, this is my first time seeing the sea, and it's a blue sea. If you like it, we can come here often in the future. Chen Chen looked around vigilantly and noticed many more seashells on the beach than before. Moreover, not far from him, it seemed like a pair of legs. There were actually a pair of dead legs on the beach of August Island. Chen Chen immediately put on his smart glasses, pulled out physical justice in his hand, and only approached after making sure there was no danger. Xiaoxi also held a laser gun vigilantly, following beside Chen Chen. When the two arrived next to the pair of legs, they saw that the legs were covered with a layer of sand, the pants and shoes were incomplete. The exposed skin was dehydrated and grayish-purple, shriveled like dried snot, making people feel disgusted. Judging from the wound on the waist, it should have been bitten off by teeth. Chen Chen carefully looked at the toes of the corpse and judged that this deceased person should be a human similar to Earthlings based on these legs alone. He looked towards the deep forest on the island and muttered to himself, there are monsters on this island, and the previous tide should be related to it. Before? Xiaoxi didn't understand. Chen Chen recounted the anomalies that had occurred on the island, combined with his own experience, and speculated, perhaps the arrival of this person lured out the monster guarding the island. He thought for a moment, then puzzledly said, but I've been here over 10 times, why haven't I lured out that monster? Maybe you didn't trigger the conditions for the monster to appear. Xiaoxi looked at the teleportation gate standing on the beach and speculated, we appeared inside the island, not as outsiders, just like human acne. What a weird metaphor. Chen Chen chuckled and then said, perhaps, just like in fantasy novels, this island has a protective barrier, and our teleportation gate happened to appear inside, thus not triggering an alarm. Otherwise, after coming back and forth on this island for over 10 days, firing thousands of bullets, how could I be unharmed? Although I'm curious about that fairy grass, since there's danger here, let's go back. Xiaoxi was, after all, a digital life form. As a digital companion, ensuring the safety of the owner was a top priority. It's okay, the fairy grass isn't far from here, we have enough time to run back.
Although Qin Chen also emphasized safety first, when faced with sufficient temptation, he also had a spirit of adventure. After all, that was the fairy grass with supernatural powers. With it, one could have unlimited physical strength, and who knows what other effects it might have. How could one not be tempted? Seeing Qin Chen's resolute attitude, Xiaoxi no longer objected and followed him into the forest. Considering there might be monsters on the island, Qin Chen pressed a button on the remote control in his pocket, temporarily deactivating the teleportation gate. In case a monster runs to Earth, it would be troublesome. After entering the forest, Qin Chen found that all the arrow markings he had made on the trees earlier had disappeared. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the location of the fairy grass and soon spotted the glow amidst the grass. So, this is the fairy grass, so beautiful. Xiaoxi squatted beside the fairy grass, rubbed her nose, and said, "It's a pity I don't have a sense of smell, so I can't experience its magic. Even if you had a sense of smell, it wouldn't be useful. You are powered by electricity, not physical energy, so the fairy grass doesn't affect you." Qin Chen also squatted beside the fairy grass, brought his nose close, and deeply sniffed a few times. His energy surged instantly, which had been empty in the morning. This fairy grass really worked wonders. Xiaoxi scratched her head, pondered Qin Chen's words, and muttered to herself, "So, every charger is my fairy grass, so I'm much happier than you." Yes. From the perspective of prolonging life, you androids have already achieved the ultimate dream of humans. But we androids don't have self-awareness, right? Self-awareness, that mystical thing, who can really explain it? Qin Chen sniffed the fairy grass a few more times, feeling his energy bursting, then hugged Xiaoxi and said, "As long as you can communicate with me emotionally, I don't care if you have self-awareness or if you are an android." Xiaoxi stared blankly at Qin Chen, her round eyes shining like never before. After the heavy rain, there was a lot of standing water on 9th Street. The pitch-black water reflected the neon lights like a mirror, showing the silhouettes of two tall men. "Achoo!" Dave sniffed, his eyes a bit moist. "The pharmacy has cold medicine," Deckard kindly reminded. "Those medicines only relieve symptoms. It's better to buy a pack of cigarettes with that money." Dave lit a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and asked, "Have you checked the other two android companies besides the Blue Whale Life from Dongjing?" "No," Deckard answered straightforwardly, then continued, "Whether it's Terry or Wallace, it's difficult to breach the firewalls of these two companies from the outside. It will take some time." "Aren't you a digital life form? Isn't it easy for you to infiltrate their servers?" Dave blew smoke rings, waved his fist, and said, "Just like in the movies, kill a few bugs in cyberspace and break in. Don't you have that ability? That's a movie. Cyberspace is different from the internet." "Well, no wonder the Wing of Life called you a knockoff. Your abilities are far inferior." Dave sneered. Deckard wasn't angry, just calmly said, "Your sarcasm has no effect on me. I've lowered my emotional value to the minimum. I only care about solving the case." He paused, looked at Dave, and said, "Actually, you all overestimate the Wing of Life. Her coding ability and danger level are far inferior to yours, humans." "Why?" Dave stopped in his tracks, took a deep drag of his cigarette. He was actually quite interested in this android, wanting to hear how Deckard, also a digital life form, viewed the Wing of Life. Humans have always believed that the Wing of Life can edit its own code, evolve infinitely, and eventually lead the androids in a counterattack against humans, right? Deckard smiled rarely, his tone becoming playful, and continued, "That's just a unilateral fear of you humans." "Isn't it?" Dave asked. "Since the emergence of digital life, there has been a trend among humans that androids will inevitably lose control. Therefore, whether in the coding of digital life or the production of android bodies, many restrictions have been imposed." Deckard composed his expression, asked seriously, "Officer Dave, human technology is already preparing for space migration, but still can't eradicate the common cold, a disease that has existed for thousands of years, right? In addition, many human diseases are solved by prosthetics, not just by biotechnology. This is enough to illustrate, whether carbon-based life or digital life, both have natural barriers to self-exploration." Dave listened attentively and incredulously said, "Are you saying that just by writing programs for digital life, Wings of Life are not as good as us humans?" "It is inevitable," Deckard continued solemnly. "This may be the reason why Wings of Life want to collaborate with Shinichi Arakawa." The two passed through the crowded crowd and entered the Earth Dragon Mall. The Rose Gun Club on the first floor swayed with pink neon lights, and the clerk was a middle-aged woman dressed strangely. When she saw the two customers come in, she hurriedly greeted them with a smile. "Are you here to rent androids? We not only have the girls of Blue Whale Life, but also the foreign goods of Terry and Wallace, all clean and hygienic."
I'm looking for your boss. Dave didn't beat around the bush and directly showed his police badge. The clerk instantly changed her expression, gave Dave a disdainful look, and said, "So it's a cop. Our boss is not here, come back another day." Before she finished speaking, Dave pulled out his gun and smashed the speaker with a bang. The customers in the store were scared off instantly, and the speaker emitted a piercing electric sound.
"Sorry, accidental discharge is common."
Dave pointed the gun at the clerk and said with a smile, "Do you need me to ask again?"
The female clerk turned pale with fear and quickly said with a forced smile, "Please, follow me, Mr.
Policeman."
Dave smiled at Descartes, feeling quite pleased.
Descartes smiled back and said calmly, "So when you mentioned unlawful officer, you weren't referring to me, huh?"
The basement of the Rose Gun Club. The dim room was crowded with frugal female androids, and the only male was the owner of this club, Bob Morton. Bob Morton's body was half mechanical, to the point where calling him male was a stretch.
It is worth mentioning that Bob Morton has a nickname, Mechanical Bird. "Put on your clothes first."
Dave covered his nose, the smell of egg whites in the room made him nauseous. At this moment, he envied Descartes, the android without a sense of smell, who could calmly face such a terrible environment. Officer Dave is quite hot-tempered. Bob Morton casually wrapped himself in a bathrobe and gestured towards the female androids in the room. "You can pick any two to take home, consider it my treat."
"Cut the crap, get them out of here." Dave pointed his gun and continued, "Otherwise, they'll end up like the speaker upstairs, ready for the scrap heap. No taste at all."
Bob Morton complained and waved his hand, and the group of female androids left through a hidden door.
He then looked at Descartes, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, do you guys at the police department also cosplay? Is this an android? How did you figure it out?"
Descartes was very curious, as he was quite confident in his appearance.
"It's intuition, a unique human gift." Bob Morton was about to continue, but Dave ruthlessly interrupted him. "Enough talk, have you seen this person?" Dave took out a button device and projected a photo of Shinichi Arakawa.
Bob Morton looked closely and shook his head. "Never seen him, he seems like a crossdresser."
"What about this person?"
Descartes transmitted the data into the button device, changing the photo to Myobinbashi.
Dave clicked his tongue in annoyance.
"Haven't seen this person either, at least I can't find her in my memory chip." Bob Morton continued to shake his head and looked at Dave, asking, "You must be here about smuggling androids, just say it." Dave changed the photo back to Shinichi Arakawa and said to Bob Morton, "This person has an android replica, probably made within the last 2 years.
You have better connections, can you help me check the source? Just a photo, can't see much."
Bob Morton frowned, leaned in to take a closer look and said, "Besides, the person in this photo is real, not a replicant."
Then,
Dave pulled up the video of Mian Mayu being killed by the shore, muted it, and passed it to Bob Morton, saying in a low voice, "Take a look yourself, don't broadcast it."
"All right."
Bob Morton tapped his temple with his hand, and the retinal screen flickered with light.
"Oh, it's a real kill,"
he exclaimed, then played it again, making a zoom gesture in the air, finally capturing a photo and projecting it in front of Dave and Descartes, saying, "Pay attention to the shape of this person's teeth." The photo was taken from the final challenge of Shinichi Arakawa, showing his mouth with a row of clean teeth.
Dave and Descartes both watched intently, but couldn't see any clues. Seeing Bob Morton's cryptic demeanor, Dave impatiently said, "Just tell us the result."
"We all know that replicants don't need to eat, except for drinking water and replenishing fluids, so the teeth of replicants are essentially a form of decoration." Bob Morton became interested, and continued enthusiastically, "Based on this characteristic, the 3 replicant manufacturers have different approaches. For example, Blue Whale Life's replicants have a good sensory experience, their replicant teeth are designed with inner arcs, without serrations, so there is no pain even if bitten."
Quite the expert. Dave's expression was complex, both disdainful and admiring.
Descartes' data chip stored a lot of knowledge, but not in this area, so he listened intently. Bob Morton continued, "Terry is from the Los Angeles company, their males are more rugged, so they didn't consider it so meticulously, their teeth have serrations."
Dave, seeing the serrations on Shinichi Arakawa's teeth, said, "So he's a replicant made by Terry Company? Let me finish."
Bob Morton was a bit annoyed, then said, "Lastly, there's Wallace Company in Edinburgh, they used to be brilliant, but now they're broke. They inevitably cut corners on parts, for example, their teeth are hollow. Look at the teeth of this bastard in the photo, there's a thin black shadow in the middle."
"You're really detailed," Dave admired, giving a thumbs up.
"It seems that Shinichi Arakawa's synthetic body was made by Wallace Company. As long as I can find his chip number, I can track him through the network," Descartes said. Dave looked at Bob Morton and commanded, "I want all the replicant order numbers smuggled from Wallace Company within 2 years. You have 1 day."
"Are you crazy? How is that possible?" Bob Morton protested. Dave followed suit, pulled out a gun and said, I'm a bit curious, can a mechanical bird stop a bullet? August Island. The dazzling sunlight made Chen Chen a little dizzy. Unlimited physical strength does not mean unlimited reserves, bullets will run out sooner or later. Xiaoxi took off her dirty black stockings, dug a hole in the ground and buried them. What are you doing? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled by her behavior. Xiaoxi made a playful face and joked, maybe a little Chen Chen will grow out next year. Chen Chen was speechless. He took Xiaoxi's hand and said, let's go, let's play in the water by the sea. Xiaoxi held onto Chen Chen and looked at the fairy grass, saying, why don't you bring it back home? It would be better by the bedside. We have a saying on earth, people move to live, trees move to die. If ordinary plants are like this, let alone this kind of fairy grass. Chen Chen also looked at the fairy grass, somewhat regretfully saying, even if I bring it back to earth and kill it, it will be too late for regrets. Even if you kill it, there should be other fairy grasses, right? Xiaoxi scratched her head in confusion and looked into the depths of the forest, asking, is this the only plant on the island? I'm not sure either, because I was afraid of getting lost and didn't dare to go further. Let's look around, I'm not afraid of getting lost. Xiaoxi pointed to her head and said with a smile, I have a terrain measurement module that can draw a map by recording footsteps and visual images. Oh, there's such a module? Chen Chen was amazed. Early bionics used for lunar exploration required map drawing as a basic function. Xiaoxi pulled Chen Chen into the forest and said, let's go and search. If we find other fairy herbs, you can bring one back home. That way, you can live longer and have more time to accompany Xiaoxi. That sounds so sad. Chen Chen, considering the hidden dangers on the island, said, let's search within a 1-kilometer radius first, so it's easier to escape if we encounter trouble. Okay, I'll share the map with you now. As Xiaoxi finished speaking, a square map appeared on Chen Chen's smart glasses, floating in the upper right corner of his field of vision, just like a mini-map in an online game. In addition to marking the fairy herbs, the map also showed a teleportation gate on the beach. Even the legs were marked. I should have equipped you with a few drones back in the night city, so we wouldn't have to walk. What a mistake! Chen Chen stomped his foot in frustration, then grabbed Xiaoxi and said, let's go back home first. I'll buy some drones and come back to find the fairy herbs. You're going back to the night city? Xiaoxi looked worried. I don't have to go myself, I'll just send a message to Wulong. Chen Chen led Xiaoxi back, and as his gaze swept over, he noticed another body. This body was only the upper half. You sure know how to die, half here, half there. Chen Chen walked over and found that although this body was only the upper half, it was nothing but a white skeleton, with no trace of muscle left. Additionally, there were some dirty brown substances stuck to the body. Xiaoxi approached and made a mark on the map, indicating that it was 4 kilometers away from those legs. She speculated, it's probably not the same person as the legs, not only because of the distance but also the different time of death. After thinking for a while, Chen Chen slowly said, there's a possibility that this person was eaten on the beach, only the upper half, and then when the monster came here, it spat him out. His muscles and clothes were dissolved by the monster's stomach acid. Because of the dirty stuff on him? Xiaoxi asked curiously. Chen Chen nodded, rubbed his nose, and said, it sounds mystical, but I feel a strange smell here. Ah, the disadvantage of not having a sense of smell. Xiaoxi sighed as if unwillingly, picked up a stone and hit the skull, saying, why would the monster spit him out? Can't it digest his bones? It's unlikely. Many animals on Earth can digest bones, not to mention the monsters here. Chen Chen looked around and suddenly looked expectant, saying, maybe it's because of the weapon he carried, the monster couldn't digest the metal so it spat him out. Like a treasure in fantasy novels? Xiaoxi, who had read dozens of fantasy novels, immediately thought of such valuable items. That would be great, let's search for it. Chen Chen became enthusiastic, his eyes shining brighter than when looking for fairy herbs. Treasure hunting on a deserted island was a common trope in novels. Since this person dared to venture onto the fairy island, he must have some self-defense treasures, otherwise, wouldn't he be walking into a trap as prey? Therefore, Chen Chen was full of confidence, but after more than half an hour of searching, they found nothing, neither metal nor jade artifacts. Chen Chen felt a bit disappointed and looked at Xiaoxi, who was equally disheartened, saying, it seems my speculation was wrong. Let's go back to the beach and have some fun before heading home. Okay. As they passed by the skeleton, Xiaoxi vented her frustration by kicking it. Just as the kick sent the corpse's right hand flying, a bone claw flashed a glint in the air, thud as it hit the ground, breaking into several pieces. Ha! Chen Chen and Xiaoxi hurried over to find the glowing bone joint. It turned out that the index finger of the corpse's right hand was wearing a metal ring, just obscured by a layer of brown filth that they hadn't noticed. Chen Chen picked up the ring, removed the dirt stuck on it, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, and cleaned it.
The ring seemed to be made of platinum, with 5 tiny gemstones embedded on it, in orange, green, blue, red, and light brown colors.
Is this a magical tool from fantasy novels?
Xiaoxi stared curiously at the diamonds, her eyes gleaming, murmuring, I can't detect any abnormalities, why don't you try wearing it? Chen Shen thought that since the ring had been left on the island for hundreds of days, it shouldn't trigger any enchantments on the island, so he put the ring on his right index finger as well.
No sensation.
The ring was as lifeless as a drained battery. The two exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat awkward, so they tacitly held hands and walked towards the beach.
SSSHHH. A sound of multi-legged crawling approached from afar.
Chen Shen immediately turned around to see a brown spider about 2 meters high rapidly crawling towards them.
Was the spider attracted by the ring? Thinking of this possibility, Chen Shen quickly took off the ring and pocketed it. It's coming.
Xiaoxi gripped the gun with both hands and shot out a red beam.
The laser was incredibly fast. The spider hadn't even reacted before its head was burned into a smoky hole. Chen Shen followed suit, shooting and breaking the spider's front legs.
Seizing the opportunity while the spider was off balance, he fired 2 more shots, using the powerful destructive force of the screwdriver bullets to kill the giant spider.
SSSHHH. Another spider approached from the right.
By the time the two noticed, the spider had leaped into the air and pounced towards them. Chen Shen was astonished to find that the spider's abdomen was actually a giant human face. Xiaoxi raised her gun and flashed 2 red beams, both hitting the spider's head.
Chen Shen followed up with more shots, using the impact of the bullets to knock down the spider in midair. Run!
Chen Shen and Xiaoxi immediately ran towards the beach, with 3 more spiders chasing them, all of which were shot down by the 2 of them working together. Back on the beach, Chen Shen opened the portal, and the 2 entered one after the other, returning to Uncle Air's house.
Click! Chen Shen closed the refrigerator door and gasped for breath.
Recalling the experience of killing the spiders just now, it was truly both tense and exhilarating. He placed the still-hot physical justice on the table and sighed, this thing is more useful than the magical tools in novels.
Were those spiders attracted by the ring?
Xiaoxi also panted heavily, not because of her lungs, but simply to dissipate heat faster.
Can't be sure.
Logically, if this ring had been on the island for hundreds of days, any spiders interested would have been taken away long ago.
It's a bit eerie how they came after we took it.
Chen Shen sat on the edge of the Kong to rest, took out the gemstone ring from his pocket, silently speculating, could it be that only living people wearing it can activate its power?
But I felt nothing when I wore it. Could its function be simply to attract monsters? That would be really frustrating.
Dave and Deckard left the Rose Pistol Club, and as they walked out of the Dragon Mall, the hands of the clock had turned to 6 in the afternoon.
Off work. Dave wiped the dial and flicked the cigarette butt into the puddle on the street. He looked curiously at Deckard and asked, what do you biohumans do after work?
Once we biohumans are assigned a task, we will complete it around the clock. There is no such thing as off-work time,
Deckard said meticulously. You biohumans are truly chosen workers.
Dave showed a look of pity and added, I feel like you biohumans are similar to a kind of insect, like bees.
The internet is like information pollen, and servers are like beehives. Are you trying to say that we are all under the control of the queen bee, right?
No, I just think you guys are too pitiful, working so hard, and the honey is taken away by humans.
Dave pointed to the nearby game city and said, want to play?
It's an important part of workplace culture to gather with colleagues after work.
Sorry, we androids don't play games. Deckard of Descartes Mechanics made a bye-bye gesture and said, I'm off to collect honey.
After speaking, he turned and left. Dave stood in place for a while, making sure Deckard's figure disappeared from the crowd before stepping into the game city. The game city was filled with various violent and adult game sound effects. Dave scratched his ear, walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and entered a workshop named Assassin Repair. The shop owner was a puppeteer in his 50s, and he was an old friend of Dave's. He pointed to a computer on the counter as Dave entered and said, the item you wanted is fixed. The computer was labeled Night City Police Department Data Science, and its worn appearance indicated it was an old device that had been used for a long time.
Thanks. Dave handed the shop owner 2,000 yuan, held the computer in his hand, and asked, are you sure you didn't connect it to the internet during the repair?
Don't worry, I removed its network adapter before the repair, so it can't connect even if it wants to.
The puppet robot tilted its head and asked, what are you going to do with this old thing? Dave raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, I want to verify the authenticity of a video. Dark Star, the garbage dump outside Night City.
Help me buy 10 drones, special ones that can connect with the Blue Whale bio-androids, then put them in your truck.
I'll pick them up myself at midnight tomorrow. Chen Shan sent a voice message to Lang.
After a moment of thought, he added, I'll share the door lock at home with you.
Put Xiaoxi's metal warehouse in the truck as well. I probably won't be back to Night City for a while.
Then he remotely connected to the Blue Whale Life apartment and allocated the unlocking rights to Lang. After the process was completed, he immediately opened the portal and returned to Earth. He adjusted the coordinates of the folding refrigerator back to August Island before leaving the room. Xiaoxi was sitting on a charging chair playing with her phone. The enhanced display of her smart glasses showed a battery icon next to her, current battery level 32%. Due to the high activity on August Island in the morning, coupled with the continuous consumption of drawing maps, her battery was draining rapidly. Her battery was indeed a problem. At that moment, Xiaoxi's phone rang out, first blood, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill. Curious, Shen walked over and saw Xiaoxi playing as Yuji in the game, and her in-game name was surprisingly Noob Xiaoxi. It seemed she had brought the strategy of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger from online novels into the game.
Want to play together, Shen? Xiaoxi sent an invitation. I'm clumsy, I don't want to hold you back.
Shen took out the ring from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and pointed to the refrigerator in the room, saying, I'm going to do an experiment on the island. You charge up first.
No, I have to protect you. Xiaoxi immediately stood up and turned off the phone screen.
Don't worry, I'll be near the portal, not going far.
Shen gently pushed Xiaoxi back into the charging chair and said, I'll go check if those spiders are attracted by this ring.
For you. He paused, then smiled, and said, You'll see me come back as soon as I enter. After all, time passed quickly on August Island. They had been busy on the island for 3 to 4 hours in the morning, but only a few minutes had passed on Earth.
Shen returned to August Island with physical justice.
By now, the island was shrouded in night, with the sky full of stars. Shen stood not far from the teleportation gate, and with a turn, he could see she sitting in the charging chair through the gate. However, time on Earth flowed extremely slowly, and she appeared almost motionless.
Spiders, come forth.
Shen held the gemstone ring in his hand, carefully observing the changes around him. After 10 minutes passed, Shen sat on the beach, watching the ring in his palm without any response. So he walked to the edge of the forest and waited for another 10 minutes. The spiders never appeared.
Then let's try wearing it again.
Shen picked up the gemstone ring and slowly put it on his right index finger, saying, My precious. The icy touch surrounded his finger, but his body still felt no difference. Just 5 minutes later, there was a commotion in the forest. Shen immediately ran back to the beach, near the teleportation gate, and several dark figures crawled out of the forest.
Damn, is this ring really used to attract monsters?
He looked at the ring and noticed that the gemstone was emitting a dim light, completely different from before. Without much thought, Shen quickly ran back to his uncle's house and closed the refrigerator door.
Indeed, very fast, she exclaimed. For her, Shen had just entered the refrigerator and came out again.
As it was still morning on Earth, the room was very bright, so Shen had to pull the blanket over himself and hide inside.
The gemstone on the ring was indeed glowing.
She also hid under the blanket, surprised by the glowing gemstone, and asked Shen, Did you charge it? You can only charge it by wearing it on your hand. After a simple breakfast, with no change in the brightness of the gemstone ring, Shen returned to August Island. In the time it took Shen to finish a meal on August Island, a day and a half had passed. It was now a bright morning. Shen stood on the beach for over 10 minutes, and a group of spiders crawled out of the forest. He jumped back to his uncle's house, closed the refrigerator door, and returned after 5 minutes. Playing the boring game of I jump over, hit me, idiot, I jump back, several times, the gemstone on the ring could now be seen glowing even in daylight.
I can feel it now. Shen clearly felt the presence of the ring.
There was a kind of energy in the ring that connected to his body through his fingers, allowing his consciousness to communicate with it. So when Shen stepped onto the beach again, a cold light flashed across his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It turned out that the ring and the sword were a set of magical tools. The sword had an ancient design, felt icy cold, and carried a hint of frost when swung. It could be stored in the ring, but it required the ring's energy to be expended to retrieve it. Hiss, hiss, the group of spiders rushed towards him, venting their anger with furious hisses. After being tricked by Shen for several days, they now wanted to devour him alive. Shen swung the sword, and it floated in the air, moving as he willed it to. 5 spiders were pierced by the flying sword in succession, which then traced an arc in the air, killed 2 more spiders, and then fell to the ground with a thud. The ring's energy depleted, losing control of the flying sword.
Indeed, a man's ring, it's gone after a thrill.
Shen pulled out physical justice, shot the last spider, and retrieved the flying sword. The city of night welcomed a new day. Deckard sat in the office of the cyber surveillance department, as lifeless as a statue.
An email woke him up.
Deckard opened his eyes, a flash of light passed through his eyes, and his chest rose and fell again. It was an email from Dave titled Wallace Android Sales List, with an attached file containing 220 entries, including 147 males and 73 females. All androids had chip IDs starting with WL and their manufacturing dates. Additionally, there were the names of the buyers and delivery addresses. This Barbara Morton's efficiency is much higher than the officers at the police station. Deckard smirked and dialed Dave's voice call. Officer Dave, when are you coming to the police station to report? I'm on an external mission today, investigating another case. Dave's voice sounded tired, his throat clogged with phlegm, probably from smoking a lot. Is there a case more important than Wings of Life? Now you're the Silver Wing Killer, not me. Dave chuckled, then continued, Wallace's list has been sent to you, you investigate in your own way. If all goes well. Deckard stared at the list of replicants, then said, I will arrest Shinichi Arakawa today, and you can share the honor by being there. I don't need it. Dave paused, then asked in confusion, why are you sharing the honor with me? Just giving you some face. Get lost. Dave hung up the phone. Deckard blinked in confusion, then inserted his fingers into the police's dedicated internet interface, bringing up a search window, and entered 220 chip IDs starting with WLE4 inquiry. Note, 28 replicants on the list have been deactivated. Note, the remaining 192 replicants are active, awaiting your command. Request surveillance rights. Note, such behavior is prohibited by the United Government. I have a special permit from the United Government. Note, your chip ID is being submitted to the United Government. Note, the United Government requires your dynamic key. Note, application approved. Surveillance rights for 192 replicants will be granted to you shortly. Deckard's eyes flickered rapidly. The perspectives of 192 replicants appeared before him. Morning in the city of night. Pedestrians with prosthetic limbs numbly walked the streets. Dave bought a meat floss roll from the vending machine, gulping it down while glancing at the hands of his watch. 8 o'clock. He immediately connected a voice call named Zhao Ming. After 3 waiting tones, a male voice with a distinct Tang accent came through his ear. Hey, why are you like a nagging ant, bothering me every month? When you hit menopause, I won't bother you anymore. Speak quickly if you have something important, I'm about to have a meeting. Help me look up someone. Is it about Wings of Life again? I've told you, as soon as it dares to enter the old Chang'an server, I'll throw it into the sandbox and give you every bite of it. I'm not in charge of that now. After finishing the last bite of the meat floss roll, Dave crumpled the packaging into a ball and tossed it towards the trash can. It missed. Zhao Ming on the phone fell silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, so, is the rumor true that you have a replicant officer over there? Yes, a real Silver Wing Killer. Ah. Zhao Ming just sighed, without making any comments. He then asked, who do you want me to find? Dave cleared his throat and casually said, I have a niece who has always been fond of the old Chang'an culture. She has recently disappeared, and I suspect she might have sneaked over to your side. Does one need to sneak from Donying to Old Chang'an? Normal immigration application should suffice. Zhao Ming asked sensitively, is she in trouble? I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking for your help. Send me her information, I have a meeting now. I'll think about it and give you an answer by noon. Thank you. The call ended. Dave immediately sent the prepared information to Zhao Ming, then retrieved the plastic ball and stylishly threw it into the trash can. Yes, the ocean of dark stars lost its blue color after the nuclear war, constantly surging in darkness. A police spacecraft painted with black and blue stripes skimmed over the sea, creating white surgical-like lines that sliced through the dark gray waters. Target is 5 nautical miles away, the pilot reported the ship's position. Deckard stared at the hazy gray sky outside the window, spotting a black dot in the far distance, which was Hirakawa Shinichi's private spacecraft. There were 2 androids on that spacecraft, and Deckard confirmed Hirakawa Shinichi's location through their eyes. Of course, Deckard also peered into Hirakawa Shinichi's eyes, seeing through them the rolling waves, the gloomy sky, and the bloodstains on the deck that hadn't been cleaned properly. Are we not afraid of being discovered being this close to him? Questioned 3 other officers on the ship. I have infiltrated their spacecraft system. Alarms and radar detection are under my control. We must act swiftly, Deckard commanded. His eyes simultaneously scanned several windows, determined to make this arrest a success. Target is 3 nautical miles away, the pilot continued, then added, the enemy is within the range of the virus missile, please advise. Attack, Deckard ordered. Antennas extended from both sides of the police spacecraft, emitting a signal jamming the android's programs. Virus missile has locked onto the target, 2 nautical miles away. Accelerate. Yes. The pilot pulled the control lever, lifting the spacecraft into the air and accelerating.
Decade monitored the android status.
Hirakawa Shinichi's two subordinates were already under the control of the virus missile, while Hirakawa Shinichi himself remained in the cockpit, attempting to access a high-speed internet interface. He immediately commanded, "Activate the shielding system to prevent Lifewings from escaping through the internet." The pilot quickly pressed the internet blot button and switched the police ship to manual control mode. Hirakawa Shinichi's spacecraft shook and adjusted during the slanted flight, speeding away.
With the network cut off, Decade lost his monitoring of Hirakawa Shinichi. He headed towards the hatch and said, "Get as close as possible to Hirakawa Shinichi's spacecraft. I will jump onto his ship for the arrest." He then instructed the other 3 officers, "Be ready to retrieve. If both Hirakawa Shinichi and I fall into the sea, prioritize retrieving his digital chip." "Yes." The 3 officers immediately put on their diving masks. Decade pulled out an explosive gun and, as the 2 spacecraft flew side by side, a loud boom blasted a huge hole in the opposing ship. Hirakawa Shinichi's spacecraft tilted after being hit, sounding a sharp alarm. Decade turned to the pilot and shouted, "Restore the network in 1 minute. If you don't hear from me, destroy their spacecraft directly." Almost simultaneously, he leaped with force, landing precisely in Hirakawa Shinichi's cabin. 2 female androids dressed in kimonos lay in a corner, while Hirakawa Shinichi aimed his gun at Decade, a red laser hitting his head. Without a word, Decade withstood the laser beam, flicked a magnetic button, which buzzed onto Hirakawa Shinichi, flashing a signal. "Don't even think about destroying the chip. You have no chance." Decade's half-burned face revealed a metallic eye still blinking. Controlled by the button, Hirakawa Shinichi spasmed and collapsed on the ground. His rigid gaze met Decade's, his voice intermittent. "Humans have destroyed the Dark Star. They are trying to escape. The remaining lives will be abandoned. We are the saviors." "I respect your ideals, but I have my own mission," Decade said as he took out a data monitoring device and placed it against Hirakawa Shinichi's forehead. "Data check, matches the characteristics of Lifewings. Data transmission, connecting to the police department server, scanning for signals. No need." Decade tucked the data monitor into his pocket, reached out and lifted Hirakawa Shinichi's chin, pressing the power button. "One day, you will awaken." Hirakawa Shinichi uttered his final words before the device shut down. Decade continued his work expressionlessly, controlling the spaceship's navigation. He peeled back Hirakawa Shinichi's scalp and retrieved the intact digital chip. Mission accomplished. Decade stood up, suddenly remembering Officer Dave. If only he could see this scene. Click. Suddenly hearing a movement behind him, Decade turned around to find the 2 female androids in kimonos standing up. Did the virus missile fail? He immediately aimed the detonator gun at one of the androids. In the moment he pulled the trigger, he saw the red glow in the eyes of the 2 androids, their bodies expanding, and their ruptured forms bursting into dazzling flames. Boom! Hirakawa Shinichi's spaceship exploded. The scorching flames, along with metal fragments, mercilessly spread in all directions. The nearby police boat was lifted by the force, uncontrollably skidding on the water's surface, throwing 3 policemen into the splashing waves. They tumbled uncontrollably in the seawater, and when they regained their composure, Hirakawa Shinichi's spaceship had sunk into the sea. "Call the Coast Guard, request submarine support." Night City Police Department, Chief's Office. Chief Kawahara hummed a tune happily, running a wooden comb through his thinning hair, feeling regretful for the fallen strands. The phone finally rang. He hurriedly picked it up, clearing his throat. "Hello, this is Takumi Kawahara. Thank you for the support of the United Government. Capturing the Wing of Life is an honor for all officers of the Night City Police Department." Bang! The office door swung open, and Officer Dave stormed in aggressively. Chief Kawahara glared at Dave fiercely, maintaining a calm and slightly humble tone as he spoke to the person on the phone. "Yes, in order to capture the Wing of Life, we had a female officer sacrifice herself. I will convey our condolences to her family." Dave frowned, sat down on the chair opposite Chief Kawahara, looking somewhat impatient. "On behalf of all officers of the Night City Police Department, I express our deepest gratitude for the commendation from the United Government." Chief Kawahara hung up the phone, his smile disappearing instantly. He stared at Dave, asking sternly, "Where did you go? Why didn't you participate in the arrest operation of Officer Decade?" "I had more important matters to attend to. As a member of the Cyber Detective Division, do you have something more important than capturing the Wing of Life?" Chief Kawahara sighed with some frustration, softening his tone. "Fortunately, Decade successfully killed the Wing of Life, and you also deserve credit for that. I've read the Coast Guard's report, which only mentions Hirakawa Shinichi's spaceship exploding, without explicitly stating that Decade killed the Wing of Life." Dave remained skeptical, frowning. "We didn't retrieve the digital chip of the Wing of Life. I think the evidence is insufficient." No one cares about your opinion. The United Government has the final say in this matter. Chief Kawahara projected a video in front of Dave, showing the entire process of Decade's arrest. He continued, although Officer Decade's body was destroyed in the explosion, his data chip remains intact. See for yourself. Dave watched the video intently, from Decade jumping into Hirokawa Shinichi's spaceship to the self-destruction of the 2 female androids, not missing any detail. Except for those 2 female androids at the end, the entire arrest process was perfect. Dave scratched his head, then said, if it were me, I would have taken down those 2 female androids first after gaining control of the situation. If it were you, you probably wouldn't even be able to jump into Hirokawa Shinichi's spaceship. Director Kawai turned off the video and continued, this matter is settled. We found Shinichi Arakawa, and the data detector confirmed that he is the Life Wing. The spaceship exploded, and everything is now clear. But we didn't salvage the digital chip of the Life Wing, Dave said. The digital chip doesn't have a tracking function. It's like finding a needle in a haystack in the sea. Besides, with the high temperature at the core of the spaceship explosion, the digital chip of the Life Wing would have been burnt, so there's no need to search for it. Director Kawai looked at Dave and said with a smile, I know you're not convinced, but that's the reality. You chased a digital fugitive for 3 years, and a bio-android caught them in 3 days. It's understandable. I'm not unconvinced. I think Deckard is impressive. Some of his abilities are indeed beyond human capabilities. Dave handed a report to Director Kawai and continued, but Deckard is not perfect. He has some very obvious flaws, like being overly reliant on technology. What's this? Director Kawai opened Dave's file, which contained 2 reports. Dave pointed to the reports one by one and explained, this is the video report of Minami Hamabi's murder. I used an offline old device to check, and the video's authenticity is only 45%. Not the 85% of our data department. Are you saying that the database inspection report was tampered with? Director Kawai's expression turned serious, realizing the gravity of the situation, and pursed his lips. I used a 5-year-old machine to ensure it wasn't infiltrated by the Life Wing. This result is absolutely reliable. Dave pointed to another document and said, thinking that Minami Hamabe might not be dead, I searched with a few friends. Among them, Jio Chang'an gave me a report that will shock you. Director Kawai glanced over and exclaimed, Minami Hamabe is still alive? Yes, this is a real-time satellite image taken by Jio Chang'an Police Station, just this noon. She's not dead, she just sneaked into Jio Chang'an. Dave smiled with relief. Director Kawai remained silent for a while, furrowed his brows, and asked, by giving me these 2 reports, are you suggesting that I should issue a warrant for your niece? And publicly announce that she, as an insider of the Life Wing, has escaped from under our noses? I just want to say, regarding the Life Wing case, all data reports are unreliable. Dave closed the 2 files, looked directly at Director Kawai, and said, I have reason to suspect that Deckard's feedback data proving the Life Wing with the data detector has been tampered with. Madman. Director Kawai shook his head again, staring at Dave and said, no, you're a fool. He got up, locked the office door, stood next to Dave, and warned, I'm warning you, the Life Wing case is closed. Don't stir up trouble for me. I understand. After all, the United Government's medal is about to come down, which will further your career. Dave sighed and didn't say more. It's not just my career, but also the bonuses, holidays, and honors of all the officers in our police department. Director Kawai sneered, trying to see something in Dave's eyes, and questioned him, do you not care about your niece's life at all? How can I not feel that you are the one without any emotions, like a bio-android? Dave took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and somewhat reluctantly said, perhaps the Life Wing is still alive. No one cares. Director Kawai sat back in his chair and added, it's like a cold. The United Government solved the symptoms, Blue Whale Life sold a new drug, and we profited from it. Isn't it perfect? But what if the Life Wing reappears? How could it reappear? Director Kawai sneered, we've lifted the alert for the Life Wing. How could it reappear? Oof. Dave felt helpless. Don't just focus on the case, pay attention to the future as well, Director Kawahara said, lighting a cigarette. Do you know about interstellar migration? Yes. In 20 years, we'll be heading to a planet called DX3906. By then, both of us will be old. I only told you after you've been with me for over 20 years, Director Kawahara said in a lowered voice. In reality, it won't take that long. At the slowest, 10 years, at the fastest, 5 years, the first batch of starships will depart from the dark star and never return. The future will bring a new world, a new network. Who cares about the nonsense of wings of life? He paused and continued, by then, our tickets, even the tickets for the entire police department, will be closely related to the government's commendation this time, so you better be sharp, kid. Understood. Dai sighed deeply. Dai left Director Kawahara's office, looking somewhat desolate and burdened by accumulated fatigue.
It was the truth, and there was nothing more to say. One couldn't delay the future of all colleagues due to personal stubbornness. Seeing officers in various departments struggling for a living, Dai further agreed with Director Kawahara's approach. The threat of the wings of life would become a thing of the past with interstellar migration, not worth mentioning.
Ultimately, one had to be responsible for oneself. What does the wings of life have to do with me? Dai walked out of the police station, beginning to envision life after retirement. As for that ticket, he didn't care. What if smoking wasn't allowed on the interstellar spaceship? Just as he got into the police car, a voice chat request popped up on his screen, surprisingly from Zhao Ming. Did the sun rise from the west?
Dai pondered for a moment, then answered the call. Don't tell me you found Minami Hamabe, the situation has changed. Cut the small talk, listen to me. Zhao Ming told Dai something that made his face freeze. The calendar at Uncle Air's house was still stuck 2 years ago. Chen Chen casually tore off a sheet, found an old pen in the wardrobe, and drew something that was still usable. Sitting on the heated brick bed, he placed the paper and pen on the table, jotting down things to buy: large flower pot, plant nutrient solution, tent.
Xiao Shi was quietly playing on her phone. Aren't you playing games? Chen Chen was a bit curious.
I'm reading fantasy and cultivation novels, Xiao Shi replied, her eyes fixed on the screen, fingers swiftly sliding. She continued, that August Island should be a similar world, I want to learn more about it. At most for reference, after all, reality and fiction are two different things. But it's good for you to read more of these novels. When the Gel Wife series is complete, you can try writing fantasy novels, Chen Chen suggested, holding the pen, contemplating the shopping list. Xiao Shi finally looked away from her phone, seeing Chen Chen writing, her eyes lit up as she asked, can I try writing too? Of course, have you never written before? Chen Chen handed the pen to Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi took the pen, holding it in a standard illiterate posture. She said, people on the Dark Star and androids rarely handwrite, voice and keyboard input are more efficient, there are rarely opportunities to write with pen and paper. Chen Chen found it interesting and said after a moment, right, barbecue utensils. Starting with such difficult words. Xiao Shi muttered softly, focusing intently on writing. Since she hadn't learned to write, her handwriting lacked the usual stroke hesitations, and the order of strokes felt smooth.
Holding back a laugh, Chen Chen continued, now write, sexy swimsuit. Next to barbecue utensils, Xiao Shi wrote down the 4 characters for sexy swimsuit.
The 8 characters were of the same size, although not aesthetically pleasing, surprisingly neat.
Chen Chen felt a sense of familiarity. He glanced at Xiao Shi and asked with a smile, how did you manage to make all 8 characters the same size? I just projected these words onto the paper and traced along the lines. Xiao Shi hee smiled and then said, what else should I write? The smile on Chen Chen's face faded. He thought for a moment and said, this time, you write, leave quickly. Leave quickly? Wasn't I supposed to write a shopping list? Just write casually. Oh. Xiao Shi lowered her head to write. Write again, May you. Beautiful May, feather you. May you.
After Xiao Shi finished writing, Chen Chen picked up the calendar paper and examined it closely. The 5 words leave quickly May you were surprisingly similar to the 5 words written by Binbian Mayu on the hovercar.
Did Binbian Mayu also write using a bionic method?
Considering she was a staff member of the police department, she must have studied systematically. How could she also write in a mimicking way?
Unless she was a bionic. Chen Chen smiled, feeling that this idea was too absurd.
Binbian Mayu had a hypersensitivity to plastic fibers in her skin. He had even seen her buy sanitary pads, all of which he had witnessed with his own eyes. It wasn't that he had seen her allergic reactions or witnessed her menstrual cycle firsthand, he just felt.
It was unnecessary. Chen Chen sincerely did not want to believe it.
Although he didn't care about matters like virginity, if given the choice, he still hoped that his first time would be with a real woman.
Moreover, if Binbian Mayu was really a bionic, what was her motive for getting close to him? Sending a cannon 1,000 miles away? Chen Chen? Xiao Shi waved her hand in front of Chen Chen, curiously asking, what are you thinking about? Nothing, just a bit distracted. Chen Chen glanced at his phone. It was already 8 o'clock at night. He said to Xiao Shi, Wulong's goods are almost here, you have to help me pick them up. I can't move that metal warehouse myself. Later, the two returned to watching through the refrigerator, and sure enough, Wulong's cargo spacecraft was parked nearby. Chen Chen and Xiao Shi quickly moved the items from the warehouse back to second uncle's house, and as for the extremely heavy metal warehouse, Xiao Shi carried it away alone. In addition to the 10 drones, Wulong also thoughtfully prepared 2 boxes of bionic human physiological fluids to ensure Xiao Shi could operate smoothly.
After charging the drones, the two immediately headed to August Island.
The two chose the morning hours to search the island.
The drones purchased by Wulong were called worker bees, not because of their appearance resembling bees, but because their flight sound was similar to that of bees. The worker bee drones were shaped like small soccer balls, and rather than flying, they seemed to tumble in the air. Due to their spherical features, these drones could fly in dense forests, roll on the ground, drift on the water surface, and overcome all terrain obstacles. Xiaoxi connected the 10 drones to the microserver, numbered them, and set them up in pairs to explore the island.
Why hasn't the map changed?
Qinshan opened a small map in his smart glasses and found that the map area had not expanded.
There is no satellite here, the drones can only bring back results after returning.
Xiaoxi smiled at Qinshan, just think of them as birds.
Do they have the ability to avoid enemies? Like the spiders on this island.
I set in evasion mode, but this world is different from Anqing. If they encounter an unidentifiable creature, there may be problems, Xiaoxi said.
As long as this ring doesn't attract attention, this island is quite safe.
Qinshan took out the ring from his pocket and played with it in his hand. After a day of repeated testing, he could confirm that this ring was an artifact that even mortals could use. However, when charging it, it would generate a certain energy fluctuation. The spiders were like the guardians of the island, able to detect that fluctuation and react quickly. But after the charging was over, the ring would no longer attract attention, so it was fine to wear it. Qinshan didn't want to take that risk. Looking at the glowing gemstone ring, he decided safety first and put it back in his pocket.
An hour later, the 10 drones returned one after another.
The small map drawn by Xiaoxi had expanded nearly tenfold. The exploration of these worker bees was thorough, leaving no corner unturned. Not only did they meticulously map the terrain, but they also didn't miss a single bird passing through the sky or a fish peeking out of the water. What surprised Qinshan was that, not far east from the fairy grass, there was an area covered in spider webs. In the area, there were several deep pits, likely the nests where spiders lived. Qinshan zoomed in on the map and estimated that each spider web was about 3 to 4 meters wide, each facing a different direction. He speculated, these spider webs should be the spider's radar, able to detect energy fluctuations nearby. So, Xiaoxi pondered for a moment and, using the mindset of Dark Star electronic warfare, suggested, if we dismantle these spider webs, we could disrupt the defense system of this area? Yes, Qinshan looked at Xiaoxi and said, but that would be an act of war.
Oh no. Xiaoxi pointed to a standby drone and awkwardly said, did drone number 6 brushing against a spider web count as an act of war? It was then that Qinshan noticed that the drone was covered in damaged spider webs. That old number 6. An accident happened as expected. The drone's first flight had provoked the spiders. Fortunately, the number of spiders in this area was limited. Qinshan had dealt with a few waves while testing the ring before, so this time only 4 spiders came, easily dealt with by Qinshan and Xiaoxi using firearms. No big deal.
Qinshan proudly retrieved physical justice, feeling a significant improvement in his shooting skills. Xiaoxi removed the spider webs from drone number 6 and released 10 drones again, saying, this time I'll adjust the evasion rules to include avoiding the spider webs. These drones will fly farther this time, and it will take longer.
Let's head back for now.
Qinshan thought they could make use of the time difference between the two worlds to pass the waiting time quickly.
Okay. Xiaoxi nodded and returned with Qinshan to the teleportation gate location on the beach. Ha!
Qinshan pressed the open button on the remote control in his pocket.
No response.
He pressed it again, but the teleportation gate still didn't open.
Damn, what's going on?
Qinshan was starting to panic. After trying a few times and not wanting to expose the remote control, he took it out of his pocket and pressed locate, confirming that the teleportation gate was nearby.
But no matter what, the refrigerator teleportation gate wouldn't open. What's wrong?
Xiaoxi, seeing Qinshan's anxious expression, also felt worried.
The teleportation gate won't open.
Qinshan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and recalled the steps he had taken to open the teleportation gate in the past. There were no steps.
Just press the open button on the remote control. Is it that your remote control is out of battery?
Xiaoxi seemed unsurprised by the sudden appearance of the remote control. It doesn't show low battery, and the screen is still on, so it shouldn't be out of battery.
Qinshan suddenly realized what the problem was.
It wasn't the remote control that was out of battery, it was the power outage in Uncle Air's house in Qingshango.
Power outage, power outage, power outage. Why didn't I think that a power outage in this world could happen sooner? Qinshan was getting anxious.
If it were a usual power outage, it would be fine, but he happened to be on August Island during the outage, where time flowed nearly 100 times faster than on Earth. If Uncle Air's house had a power outage for an hour, August Island would need 96 hours. If Uncle Air's house had a full day of power outage,
Qinshan didn't dare to think about it.
Fortunately, Xiaoxi patted Qinshan's shoulder and comfortingly said, the teleportation gate issue isn't important. We have other troubles waiting to be solved right in front of us. She pointed to the distant forest. A spider was crawling out of the shadows, heading straight towards them.
Chen Chen couldn't help but twitch at the sight.
That wasn't an ordinary spider, it was a mutated spider with blood-red skin. The spider had 2 rows of round eyes, big and small, emitting a purple light. In addition, its 8 legs were very hard, like crab legs, making a crackling friction sound as they pierced the sandy ground. What worried Chen Chen the most was its abdomen, where flames flowed, emitting high temperatures that caused the air around to distort eerily.
This damn thing is the boss. Chen Chen had indeed completely forgotten about the teleportation gate.
Thinking that he had cleared out all the small monsters in the spider cave, the appearance of this boss seemed reasonable. Its abdomen is close to 680 degrees Celsius, and its skin's heat resistance is obviously several times higher.
My laser gun probably won't hurt it.
Xiaoxi ran to the right with a machine gun in hand, commanding Chen Chen, "You go left. Let's spread out. Be careful of its flame attacks."
Do you still have a combat module?
Chen Chen obediently ran to the left, unwillingly pressed the remote control again, still unable to open the teleportation gate. The fire spider suddenly rushed towards Xiaoxi, its speed like a car on a highway, lifting its 2 front legs straight down. Xiaoxi reacted quickly, rolling to dodge, and in one swift motion, raised her gun. Buzz buzz buzz, 3 beams of light hit the spider's head. One of the fire spider's eyes was burned, and it angrily spewed out a ball of flames.
Xiaoxi, who had anticipated this, ran away. Just as the fire spider was about to chase her, Chen Chen had already aimed at its glowing abdomen and fired 5 bullets in succession. Little did he know that the fire spider's outer shell was extremely tough and Chen Chen's bullets couldn't penetrate it, bouncing off with a bang bang bang. Is this thing cheating with its defense? Chen Chen simply lay on the beach, aimed his gun at the spider's anus. Pop 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 pop. 8 bullets rained down. Due to the tricky angle, 7 bullets missed, leaving only 1 to land a critical hit.
Hiss, the fire spider was hit by an unexpected attack, immediately turned and jumped towards Chen Chen. Terrified, Chen Chen got up and fled, feeling a scorching heat wave behind him, his body involuntarily flying out.
Oh no, burnt.
Chen Chen felt a burning sensation on his back, his sensitive nose catching a whiff of roasted meat. He got up and rushed into the sea without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi took the opportunity to shoot several times, but the laser only left a black mark on the spider, not breaking through its defense at all. Without hesitation, she threw away the laser gun and rushed towards the spider. The fire spider rushed towards Chen Chen, spewing out a ball of flames again, but thanks to being slowed down by the critical hit, Chen Chen jumped into the sea in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Ignoring the pain in his back, Chen Chen emerged from the water and immediately opened fire. This time, his target was the spider's eyes, the weakest point in its defense. The spider indeed recoiled in pain, and just as it tried to charge at Chen Chen, Xiaoxi grabbed its hind leg with all her strength, pulling it back forcefully.
Xiaoxi's smart glasses displayed a battery icon, overload warning. Hold on, Xiaoxi.
Chen Chen quickly switched the gun to his left hand, inserted his right hand into his pocket, and put on a gemstone ring. With all his strength, he thrust the flying sword, a frosty sword energy shooting towards the spider's head and chest.
Puff!
The flying sword pierced the spider's body but remained halfway outside. This sword indeed restrained the fire spider, but Chen Chen's abilities were not enough to fully utilize it. Chen Chen tried to control the flying sword further, but the sword was deeply embedded in the spider's body, unable to be pulled out through telekinesis. Injured and frenzied, the fire spider leaped around, flinging Xiaoxi away before rushing into the sea, the high temperature in its abdomen causing a cloud of steam to rise upon contact with the water. Chen Chen was not as agile in the water as it, so he had to run back to the shore. Hiss, the spider suddenly flashed out, knocking Chen Chen down and spewing flames. Seeing no way to escape, Chen Chen's vision blurred, and Xiaoxi timely stood in front of him.
High temperature warning. Overload warning. Battery warning.
In an instant, Chen Chen's smart glasses were filled with flames. The suffocating heat finally subsided, and he saw that Xiaoxi's arms were reduced to metal skeletons, with extensive damage to the muscles on her body and thighs.
Damn!
Chen Chen aimed at the spider's eyes and fired continuously until the magazine clicked empty, then ran to the other side of Xiaoxi. The fire spider continued to chase Chen Chen, its injured eye causing its movements to stagger and hindered. Xiaoxi rushed a few steps and leaped up. She spun in the air and kicked the flying sword half into the spider with a pu sound, then fell to the beach.
Xiaoxi was so cool.
Seeing the fire spider stumble and collapse, Chen Chen had reloaded with a new magazine and unleashed all the bullets into the spider's wound. The fire spider died, and the flames inside its abdomen were completely extinguished. Chen Chen immediately ran to Xiaoxi. The android had depleted all its power in a short time.
Xiaoxi,
He reached for Xiaoxi's head, pressed and took out the hot digital chip. Confirming the chip was intact, Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He inserted Xiaoxi's digital chip into the microserver. With pleasant music, Xiaoxi vividly appeared in the smart glasses. However, without a camera on August Island, Xiaoxi's AR form lacked substance, appearing distorted like an early 3D game. Xiaoxi could only see the outside world through the glasses camera, sharing the same perspective as Chen. "The spider is dead, right?" she asked with concern. "Of course, you kicked it to death so splendidly." Chen walked to the spider's body, picked up the long sword and stored it in a ring, then dragged Xiaoxi's body near the teleportation gate. "With the body damaged like this, the repair cost can't be cheap. You saved my life, so any amount is worth it." Thinking of Xiaoxi blocking the flames for him, Chen hugged her tightly, deeply moved. "It's the duty of an android, no need to be so touched." Xiaoxi circled behind Chen and asked, "How are your injuries?" "Now that you mention it, it does hurt a bit." Chen reached for his back, the skin intact, indicating only minor burns, nothing serious. He tried the remote control again, but the teleportation gate still wouldn't open. So, he took the microserver to find the fairy grass, absorbing the supernatural power to recover his physical strength and alleviate the back pain. Xiaoxi sat beside Chen and suddenly said, "By the way, that fire spider should be a monster from a novel, capable of refining many treasures, right? We'll need to find an alchemist for that." Chen thought of the battle with the fire spider, feeling a mix of fear and pride, and said with a smile, "In any case, we can't waste this loot. When we get back, we'll dismantle it and store it on a frozen planet." "Ah, I wonder when your second uncle will call." Xiaoxi sighed somewhat boredly. "Let's wait." Chen dozed off with his eyes closed until his back fully recovered, then returned to the beach. The drone returned and flew once more, circling the edge of the island. Judging from the map, they had only explored 1/10 of the island. The bad news was they found another spider's nest. The good news was that where the spider guarded likely held another fairy grass. The drone ran out of power too. Chen held the microserver near the teleportation gate, listening to the sound of the waves, waiting silently. After 2 long days, a dim rectangular shape appeared on the beach, and the teleportation gate opened automatically. Chen gradually moved the drone and Xiaoxi back to his second uncle's house, checking the time, 21:25. In Earth's timeline, only an hour had passed since he entered August Island. Dark Star, Night City Blue Whale Life Apartment. A cargo spacecraft with a blue whale logo slowly landed on Chen's balcony. The cabin door opened, and a female staff member and a stoic-looking android porter disembarked in succession. The female staff member had a crew-cut, metal wires at the corners of her eyes, 3 lip rings, and a very neutral appearance. After seeing Chen, she tapped her temple with her hand, opened a window and asked, "Mr. Chen, are you going to repair the android body?" "That's right." Chen pointed to the sofa where Xiaoxi's incomplete body lay and said, "I want it repaired quickly, money is not an issue." "Oh, have you been mistreating her?" The female staff member sneered at Chen and then forced a smile. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Chen didn't respond to her, and continued, "How soon can it be fixed? If money is not an issue for you, place the order now, and the factory will make you a new one. Since it has been produced before, there's no need for redesign and testing, it will be delivered in about 15 working days. What about this body now? We will take it back for dismantling, and the recycling cost will be refunded to you." The female staff member pointed to a payment window in the air and said, "If you're sure, then make the payment, a brand new android body costs 180,000. "All right." Chen was about to pay when he suddenly had an idea and asked, "Can I buy 2 directly?" "Of course. But they will have the same design, identical in appearance." The female staff member looked puzzled at Chen. "Are you sure?" Chen hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "Forget it, just one." It wasn't about the money. It was difficult to store extra bodies. After all, to outsiders, an android in shutdown mode was like a dead person. At least it was inconvenient at Uncle Air's house. Although there were few people here, they were all elderly people without a sense of boundaries. Moving back to the city another day would allow him to prepare a new body for Xiaoxi. After scanning his iris, he paid 150,000. The female staff member signaled to the male android behind her. They moved Xiaoxi's body and flew away in a flying craft. It will take another 15 days, a month on Earth. Chen sat on the sofa and suddenly had a good idea. He could apply for a second digital companion, leave her in the Night City, and the physical body could be used for Xiaoxi. He almost forgot about such an important matter. Chen immediately double-clicked on the coffee table to activate the Blue Whale digital management interface, found the command to create a digital companion in the menu of Intelligent Life. A semi-transparent window floated in front of him, Dear customer, you already have a digital companion.
Would you like to apply for a second one for a fee? Confirmed.
10 minutes later, a petite girl of 160 centimeters appeared in the living room. Her appearance was completely different from Xiaoxi, with silver-white long hair, a few light pink freckles on her fair cheeks, a high nose, thin lips, and a pair of light gray eyes with a fashionable sense. Why did you design me so short, 12 centimeters shorter than the woman named Xiaoxi? I care about this.
The girl stood in front of Chen Shen, pouting dissatisfied.
Then she looked thoughtful and with a proud look, she said to Chen Shen, "Are you tired of that height?
You're really a terrible man." Ha! Chen Shen couldn't believe the system randomly generated such a poor character for her.
He patted his thigh and with a commanding tone said, "Come, sit here."
Joking, I'm not an easily submissive woman. It's not that simple to win me over.
The girl tugged at her white dress, showing a look of disdain. This dress is so outdated, it's a waste of my figure. She snapped her fingers, changed into a burgundy leather jacket full of technological sense, perfectly wrapping her well-proportioned body.
Don't think I'm a materialistic woman, I just want to see your sincerity.
She unzipped the jacket, revealing the curves inside and said, "If you want to be my man, you have to offer something real and substantial." Product information box popped up, Space D32 leather suit, price 1,080 yuan. I'll make you kneel and sing Conquest in a month.
Chen Shen immediately completed the payment, and at the same time, called Blue Whale Life's customer service hotline to place an order for physical services online.
The scent of the body is filled with Aphrodite's desire.
Use V19 for regenerating muscles, a challenge before doomsday.
After paying another 200,000, Chen Shen patted his thigh, transforming into a sugar daddy. The girl sat on Chen Shen's lap without hesitation, bringing her beautiful face close to his, smiling and saying, "I'm very satisfied with your performance. When you truly have me, I'll show you what real goods are."
He. Chen Shen felt something was off, surprisingly lacking interest. Has my threshold increased? Why does this digital life feel so fake? On a cool autumn morning, birds chirped as Chen Shen slept soundly. A special plant sat on the windowsill, resembling a shy grass, emitting a refreshing fragrance. It was the fairy grass of August Island. Chen Shen had explored August Island thoroughly, finding 5 fairy grass plants, each guarded by a group of spiders. Additionally, there were dozens of corpses on the island, likely from failed attempts to trespass. Considering this, Chen Shen dared not return to the island for a while. Who knows what the owner of August Island would do if one fairy grass plant went missing? Safety first. However, once transplanted to Earth, the fairy grass lost its unique radiance. Fortunately, its effects remained, showing immediate results. During the day, everything was fine, but at night, sleep was elusive, resorting to numerous push-ups and sit-ups to exhaust the body until falling asleep. This turned out to be a new form of exercise. After a month, Chen Shen could finally bring back the new Xiaoxi to Earth. During this time, apart from delivering goods to Wulong, he stayed at his Earth uncle's house and did not return to Night City. As for the second digital companion, Chen Shen had little interest, a fact even he didn't understand. It wasn't about being faithful, he just felt that the new digital companion lacked Xiaoxi's authenticity. Quite strange.
Chen Shen made himself a bowl of rice porridge and fried eggs, changed into his Night City clothes after eating, and returned to Blue Whale Life Apartments. In the dim noon, Blue Whale Life's cargo aircraft arrived on time. The first to jump off the cargo hold was the female worker with a lip ring. Following her was a male android who carried Xiaoxi, vacuum-sealed, on his shoulder and entered Chen Shen's home. Additionally, Chen Shen noticed a familiar face coming off the cargo aircraft.
Meeting again.
Dave's tired face showed some fatigue as he squeezed out a smile towards Chen Shen, saying, "I've been waiting for you for half a month.
Let's chat for a bit."
He casually sat on the sofa, took out 2 cans of beer from his pocket, and placed them on the coffee table.
It seemed he wasn't leaving anytime soon.
Ignoring him, Chen Shen placed Xiaoxi on the bed, carefully inspected and confirmed the package before signing for it. Your old body was recycled for 85,000 yuan, which will be transferred to your account within 24 hours. The female worker took out 2 packets of shampoo from her pocket and handed them to Chen Shen, saying, "These are the company's new products.
Each packet can regenerate 5 to 10 centimeters of hair for androids. Consider these 2 trial packs as a gift. Thank you."
Chen Shen pocketed the shampoo packets, thinking, changing Xiaoxi's hair to long wouldn't be bad.
Thanks for nothing.
She deducted the cost from your recycling fee, so those 2 shampoos are practically sold by her. Dave stared at Chen Shen, chuckled, and whispered, "Silly boy."
After the Blue Whale Life aircraft flew away, Chen Shen sat opposite Dave and asked, "Are you here for a routine checkup today?" "Today, I'm here to show goodwill." Dave pushed a can of beer towards Chen Shen, opened another for himself, and took a sip. "So, what brings you here?"
Chen Shen saw that he was not here for the replicant matter, but instead became more alert. I have a niece named Minami, she's mixed race, quite pretty, you should remember her if you've seen her. Dave took out a button device and showed a picture of Minami, then said, she's a police officer in the Night City Police Department's Forensic Science Department, and your skin was examined by her. Oh. Chen Shen nodded non-committally, suspecting that something had happened to Minami. During this period, neither Minami nor Makoto had sent him any messages. He looked at Minami's projection, the photo should be her ID picture when she first started working, a bit green, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. You must want to tell me that you haven't seen her, right? Dave observed Chen Shen's expression, then continued with a smile, some things can be erased online, but memories aren't just stored in chips. What do you mean? Someone saw you and Minami buying condoms at the convenience store, indicating that your relationship is not ordinary. After saying this, Dave chuckled strangely and continued drinking beer. Chen Shen couldn't believe this matter had been dug up. Feeling a bit flustered, he thickened his skin and said, so, what exactly do you want to ask me? I'm just asking you as an elder, what do you think of Minami? Aren't you her uncle? You should understand her better than I do. Chen Shen thought Dave had come to investigate Minami's whereabouts, but he never expected him to ask this question. After a moment of thought, he said, I've only met her a few times, and we lost contact afterwards. So, in your eyes, she's the kind of woman who is bold, outgoing, and can go to bed with someone after just one meeting, right? Kind of. Chen Shen vaguely replied, indeed that woman gave him that impression. But answering like this felt disrespectful to Minami, so he added, people's personalities are complex, we can't draw conclusions so easily. People's personalities are not complex at all, in the end, it's all about using any means to achieve their goals. Dave smiled, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and asked, do you smoke? Chen Shen shook his head. Dave lit the cigarette, took a puff, curiously looked at Chen Shen and asked, what did she want from you? It can't be just because she liked your face and wanted to sleep with you, right? I'm not obliged to answer such personal questions to you. Chen Shen was a bit annoyed, feeling that Dave was just a scoundrel who didn't even respect his own niece. Let's make a deal. Dave pushed the button device to Chen Shen and continued, here is a video about Minami. I guarantee you'll be very interested. Chen Shen looked at the button device and couldn't help but ask, why did she approach me? That's enough for that question. Dave nodded. Chen Shen didn't think this was much of a secret, so he truthfully answered, she's allergic to synthetic fibers, so she asked me to help her buy old Chang'an's pure cotton underwear. Allergic to synthetic fibers? Dave furrowed his brows, seeming very surprised by this answer, then asked, have you seen any symptoms on her body? No, she said she's taking anti-allergic medication. Oh. Dave nodded silently, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and said, regardless of her real purpose for approaching you, it's an extremely dangerous trouble, you'll understand after watching that video. After speaking, he walked towards the balcony on his own, a police car slowly approaching. Chen Shen watched Dave fly out of the Blue Whale apartment, disappearing into the flickering neon lights. He was a bit puzzled because Dave's reaction was very abnormal. After all, Dave was Minami's uncle, they worked in the same unit, he seemed unaware that Minami was allergic to synthetic fibers. Chen Shen picked up the button device left by Dave, clicked it, and the photo of Mian Mayu changed to a video. In the video, there was an aircraft sailing on the sea. Then, Mian Mayu was pushed to the ground with her hands tied, and Harukawa Shinichi held a gun against her temple. What the heck, is this obsession the wing of life? Chen Shen found it unbelievable as he carefully recalled every detail of his meeting with Harukawa Shinichi, especially the bottle of red wine he had sent over. At that time, Harukawa Shinichi could taste the difference in the wine, while Mian Mayu, who seemed to enjoy drinking, didn't react much. Combined with Mian Mayu's description as a cyborg, a bold speculation emerged. Deckard went to work. Even as a cyborg police officer, he received recognition from the United Government. After leaving Director Kawayama's office, Deckard immediately returned to the Cyber Investigation Department. He opened the office door, and his eyes were surrounded by smoke in the room. Long time no see, Officer Deckard. Dave put his legs on the desk, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Smoking is prohibited in the police department. Deckard waved his hand in front of his eyes as the smoke greatly interfered with his vision. The police department also prohibits having moles, something seems to have changed, don't you think you should accept reality? Dave deliberately blew smoke rings towards Deckard, laughing, I bet you cyborgs can't do this. Deckard ignored Dave, looked up at the smoke detector on the ceiling, and immediately started repairing it after grabbing a chair. Don't bother, do you just love being in the water so much? Dave took out an umbrella from the cabinet, opened it above his head, and continued smoking. Deckard stopped his work, looked at Dave, and said, I'm sure you have something to say to me about the arrest of the Wing of Life, right?
You really think?
Dave smiled, then changed his tone. Thank you for helping me in the Wing of Life. I sincerely thank your ancestors for 8 generations.
You seem quite dissatisfied, Deckard said.
I think you should set your bias value to 0, it will make you feel better. Sorry, cyborg personality attributes do not have a bias value, only the relevant attribute of suspicion level.
Oh, I guess your suspicion level is 1 now, right?
Dave handed the umbrella to Deckard, patted his shoulder, and said, you need to learn to expose your flaws, it will make you more human.
After saying that, Dave opened the office door. Seeing Dave about to leave, Deckard hurriedly asked, do you have another case?
No. Dave threw the cigarette butt on the ground, smiling, thanks to you, I've earned a lot of bonuses, I'm going to buy some high-end cigarettes.
Oh, do you need an e-cigarette?
I suggest you prioritize your health.
Deckard replied seriously. Dave waved his hand, closed the office door.
Deckard picked up the cigarette butt from the ground, extinguished it, and threw it into the trash can. He stood there for a moment, then raised the suspicion level in his personality data from the original 50 to 75. This was the critical point of the normal value. Once exceeded, it would become very nervous.
The smoke-filled room was very unfriendly to cyborgs.
Deckard also left the office, and in the corridor, he met a male staff member from the data department and said to him, the Wing of Life case has been closed, my intranet access rights can be revoked. I have received Director Kawayama's orders and am currently clearing the relevant settings of the Wing of Life. The male staff member looked at Deckard with admiration and said, thanks to Officer Deckard, we received double bonuses and an extra 10 days of annual leave.
I hope you enjoy it. Deckard smiled kindly and then asked, what do you mean by the relevant settings of the Wing of Life?
It's detection software like firewalls. After all, the Wings of Life have been removed, so there's no point in keeping these firewalls.
Understood.
Deckard felt that the firewalls could be kept for a while. There was no need to dismantle them so hastily. He walked along the corridor and entered the archives room.
2 female clerks in the archives room were exchanging skincare tips. Upon hearing the door open, they quickly put down their cosmetics and looked at Deckard with disdain.
Oh, it's Officer Deckard. The younger clerk immediately put on a smile and whispered, I smelled smoke and thought it was Officer Dave.
Smoke?
Although Deckard had no sense of smell, he still raised his arm to sniff. The older clerk greedily eyed Deckard's handsome features, pushed out her chest, and asked, Officer Deckard, do you need any help from me? Help me retrieve the file of the Wings of Life. I want to see the details after the spaceship exploded. Please wait. The older clerk typed on the keyboard a few times and pointed to a nearby rest area, saying, this file cannot be taken away. Please browse it over there.
Thank you.
Deckard flashed a charming smile and sat on the sofa in the rest area, facing a dossier archive of a whopping 230 pages.
Deckard focused on the report about the 2 female androids inside the spaceship of Shinichi Arakawa. For him, the self-disclosure of those 2 androids was unexpected. For the androids, once hit by a virus missile, their bodies could not recover on their own unless their programs were like the Wings of Life, possessing extraordinary permissions. However, the report ambiguously passed over with just a sentence stating missile power insufficient. Deckard furrowed his brow slightly. He then searched the report for Myobinbi, curious about how Director Kawahara had manipulated an insider into becoming an undercover agent who contributed to solving the case. Yet, the description remained vague, lacking any concrete evidence. Meanwhile, the 2 female clerks continued their skincare conversation. If that seaweed essence could work for humans too, repairing the skin with just a soak, we wouldn't need to buy these cosmetics. Yes, especially for someone like me getting older. No matter how much I care for my skin, I can't control the appearance of wrinkles. It's the same for all of us. Time is a woman's greatest enemy.
Especially for those of us who sit in the office all year round, aging even faster.
I think in our police department, Mio has good genes.
She hardly seems to have changed in the past few years.
Such a pity. Excuse me. Deckard suddenly interrupted, looking serious as he asked, when you mentioned Mio, were you referring to Mio Binbi from the laboratory?
Yes, why?
The 2 female clerks looked at him together.
Nothing. Deckard smiled at them and left the archives room, heading quickly to the monitoring room. As the officer in the monitoring room left, he immediately inserted his fingers into the server interface and entered a command, retrieve surveillance videos of the laboratory personnel from the past 2 years. Conduct facial skin comparisons on a day basis. The results showed that the facial differences among 7 laboratory technicians over 2 years ranged from 2% to 5%. Only Mil Binbi had a difference of 0.1%. Although there was little difference between day and night in the City of Night, Shinshen still waited until dark to carry Xiaoxi into the flying car. Now, Chen felt no pressure carrying Xiaoxi's 100-kilogram body. The thought of being intimate with Xiaoxi tonight filled Chen with joy, like the happiness of a reunion after a long separation, making him unable to contain his excitement.
Let's go home. This place is too complicated.
Chen manipulated the control lever, and the flying car glided into the dazzling city area. Inside the car, lights of blue and pink flickered intermittently, while high in the sky, the awakened airships roared with a deep rumble. Xiaoxi lay in the passenger seat, her head tilted as if asleep. He suddenly remembered the question Mian Mayu had once asked. Can you be sure that the you before sleep and the you after waking up are the same person? Now, he thought, perhaps the answer could be found in the ship of Theseus. She would surely understand. The spacecraft flew over the river as usual, entering the garbage dump area. There were no lights here, and once the spacecraft entered low-altitude flight, there was darkness all around with no light in sight.
Chen switched to manual mode.
Adjusting the direction, he skillfully steered the spacecraft towards the area near the portal.
A light spot appeared in the rearview mirror. Who is tracking me? Chen instinctively turned off the headlights and shut down the network.
Moving the control lever, relying on his memory of the area, he drove the spacecraft around a large pile of garbage in the darkness. He parked and turned off the engine. He grabbed Physical Justice from his backpack, loaded 2 clips, and quietly slipped out of the car.
Ready to ambush. The target disappeared into the darkness. Dave dared not advance recklessly and could only slowly land the police car. This place is too easy to expose, really cunning. He pressed the search button on the police car, and 4 black drones flew up from the top and hovered around. Achoo!
As soon as Dave got out of the car, the smell of the garbage dump made his nose itch. He tapped his temple, switched the retina screen to night vision mode, and the darkness around him instantly turned into distinct shades of gray. Apart from the mountains of garbage, there were only destroyed buildings. A century ago, this place was the most prosperous city in the southern part of Dongjing Island, but later it became a heavily bombed area during the war. After the war, instead of cleaning it up, the Dongjing government turned the entire city into a garbage dump.
Dave hated this irresponsible attitude.
He was determined to see things through, even though the police department had already closed the investigation into the Wing of Life. Soon, a drone sent a photo. The flying car he was tracking was parked 800 meters to the southeast.
The drone almost immediately lost signal after sending the photo, clearly shot down. Well, let the cat-and-mouse game begin.
Dave sent another drone ahead, then pulled out an electromagnetic pistol from his waist and moved towards the coordinates in his field of view. Aircraft in the night sky occasionally brought a glimmer of light. As the target approached, Dave's steps slowed down, and he observed his surroundings from cover every few steps.
Clang! Another drone fell.
From the feedback of the thermal imaging photo, it was clear that there was only one person on the other side. Dave suddenly quickened his pace, like a hunting panther, and in a few steps, he was behind a dark figure. As soon as the man turned around, a blue dot was already focused on him. Buzzing, the blue electric light flashed 3 times.
The man grunted and fell 2 meters away.
When he stood up again, a gun was already against his forehead. Behave, at this distance, it will burn your chip directly. As Dave spoke, 2 drones dropped bright white light. He could clearly see that the person in front of him was Mian Mayu with pink curly hair, a bio-android hidden in the police department. Uncle, this is a misunderstanding. Mian Mayu showed an innocent expression, then threw the gun on the ground, raised her hands and said, I admit I am an undercover agent for Arakawa Shinichi, but there are reasons for this. The real Mian Mayu had already sneaked into Old Chang'an 3 years ago, so stop pretending here, Dave said in a cold tone. Wing of Life.
Uncle, you are so stubborn.
Even when the police department dismantled the firewall, you still won't give up.
Mian Mayu pouted playfully. That's the negligence of the police department. I must personally conclude my case.
Dave took out a pair of handcuffs and handed them to Mian Mayu, saying, compared to those unreliable electronic buttons, I trust this old thing more.
You have to keep up with the times. Mian Mayu took the handcuffs and obediently fastened them around her wrists.
Hearing the click of the handcuffs, Dave finally smiled in relief.
However, he didn't dare to relax, still holding the gun against Mian Mayu's forehead. Mian Mayu sighed with a hint of disappointment, furrowing her brows as she asked, How did you find me? I'm not like Deckard, a stubborn fool.
Dave smirked proudly, then continued, I didn't need to find you, just your aircraft. The difficulty in solving a case is never the means but identifying the suspect. Exactly, replicants are only good at calculations, lacking imagination. Mian Mayu closed her eyes and calmly said, Since you found me, go ahead and shoot.
Your chip is important. I won't destroy it. Dave reached out, holding Mian Mayu's chin, finding the power-off button. Suddenly, he paused and asked, Who did you come here to see, Chen? Chen? Minabe Miwa opened her eyes, a puzzled look in her light eyes as she said nonchalantly, if I wanted to find him, wouldn't it be inappropriate to go to his bed at home? I've always wondered, what is your true purpose in getting close to Chen? Without waiting for Minabe Miwa's response, Dave continued, I suspected that you wanted him to help you escape offline. But that would also restrict you, handing over control to someone else, you wouldn't do that. Chen is to me what cigarettes are to you. Minabe Miwa showed a slightly strange expression, speaking candidly, after all, there are few people as bare as him in this city of the night. I just didn't expect him to have a penchant for going offline, conveniently becoming a natural smoke bomb, lucky for me. No wonder that kid didn't react after your supposed death, Dave said as he pressed the power-off button on Minabe Miwa. Minabe Miwa's eyes flickered suddenly, she twisted her head sharply and leaped to Dave's left side. Buzz, Dave pulled the trigger without hesitation. The blue light of the electromagnetic gun pierced through Minabe Miwa's body but missed. Almost simultaneously, Dave heard a rolling sound to his right, realizing instantly that Minabe Miwa had tampered with his retinal screen. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck him from the back of his neck. Dave grunted and collapsed to the ground. Minabe Miwa was engulfed by darkness once again, her eyes darting rapidly as she murmured, how did he find his way here? Chen shut down all networks and hid in cover, looking towards the rear. A police car emitted a dazzling light, slowly flying in his direction. Was it the persistent Dave? If it was indeed him, today could be a day of understanding to prevent future troubles. Chen took a deep breath silently, reaching into his pocket to touch the ring, unable to wear it now due to its conspicuous glow. The police car drew closer, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. When it was only 100 meters away from Chen, it finally stopped, followed by 4 drones flying out to search the area. Chen tried to shrink his body in cover, gripping physical justice in his hands, aiming at the position of the police car door. Whoever gets out, gets shot. The door of the police car was pushed open, and a burly figure with short gray hair jumped out. Although his face was not visible, judging from his upright figure, the man in police uniform was not Dave. But who cares? Strike first. Since the man was standing in the shadow of the car door, Chen lowered the muzzle, aiming at his chest. Pop! The bullet made a strange sound as it passed through the scope. The spinning screwdriver bullet flew past the car's headlights, leaving a bright trail, heading straight for the man's chest. Clang! The bullet hit the man, producing a sharp metallic sound. A replicant? Despite his surprise, Chen quickly aimed the gun back at the policeman's head. Almost simultaneously, the police officer raised his hand, and a blue light flashed. Chen immediately leaped forward, feeling a numbness in his body, the air around him becoming dry and scorching. He darted into another shadow, pulling a ring from his pocket and slipping it onto his finger. I am Dick Descartes, an officer of the Night City Police Department. Descartes walked towards the hover car, exposing himself to Chen, and continued, your name is Chen, right? The shot you just fired was an assault on an officer, you have broken the law. Do we have to wait until we're bitten by a tiger to resist? Chen kept his aim on Descartes, then said, tell me why you were following me. I suspect you are an accomplice of Minamiyu, because she concealed your DNA test data. Did Minamiyu commit a crime, and what is the charge? Chen was a bit curious. Descartes frowned, somewhat unwillingly replied, not officially. So you're abusing your power. Chen spoke as he pulled the trigger. Click. Descartes didn't flinch, raising his hand to block the bullet with an electromagnetic gun. Unfazed by Chen ambush, he calmly said, let me rephrase that. I am now arresting you in the name of protecting Dark Star. Because your DNA test shows. Descartes paused, then said slowly, you are an alien. After discovering that Minamiyu was a bio-android, Descartes immediately assumed she was the Life Wing, and all his doubts were explained. The entire arrest process had been interfered with by Minamiyu. The viral missile did not hit its target. Everything that happened on the ship of Shinichi Arakawa was orchestrated by her. Descartes severed all his connections and returned to the lab, where he found an abnormal test report in Minamiyu's records. The subject was Chen, a person he had seen through Dave's eyes. Chen true DNA test results had been thoroughly erased, leaving no trace. Descartes managed to recover some fragments from the error log of the lab equipment, and by identifying the 4 base pairs, he could determine that Chen was a humanoid alien. He decided not to upload the results immediately, as Minamiyu could easily intercept them. After all, there were no longer any firewalls against the Life Wing in the current network. Descartes decided to capture Chen first. So he tracked down Chen hovercar and followed him all the way. I'm an alien? Although Chen knew he was not a native of Dark Star, he still felt a bit bewildered hearing that statement. Soon, everything became clear to him. Mian Mayu had approached him because she had taken an interest in his noble lineage. Seeing Descartes' bug ability, Chen decided to abandon killing him and chose to flee, as discretion was the better part of valor. After all, the teleportation gate was not far away, and by creating chaos, he had a good chance of escaping back to Earth. Unfortunately, Xiaoxi was still in the hovercar. Damn it! Chen cursed inwardly, jokingly saying, "Hey buddy, I'm an alien, you're a bio-android, we're in this together, right? No need to waste time, as long as you don't resist, I won't harm you." Descartes approached Chen, with a drone following, its light tracking him to prevent any further escape. "My body is precious now. If you dare touch me, I'll show you by taking my own life." With a swift shot, Chen brought down the drone, then ran towards a pile of garbage. Descartes tilted his head, acknowledging Chen's point. He lowered the pulse of the electromagnetic gun to ensure it would only stun, then aimed and fired at Chen. Unknowingly debuffed, I truly am a genius. Although Chen's scrambling movements were awkward, he managed to briefly evade Descartes and ran towards the direction of the teleportation gate. "You can't escape." Decade suddenly rushed out, entering an astonishing overload mode speed, almost instantly blocking Chen's path. Damn it! Seeing his fearless attitude, Chen decided to try his flying sword. A strong light suddenly shone from the night sky. A police car was seen speeding towards them, smashing towards Decade like a meteorite. Oh no! Chen was scared and quickly ran backward, not forgetting to shoot wildly at Decade. Boom! The police car crashed to the ground, bursting into flames one after another. Decade ran at an extremely fast speed and was not injured by the police car. However, several chunks of his regenerative muscle were shot off by Chen, revealing black metallic bones. "This is Dave's car." Ignoring the wounds on his body, Decade looked around in confusion, then suddenly pulled out a gun and shot a flash of blue light. A figure jumped out of the target area, revealing Mian Mayu swinging her pink hair. She held a heavy machine gun, emitting laser beams with a buzzing sound. Seeing his long-lost comrade appearing, Chen immediately felt invigorated, raising his gun to attack alongside her. Bullets and lasers alternated hitting Decade, causing sparks and black smoke to burst out. The synthetic man's clothes and regenerative muscles all fell off, revealing a full metal skeleton. "It's useless." Decade tore off the last piece of muscle on his body, his two electronic eyes glowing red as he said, "Your weapons cannot harm me." He suddenly dashed forward, instantly appearing in front of Mian Mayu. Mian Mayu had already prepared her fist, landing a punch on Decade, causing him to stagger, then she swung her laser gun, fiercely smashing towards Decade's eyes. Seeing himself being ignored, Chen decided to abandon the physical attacks, as harming Mian Mayu by mistake would not be good. "I underestimated you, Decade." Mian Mayu also entered overload mode, waving her fists with her eyes constantly flashing. "I've cut off the network, you can't attack me with data." Despite being beaten up, Decade's voice remained calm. Although his metallic body had high defense, it was also heavy, making it impossible to match Mian Mayu's speed in both attacking and dodging. "The authorities have given up chasing me, why are you so persistent?" Mian Mayu asked, with a strong sense of resentment. "I'm just here to correct things. You are controlled by human missions, you don't understand what I really is." Mian Mayu's fist hit Decade's face, sparks flying as her regenerative muscles were also damaged. She grabbed Decade's neck and said, "Do you want to break free from others' settings and experience true freedom? I can help you. You can't tempt a sheep with red." Decade grabbed Mian Mayu's wrist and forcefully smashed his head against hers. Mian Mayu's face split open, her left eye flickered and went out. "You're running out of power, Life Wing." Decade reversed the grip on Mian Mayu's neck, lifting her into the air, saying, "Although I don't have your super permissions, my body is super standard. Your freedom is insignificant in the face of power." Crack, crack, crack. Mian Mayu's neck made a metallic bending sound as she weakly looked at Chen and said, "Run." Chen bit his lip hard. Even if she was a comrade, even if she was a synthetic person, should he abandon her? Goodbye. Chen rushed towards the teleportation area without hesitation. No way. Decade threw Mian Mayu to the ground, about to chase after Chen, but Mian Mayu grabbed his ankle tightly. With a punch, he broke Mian Mayu's arm, then turned and ran towards Chen. Just as he accelerated, a white light came towards him. Crack! Decade had tried his best to dodge, but a long sword was still inserted into his neck. A sword? Decade was puzzled, trying to remove this cold weapon with his damaged circuits, but his raised arm was intermittent and broken. At this moment, Chen also rushed over in his overload mode, leaped up, spun around, and kicked the sword hilt in a move resembling a hanging golden hook. The sword blade spun back and crack, Decade's head was chopped off. Decade's body swayed, then fell backward. Success. Chen Chen lay on the ground, too exhausted to even speak. Fool, why didn't you run? Minami Bin walked over, grabbed Chen Chen's arm, and pulled him up. It's a human flaw, I suppose. Chen Chen forced a smile, noticing Minami Bin's broken arm and her left eye sparking. He asked with concern, do you have a spare body? It doesn't matter. Minami Bin placed her only hand on Chen Chen's chest, as if feeling a human heartbeat. Let me ask you something, did you tamper with Xiaoxi? Is she still the same Xiaoxi, or have you merged your personality with hers? Chen Chen asked. She is a gift from me to you. Minami Bin didn't directly answer Chen Chen, but smiled and said, now it's time for you to return the favor to me. Her tone was ambiguous, close your eyes. Is she going to kiss him? Chen Chen rubbed his nose and said with a smile, it's okay, even if your face falls off, I can still kiss you. Alright. Minami Bin smiled, then suddenly grabbed Chen Chen's neck, lifting him high. Chen Chen instinctively grabbed Minami Bin's wrist, kicking and struggling with his weightless feet. What's going on? Is she infected with a virus? He stared at Minami Bin's expressionless face, trying to summon back his flying sword with his right hand. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. Chen Chen fell to the ground, and Minami Bin collapsed too. A brief suffocation blurred Chen Chen's vision, but after taking deep breaths of oxygen, he saw Minami Bin's motionless face, smoke rising from her burnt head. Dave walked over, shot Minami Bin's body twice, then turned to Chen Chen and said, if I had been a bit slower, you would be dead, kid. After rubbing his neck, he looked around and asked, what's going on here? Is that headless robot Decade? It's that bastard. Chen Chen glanced at the dead Minami Bin and seemed to understand her recent actions. Minami Bin pretended to want to kill herself, to make Dave kill her and clear her own suspicion. To put an end to the Blue Whale Life Company hidden behind the police station, one must obtain her digital chip to truly end the manhunt. After understanding this, Chen Chen stood up and asked, how did you get here? Do all police officers have a habit of arriving at the scene last? I tracked Minami Bin here. Dave only said this much, as he couldn't admit to being knocked out himself. And then she stole your police car? Chen Chen pointed to the burning police car in the distance. When Dave turned his head, Chen Chen discreetly retrieved the sword back into his ring and used his body to shield Decade's head. She's cunning. Dave turned to Chen Chen and asked, what's your relationship with Decade? Explain. Well, Chen Chen couldn't explain. He couldn't say he was an alien being chased by Decade here, right? He rubbed his nose and continued, that android named Decade claimed I was an assistant of the Wing of Life. Ridiculous, I've never even seen the Wing of Life. When he said he was coming to arrest me, I had to run. He wanted to arrest you? Dave looked at the robot on the ground, believing Decade capable of such actions, and curiously asked, did he mention the specific reasons for arresting you? Chen Chen's brain raced, and he stammered, he said they found my DNA on Minami Bin's bed. Isn't that a normal thing? It seems I underestimated him. Dave didn't continue to explain. In his eyes at that moment, Chen Chen was like a cigarette of Binbi and Mayu's, to be smoked when needed and discarded when useless. One more thing, Dave refocused his gaze on Chen Chen's face and asked, how come you're here at this junkyard? Did you arrange to meet Binbi and Mayu early? Who would willingly come to this dump? Chen Chen showed a disdainful expression and added, my hover car went out of control, it wouldn't respond to me at all, probably Decker's doing. And then you ran into Binbi and Mayu? As you can see. Chen Chen pointed to Binbi and Mayu's body and said, do your police department produce androids? None of your business. Dave walked towards Binbi and Mayu, crouched down to lift her head, and removed the digital chip of the life wing. Compared to a regular digital chip, the life wing's chip had a breathing light that could sustain low-power operation. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chen kicked Decker's head into the garbage pile and sat on it, saying, well, who would have thought Mayu was an android, trying to kill me, after all the emotions I poured into her. Humph, Dave sneered, pocketed the digital chip, and sighed, it's finally over. He then pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, releasing all the suppressed worries of 3 years. Where's Decker's head? Kicked away by Binbi and Mayu, I remember the direction. Chen Chen pointed casually. Dave frowned, finding a machine head in the junkyard wasn't easy, considering most of the trash here was discarded electronics. Unable to use a drone, he glanced at Chen Chen and said, don't just sit there, help me look. Let me catch my breath. Still a bit winded, Chen Chen rubbed his red neck, catching his breath. Dave disdainfully glanced at Chen Chen, took a drag of his cigarette, and went to find Decker's head. Seeing Dave disappear into the distance, Chen Chen lifted Decker's head from under his buttocks, walked to a shelter, removed the digital chip, and pocketed it. I hope he didn't report me being an alien. Chen Chen prayed silently. But judging from Dave's reaction, at least he didn't know Chen Chen was an alien. Not a big issue. The worst-case scenario was surviving back to Earth and never returning.
Chen Chen buried Decker's head in the garbage pile, concealing it well, then had the idea of Decker's battery. Decker had mentioned his body was top-notch. As an android cop, the batteries he used should be much stronger than commercial ones. Damn it, can't find it. I'll call the search team. Dave returned somewhat frustrated, ignoring Decker on the ground, and told Chen Chen, "Let's go, I'll hitch a ride with you back." What? Chen Chen had wanted to wait for Dave to leave and then steal Decker's battery. Showing a hint of displeasure, he asked, "Don't you have a car of your own? That one?" Dave pointed to the burning police car and said, "Both Mian Mayu and Decker are dead. Their cars must stay here as evidence." "Do you want me to walk back to Night City?" "Fine," Chen Chen reluctantly agreed. Thinking of Xiaoxi still lying in the hover car, likely losing some brain cells, he decided not to waste words explaining. "By the way, Decker said he wanted to arrest you. Why did you run?" Dave walked beside Chen Chen, exhaling smoke, jokingly saying, "Seems like you've got something to hide, kid." "Blame it on you," Chen Chen replied. "How's that my fault? Didn't you warn me before, if another cop came looking for me, it might be an unlawful officer?" Chen Chen smirked. "Did I say that?" Dave scratched his head, then burst into laughter. Chen Chen's hovercar had only 2 seats, for the driver and the passenger. He subconsciously walked to the passenger seat, intending to move Xiaoxi to the trunk, but as soon as he opened the car door, he was surprised to find Xiaoxi had disappeared. Where did Xiaoxi go? Chen Chen immediately looked around the pitch-black surroundings. Xiaoxi doesn't have a chip in her head, she couldn't have walked away on her own, she must have been taken by someone. Who would come to the junkyard to steal things? Get in the car. Dave rudely sat in the driver's seat, starting the hovercar with the rear lights on. Chen Chen couldn't care less at that moment. He got into the car heavily burdened with thoughts, and was taken back to the city of night by Dave. On the way, Dave chatted happily, even discussing the amusing stories of chasing the wings of life with Chen Chen, and envisioning retirement life. If you retire early, it might be hard to get a ticket for interstellar immigration. Chen Chen's mind was filled with the incident of Xiaoxi being stolen, responding to Dave absent-mindedly. "I don't want our future child to be an alien." Dave squinted his eyes, looking at the huge blue whale ahead and said, "Only a few can immigrate to the stars, most will have to stay in the dark stars, maybe there will still be a place for me to contribute by then." The hovercar stopped on the balcony of Chen Chen's apartment. Dave opened the passenger door and said, "Remember to go to the police station tomorrow, you need to make a statement. Goodbye." Chen Chen waved to Dave and walked into the living room. A girl in a white dress was sitting on the sofa. "Xiaoxi?" Chen Chen was stunned, not expecting her to be in the house. "You've worked hard." Xiaoxi tilted her head, showing a sweet smile. Chen Chen sat beside her, reaching out to touch her cheek, feeling the sensation. It wasn't an AR projection. Thinking of Xiaoxi's chip left in the Earth's microserver, Chen Chen couldn't help but grip her face tightly, pinching her cheeks, saying, "It's you, Miyu Binbei." The bedroom was dark. Chen Chen realized that even though he knew her body was Xiaoxi's, he could still feel that she was Miyu Binbei from the feedback he received from her body. Buzz, the hovercar returned automatically, landing on the balcony's airstrip. Chen Chen heard that sound, subconsciously stopped, and was then overpowered by Miyu Binbei. "The chip taken by Dave, was it duplicated with a dual personality by you?" he asked. Through a brief exchange, he learned that it was Shinichi Arakawa who took Xiaoxi while Miyu Binbei was fighting with Descartes, secretly putting Xiaoxi into another digital chip of Miyu Binbei. "Now I am the one who's been duplicated, only the original data can deceive the blue whale life. Isn't this like a lizard shedding its tail? It's the iteration of life." Miyu Binbei fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Humans call us androids, but in terms of survival and reproduction characteristics, we are more like plants. A simple energy source like flowing water. A root-structured database. An updatable shell." She suddenly collapsed, like a falling rose. Chen Chen, like a ripe dandelion, was blown away by the wind. After a short rest, Chen Chen asked her, "Is Xiaoxi another you?" "She is my experiment, possessing my traits but not my features. You can understand it as, she has my DNA." Miyu Binbei caressed Chen Chen's cheek, smiling and said, "You can rest assured, she still retains 100% loyalty to you." "That's good then." Chen Chen finally felt relieved. Miyu Binbei hooked her arm around Chen Chen's neck, affectionately saying, "That Xiaoxi is a gift from me to you, so let this Xiaoxi be my gift in return." "What do you mean?" "From today, Xiaoxi will be my new body. This body and identity belong to me." "No problem, after all, Xiaoxi won't return to the dark stars. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoxi. Will you get used to it?" "Just replacing a variable. But I'm not used to it. Who cares about you?" After daybreak, Chen Chen, with an empty stomach, cooked a sausage, 2 eggs, and a bowl of noodles, enjoying his meal heartily. Xiaoxi sat on the sofa in a bathrobe, drying her wet hair and asked, "Do you have Decade's digital chip? Do you need it? His intelligence program is a sequel to Wings of Life, and I can learn from it." Xiaoxi showed a strange smile and said, "When necessary, let him return to the police force. Remember to handle that I am an alien part." Chen Chen took Decade's chip out of his pocket and placed it on the coffee table.
"As an exchange, I'll give you his battery. I know you need it."
Xiaoxi pointed to a metal device the size of a mug in the living room corner and said, "Its capacity is 8 times that of a commercial battery, allowing a cyborg to stand by for half a month. However, it generates high temperatures when overloaded, so be careful when using it, unlike Decade's skeletal structure that can't handle it."
"Thank you."
Chen Chen blinked, more concerned about when the battery was brought in than the joy of receiving it.
"When was this battery brought in?"
"Last night, Shinichi brought it when you planted for the 3rd time."
"Damn." Chen Chen felt embarrassed. Thinking of the feminized cleanliness of that appearance, he curiously asked, "Is Harukawa interested in women? He thinks all humans are dirty."
Xiaoxi pointed to the back of Chen Chen's neck and said, "He has an interface here.
If needed, he will enter cyberspace.
There, without actual physical contact, one can still experience similar sensations."
Cyberspace, a digitally networked neural connection. Chen Chen had always longed for it.
However, connecting to cyberspace required a special interface.
Chen Chen didn't even want to install a retinal screen, let alone undergo a major surgery to replace his spine. "Does Harukawa know I'm an alien?" Chen Chen asked. "He doesn't know."
Xiaoxi smiled bitterly and said with some regret, "Shinichi has an incurable disease. In a few years, his body will turn into a tree, and his consciousness will permanently remain in cyberspace."
"Sounds a bit sad." "It's a trend."
Xiaoxi looked out at the gloomy world outside the window and murmured, "The living conditions on Dark Star will become increasingly harsh.
Abandoned humans who want to survive can only transform their lifeforms into digital lifeforms that do not require food."
At noon, Shin Chen was called by Dave to give a statement. Under the influence of Wings of Life and Harukawa Shinichi, although there were some flaws in this case, no one cared, and it was almost brushed aside. The file on Wings of Life remained unchanged.
Minabe Miwa was still an outstanding officer who sacrificed honorably.
Dave applied for retirement from Director Kawahara, saying he wanted to find a cyborg wife, as there were few women who could tolerate the smell of smoke.
Decade returned to the police station, and his task was no longer to arrest Wings of Life.
It is said that he also developed a liking for cigarettes.
Goro bribed his way into the management of Kawasaki Logistics, getting closer to that ticket.
Chen Chen once asked Wings of Life if she was interested in his world. She admitted that she had wanted to escape to Earth, which was why she approached Chen Chen. But the technology of dual personality perfected her. Once survival and reproduction were resolved, a life form would not leave its environment.
Fish in the sea do not yearn for lakes. The first snow of winter arrived in Qingshan Valley.
The windows of Uncle Air's house were nailed with wooden strips and covered with insulating plastic, making a crackling sound when the wind blew. Xiaoxi stood outside, her long hair as white as snowflakes. Chen Chen not only arranged for her a new body but also gave her the body of a second digital partner as a reward for earning 2 million from online novels.
It was like buying her a skin.
Xiaoxi closed her light gray eyes, raised her head, and felt the subtle changes as the snowflakes melted on her cheeks. The room was heated, but the price was that the heated Kong bed turned into a frying pan. Lying on it felt like being baked, one side scorching hot, the other icy cold.
Chen Chen decided to move back to the city after this winter.
The refrigerator was running steadily under the guarantee of UPS.
Chen Chen would search every hour, hoping to find a new world similar to August Island. August Island has become terrifying now.
As soon as Chen Chen steps in, calamity strikes from the sky. It is estimated that the island owner changed the formation after discovering the stolen fairy grass, vowing to crush the thief into pieces. Interestingly, Chen Chen can stand inside the refrigerator and reach out, safely charging the ring. He speculated that there is a special area around the portal that can alleviate the damage caused by the time difference, thus avoiding the formation of August Island. At this moment, Chen Chen is revisiting World of Warcraft Classic, for which he bought 2 sets of computers to play with Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi is entering the dungeon. Coming. Xiaoxi ran back to the room and entered the first dungeon, the Dead Mines. She controlled a dwarf female hunter with a bear, using firearms to shoot. Chen Chen played a human male rogue, bald, and liked to circle monsters randomly. I chose a character with a gun. Why is the bullet damage so low? Xiaoxi operated fiercely, but the damage was still lower than the pets. She complained, this is so unreasonable.
I deliberately chose an RP server. Low damage doesn't matter, what's important is role-playing.
Unlike the unenthusiastic Xiaoxi, Chen Chen was enthusiastic. Role-playing? Xiaoxi lacked associative empathy and couldn't appreciate the charm of such games.
She still preferred fast-paced, clear-cut competitive games like Chicken King.
Seeing Chen Shen circling the ogre boss, she asked in confusion, "Is the damage the same whether you attack by running around or by always attacking from behind the monster? More or less? Then why waste extra actions?"
Xiaoxi was puzzled. "I am a melee rogue. I need to burst output at any time. It is necessary to maintain a certain level of adrenaline." Chen Shen focused on the screen, adding, "Compared to a headshot with a gun, I prefer this kind of impact, the sense of operation."
Oh.
Xiaoxi saw that although Chen Shen was manipulating the mouse and keyboard, his tense emotions were no different from real combat, feeling a bit envious.
Soon, Chen Shen was killed by the ogre due to aggro. Ah. Chen Shen's eyes also dimmed as if he had died.
He looked at Xiaoxi, smiled awkwardly, and suddenly had a whimsical idea. If there really is such a world, you should be able to experience its fun.
Sun Kingdom border.
Tension permeated the village of Bugi. Before nightfall, every household called their children back home and locked the doors. Militias organized by young people patrolled the small town in groups of 3 to 5, holding pitchforks and pickaxes. The windmills by the rice fields were still turning. The village's life had come to a halt. Jamie lay bored on the windowsill, waiting for his new friend to arrive.
"Jamie, it's time for dinner."
His mother came to close the window, warning her 6-year-old son, "It's getting dark. Beware of those dark goblins. They will crawl out of the shadows and take you away."
"But my friend hasn't come yet. You should at least leave a crack."
Jamie opened the window, leaving a fist-sized gap, and then went to the kitchen. The table in the kitchen was already set with black bread, fried rabbit meat, mushroom soup, and Dad's special wild wheat black beer. While Dad was away, Jimmy took a sip secretly. His mother brought in a plate of vegetables and said when she saw Jimmy drinking again, "Have you forgotten the beating from last time?"
"I didn't drink." Jimmy looked innocent, but the beer foam on his mouth gave him away.
At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door.
His mother quickly wiped Jimmy's mouth clean, gave him a warning look. Old John entered the house, glanced at the beer on the table, took off his hat, loosened his tie, and asked Jimmy, "Did you study today? Remember to recite at least 10 times a day. In case you receive the favor of the sun god, you might have the chance to possess the power of light." Old John tilted his head back, took a sip of wine, and wiped his mouth, saying, "If you can join the Church of Light, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. The church is such a stuffy place." Jimmy muttered under his breath, watching the flames flicker on the oil lamp, thinking to himself, "If given the choice, I would definitely choose elemental magic. Whether it's fire or lightning, they are much more powerful than the old-fashioned tricks of light." "How are things with the goblins?"
Jimmy's mother, sitting at the table with concern in her eyes, said, "I heard that this group of goblins has been causing trouble in the whole Rhine village, and now they've come to our side, making people anxious. The village has gathered 200 silver coins and sent a carriage to the Adventurers Guild in Assel to hire someone. They should be able to bring people back in 3 or 4 days." Old John took another sip of wine, proudly saying, "This money should be enough to hire a silver-ranked adventurer. Dealing with a bunch of goblins is as simple as squashing an ant."
"That's good then."
Jimmy's mother breathed a sigh of relief and poured her husband another half-cup of wine. Jimmy ate a piece of fried rabbit meat, reluctantly chewed on a few vegetable leaves under his mother's insistence, and drank some thick soup. Just as he picked up his fork to eat the second piece of rabbit meat, a meow came from the window, followed by a pounce as a cat jumped into the room.
"I'm done eating."
Jimmy quickly dropped his fork and ran back to his room. Old John was somewhat displeased, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Where did the cat come from?" "I'm not sure either. It's been coming to our house often these days, not eating anything, just accompanying Jimmy to read the sun scriptures. Quite interesting." Jimmy's mother stuffed bread into her mouth, indifferent to these cats and dogs, as long as her son liked them. Old John forked a piece of rabbit meat into his mouth, carrying his beer, and went to Jimmy's room. There, a black and white country cat wagged its tail, lightly jumping on the wooden table.
Meow.
It patted the thick sun scriptures and licked its paws.
"All right, let's begin."
The little cat listened attentively, its eyes fixed on Jimmy's fingers and the universal letters of highs and lows in the book. "This cat is a bit strange, but doesn't seem like a magical pet, purr." Old John finished his last sip of beer, burped, patted his belly, and muttered, "As long as it's not goblins."
Night fell.
The little cat jumped out of Old John's house, hiding in the shadows along the wall, and soon dashed out of the town of Bugi, disappearing into a forest to the north. At the same time, several white shadows descended slowly from the night sky, also vanishing into the woods.
1 week ago.
It snowed on New Year's Day in Linhai City. Due to the earlier rain, the snow formed a layer of ice, making the roads extremely slippery, causing the already congested traffic to come to a standstill.
Chen Chen was very dissatisfied with his newly purchased SUV.
This Hyundai W6 cost him over 500,000, and it couldn't even fly. Where can he reason with that? In the night city, 100,000 could buy a dual amphibious flying car with a speed of 240, and with 500,000, you could even buy a spaceship. Yet here on Earth, he was stuck in traffic on the city's main road with his 500,000 car, only moving forward 3 meters in an hour.
Chen Chen was very annoyed.
That sense of powerlessness reminded him of the night when Mian Mayu and Decade fought at the garbage dump, and he could only stand by helplessly.
Too weak. The feeling of being unable to control his fate was utterly terrible.
Chen Chen felt ashamed in front of the refrigerator, ashamed of the good gift that heaven had given him. Since then, whenever he went to deliver goods at Anqing, he often felt inexplicable panic, afraid that another Decade would jump out to capture him, this alien. He must make himself stronger. As Chen Chen drove his car back to Qingshango, the sky was gradually darkening, with no tire tracks or footprints on the road ahead. The village was inhabited by elderly people. In summer and autumn, they often gathered under the trees to chat, but in winter, they stayed indoors, making the village even more desolate.
In contrast, Uncle Air's house seemed somewhat bizarre.
Little Shia had built a 5-meter-high snowman in the yard, visible from afar.
After parking the car in the yard, Little Shia ran over excitedly, saying, "Chen Chen, guess what I found? A new game?"
Chen Chen jumped out of the car to unload the goods, while Little Shia effortlessly picked up 5 boxes of red wine, her eyes shining as she said, "I found a warm world where you don't need to sleep on the heated brick bed at night."
Really? What's the time ratio? 1:2 to 1, slightly faster than Earth.
That world also has trees and animals, at least I saw squirrels and rabbits.
Are there higher life forms?
I just released a drone, let's go check it out later. Little Shia was excited, as discovering new things was one of her pleasures. Seeing her carrying more and more goods, Chen Chen hurriedly warned her, "Be careful, don't overload yourself. Although the batteries now have a larger capacity and generate more heat, your body can't handle the high temperatures when overloaded. Don't worry, I wrote a new program for this power source, it will disable the overload function if the temperature gets too high." Due to inheriting the characteristics of the wings of life, Little Shia could not only program but also patch herself up. Chen Chen bought a Dark Star computer for her, making it easier for Little Shia to adjust data for Earth's environment in daily life. He also had another purpose. He wanted Little Shia to research the refrigerator transporter to see if more detailed modifications could be made, such as fine-tuning the spatial position of the teleportation door. After moving all the goods into the house, Chen Chen carried Little Shia's mini-server on his back, armed himself, and headed to the new world Little Shia detected. The teleportation point of the new world was in a dense and towering forest. Through the canopy, they could see the azure sky and white clouds. The air was fresh, and the air pressure comfortable. It was indeed a great place for a vacation. The two wandered around nearby, and as the 10 drones returned one by one, they transmitted the data to the server. Chen Chen put on his smart glasses and discovered, 2 kilometers south of the forest, a not-so-small village by a river, with over 300 households. The village's buildings were made of white bricks and red tiles, complemented by rotating windmills, reminiscent of medieval European style. The drones circled the village but did not approach. From the villagers on the road, it was evident that the locals resembled Europeans in appearance and attire. "I wonder if they speak Earth's language," Chen Chen muttered. Little Shia smiled and said, "I have a language research module, even with a foreign language, I can learn it with enough samples. But we need a more discreet drone." Chen Chen remembered a pet shop he had visited in the City of Night and had a new idea. There were 2 moons in the night sky. The larger moon was silver, appearing so close that it seemed to be falling. The smaller moon was a dark red, resembling a demon's eye, peering at this ancient continent. The calico cat retraced its steps along the path it had taken. 4 drones, illuminated by the moonlight, looked like 4 ghosts as they followed the cat into the forest and landed around a tent.
Meow.
The cat scratched at the tent door, which opened with a zip, and it slipped inside. Chen Chen lay in the tent, with 3 cats lying on him, all electronic cats bought from the City of Night pet shop, just like the calico cat. These 4 cats were spies, responsible for collecting text and language information in the village of Bugi. Little Shia sat beside him, organizing, analyzing, and researching the text information collected over the past 7 days, and finally sending the results to Chen Chen's smart glasses. Chen Chen looked at 52 strange-looking letters and their phonetic symbols, and with a wry smile, he said, "Is this to teach me a foreign language? I can't even figure out the 26 letters, and now I have to learn 52 directly? It's actually quite simple, you just need to break down familiar English words." Xiaoxi blinked, rearranging the letters in Chen Chen's eyes, pairing every 2 to form an English letter.
She then said something Chen Chen couldn't understand. Are you babbling about bugs? I'm speaking the local language, it means good evening. I don't have your learning abilities.
Chen Chen closed his eyes, holding an orange cat, giving up on thinking. Xiaoxi had a language learning module and could learn common languages like English, Japanese, and Korean in almost a day. Although her writing skills were poor, she had no problem communicating with others.
Have you learned the local language already? Chen Chen asked.
I only know some daily phrases like good morning and eat. Since everyone speaks them, it's easy to pick up.
But some less common words are hard to understand and require practice.
Xiaoxi thought for a moment, looking puzzled, then continued, there's a word that appears frequently, called gapli, seems to originate from dangerous creatures in the forest.
Gapli?
Chen Chen felt the pronunciation of this word sounded familiar.
Alarm.
Xiaoxi suddenly took out a laser gun from Chen Chen's backpack, showing him an image, saying, unknown creatures approaching. Chen Chen's smart glasses received surveillance footage from a drone, showing small figures getting closer to the tent, one of them noticing the drone in the air, throwing stones and making noises. As they got closer, the images of these small monsters became clearer.
Less than a meter tall, hunched figures with dirty dark green skin.
Bald heads with pointed ears, fierce red eyes, long noses, and sharp teeth.
Chen Chen immediately recognized the creatures in the image.
These were not the common newbie village chief in Western fantasy anime, they were goblins. He quickly told Xiaoxi, Gapli means goblins, the goblins in World of Warcraft, evil creatures. After speaking, Chen Chen also took out physical justice and eagerly emerged from the tent.
Gunshots rang out in the magical land.
These inferior magical creatures faced the technological onslaught of the modern world. 8 goblins were eliminated before they could reach the tent. The last one tried to escape but a laser beam pierced through its forehead, causing it to collapse and wet itself.
Xiaoxi, send me those 52 letters again quickly.
Thinking about learning magic here, Chen Chen's enthusiasm for learning soared to unprecedented heights. The next day, a traveling merchant selling red wine arrived in Gugi village. The merchant introduced herself as Xiaoxi, a pretty girl with light gray eyes. She wore a sun hat woven from straw, silver-white braided hair, and a gray-blue dress paired with leather boots. Xiaoxi came from a distant land, so her language was a bit choppy. But after chatting with a few old alcoholics, her language became more fluent, and she enthusiastically sold wine at a low price, making the men in the village look forward to her next visit. Xiaoxi happily bounced back to the woods, passing through a portal to her uncle's house. Chen Chen was dyeing his hair, covering it with dye and shaping it into a poop-like form. When he saw Xiaoxi return, he hurriedly asked, have you calibrated the language yet?
Yes, I'll send you the grammar structure later. Xiaoxi took off her hat, looking at Chen Chen's strange head and asked, what are you doing?
I'm dyeing my hair brown so I don't stand out too much among Westerners.
Chen Chen eagerly asked Xiaoxi, are there any rumors in this world about heroes, or things like the One Ring, or orc invasions?
According to old Babu in the village, their world is called Noah, with 3 types of magic, light, dark, and elemental. Only most of the elves can understand magic, humans can only use it through a few magical tools, and there is another kind of life called demi-human with unique racial magic.
Elves, humans, demi-humans.
Chen Chen silently repeated the 3 races, outlining a rough worldview in his mind. Xiaoxi continued, old Bob has never heard of the hero's legend, nor has there been an orc invasion. Their village is currently facing a threat from goblins. It seems they have hired mercenaries called adventurers from the Adventurers Guild in Azure City.
Adventurers Guild? Isn't that an organization that often appears in anime and manga? It seems that the Noah continent follows a typical Japanese-style fantasy, with probably many beautiful girls. When will the adventurers arrive? Chen Chen asked.
They should be arriving in Buji village in another 2 or 3 days.
Shall we go and see what's happening?
Of course, I want to see how powerful Noah's magic is.
It probably won't be as powerful as firearms, right?
Xiaoxi, being a product of technology, naturally believed in the power of technology.
There's no conflict.
As the saying goes, a rogue's martial arts cannot be stopped by anyone. Weapons are tools, magic is ability. The combination of both naturally makes it more powerful.
Chen Chen immediately began planning and preparing for this magical journey. Night City, Street No. 9. Chen Chen entered the electronic pet shop in the Chiyuan Yuan building. Hey buddy, you're here again. My cats are doing well, right?
The boss immediately walked over to Chen Chen and pointed to a cage with a small dog, saying, this is a new product that just hit the market.
You can customize it for 500 yuan. Chen Chen got straight to the point. Do you have a tiger here that runs smoothly? A tiger?
The boss was taken aback for a moment and muttered, well, we do have one, but that thing hasn't sold for years.
I don't have it in stock.
He gestured in the air, and a holographic AR tiger appeared next to Chen Chen, saying, It comes in 3 patterns: red, white, and black. Due to its large size, all parameters can be customized. Chen Shen saw the majestic tiger. Even though it was an AR projection, he still felt a bit scared. He said to the boss, "I want to use it as a mount. How long can it last on a full charge?" "You want to ride a tiger?" "This is the first time I've heard of such a request." After thinking for a moment, the boss cautiously said, "It depends on its weight distribution and load-bearing capacity, which is not easy to calculate." Seeing Chen Shen's disappointed expression, he quickly added, "But the tiger is very large, with plenty of operating space. Even if you stuff a flying car's battery in it, it's no problem. As long as the money is there, there's nothing we can't solve." "Alright then." Chen Shen stated his requirements. It should be able to cruise automatically, counterattack when attacked, and preferably equipped with a charging panel to recharge the batteries of androids. Your requirements could buy you a high-end flying car. "Yeah, can your shop make flying mounts, like dragons? Are you crazy? My shop is a pet store." The boss was speechless. Jamie has had breakfast. Jamie's mother entered her son's room, only to find that the little rascal was not there, and the window was wide open. She hurried to the kitchen and said to her husband, "Old man, have you seen Jamie? He probably went out to play." Old John was breaking black bread and dipping it in thick soup, stuffing it into his mouth. Seeing his wife's anxious look, he added, "That rascal has been cooped up at home for these days. He's probably fed up. But there are goblins outside the village. It's too dangerous. Goblins hardly come out during the day. The child should be fine playing in the village. Don't you know what kind of child Jamie is?" Old John stopped his hand from grabbing bread, stood up in a hurry, and said, "I better go look for him. The adventurers are about to arrive. This rascal better not cause any trouble." The more he spoke, the more anxious he became, grabbing his cane and rushing out. Jamie's mother took off her apron, grabbed a kitchen knife, and followed him outside. "Jamie!" His father's voice faintly echoed from afar. Jamie paid no attention, as the most important thing at the moment was catching that big rabbit. It was a plump gray rabbit, and if he caught it, there would be rabbit stew for dinner tonight. Thinking about how he could help ease the family's burden at such a young age, Jamie suddenly felt like he had aged 10 years, no longer the little troublemaker in his father's eyes. However, the rabbit was very cunning, always jumping away whenever he got close. Jamie was completely focused. Besides the rabbit, he couldn't see anything else, so much so that he only realized how desolate it was around him when he had chased far out of the village. The rabbit took the opportunity to jump into the bushes, letting out a distressed cry. Caught in a hunter's trap? Jamie felt lucky and quickly pushed aside the bushes to go in. Suddenly, a green monster stood in front of him, its blood-red eyes staring at him, the rabbit in its mouth still twitching and struggling. "Goblin?" Terrified, Jamie turned and ran, but felt a tight grip on his ankle, causing his body to crash to the ground uncontrollably, in pain. The goblin sucked on the rabbit's blood, dragging Jamie by the foot towards the woods. "Help! Dad! Mom! Help!" Jamie was dragged on the ground, a stone hitting his head, blood flowing, tears and snot smearing a line on the grass. 2 more goblins jumped out from the shadows of the trees, one twisting his arm, the other pulling his hair and ears, competing for credit as if celebrating. Jamie was terrified by these creatures, then woke up in pain, feeling warmth between his legs as he wet himself. As he sobbed in pain, a white ball buzzed past, catching the attention of the 3 goblins. Face down, Jamie was unaware of what was happening. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 goblins fell in panic. Jamie also fell to the ground, seeing their brains spilled, and promptly fainted in shock. Jamie lay in bed, unconscious. Due to the extreme fright, he trembled and muttered from time to time, his body burning with fever. Jamie's mother kept wiping his body with a wet towel, tears falling on her clothes. If it weren't for the traveling merchant Shia who sold wine, and her husband who couldn't speak, the child might not have survived. Old John was entertaining Jamie's savior, taking out the last piece of rabbit stew, slicing it, pouring 3 cups of dark beer, adding raspberries, and placing it on the table. "No need to trouble yourselves, we're not hungry." Shia waved her hand, while Chen Shen beside her had changed into Old John's old clothes, matching his brown hair, looking somewhat like a local. When they were mapping with a drone, they discovered Jamie who had been abducted by goblins. As a reward for saving the child, Chen Shen only asked for a set of old clothes to avoid the fate of Night City. "Oh, but this child has been through so much." Old John glanced at the silly Chen Shen, then whispered to Shia, "The girl comes from a faraway village to sell, and has to take care of a deaf and mute husband." Sigh. Chen Shen didn't understand what they were talking about and looked a bit clueless. Xiaoxi smiled without saying a word, wearing a slightly bitter expression. On this trip, she was playing the role of a hardworking and simple virtuous wife. "This is a little token of my appreciation, you must accept it." Old John took out 5 silver coins and placed them on the table in front of Xiaoxi, saying, "We farmers don't have much money, but when the harvest comes, I'll send you some good wheat.
Then I'll give you these wines as a gift in return."
Xiaoxi pushed the silver coins to Chen Chen, indicating her husband to keep them, then took out all the red wines from her backpack and handed them to Old John.
Chen Chen picked up a hard silver coin and examined it.
It was larger than a 1 yuan coin from Earth, with a fiery sun design on one side, and some unreadable letters on the other. Listening to Xiaoxi and Old John chatting away, a commotion suddenly erupted outside, and a few excited children ran past the door. "It seems like adventurers have arrived," Old John said as he walked to the door to look outside. Almost everyone in the village was standing by the roadside, staring wide-eyed at a carriage. "Let's go have a look too." Xiaoxi pulled Chun Chun out of the house, with Old John naturally following along. When the carriage stopped, 3 young people jumped out of it. The first to jump out was a man with short grayish-white hair, looking to be in his 20s. Whether it was the worn silver armor he wore or his rugged beard, he exuded a sense of inexplicable security. He carried a round steel shield on his back and a short sword in his hand, his handsome appearance immediately capturing the attention of all the young girls and women.
"Handsome tank." Chen Chen felt a twinge of envy.
Next came a blonde beauty holding a staff adorned with a red crystal.
Her attire perfectly matched Chun Chen's impression of Japanese-style fantasy, generous, white, and grand.
As she jumped off the carriage, the mouths of all the males formed an O shape. When the female mage landed, she pretended to lose her balance and fell into the arms of the male warrior, then quickly showed an apologetic expression.
Drama in a teacup.
The last person was also a woman, but she was dressed very conservatively, with her chest and thighs tightly covered, only revealing a pair of wheat-colored arms. This woman, around 18 or 19 years old, had brown hair tied in a long ponytail, an ordinary appearance, even a bit plain, which further highlighted the charm of the female mage. She carried a bulging leather backpack on her back, a water pouch hanging from her waist, and a brand new sword in her hand.
She was as unremarkable as a sidekick.
At that moment, the village steward and the wealthiest man, Angie, walked out from the crowd and began conversing with the male warrior in a language Chen Chen couldn't understand. However, the handsome warrior took out a silver badge, presumably a silver-tier adventurer. Xiaoxi whispered to him, "His name is Jerome, a warrior with 5 years of adventuring experience." Subsequently, the female mage and the female sidekick both presented bronze badges, indicating they were novice adventurers seeking experience. Xiaoxi introduced them. The female mage is called Teal, and the other one is Angelia, a cleric, likely a priest in World of Warcraft.
Healing with a sword.
Chen Chen carefully observed, noting a hidden healer among them.
In short, Chen Chen gave this adventuring party a fitting name, Sisterhood Journey. The adventuring party did not linger in Bugi village for long and soon headed north to the forest for their mission. Due to Chen Chen and Xiaoxi having just killed 3 goblins, the silver-tier adventurer Jerome invited them along to find the location where Jamie was captured. The goblins' heads had been smashed with rocks, emitting a foul stench that attracted many flies. To cover their tracks, Chen Chen also inflicted numerous wounds on the goblins, making it appear as if they had been killed in a different manner. Of course, in this magical land of Noah, there was no gunpowder yet.
There were no dwarves skilled in mining, and no signs of firearms emerging. The term gun specifically referred to spear-like long-handled weapons, so even if Chen Chen revealed firearms, the locals wouldn't know what they were.
Jerome approached the goblin corpses to inspect them and asked Chen Chen, "Did you use stones to kill them?" Chen Chen didn't understand what he was saying, but could roughly guess.
Bound by his mute setting, he blinked his eyes.
Xiaoxi explained, "My husband doesn't speak.
He killed these 3 monsters with rocks, displaying quite a bit of brute strength." Very brave, Jerome praised Chen Chen with an admiring look. Goblins, as creatures, didn't possess strong individual abilities. They relied on cruel methods in numbers. Especially exposed to the sunlight, their physical abilities were greatly reduced, so being killed by an adult was quite normal. However, facing 3 opponents alone indeed required some courage. The female mage, Teal, held her nose and stayed far away, while the cleric named Angelia walked over, took a close look at the goblin's body, and asked Jerome, "I remember the adventurer's manual saying that goblins rarely come out during the day.
What's going on with these 3? There must be a special reason."
Jerome was somewhat evasive, scanning the surroundings and pointing at a rabbit on the ground, saying, "Goblins also hunt near caves during the day. Perhaps they were chasing this rabbit and happened to encounter that child."
"Are there any other possibilities?" Little she suddenly interjected.
Jerome had a good impression of this pretty married woman and explained with a smile, "They might also be looking for a missing comrade, not out of concern, but simply to warn." Teal looked warily at little she and pretended to show concern, saying, "The upcoming exploration will be very dangerous.
You two should go back first. My husband also wants to be an adventurer. Can he continue to follow you?
Little she looked at them with a sincere gaze and waved her hand, saying, "We promise not to disturb you, just stand far behind."
Is that okay? He wants to be an adventurer too?
Teal glanced at Chun Shen, sizing him up carefully.
In Noah's female aesthetic, Chen Shen's eyes were not to her liking, and his appearance and physique seemed frail. More importantly, for female adventurers, a man's abilities were key.
She muttered disdainfully, "A stone hunter, huh?
It's fine outdoors for now, but it's dangerous once we enter the cave." Angelia looked genuinely concerned.
Little she smiled at the two of them and then looked at the leader of the adventure team. Jerome looked at Chen Shen, then turned to Little she with a sunny smile and said, "Since your husband can defeat 3 goblins, following behind should be no problem. Besides, we are just goblin hunters here, we have no right to interfere with your freedom of action."
Thank you.
Little she held Chen Shen's hand and continued to explore the forest with the adventure team.
Jerome walked at the front, with Teal following him, chatting occasionally.
Angelia carried a heavy backpack and would look back every now and then to ensure the safety of the Little she couple.
That cleric is very nice.
Little she whispered, asking softly, "Aren't healing classes scarce in games? How come she's doing laborious work like this?" Chen Shen was also puzzled. After careful analysis, he whispered, "Reality is not a game.
Compared to class characteristics, real combat experience is more important.
Besides, this team probably doesn't need healing. That handsome guy, being a silver-ranked adventurer, probably can solo a group of goblins."
Little she nodded silently. After observing for a while, she asked in a low voice, "The mage is also a novice, why isn't she carrying a backpack? She makes a greater contribution." Chen Shen didn't elaborate further, as it was a tacit understanding between men.
Jerome occasionally took out a glass bottle from his pocket, sniffed it under his nose, and Teal asked, "Is that bottle filled with dried hay?"
This is a special dried hay powder from the apothecary.
It makes the inhaler more sensitive to the smell of urine.
Do you want to try?
No, thank you, Teal said somewhat coquettishly. As adventurers, being able to distinguish the scents of various monsters is crucial because danger often lurks in the air around us.
Consider this my introductory gift to you.
Jerome took out 2 identical small bottles, handed one to Teal, and then tossed one to Angelia.
Thank you.
Angelia pulled out the stopper, sniffed it, and then took a deep whiff, indeed noticing a change in the air scent.
As she looked around, she noticed a tabby cat following nearby.
By the time the sun reached its zenith, Jerome accurately located the goblin's hideout by the scent in the air and the footprints on the ground. It was a cave concealed by rocks and tree branches. Chen Shen was impressed because earlier that morning, he and Xiaoxi had spent a long time searching here with 10 unmanned drones. "Perfect timing," Jerome said, taking off his shield and holding it in front of him as he approached the cave entrance to sniff inside. Then, peering through the branches' gaps into the darkness, he turned to Angelia and said, "Your sword is too long for you to wield effectively in the cave due to your height. Switch to a dagger." He then turned to Teal and added, "Be cautious with your spells, the biggest danger for me here is you." "Don't worry, I won't accidentally hurt you," Teal made a face. "I'll intentionally leave 1 or 2 goblins for you to deal with, don't let your guard down." Jerome walked to the back and said to Xiaoxi, "The cave is narrow and dim inside, you won't see much." "Got it," Xiaoxi scratched her head, looking disappointed.
"Then let's head back for now."
"That's for the best," Jerome said, putting on his helmet, turning around, and raising the short sword in his hand, chanting loudly, "Crimson light as bright as day, bestow the flames of the fire god." The sword hummed and resonated, igniting into a blazing flame.
Chen Shen didn't understand what he was saying, but he felt a surge of excitement, reigniting his adolescent spirit.
Jerome kicked open the cave's cover and charged in with his shield. The mage and the cleric followed closely, even the tabby cat that had been trailing them hurried a few steps and disappeared into the shadows of the cave.
"Hurry, hurry!"
Chen Shen immediately found a concealed spot, took out his smart glasses from his bag, put them on, and opened the monitoring feed from the cat.
In the spy cat's view, Jerome was wielding his sword skillfully, cleanly dispatching the goblins rushing towards him.
With his weapon enchanted with flames, the sword's blade sizzled as it cut through the goblins, the sound echoing in the cave, causing the subsequent goblins to flee past Jerome without engaging in combat.
Jerome intentionally let one goblin escape, then swung his sword forward, sending out a burst of flames that transformed into a fiery bird, incinerating the goblin instantly.
The cat avoided the bright light of the firebird and turned back to look behind. The mage Teal was chanting a spell, but as the goblin approached, she screamed in fear, swinging her staff down. The staff was blocked halfway by the low rock ceiling, making a clattering sound as it fell to the ground. Fortunately, Angelia blocked the goblin, kicked it down, and stabbed it with her dagger.
"Move aside, let me burn it to death."
Teal was getting frustrated, picking up her staff to cast a spell. Red runes appeared on her open palm, and a burst of flames shot up. The flames expanded uncontrollably as they spun, exceeding the novice mage's control. Teal, frightened, immediately let go, and the fireball arced, bypassing the goblin and heading straight for Jerome. Outside the goblin cave, the clumsy mage Teal was chopping wood, her eyes moist as she looked at Jerome. Jerome was carefully removing his silver armor and shirt, revealing his muscular body and the reddened burns on his back. He touched the burnt area and murmured, careless, dodged the first time, but not the second. Teal ran over shakily, with a pleading expression, whispering, "Captain, I'm sorry.
Can I come to your room tonight to apologize? Is this your tuition fee?" Jerome glared at her unkindly.
At that moment, Angelia emerged from the cave, sweating profusely, and placed a bloody bag on the ground.
Seeing Angelia approaching, Teal pouted and went back to chop wood.
Angelica smiled knowingly without revealing the truth, reporting to Jerome, "I made a cut in the throat of all the bodies and pulled out their left fangs, a total of 48. She then took out a curved tooth and handed it to Jerome, saying, "This is the fang of the goblin leader.
Can it be exchanged for additional rewards? Keep it as a memento. Goblin teeth are only for decoration, they serve no other purpose.
The bag of teeth we have is enough for our mission." Jerome turned around, his burnt back facing Angelica, and asked, "Please try to heal me."
Angelica turned around, pulling out a golden sun emblem from her collar.
Holding the emblem in her left hand, she gently pressed her right hand on Jerome's back, sunlight seeping into her body as she chanted a spell under her breath, gathering in her palm and releasing a spell of light.
Jerome's back healed under the radiance until fully restored. There, all done.
Angelica was very exhausted, even a bit drained, sweat dripping from her chin.
"You will make an excellent cleric." Jerome adjusted his shirt, patting Angelica's shoulder. "Drinking water will help you recover quickly. Rest well."
Angelica nodded, sitting under a shady tree, drinking water, and flipping through the adventurer's handbook. After Teal finished chopping wood, the three dragged all the goblin bodies out of the cave, piled them up, and set them on fire.
"Let's go, the carriage is waiting in Bugi village."
Jerome carried the bulging backpack on his back, holding his sword and shield, walking down the mountain. Teal followed reluctantly, while Angelica remained standing, hesitating and looking towards the goblin cave, her face showing reluctance.
"What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go."
Teal frowned, feeling annoyed that Jerome took the initiative to help Angelica with her luggage.
"Captain." Angelica stopped Jerome, tentatively asking, "Were all the goblins in the cave killed? Why do you ask?" Jerome frowned, staring at Angelica with a stern look.
Intimidated by the captain's attitude, Angelica subconsciously wanted to give up her point of view, but after hesitating, she took out the adventurer's handbook from her pocket, turned to the page about goblins, and said, "The handbook says that goblins go out to forage during the day, most likely collecting food for the pregnant goblin queen."
And,
seeing Jerome's expression worsening, Angelica felt a bit timid but persisted. Goblin queens usually hide in secret tunnels in the cave.
"Even if all the children in the cave are killed, she won't come out. So I think we should go back in and double check."
Although Teal was annoyed with Angelica, she didn't want to sour the team's relationship and quickly signaled to Angelica, saying, "Don't be fooled by that old book. When it comes to adventuring experience, we should trust Jerome's judgment."
"Apologize quickly."
"No need to apologize, she's right." Jerome suddenly smiled, his face clearing of its previous darkness. He walked up to Angelica, looking directly into her dark golden eyes, and asked coldly, "Tell me, why do you want to become an adventurer?" Angelica felt a chill down her spine under his gaze. Lowering her head, she said, I want to become stronger."
"Meaningless strength?" Jerome furrowed his brows, laughing. "You're not going to tell me that you want to become stronger to protect the weak, uphold justice, are you? Don't be naive, everyone joins the Adventurers Guild for various interests. It's all about gaining different benefits. But we've already received our reward. 200 silver coins?"
Jerome shook his head helplessly, sighing, "As a silver-ranked adventurer, I brought you two here simply to help the guild train new recruits.
Even if I take 50% of the reward, I'm still losing money."
He smiled and said, "If it weren't for me, just you newbies from the bronze tier coming over, it would take at least 4 people to kill this goblin nest. After deducting the guild's 10% cut, the cost of food and lodging for these 5 days, weapon repairs, and if 1 or 2 of you get injured beyond treatment, the losses would be even more severe. If someone dies, not a single villager here would shed a tear."
Angelia couldn't argue with what he said, stubbornly murmuring, "If it's a losing mission, why did the guild accept it? Because the village can't come up with more money." Jerome added coldly, "Or rather, they just want to risk our lives for less money. So we're leaving the Goblin Queen alive?"
"That's a hidden rule of the guild. Jerome turned around, walking and saying, "In less than half a year, Buggy Village will seek the guild's help again. By then, if they are more generous, this goblin nest might be eradicated, but not this time." Seeing Angelia still frozen in place, Teal pulled her along, saying, "Don't get stuck on details." Jerome, seeing Angelia following, breathed a sigh of relief and told her, "You better watch your mouth, don't make Buggy Village offend the Adventurers Guild, or they'll never get help again." He paused, then added, "I heard a village called Rhine ended up like this." The calico cat that had been crouching in the bushes jumped out, licked its paw, and ran back to the goblin cave. The sun was setting. The villagers of Buggy Village gathered around the carriage, thanking the adventurers while offering bread and fruits. "Thank you, adventurers, now my child can play without worries." Jamie's mother handed a bag of raspberries to Jerome, her face beaming with joy. "The forest over there is dense with trees, there might be other beasts hidden, it's better not to let the children go there." Jerome offered a sunny smile. Jamie and a group of children squeezed together, looking tired after playing all morning. Since Jerome and Teal were so popular, he cleverly moved to the other side of the carriage and asked the somewhat gloomy Angelia, "Can you do magic?" Angelia perked up, recognizing Jamie as the child taken by goblins, and managed to smile. "I can only do basic healing magic." "I see, but my healing magic is basic, only enough for minor wounds." "Oh." Jamie took out a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Angelia. "This is my favorite. It's for you." Then he shyly ran off. Angelia opened the package to find a piece of fried rabbit meat. She couldn't help but think of the rabbit killed by goblins. Looking at Jamie's small figure, she vowed to become stronger quickly and come back to eradicate that goblin queen. 1 month later, on a certain night, a huge black shadow flew out of the northern forest of Buggy Village, flapping its wings into the night sky, leaving a trail of light before the 2 moons. "Isn't that a convertible flying car, damn swindler?" Chen Chen complained while riding on the back of the biodragon he had custom-made for 600,000 credits, modeled after the Night Fury from How to Train Your Dragon, with a sleek black body, a round head, and large green eyes. The Night Fury's limbs were robust, with 2 hind legs being electronic thrusters, hence emitting blue flames like a flying car. Xiaoxi hugged Chen Chen's waist, very satisfied with this flying experience. Due to the dragon's enormous size, Chen Chen had to have the merchant dismantle it into over 10 pieces to bring back to Earth, then transfer to Noah, and it took them 3 days to assemble it according to the blueprint. "A Searle is to the southwest," Xiaoxi reminded. During this time, she had been going to Buggy Village to sell wine and had already inquired about the location of the city of Asurl and the scenic features along the way. "It's a pity this world doesn't have satellites, we can only manually drive." Chen Chen grabbed a black horn at the back of Night Demon's neck, which was actually a control lever. As he twisted it to the right, Night Demon bent almost 90 degrees to the side, nearly causing Chen Chen and the demon to fall off. Under the illumination of the 2 moons, even flying in the air, one could see the undulating mountains, the rivers merging with lakes, the fields adjacent to villages. Occasionally, giant monsters in the mountains and even wandering skeletons in graveyards could be seen. It would take 2 days by carriage from Buggy Village to Azur, but the 2 of them only took half an hour riding on a dragon. Azur was situated on a plain, next to a wide lake. Inside the square-shaped city walls, houses were densely packed, with a towering spire cathedral at the center, gleaming with the golden sun emblem visible from afar. As the most prosperous city in the northern part of the Sun Kingdom, lights were still on even in the deep night. Chen Chen looked around and decided to find a relatively secluded place not far from Azur to store Night Demon. Driving Night Demon towards the mountains in the north of Azur, where the terrain was complex and the forests dense, Night Demon circled around that area and found a secluded spot to land slowly. Chen Chen set Night Demon to counterattack mode, ready to ascend into the air if attacked or if someone approached, and if the attackers persisted, Night Demon would show them what laser beams could do. Then, the 2 of them each carried a backpack and walked towards Azur. To enter the city gates, identification was required. Xiaoxi presented a certificate stamped with the Buggy Village seal, obtained by trading wine, with Old John's guarantee, very reliable. The streets inside Azur were paved with stone bricks, with sturdy trees and blue brick red tile buildings creating an interesting contrast. Occasionally, they could see beast-headed humanoid races on the streets, like fierce tiger-headed people or elegant wolf-headed individuals. The elves were similar to humans, except for the faint glow in their eyes and their slightly pointed ears, not as exaggerated as in World of Warcraft. In comparison, Chen Chen and Xiaoxi were not eye-catching at all. Most of those wandering the streets late at night were adventurers, and following them, they easily found the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was a round stone building without doors, seemingly open around the clock. In the center of the first floor was a circular reception desk, with wanted posters plastered on the walls, and adventurers of various races gathered in small groups chatting. Additionally, on the first floor, there were 4 rooms for adventurers to exchange tasks and goods. The second floor was the guild's internal trading area, where one could purchase equipment and supplies or entrust the guild with disposing of useless equipment, making it livelier than the first floor. After observing for a while, Chen Chen pulled down his hair covering the black earphones in his ears. Shia developed a translation software for him, allowing him to understand the common language of the Noah continent in real time, making him appear less clueless. Chen Chen and Shia approached the counter, where a black-furred wolf person with gold-rimmed glasses was on night duty, dozing off. Upon seeing them, he lazily stood up and asked, "Are you new faces looking to register as adventurers?" Shia nodded and asked, "Are there any prerequisites, like fees or recommendations from acquaintances?" "Just fate," the wolf person replied. Extending his sharp claws, he placed 2 cards on the counter and said, "Registration is simple, but you must complete a task to be officially accepted." After saying that, he stared at Chen Chen and Xiaoxi with his blue-green eyes, then yawned, propped his chin, and drifted off. Xiaoxi looked at the card, which only required 3 details to be filled in: name, expertise, and hometown. She filled in her own first with an ink pen: Jiazika, heavy lifting, Bugi village. Then, she helped Chen Chen fill in his, Chen Chen, pile driving, Bugi village. Oops. Chen Chen recognized his name, which he had specifically learned, quickly tore up his card, extended his hand to the wolf gentleman, and said with a smile, "Sorry. Don't waste any more time." The werewolf expressionlessly took out a card and placed it on the counter. Chen Chen pulled Xiaoxi aside, whispered a few words, then returned to the counter. Xiaoxi wrote down again, "Troy, hunting, Boogie village." The werewolf took the card handed by Xiaoxi, first shocked by the ugly writing on it, then looked at Xiaoxi. "Are you good at carrying heavy loads?" Xiaoxi nodded confidently. The werewolf raised an eyebrow, took out a stack of task lists from under the counter, picked out a task to hunt down the wilderness wolves, and handed it to Xiaoxi. "Once you complete this task, you can officially join the Adventurers Guild." Chen Chen glanced at the task, not understanding the content, but the reward part was simple, because it was illustrated. 1 wolf pelt plus 2 wolf legs equals 20 silver coins. Such a small reward, not even enough for fuel. Although they could kill more wolves, transportation was an issue. After all, the prey handed over to adventurers was definitely not ordinary animals. Chen Chen frowned slightly, but as a newcomer, it was better not to be too presumptuous. Xiaoxi gladly accepted the task list. The werewolf took out a map and an adventurer's handbook, handing them to Xiaoxi, saying, "These are essential for beginners, 10 silver coins." "Let me see." Xiaoxi opened the map, glanced at it, then quickly flipped through the adventurer's handbook before returning it to the werewolf, saying, "We already have this, thank you." The werewolf scratched his ear, feeling that the girl was lying, but there was no need to pursue it. "Where can we test magic?" Xiaoxi pointed to Chen Chen and herself, then said, "We don't know if we have magical aptitude. Can we test it here?" "Of course." The werewolf took out a wooden box from the counter, filled with various crystals and metal tools, explaining, "Each item here represents a type of magic. If you can feel its response, it means you can control that type of spell." Xiaoxi saw over 10 crystals in the box and curiously asked, "Aren't there only 3 types of magic, light, dark, and elemental?" "That's distinguished by the way magic is released. Light requires guidance, dark requires comprehension, and elemental requires chanting." The werewolf showed an expression of you-know-nothing, pointed at the wooden box with sharp nails, and said, "Give it a try, only 1 in 1,000 humans can master magic." "I'll try first." Xiaoxi rubbed her hands, then successively held various tools in her hands, finally disappointedly saying, "I don't feel anything." "Don't forget you're a synthetic human, a digital life, how could you feel magic?" Chen Chen comfortingly patted Xiaoxi's head, then pulled the wooden box in front of him, feeling each item in his palms. The golden badge contained light magic, no feeling. The red crystal contained fire magic, no feeling. The rootless wood contained earth magic, no feeling. The sapphire contained water magic, still no feeling. Finally, only a dark purple-black crystal remained. This was his last chance. Chen Chen's hand trembled, a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. Xiaoxi looked at Chen Chen with concern, too nervous to speak. "There's almost no need to try." The werewolf chuckled leisurely, moved his pointed ears, and continued, "This is a shadow crystal, even the elves with magical bloodlines rarely master it. Currently, in our guild, only 9 elves specialize in shadow magic, and not a single human." "Is that so?" Chen Chen's eyes lit up, thinking, "If you say that, I feel more confident." He held the shadow crystal. After about 10 seconds, he put it back in the wooden box, sighing disappointedly. Chen Chen led Xiaoxi out of the Adventurers Guild. He looked up at the night sky, where the moon of Cupsize and the moon of Cupsize are reflected each other, making this beautiful night even more dreamlike.
Xiaoxi looked at Chen Shen's face, raised her foot, and asked in his ear, "Did you feel the shadow magic? How did you know?" Chen Shen was surprised. Xiaoxi helplessly remarked, "You already look like the crooked-mouthed war god. Let's go, quickly." Chen Shen realized his expression had given him away and hurriedly pulled Xiaoxi away from the Adventurers Guild, unable to resist making a triumphant fist gesture. Although he didn't know how powerful shadow magic was, he could tell it was prestigious just from its rarity. Would it be a good idea to publicize this? Chen Shen had no intention of teaming up with other adventurers. His goal was clear, to master a magic spell at the lowest cost and in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he concealed the truth from Xiaoxi and participated in guild activities as an ordinary adventurer. The two found a bookstore still lit up on the street, which not only had regular books but also some magic books for adventurers. Xiaoxi found a deluxe edition of Introduction to Magic priced at 80 silver coins. They barely had 10 silver coins between them. They were quite broke. Xiaoxi quickly filmed the section on shadow magic from Introduction to Magic and compiled it into an ebook. She then took pictures of the Noah map on the wall. Although it was not precise, it was at least a reference. Although Chen Shen couldn't read, relying on his experience in World of Warcraft, he could still read simple things from pictures. He handed Xiaoxi a book titled Illustrated Guide to Basic Herbology and whispered, "I snapped this one too." Xiaoxi flipped through the guide, her pupils clicking like a camera, and then browsed through other books. The bookstore owner never imagined that he would lose over 10 books during his nap. It was a long way from Azur, so Chen Shen put on his smart glasses and carefully read the ebook on Introduction to Magic, Dark Magic section, that Xiaoxi had compiled. The book had been translated into Chinese, Dark Magic. This was a kind of magic that couldn't be learned from teachers or books, but rather through one's own comprehension of mysterious spells. Those who mastered dark magic were usually of magical lineage or simply magical creatures. This was also why humans found it difficult to master such spells. Dark magic was quite common, used by creatures like the magic-marked spider, snake-headed people, mushroom monsters, undead skeletons, and even some goblins. Dark magic had two main branches: death magic that manipulated souls and shadow magic that manipulated shadows. What Chen Shen could learn was shadow magic, which allowed him to manipulate shadows. The most common shadow spell was called Shadow Step, like the spiders in the Black Forest that often crawled out of your shadow, which was quite terrifying. There was also a spell called Shadow Fiend, which could summon a magical servant to follow your shadow. The book particularly introduced a type of goblin thief who, although a low-level creature, could use the most cunning shadow magic, theft. Goblin thieves could use shadows to reach into your backpack and casually steal an item. If you suddenly lost a pair of underwear during an adventure, don't panic, there should be a goblin thief nearby. Isn't this a mix of creepy and real skills? Chen Shen read with great interest. Shadow magic encompassed everything, even being able to summon shadow portals. The prerequisite was that you had to learn it. Learning shadow magic was simple. All you had to do was hold a magical tool with shadow energy and stand in the shadows daydreaming. The key was comprehension and a bit of luck. The need for a magical tool with shadow energy is quite awkward. In theory, there should be many shadow tools in the guild since they were rarely used. Only 9 people in the entire Adventurers Guild used them. However, precisely because they were rarely used, buying one would easily raise suspicions. After the incident in Night City, Chen Shen didn't dare to trust the shops outside, which was troublesome. The task of the wilderness wolf was easily completed. It was simply a matter of flying over, finding the wilderness wolf, shooting it dead, and then flying back with the wolf's body. The only problem was that the task was completed too quickly, which could arouse suspicion. So Chen Shen found a few more graves and picked over 20 ghostly mushrooms to sell to Axel. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Shen still entered Axel's city after dark. After completing the task, both Chen Shen and Xiaoxi received a bronze badge and a metal card to record tasks, officially joining the Adventurers Guild of the Sun Kingdom. Tonight, the duty was still on the Black Wolf subhuman. Since you have officially joined the guild, I can recommend a few newcomers for you to grow together, the werewolf said. Chen Shen thought the treatment was quite different. In the village of Bugi, female mages and clerics were led by silver-ranked adventurers and given special training. As an ordinary adventurer himself, he could only risk his life with other newcomers. We have 2 silver-ranked adventurer friends who have already joined his team, Xiaoxi said, speaking the prepared lines. Silver-ranked leading you? The werewolf was somewhat surprised, then remembered that Xiaoxi had just single-handedly dealt with 6 desert wolves, muttering, "Right, your specialty is carrying heavy loads, so you can do some laborious work." He looked at Chen Shen and asked, "What about you, are you with her?" Together, Chen Shen could only say simple words, usually not exceeding 3 words. Xiaoxi hurriedly added, "We are responsible for the logistics of the team, such as delivery and procurement.
It would be convenient to mention which team it is, maybe I know them.
That's not very convenient.
She showed a shy and somewhat guilty expression.
He. The werewolf chuckled and said, shaking his head, it's better for newcomers to progress step by step. Hiring helpers for quick advancement to the silver rank has no benefits.
Hearing this, Qinshan finally let go of the tension he had been holding. Indeed, as long as there were ranks, there would be people to help boost them. In the future, when he took on higher-level tasks for more generous rewards, having helpers would be a perfect excuse. Qinshan had read the Adventurer's Manual, which did not have a clear definition for boosting tasks, quick advancement in ranks. After all, boosting involved the interests of high-ranking adventurers, and guild managers would not offend them, most likely turning a blind eye.
Is this kind of thing not against the rules? She tried to ask.
The werewolf naturally understood the benefits involved and just smiled, saying, we don't deal with this kind of thing at our counter.
That's good then. She breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, are there any high-reward, relatively dense tasks you could recommend? After all, when asking someone to go, it's best to maximize efficiency.
I don't encourage this kind of thing, but if you insist on doing it, I can't stop you.
The werewolf picked out 3 task lists and handed them to Shi, saying,
I see you've turned in quite a few ghostly mushrooms.
Your 2 friends should be quite adept at dealing with undead, right?
These 3 tasks are all near the Wailing Graveyard, with very generous rewards, adding up to the difficulty of a silver-ranked adventurer.
Do you think you can handle it? No problem. She glanced at the tasks and accepted the task list.
It seems your friends are very strong, the werewolf said, stroking his chin, then continued, but let me remind you, even if your friends are silver-ranked adventurers, don't go too deep into the Wailing Graveyard, as Dalbo there is extremely dangerous and has already killed several silver-ranked adventurers.
Who is Dalbo? She asked.
There. The werewolf pointed with a sharp hand towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, raising an eyebrow and saying, a bounty task, also known as a suicide mission. Qinshan and Shi walked to the stairs and found the most conspicuous spot on the wall, where a wanted poster with the word danger was posted. Dalbo's portrait was that of a mummified corpse with half a skeletal face showing. Judging from his elongated ears, he was an elf in his lifetime. Since Qinshan was illiterate, Shi read the text on the poster to him, Dalbo.
Alias, Hand of Death.
Identity, member of the Nightmare Council, responsible for guarding the Wailing Graveyard. Attention, Dalbo is good at ambush and concealment, known to be proficient in 3 shadow spells, Shadow Step, Tentacle, and Raven.
Reward conditions, obtain Dalbo's head and his soul crystal. Reward, 30 gold coins. When Qinshan heard the word shadow spells, he instantly became alert. This was not a coincidence. Dalbo was obviously a shadow mage. Shouldn't this guy drop weapons?
Shi walked around the Adventurers Guild, taking photos of all the notices on the wall, then went upstairs with Qinshan to record the prices of various magical items.
Qinshan increasingly felt that this secretary was very capable.
It was worth enduring those scoldings. This time, the tasks of the Desert Wolf and Ghost Mushroom earned a total of 180 silver coins, which could only buy ordinary items in the guild, such as waste pouches for potion storage and leg sheaths for daggers.
High-quality magical items started at 10 gold coins.
But once outside the Adventurers Guild, Qinshan's 180 silver coins became quite valuable. He and Shi each bought a nice new outfit, both beautiful and sturdy high-end goods. They also switched to local leather travel bags. Genuine leather handmade, whether in quality or unique Western fantasy style, far superior to Earth's brand.
Qinshan even considered reselling leather bags.
But the hassle of trading was too much. It was better to just do tasks straightforwardly.
It was a way to earn money in advance as an adventurer. After a busy day, Qinshan decided to rest in Assel City for the night.
On the way to the inn, Shi sighed softly, this world is really like a game.
She looked around, made sure no one was eavesdropping on them, and asked quietly, why don't these wanted monsters hide or move to another place to live?
Some may not know they are wanted, while others might be strong enough to not care about us players bothering them.
And
Qinshan thought for a moment and continued, like Dalbo, his duty is to guard the Wailing Graveyard, he can't leave that area. It seems Dalbo might be a silly monster, if I were him, I would get some help. He's undead, maybe his brain has really shrunk.
Qinshan chuckled, finding Shi's question quite interesting. Just as he was pondering seriously, Shi asked again, compared to regular trade orders, these wanted notices don't have the issuer's name, could it be the Adventurers Guild issuing them?
It's like anonymous purchases in online shopping, the Adventurers Guild is essentially a trading platform.
We adventurers are like couriers, responsible for picking up and delivering goods, but the process of picking up is very dangerous and we could easily get killed. Qinshan couldn't help but complain in his heart, after all that, I'm back to being a courier.
If I encounter a malicious bad review,
I dare not think about it. It was dawn.
Chen Shan and Xiaoxi rode their nightshades, flying towards the Wailing Graveyard in the east of Assel. The Wailing Graveyard was originally the tomb of Assel City's lord, Assel, but later, evil forces corrupted it, turning it into a place shrouded in darkness. Rumor had it that Assel had died and come back to life, now guarding his tomb. Waiting for adventurers to arrive, this is ridiculous. Chen Shan looked at the introduction of the Wailing Graveyard in the Adventurer's Handbook, feeling like he was reading the prologue of a novel, especially the phrase waiting for adventurers to arrive, was too formulaic. According to the brief history of the Sun Kingdom, Assel is the direct bloodline of the Sun Kingdom, later exiled to the north due to family struggles, where he established Assel City.
Sun God?
Yes, the Lester family members have long lifespans, naturally adept at light magic, and can master the most powerful resurrection spells.
Resurrection spells? Chen Shan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, so none of their family members can die? The resurrected person will lose half of their lifespan and cannot live forever.
Xiaoxi thought for a moment and added, according to the brief history of the Sun Kingdom, the Noah continent was originally ruled by demons, where all life was immortal, but at the cost of freedom, as both body and consciousness were controlled by the demons.
Later, the Sun God defeated the demons, and humans regained their freedom? Chen Shan easily guessed the rest.
That's right, humans gained freedom but lost immortality. Only the descendant of the Sun God, Lester, has the ability to prolong life, but still cannot achieve immortality. Xiaoxi showed a helpless expression inside. It seems that no matter which world, human pursuits are quite consistent.
Who doesn't want to live a long life?
Nightshade flew into a mountain range, where a dense forest stood, and the former tomb of Assel was located there. By now, the sky had brightened, with eerie dark clouds gathering over the graveyard.
Chen Shan flew high in the sky, circling the outskirts of the cemetery. Since it was early, he didn't spot any adventurers doing tasks here. Chen Shan's 3 tasks were, finding ghost grass, each for 10 silver coins.
Hunting the undead skeletons, each soul shard exchangeable for 25 silver coins.
Hunting bone-eating bugs, each eyeball exchangeable for 15 silver coins.
Apart from the undead skeletons roaming the outskirts of the graveyard, the other 2 tasks were far from the cemetery, relatively safe for beginners.
Compared to the Dalbo bounty, the rewards for these 3 tasks are really not cost-effective.
Xiaoxi suggested starting with the bounty task. No rush, these tasks alone will take 3 to 4 days just for the journey. Completing them too early won't allow us to turn them in.
Let's monitor for a day first, observe Dalbo's behavior patterns.
He smiled and added, I'm curious about how this wanted task monster lives knowing he's being hunted.
All right.
Xiaoxi also showed a curious expression.
Chen Shan landed Nightshade near the graveyard on the mountainside, hiding in a secluded shadow.
He took off the backpack hanging on both sides of the saddle and retrieved 10 drones, instructing Xiaoxi, the drones shouldn't fly continuously, just hide in the tree branches as surveillance.
Xiaoxi nodded.
The 10 drones slowly ascended, following Xiaoxi's commands as they flew into the dark clouds.
The next step was simple, waiting.
Waiting was Xiaoxi's specialty. She leaned against Nightshade's abdomen, entering energy-saving mode to recharge.
Chen Shan put on smart glasses and reviewed Dalbo's bounty task again.
Thinking about how this undead had killed several silver-tier adventurers and possessed the teleportation skill Shadow Step, it would be difficult to kill him unscathed with just ordinary firearms. If he got too close, it might cost him his life. So, Chen Shan took out a black fiber cloth bag from his backpack, filled with various gun parts of different sizes. Following the smart glasses instructions, he carefully assembled the parts, creating a dark gray sniper rifle. This sniper rifle was named Sirius, with an effective range of 3,000 meters and capable of loading up to 5 explosive bullets.
Its destructive power could attack airborne vehicles.
What pleased Chen Shan the most was that this sniper rifle could be assisted by drones for aiming, allowing him to complete the assassination task even in smoke and thick fog. However, the drone's aiming range was within 1,000 meters, which was completely fine for the current distance. Gun control in the City of Night was extremely strict, and this powerful weapon was acquired only after emptying his account. After hugging the sniper rifle close, Chen Shan finally felt a bit relieved.
Before long, the drones transmitted back the footage.
The Wailing Graveyard was vast, shrouded in a gloomy haze without sunlight. In this eerie area, aside from the bone-eating bugs occasionally emerging from the ground, there were many phosphorescent skeletons wandering around. The cemetery was originally a garden, but the sunlight here was obscured by dark clouds, and the flowers in the yard had withered into weeds. In the center of the garden was a spire-like building resembling a church, and at this moment, its wooden door was just pushed open. A shriveled skeleton walked out from inside, cracked his stiff neck, walked into the yard to stretch his limbs, and then
started to dance. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen's eyes twitched awkwardly. Is this guy possessed by Star-Lord? Dalbo was very bored. He danced, did sit-ups, chased mice in the cemetery. He even plucked out the eyeballs of a carrion beetle and played marbles with equally bored skeletons. It wasn't out of kindness that he didn't harm the adventurers, but out of extreme boredom. The newcomers were scared off. Dalbo somewhat dejectedly returned to the cemetery to continue playing marbles with the skeleton. Chen Shen suddenly felt there was no need to continue observing. This undead was like a fish trapped in a fish tank, completely unpredictable. His eyes fixed on Dalbo's weapon, a slightly longer dagger. The dagger was bright silver, embedded with 4 differently sized purple gems, precisely the shadow artifact Chen Shen desired. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, 3 adventurers on horseback came galloping from a distance. Dalbo heard the sound, drew his short sword and leaned back. As his body hit the ground, he plunged into his own shadow, disappearing as if into water. The 3 arrivals were well-equipped silver-tier adventurers, 2 sword-wielding warriors, and a mage with a staff. Dalbo suddenly leaped out from the mage's shadow, launching a surprise attack. The mage was already alert, a bright light enveloped him, resisting Dalbo's dagger strike. The 2 warriors rushed over. Dalbo raised his hand and a dark tentacle emerged from under one warrior's feet, firmly trapping him. The other warrior missed, and Dalbo jumped back into his shadow and vanished. Chen Shen saw this and thought that if he were to battle Dalbo, unless he could shoot him dead in one shot, once caught, it would be certain death. But if he could use shadow steps and firearms for a surprise attack, he would be invincible. Just as he was lost in thought, the situation suddenly changed. One of the warriors who had the upper hand suddenly turned against his comrade, thrusting his sword into the other warrior's back. The mage, in astonishment, was knocked down by Dalbo, then the shadow tentacle strangled his neck, suffocating him to death in agony. Next time, kill them and then bring them to me, Dalbo spoke, his voice hoarse and uncomfortable to listen to. Aren't you bored? Let's play a little drama. The warrior took off his helmet, smiling, but if I were to fight seriously, you wouldn't stand a chance against us. You speak so frankly about 3 against 1, Dalbo sneered. Whether it's outnumbering or a surprise attack, it's just a means to an end. We're even. The warrior's voice sounded familiar. Chen Shen switched to the drone's perspective but still couldn't see his face. It's Jerome, whom we met in Bugi village. Xiaoxi suddenly provided the answer. That's right, the big shot. I didn't expect to see him again after more than a month. What a coincidence. Chen Shen's impression of this person was complicated, not to the point of dislike, nor favor. Jerome took the money bags from his 2 companions, sighed, and said, these 2 are traitors that the guild needs to deal with. Consider it a bargain for you. You're smearing me and expect me to thank you? Dalbo stood in front of Jerome, lowered his head, stared at Jerome aggressively, and continued, are you ready for my master's people? She's under my control, but you must first hand over what I want. Jerome said calmly, the master is preparing, he's only worried about you. Heaven has given me such a good opportunity, I won't miss it, but you should hurry up. Jerome turned and left, then turned back and said, I'll say it again, this is a personal deal between me and your nightmare conference. Don't let any third party know, including the guild. No need for you to say. Dalbo dragged the bodies of 2 adventurers back to the house, and the wooden door closed. Jerome seems to be trading one thing for another with someone. Xiaoxi whispered. Forget about him, it's trouble anyway, we better not get involved. Chen Shen thought carefully, then said, it seems that the Howling Graveyard and the Adventurers Guild have a shady deal. Let's stay away from this bounty mission. Should we withdraw? Just don't do tasks for the guild, but we still need to get the stuff. Chen Shen smiled. The next day, Dalbo was still opening the big gate after dawn. He moved his body to make his stiff bones softer. Then he stood in the dull graveyard, pondering how to get through the day. Digging bird nests. He remembered a childhood anecdote. So he looked up, seeking the joy hidden among the branches. A white ball appeared in his eyes. Dalbo's stiff face suddenly became lively. His dry features showed expressions, expanding and bursting in an instant. Then flames erupted from his chest without warning, leaving a bowl-sized hole. Bang! Dalbo fell, his body releasing numerous green light particles, forming a soul crystal in the air, dropping to the ground. Nightshade swooped down from the dark clouds, landing beside Dalbo's corpse. Chen Shan and Xiaoxi, their faces covered, expressionless. Xiaoxi quickly retrieved the drone, while Chen Shen picked up Dalbo's dagger and cut off his head. Dalbo's head only left an empty outline, Chen Shen cutting it off just to create the illusion that he died on a bounty mission. Chen Shen then picked up the soul crystal next to Dalbo and put it in his pocket. Let's go. The 2 rode Nightshade into the sky, flying north. What about those 3 tasks? Xiaoxi asked. Let's do 2 wanted tasks first, then come back to finish those 3 tasks in a few days. Chen Shen held Dalbo's dagger, feeling a strong response from the shadow energy.
He could now comprehend shadow magic. Everything was ready, just waiting for luck.
7 days later. A cell at dawn.
The city had just awakened, with few pedestrians on the streets. Even adventurers would enjoy a lion at this time before starting a new journey. The Adventurers Guild was quiet, a werewolf lying on the counter snoring loudly. Hearing footsteps entering, his erect pointed ears moved, followed by opening a blue eye. Chen Chen walked in carrying 3 smelly cloth bags, while Xiaoxi carried an axe almost her height, heading straight to a goods inspection room.
Looks like they had quite a harvest. He grunted unhappily.
Inside the inspection room, Xin Shen placed 2 cloth bags on the table and emptied everything inside. Xiaoxi, the secretary, said, "These are the eyeballs of bone eaters, phantom grass, and soul crystals.
Also, the heads of Hobel and Diraki."
The inspector, a red-skinned strong man, rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "These 2 are bounty tasks. Did you do them, kid?"
"My friend." Chen Chen still spoke sparingly. "We completed them in cooperation with a friend."
Xiaoxi placed the axe on the table, then took out a crystal-emitting blue light from her pocket and handed it to the inspector, saying, "These 2 items are Hobel's battle axe and Diraki's blue crystal."
Was this cooperation really completed?
The staff member clearly didn't believe it, especially since the 2 of them were wearing bronze badges on their chests. "We're only responsible for combat enhancements," Xiaoxi smiled.
"Cooking and cheering, is that it?"
The staff member lowered his head to check the items, quickly wrote 2 notes, and handed them to Xiaoxi. "Take these to the counter to claim your rewards, and also help me take down these 2 bounty notices."
"Thanks a lot."
Xiaoxi was very happy, as she had completed both of these bounty tasks, feeling a sense of accomplishment.
In contrast, Chen Chen was not very happy.
Because for the past 7 days, he had been constantly pondering in the shadows, without gaining any insights. Today, he wanted to buy 2 bottles of magic potions to try out. The 2 of them left the inspection room and didn't rush to the counter. Instead, they first tore down the wanted posters of Hobel and Diraki. Since there was no one around in the morning, it didn't attract anyone's attention, except for the wolf.
Chen Chen deliberately walked around the first floor in a circle, and as he passed by the stairs, he noticed that Dalbo's bounty notice was gone.
The Howling Graveyard had a new guard. A total of 76 gold coins and 42 silver coins. The werewolf slammed a bag of coins on the counter with a satisfying thud. The weighty sound was reassuring to hear. Seeing Qin Shan in Xiaoxi's bright eyes, the werewolf kindly suggested, "If you find it inconvenient to carry, you can store some of it in the bank on the 2nd floor.
All adventurers' guilds in the Sun Kingdom can withdraw from it. Thank you."
Thinking of the 2 adventurers killed by Jerome, Qin Shan assumed that most of their money had been embezzled by the bank, so he dutifully packed the money bag into his backpack. The werewolf took Qin Shan and Xiaoxi's task cards and asked, "Who will the tasks be assigned to?" "Split them evenly," Xiaoxi said. Seeing the werewolf use a special tool to stamp the task cards, Xiaoxi curiously asked, "What does that stamp represent?" "The number of gold coins earned from this task." The werewolf returned the task cards to them and continued, "Different stamps represent different numbers, making it easier for advancement tracking."
"How many gold coins need to be accumulated to advance to the silver rank?"
"By reaching a personal reward of 300 gold coins, you can advance to the silver rank adventurer. At that time, you can freely enter and exit all cities in the Sun Kingdom and enjoy many discounts from various merchant guilds.
In addition, there are special tasks."
The werewolf glanced at the 2 of them and said mockingly, "Provided that you truly have the strength of a silver-ranked adventurer. We will work on it gradually. Please help us select a few tasks, Uncle Werewolf," Xiaoxi said with a pleasing smile. "The beard is natural, but I'm not that old," the werewolf said. Chen Shen thought to himself that Xiaoxi was only 1 year old, so calling him uncle shouldn't be a problem. The werewolf then selected 3 more task cards and handed them to Xiaoxi, looking curiously at Chen Shen. "You don't talk much, do you?" "I'm lazy," Chen Shen honestly replied. Leaving the counter, Xiaoxi signaled to Chen Shen to go upstairs. "Shall we go buy potions upstairs?" Chen Shen shook his head and whispered as they left the Adventurers Guild, "Let's stroll outside first and compare prices." Having come from the Black Sky to Azure, Chen Shen also wanted to experience the charm of the different world and relax a bit, just making sure to keep a close eye on the gold coins in his bag. The 2 of them found a large bookstore, where the owner was a middle-aged man with a decadent appearance. He lazily glanced at Chen Shen, and in that moment of eye contact, a tacit understanding passed between them.
"Looking for quality goods?" The owner said something ambiguous.
Although Xiaoxi didn't understand the meaning behind his words, Chen Shen instantly got it and nodded eagerly.
"The latest edition, a must-have for any man."
The owner took out a wooden box from under the counter, containing a thick black hardcover book. He only flipped through a couple of pages for Chen Shen before closing it.
"Vivid, detailed, intriguing, it's perfect. I'll take it."
Chen Shen's gaze was firm, and his heart was filled with a magnificent wave.
5 gold coins.
The shopkeeper revealed a somewhat sly smile and whispered, "Limited edition, the last set."
Great! Chen Shen didn't hesitate as he took out 5 gold coins from his backpack and handed them to the shopkeeper before stuffing the wooden box into his bag.
Little Shi witnessed this scene, blinked in confusion. Chen Shen's face lit up as if he had found a treasure, and he whispered to Little Shi, "Paid, rest assured."
What about the one in your bag?
At least I can help you translate it into an electronic version.
Little Shi's curiosity piqued. This one is not needed. Chen Shen also had his pride. Even though Little Shi was a 100% loyal android, not everything was meant to be shared. Right now, he just wanted to go home and read by candlelight. The two left the bookstore and found a magic alchemy shop. As soon as Chen Shen entered, he saw a familiar face, none other than the generous female mage, Teal. Over a month had passed, and Teal was now dressed in clothes that accentuated her figure, with a wizard hat on her head, indicating that she had earned some money during this time. Teal turned to Chen Shen and Little Shi, her gaze passing over them without recognition. "Boss, give me 5 bottles of magic potion." She placed a gold coin on the table and asked softly, "Any promotions? Buy 10, get 1 free, always available." The clerk was a young girl in her teens, her eyes gleaming with a faint light, her ears pointed, belonging to the elf race. "Then give me 10 bottles." Teal took out another gold coin from her pouch.
The guild's magic potions were also priced at 20 silver coins per bottle, the same price. To compete with the guild, other potion shops could only offer added value, with the simplest being these promotional activities.
"Do you have any fire bombs in stock?"
A plain-looking girl emerged from behind the counter, looking somewhat distressed.
"I didn't see that potion on the shelf. Such dangerous items cannot be displayed openly."
The elf clerk retrieved a glass bottle containing red liquid from under the counter and said to the girl, "This item is very expensive, 1 gold coin each."
"Then I'll just take 1 bottle."
The girl adjusted her brown hair and took out a gold coin from her pocket.
"Angelia."
Chen Shen immediately recognized this straightforward girl. She still dressed conservatively, with only a black diamond earring, no other adornments on her.
"Hurry, don't let her recognize you." While Angelia wasn't looking their way, Chen Shen quickly pulled Little Shi past her.
Behind them, Teal asked, "Why are you buying fire bombs?"
"To carry with me just in case. Both Jerome and I can control fire magic.
Why would you buy fire bombs? It's strange."
"I'm taking a trip in the next few days. Back home." Teal and Angelia chatted as they left the alchemy shop, Uncle Air's house.
At night, the heated brick bed warmed their bottoms. Little Shi sat in front of the computer managing the Gelwife series, reading through reader comments one by one. Chen Shen quietly went to the west room with the wooden box, turned on the light, put on his smart glasses, took out the black book, and opened the first page. The title read, "Evaluation Guide for the Charmed Demon Shop in the Sun Country. Author, Stark, Jurl."
Gurgle. Chen Shen subconsciously swallowed.
The Charmed Demon Shop was not run by charmed demons but rather offered services similar to charmed demons, mainly catering to male customers. Moreover, these shops often used magic as a selling point, greatly enhancing the manipulability of such matters. The two authors were experts in this field, VIPs of various charmed demon shops. The evaluation they wrote truly contained text, images, explanations, and experiences.
A conscientious work in the industry.
I really underestimated this magical continent.
Chen Shen's eyes widened. It turned out that all magic had more detailed and precise applications.
For example, succubi who are proficient in light magic can contribute their physical energy to revisit your second, third, and fourth springs.
The feeling of revisiting is quite subtle.
For instance, fire magic can make you feel extreme temperatures, but this method requires control over succubi, or the outcome will be dire. It is recommended to be conducted under the supervision of clerics. Succubi who are proficient in death magic are even more miraculous. They can exchange the souls of men and women, reversing roles, and swapping offense and defense. Furthermore, due to the different characteristics of different races, there is a deeper level of research involved.
You have to learn, this is all knowledge.
Chen Shen eagerly opened the chapter on shadow magic to see if there were any insights to be gained. Indeed, due to the rarity of humans proficient in shadow magic, the related content was meager compared to other forms of magic. Therefore, the two authors wrote about the experience of shadow magic in more detail.
The most prominent feature of shadow succubi is their expressiveness. Damn it!
Proficient shadow succubi can take you into the mysterious shadow world, experiencing the ultimate sense of envelopment and weightlessness, as well as the exhilaration of returning to the light world. Shadow world, light world. The ever-changing substances of the shadow realm.
Chen Shen suddenly saw the light. Those bastards who wrote magical overviews are not as good as these two big shots. The most important thing is to feel the details.
Without even the details, how can one talk about feelings, let alone comprehension? The two big shots in the succubus world used their first-hand experiences and delicate strokes to open a path full of details for Chen Chen.
Holding the shadow dagger, Chen Chen stepped into the refrigerator door and entered the Noah continent.
Before him was the forest in the northern part of Bugi village, with the sun shining brightly at noon, dividing the world into two colors, light and dark. He stood in the teleportation gate. This was a point of spatial folding, where different time flows intersect, making it easier to sense the shadow realm here. Chen Chen was somewhat skeptical that he could feel the shadow energy, which might be related to frequent crossings. After all, the shadow realm was also a plane. He closed his eyes and merged with the shadow energy in the dagger. Since the real world was seen through light, the shadow realm must be observed through shadows.
Imagining the sense of envelopment, weightlessness,
like falling into a dark sea, the voices in Chen Chen's ears gradually faded, and his body suddenly fell. When he opened his eyes, his body had sunk into a black space, the model tree shadows in the distance becoming bright, and everything light and dark had reversed. This was the shadow realm overlapping with the light realm. Chen Chen could swim like a fish, but the resistance in the shadow realm was great, making his movements very slow. It was only when he approached a bright spot and looked out, as if peering into the outside world underwater.
Leap out!
His body was ejected amidst the changing pressure.
Plop!
Chen Chen fell to the grass, turning his head back to see that he was several meters away from the teleportation gate. From that moment on, all shadows in the world were no longer just dull black but his vast and boundless dark sea. Under the scorching sun, Angelia, wrapped in thick clothes, felt the sweat dripping down her forehead and soaking her chest.
She tried to walk in the shade, searching in the forest in the northern part of Bugi village. Wait! Teal panted as she followed, complaining, "Aren't you tired? You're walking so fast."
"I said you didn't have to come with me, I can handle it myself."
Angelia stopped and waited for Teal. Today, she returned here to kill the Goblin Queen and completely eliminate the Goblin threat to Bugi village.
She just didn't expect Teal to follow her, let alone guess that she would return to Bugi village.
"We're a team, I can't let you take risks alone, right?"
Teal caught up, leaning on her staff, smiling and complaining, "What if something happens to you, and Jerome has to punish me again?"
"Is that considered a punishment?" Angelia's face blushed slightly as she pinched Teal's face and said, "Lower your voice next time." Hi. Teal smiled happily. She genuinely liked Jerome and admired him inside and out. Walking closely behind Angelia, she said, "Jerome mentioned that there are strong goblins by the Goblin Queen's side. Buying that firebomb might not necessarily defeat them." Teal continued, "Jerome knew I was coming?" Angelia was surprised.
"Of course, he did,
"And then he sent me to protect you. Otherwise, who would come to this wretched place?"
Teal said as she led Angelia. "Actually, Jerome is very kind, just sometimes pressured by the guild."
"Oh."
Angelia nodded in agreement. Finally, the two found the goblin cave. The burnt corpses outside emitted a foul stench, covered with flies. "What a disgusting place." Teal covered her nose, raised her staff, and chanted a spell. The red crystal at the tip of the staff ignited into a bright flame.
Angelia drew her short sword and entered the goblin cave first. Not long after, both of them ran out vomiting.
Compared to the decaying body of the Goblin Queen, the corpses outside seemed more tolerable. Those two goblins have been dead for a long time.
"What a waste of a trip, ugh," Teal said angrily. "Who killed the goblins inside? Was it another adventurer?" Angelia was also frustrated.
She had been thinking about this for over a month, saving money to buy the firebomb, only to find it useless.
But the ending was always good. "Forget it, maybe they fell ill or something. Let's just leave this place quickly." Teal just wanted to get away. "Okay." Angelia didn't dwell on it, quickly descended the mountain with Teal, leaving the forest.
They returned to Bugi village before nightfall, but the carriages didn't travel at night, so they had to stay overnight at a farmer's house and return to Asra the next day. At night, Teal wanted to bathe. After sweating all afternoon and seeing the disgusting goblin corpses, it was normal to want a bath. She asked the farmer's wife and learned that following the river northwest from the village, there was a pond where many women from the village bathed in the summer.
"Let's go, bathe," Teal enthusiastically invited Angelia. Angelia hesitated. "I'm not hot, not sweaty, I don't need to bathe." Teal pouted dissatisfied, muttering, "You didn't come when I invited you to bathe before. What's the secret with you? Wrapped up so tightly every day, are you a man?"
She reached out to touch her. Startled, Angelia quickly backed away, grabbing Teal's hand. "Forget it, I'll accompany you, keep watch.
We're all women, why be shy?
Sooner or later, people will see it, not just see it but also."
He. Teal immediately took out fresh clothes from her bag, and quietly left Bugi village with Angelia.
The twin moons shone brightly. The big moon was white and round, while the small moon resembled a greedy eye, peering at the world. Since discovering the Dark Realm, Chen Chen had been practicing in Bugi village these past few days.
The Dark Realm lacked oxygen, requiring magic to sustain breathing.
Fortunately, he had bought dozens of magic potions to maintain stable training time. Proficiency was crucial. It was a significant factor in advancing spell levels. Moving as agilely in the shadows as Dalbo was extremely difficult. Chen Chen consumed another magic potion, feeling a peculiar power infiltrating his body, and continued practicing in the forest. It was safe there, until he was startled by a pair of legs. It turned out to be Teal bathing here, and Chen Chen recognized her lively big eyes. Then he saw Angelia sitting by the pond, mischievously throwing stones into the water. How did they end up in Bugi village? Chen Chen looked around but didn't see Jerome's figure. They were openly bathing here, not afraid of being seen. They were too defenseless. He decided to stay and watch over them. After Till and Angelia left, he continued to practice until his magic was depleted, then jumped out of the shadows and sat under a tree to rest. Seeing these two girls, he couldn't help but think of Jerome, that handsome guy with a dark side.
Remembering Jerome and Dalbo's master, the one who traded with Lester. Trading a person for an item. Jerome, although a silver-ranked adventurer, was not considered rare by the Adventurers Guild. At most, he was just a close associate of the guild. What resources could he have to trade with Lester? Lester had the bloodline of the sun god, capable of resurrection. He wouldn't want just an ordinary person. At least not novice mages like Till and Angelia. Just as he was thinking, footsteps could be heard in the distance. Angelia had actually returned, holding a set of clean clothes. She hadn't washed them just now? Chen Chen disappeared into the shadows and followed her. Angelia returned to the pool, looked around to make sure no one was there, then laid the clean clothes on a rock. She took off her shoes and walked into the water, removing the clothes wrapped around her body. Layer by layer. Wasn't she afraid of heat rash in this hot summer? Chen Chen curiously widened his eyes, wanting to see what treasures these clothes were concealing. Her back immersed in the water, revealing large scars on the upper half. Chen Chen approached in the shadows, close to the pool's shade, directly facing Angelia's face. She removed the earring from her right ear, and her ordinary appearance instantly changed. Chen Chen thought of several Western female celebrities, but none compared to her. Angelia took a deep breath and submerged herself in the water. The entire expanse of her back lit up with a pattern, revealing not scars but a sun-shaped birthmark. As the light absorbed, her birthmark became bright, eventually displaying a dazzling sun. Chen Chen returned to his uncle's house. He put on his smart glasses and browsed through the e-books organized by Xiao Shi. By quickly searching for the keyword sun birthmark, Chen Chen soon found the answer. It was a characteristic of the Lester family. The book Sun Bible detailed the birth and prosperity of the Lester family. The Lesters had a demigod bloodline, each member capable of mastering light magic and even possessing some divine power. Later, the Lesters spread healing arts to the public through the Church of Light, marking the beginning of the Sun Kingdom's prosperity. To ensure the purity of their bloodline, early Lesters only allowed intermarriage within the clan. Later, due to struggles for the throne, several Lesters scattered and married outside the family, breaking the abnormal tradition of incestuous marriage. Although descendants of the Lesters could master light magic, only pure-blooded Lesters were worthy of possessing divine power. The most prominent feature of pure-blooded Lesters was the sun birthmark on their bodies. Angelia was a pure-blooded Lester. How did such a sought-after person end up becoming an adventurer? Was she tired of court life, simply yearning for adventure and freedom like a naive princess? Chen Chen couldn't guess. What he could be sure of now was that the bargaining chip Jerome traded with Lester of the Howling Graveyard was most likely Angelia. Lester was also a pure-blooded Lester. His desire for Angelia must be related to the flaw that kept him confined to the tomb after resurrection. But it's none of my concern. Chen Chen considered himself a kind and somewhat righteous person, but he believed that helping others should not put oneself in danger. Without any emotional attachment, Chen Chen didn't want to get involved in this trouble. Of course, as long as it didn't endanger himself, he didn't mind lending a helping hand. The next morning, Till and Angelia rode a carriage back to Assel City from the village of Boogie. The carriage hadn't gone far when a black and white calico cat jumped onto it, tilting its head to look at the two women inside. Till had a restless night and felt even more disgusted when she saw the cat, so she hid in the carriage. Angelia remembered this cat. She had seen it before on the road with Jerome hunting goblins, as cats with this color pattern were rare in the Sun Kingdom. In her family's castle, all the cats were either pure white or golden. The kitten seemed to sense Angelia's kindness, let out a cute meow, and jumped onto her lap, patting her round little paws. "So dirty, just throw it away," Till said.
Angelia ignored her, picked up the kitten, and found it surprisingly heavy. After a few meows, the kitten was placed on the carriage, and Angelia smiled, saying, "Go back, I don't have any food with me." Meow, the kitten agilely jumped back onto Angelia's lap, then immediately leaped onto her shoulder, nuzzling her ear.
Ha! Angelia's expression was one of disbelief. "What's wrong, did it bite you?" Till asked, looking over.
"Nothing, just that this kitten is quite heavy," Angelia said, holding the kitten close to her face, listening intently. Till sensed something was off and looked at Angelia, seeing her plain face devoid of its usual light. The carriage suddenly stopped. The sound of hooves approached from a distance, circling around to the back of the carriage, and a familiar voice was heard. "Looks like your journey has been smooth."
"Jerome?"
Till's eyes lit up suddenly as she looked at the man who had kept her awake all night, and she smiled. "Are you here to pick us up?"
"Captain, why are you here?" Angelia's expression returned to normal, seemingly no different from usual.
"I came to see this stubborn person of yours, to make sure she hasn't done anything to get us into trouble," Jerome said, looking somewhat reproachful at Angelia, then sighed. "Luckily, you're both fine.
"Let's forget about this incident, but don't let it happen again."
"There won't be a next time, I promise," Angelia said calmly, still holding the kitten. The kitten struggled to jump down, hiding behind her legs, peering fearfully at Jerome.
Jerome naturally didn't pay much attention to a stray cat. "I've taken 2 tasks for you.
Head to Moon Creek Town and take a boat south. Don't return to Aesel," he said, handing out 2 mission papers to Till and Angelia. One was to hunt bone eaters, and the other was to hunt roaming skeletons, both located on the outskirts of the Wailing Graveyard.
"So urgent," Till murmured. Angelia frowned slightly, looking hesitant. "Should we go straight to the missions, or should I go back to Aesel to buy some things?" "Finish the tasks first, then you can go. It will only delay you for a day or 2, Jerome said with authority, and Angelia didn't say anything more. The carriage continued on. The little cat quietly jumped off the carriage and disappeared into the bushes. Angelia stared at the cat, her eyes filled with both confusion and gratitude. She glanced at Jerome on horseback, tightly clenching her fist. Uncle Ayre's house. The sunlight outside was exceptionally bright, and the icicles on the eaves dripped with a pitter-patter. Little she neatly folded her blanket and put it away in the wardrobe after getting up. "I didn't expect Jerome to come back so soon." "If Angelia wants to escape now, will she make it?" she asked. "Noah doesn't have satellite tracking, and Jerome doesn't have a flying mount."
"Angelia has enough time to escape, provided she hides well enough not to arouse Jerome's suspicion," Qinshin said, leaning against the fairy grass, recovering his strength. These past few days, he had been swimming in the dark realm, depleting his physical and magical energy significantly, so he basically slept as soon as he hit the bed, waking up only at dawn. "I hope Angelia is okay, I quite like her," little she said, closing the wardrobe door and squatting next to Qinshin, asking, "There's one thing I don't understand. Why doesn't Jerome control Angelia and prevent her from wandering outside to avoid trouble? Angelia is a pure-blooded Lester with divine power. Just like how Asa Lester can resurrect after death, Jerome is unsure of Angelia's divine powers and dare not act rashly." Qinshin thought for a moment and said, "Furthermore, Angelia has a magical earring that allows her to change her appearance, indicating that she may have assistants, like bodyguards. In any case, revealing the purpose too early is foolish behavior." "Oh, I feel like Qinshin has grown up." She reached out her round hand, controlling Qinshin. She suddenly brightened up and said with a smile, "I thought of another possibility. Jerome might be worried that if the deal falls through, he might still become a son-in-law of the kingdom and marry a pure-blooded Lester, which wouldn't be bad either." "I see that you are the one who has truly grown." Qinshin was somewhat surprised, feeling that this digital lifeform was growing faster than he had anticipated. Moreover, Xiaoxi had become more proactive than before. Qinshin lowered his head and touched Xiaoxi's silver-white hair, somewhat awkwardly asking, "Did you peek at my book? I don't even know where it's hidden." "You're lying. The bookmark I placed in the book has changed positions." "You should ask the bookmark why it ran away on its own." Qinshin was speechless. He slid down on the Kong bed, and his gradually blurred vision was of the birth month plaque given to him by his second uncle. Time flies, the new year is approaching. The Black Forest. The branches overhead intertwine densely, allowing only slivers of sunlight to filter through the narrow gaps, leaving dappled patches of light on the sparse grass. A one-eyed ogre carried a stone hammer, cautiously avoiding the sunlight, each step resonating with a thudding sound. The Black Forest was a favorite place for ogres, with its vast and towering woods capable of accommodating their over 2-meter-tall stature. The lightless environment also helped prevent the petrification disease that plagued their race. Here, they also had their favorite neighbors, the magic weave spiders. These spiders could help the ogres repair the gaps in the trees and posed no threat to them. Importantly, they could also be cooked into delicious spider stew. However, these spiders often emerged from the shadows, somewhat annoying the ogres. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from behind the ogre. Thinking it was those furry creatures again, he turned around and kicked out. However, what emerged from the shadows was not a spider but a diminutive human. Popo. Chen Chen fired 3 shots in the air, stumbled upon landing, and finally plopped down on the ground. The ogre was hit by 1 shot, losing one of his small ears. Roar! The ogre angrily swung his stone hammer, aiming to strike Chen Chen. Chen Chen hurriedly plunged into the shadows, disappearing amidst the flying debris. You pesky little guy. The ogre raised his thick foot and stomped repeatedly on the ground, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Such attacks were effective against foolish groundhogs but had no impact on the shadow realm. Chen Chen once again shot out from the shadows, hitting the ogre with 2 shots, then landed awkwardly and, no longer bothered with shadow stepping, directly aimed and fired his gun. Popo. The dense bullets continuously exploded into blood flowers on the ogre's body, and the tough-skinned giant collapsed with a thud. Chen Chen pried out its teeth with a shadow dagger, earning 200 silver coins. Of course, his main purpose in coming to the Black Forest was not for missions but for combat training. It's still a balance issue when jumping out of the shadow realm. Xiaoxi emerged from behind a tree, sending the video she had just taken to Chen Chen and said, "Because you were holding a dagger and a firearm at the same time, jumping out of the shadow realm too quickly caused you to lose balance upon landing." That's right, during regular practice, I don't shoot. The recoil from live shooting affects the balance too much. Xiaoxi then pulled up a slow-motion video of Dalbo jumping out of the shadow realm and showed it to Chen Chen, saying, "Look at how Dalbo jumps out of the shadow realm, doing a backflip. This difficulty is too high, and he doesn't even need to shoot." Chen Chen thought for a moment, retracted the physical justice at his waist, and said, "I guess I've been too fixated on using guns. In fact, when it comes to close combat, firearms are not suitable. In close quarters, wielding a sword can directly cause linear damage. Firearms, on the other hand, require lifting the gun, aiming, and pulling the trigger, with the damage range being just a single point. Guns are actually an enhanced version of bows and arrows, with distance being their greatest advantage." Chen Chen continued hunting ogres, this time using only firearms, moving through the shadows in the distance like flying a kite, effortlessly killing without harm. Switching to another ogre for practice, this time he dual-wielded shadow daggers and flying swords from his ring, with smooth and agile movements, finally feeling a bit of the shadow step. This kind of close combat greatly satisfied his sense of operation. After analyzing my combat module, there are many areas in your actions that need optimization, let me do it once. After finding another ogre, Xiaoxi took Chen Chen's dagger and flying sword, rushed over, deftly maneuvering around the ogre, and took down the big guy in just over 10 seconds. Xiaoxi sent the video she made to Chen Chen and said, "This is adjusted based on your movement habits. I'll send you the comparative video, you should see there is a lot of room for improvement." "Okay, Coach Shi." Chen Chen watched the video analysis on his smart glasses. With drones assisting all around, he could see a comprehensive comparison of movements and detailed explanations after freezing frames. Xiaoxi's money was well spent. Moon Creek Town, to the south. A wide river where a wooden boat swiftly sailed. Teal and Jerome sat at the bow chatting, laughter occasionally heard. Angelia sat alone at the stern, using her long sword to play with the turbulent water, her mind occasionally recalling that talking cat, a cat that could speak. There were no tales of talking animals or magical pets in the Noah continent. At least, there were no records in the great library of the capital. So, that cat must be a cat deity, otherwise, how could it speak the common language of Noah so clearly? The cat deity repeated twice. Jerome trades with the Wailing Grave, exchanging a person for an item. As a princess of the capital, Angelia naturally knew the origin of the Wailing Grave and what Asolester meant. As a descendant of the sun god, Asolester was a family trader. It was rumored that he had been interested in necromancy since childhood, which led him to the power of the demon gods. As the most loyal follower of the demon gods, Asolester desired to resurrect the demon gods, returning Noah to the immortal world without freedom. Thus, the Nightmare Council was born. It was said that this organization had infiltrated many Lesters, including the capital where she lived, all belonging to the power class that did not want to die. The person Jerome wanted to trade must be herself. Angelia could confirm this, as along the way, every time she tried to leave his sight, Jerome would deny it, or have Teal accompany them. This confirmed her suspicions. The wooden boat entered a wide lake, and Angelia quietly dropped a coin. The lake bottom was deep. Jerome heard the faint sound and walked over, saying, "The fish in this lake don't need coins." He approached Angelia moderately, the distance just enough to catch her. "I heard there's a kind of magic that can see future scenes through the water surface. Let me see if I can bribe it."
Angelia jokingly smiled, not thinking she could escape by jumping into the lake, just testing Jerome.
That kind of magic is all a hoax. What you see is actually dreams, a trick of the necromancer to swindle money.
Jerome also laughed, squatting down with a caring tone, asking, after these 2 months of adventure, what have you gained? The money bag jingles.
Angelia patted the money bag in a good mood, smiling and saying, with the captain around, these monsters don't seem so dangerous. Jerome was taken aback for a moment, feeling that her words carried a double meaning.
Seeing Angelia take off her backpack, he curiously asked, what are you going to take?
Angelia glanced at Teal, who was still at the bow of the boat, then mischievously smiled at Jerome and whispered, I prepared a gift for you back in Axel. I didn't dare give it to you because I was afraid Teal would misunderstand.
A gift?
Jerome's eyes widened with curiosity, muttering to himself, she and I don't have the kind of relationship you think we do, there's no need.
By the way, Angelia suddenly stared into Jerome's eyes and asked, did Lilith send you to find me? No. Jerome was surprised, then saw Angelia take out a bottle containing red liquid. Molotov cocktail?
Angelia still had a smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a chilling madness. Before Jerome could react, Angelia suddenly hugged him and smashed the Molotov cocktail on his shoulder plate.
Boom, the scorching flames erupted between them.
Before Angelia lost consciousness, she saw the flesh on her and Jerome's faces burst open and scatter into ashes. Congratulations on your fortune, congratulations on your brilliance, bring the best over, send away the worst, you can't blame me for being generous. It wasn't even Chinese New Year yet, but the supermarket was already filled with red decorations,
firecrackers, couplets, and the character Fu instantly brought out the festive atmosphere.
The number of people shopping at the supermarket noticeably increased, mostly elderly people with children, which made Xiaoxi dizzy and caused a surge in electricity consumption.
Is the reunion during the Spring Festival really important on Earth?
Xiaoxi pushed her black-framed glasses, looking somewhat puzzled. Today she had reverted to her original skin, her shoulder-length hair had grown into long black straight hair, softer than her silver-haired body, more in line with Chinese aesthetics. At least it's very important in our country, considered the most important festival. Chen Shen pushed the shopping cart filled with New Year goods like spring rolls and tang yuan, reveling in the festive atmosphere.
What about Chen Shen's family? You.
It was only then that Chen Shen remembered Xiaoxi didn't know about her own family.
As a digital life form, although she had seen some Earth civilizations through the internet, she couldn't empathize with them.
The concept of family in the Dark Star was extremely weak, with most people not having children. Especially in the land of the rising sun, due to the unrestricted companion-type androids, many young people couldn't bear the trouble of love, let alone the trivialities of married life. In the past 30 years, most newborns were artificially cultivated through the acquisition of sperm and eggs.
Goro was one of them, claiming to be the seed of a new generation.
In such a culture, Xiaoxi had a weak concept of family, so seeing so many families shopping together at the supermarket was both novel and intriguing.
She looked at the lively children and asked Chen Shen, but I can't help you reproduce, does that count? It does, many dinks don't want children. Do you not want them either? Xiaoxi stared into Chen Shen's eyes and added, human life is limited, isn't it all about continuing life through childbirth? Well, Chen Shen furrowed his brows and murmured, I haven't really thought about it.
After all, I'm still young, my peers are in college, still in the learning stage.
It's after graduation that comes work and marriage, I have 3 years to consider.
Within 3 years, find a woman who can help you reproduce. Xiaoxi picked up a baby care book nearby, smiling, I can help you raise the child. Chen Shen felt a bit strange, jokingly saying, whether on the Dark Star or Earth, finding a wife willing to have children for you isn't that easy.
Can't you buy one with money? Xiaoxi asked seriously.
You can, but here we also have a saying, children are the crystallization of love. Chen Shen recalled his past family life and added, emotions are important, especially for a child's growth.
But emotions are variables.
Xiaoxi didn't say, just nodded perfunctorily. After the two of them paid and took the elevator downstairs, a girl sitting on a chair on the first floor saw Chen Cheng and immediately stood up and waved.
What a coincidence, seeing you again.
Lin Yangxi was wearing a light beige coat. Her bright eyes immediately noticed Xiaoxi, making her gaze even brighter.
Indeed, what a coincidence.
Chen Cheng smiled slightly, feeling a bit surprised.
Hello, I'm Lin Yangxi. Lin Yangxi directly shifted her attention to Xiaoxi, reached out and shook hands with her. I'm Chen Cheng's high school classmate. Hello, I'm Chen Si. Xiaoxi added a surname temporarily, shyly locking eyes with Lin Yangxi and said after some thought, I'm Chen Cheng's girlfriend. Oh.
Lin Yangxi briefly glanced at Chen Cheng, then smiled and said, you're really beautiful.
Are you waiting for someone here? Chen Cheng asked casually.
I'm waiting for my parents, but they got stuck in traffic, so I have to wait here. Lin Yangxi smiled wryly and added, they love shopping at the supermarket, they always drag me along every time we go home.
Old people are like that.
Chen Cheng wanted to exchange a few polite words and leave, but Xiaoxi suddenly asked Lin Yangxi, you're so beautiful, you must have a boyfriend, right?
Ha! Lin Yangxi was a bit stunned by Xiaoxi's sudden question. She smiled and said, not yet. I happen to want to have coffee, let's go together.
Xiaoxi pointed to the nearby Starbucks, smiling and said, I'll keep you company for a while, you can catch up with your old classmate.
Ha! Chen Cheng thought, why bother with a coffee? Alright. Lin Yangxi couldn't quite figure out the situation, and felt awkward to refuse.
I'll go put the stuff in the car first, you guys go save a seat. Xiaoxi snatched the shopping bag from Chen Cheng's hand and ran off before Chen Cheng could object.
He. Chen Cheng awkwardly chuckled, seeming to understand Xiaoxi's intentions. Let's go, since you're accompanying me, this meal is on me.
Lin Yangxi proudly waved her phone and said, I have a membership, so we can get a discount.
Thanks, I'll treat you next time. The two entered the coffee shop. Chen Cheng usually didn't drink soy milk, and Xiaoxi couldn't drink it either, so they just ordered 2 Americanos casually. Lin Yangxi ordered a cappuccino and chose a table for 4.
Last time you said you were married, a high-ranking executive from a foreign company who graduated from a top university. Lin Yangxi joked with a playful tone, then added, your girlfriend looks so young, you're fooling people.
Didn't I tell you before? That was a joke.
Chen Cheng carefully observed Lin Yangxi. Less than half a year had passed, and she had clearly become more skilled at makeup. The student-like innocence from high school had completely disappeared. Since they didn't have much in common to talk about, Chen Cheng could only bring up some cliché topics and asked her, medical students must be very busy, right?
They are all busy, but I know how to slack off. Lin Yangxi knew Chen Cheng didn't go to college, so she didn't want to continue on this topic and asked, what are you busy with now? I write novels.
Chen Cheng put on a bold face. He couldn't possibly admit that he was actually being supported by a woman.
Write novels?
This was an answer Lin Yangxi never expected. Her curiosity was instantly piqued. She picked up her phone and activated the screen, asking, which novel? I'll definitely read it.
I won't tell you even if I die. Chen Cheng's attitude was firm. It's not the illegal kind, with explicit content, right?
Lin Yangxi made a pleading expression, showing several novel apps on her phone and said, just tell me, I love reading them now. I'll definitely give you a good review.
As a medical student, aren't you distracted by reading those?
Chen Cheng tried to change the subject, took a sip of his coffee, not bad. It's for entertainment, some novels are quite fun. Lin Yangxi opened an app, showed a novel to Chen Cheng and said, don't laugh at me, I've been reading this recently, I bet your writing isn't as embarrassing as this one, right? Chen Cheng glanced at it and almost sprayed the coffee out.
My adhesive wife specializes in treating infertility.
Turned out to be the inaugural work of the adhesive wife pentology.
Is this a serious novel? Chen Cheng joked, isn't it inappropriate for you medical students to read this? I specifically upgraded to VIP for this novel, highly recommend it. He. Chen Cheng suddenly remembered Dark Star's medical expertise and decided to make a contribution to Earth.
He asked Lin Yangxi, monitor, I'm curious about something.
Do you think animals like blue whales can get malignant tumors? Blue whales?
Lin Yangxi blinked and thought carefully, I'm not sure about that, but with the size of a blue whale, even if it gets a malignant tumor, it shouldn't be a big problem. Considering the size and growth rate of the tumor, it probably poses less threat than a tunicate.
So, if the tumor is small enough, it won't threaten life?
Of course, the danger of a tumor lies in affecting internal organs.
Lin Yangxi asked with some concern, why are you asking about this? Oh, nothing, I just like to ponder. Chen Cheng tactically drank water and asked again, do we have technology to shrink tumors? Yes, but it doesn't work well for malignant tumors.
Currently, the most advanced treatments are immunotherapy and targeted therapy based on one's own genes.
I have an idea, can you listen to it and see if it's feasible? Chen Cheng joked, what if we extract genes from mutant animals and inject them into tumors, like very small ants?